port cities, notably when they steamrolled past Confederate forts to take New Orleans. And speaking of the Navy, both sides had begun using ironclads. So that's pretty cool. But in the East, they still weren't having any luck. After McClellan's disastrous campaign, Lincoln briefly sent out one General John Pope to attack Northern Virginia. Hey man, just checking in. How's it going? Well, the Confederates kicked my butt at Cedar Mountain. Then they raided my camp and ran off with my money and clothes. Also, I appear to have been wedged. Lee defeated Pope and did another battle at Bull Run, in which nearby farm families once again got caught up in the fighting.
Hurry up, Martha! There's another war out here! I'm waiting for my hair to dry!
Wilmer McLean, sick of war, moved his family south, where he knew the war would definitely, absolutely, never touch him again. But Lincoln had yet another problem to contend with. European powers, in particular the UK, were looking increasingly like they may intervene diplomatically on the side of the Confederates. They were missing their precious supply of southern cotton because of the Union blockade, and they wanted to see a swift conclusion to the war. The tension between America and Great Britain had been increasing, especially after Confederate diplomats were discovered on a British ship. Now, after McClellan's failure to take Richmond, the UK declared it impossible for the North to win. Lincoln needed something to prevent Europe from getting involved, and after more petitioning from abolitionists, he decided maybe the time was finally right to make the war about ending the institution he hated, slavery. If the North had a noble cause to fight for, Europe would be less likely to intervene. But Lincoln and his cabinet knew before they could declare something as radical as emancipation, they needed a victory, especially now that the Confederates
I
were
heard
about
you
to go on
drumming
the
and
attack.
twanging from over
Aware that he
here.
had a limited number of men and supplies, Lee now hoped that if he could just threaten Washington, D.C. militarily, he would gain Europe's recognition and crush Northern morale in time for the midterm elections, forcing the North to negotiate. With confidence at an all-time high, for the first time, Robert E. Lee invaded the North. But on September 13th, the North finally had some luck.
Oh boy, it's my lucky day! A cigar in a field.
Hey, what's this wrapped around it?
Oh my gosh!
That's right, the North had discovered General Lee's battle plans wrapped around some cigars, and in them, they saw that Lee had split up his forces. McClellan headed out from D.C., and the two sides met in the Battle of Antietam, a crucial battle that would decide the course of the war. It saw the most vicious fighting to date, and still remains the single bloodiest day in American history. But, for once, the North came out victorious, and Lee was forced to retreat. He's on the run. Chase him down and finish him off. No. You know what, old buddy, old pal? You're fired. The North had won their crucial victory. Lincoln breathed a huge sigh of relief, and with that win, he was prepared to take a huge step. On September 22nd, the Emancipation Proclamation was issued. In January, all slaves held in the Confederate States would be, as far as the U.S. government was concerned, officially free. Throughout the North, free black men and women rejoiced, knowing that if the North were to win, their brothers and sisters would no longer be held in bondage. The proclamation also had the intended effect on Europe, who were not willing to oppose a pledge to end slavery. An outraged Confederacy knew that Lincoln had given the war a new meaning. It was no longer just about the preservation of the Union. Now, it was about creating a new Union, washed clean of its original sin. A Union without slavery. Made possible by Honey. Stick around to learn how you can save money when you shop online. As the Union struggle to take control in the East continued, elsewhere, the war raged on. The Confederates attempted an invasion of Kentucky, hoping the state as a whole would join them, but they were pushed back. The Indian Territory saw Native American tribes ally with one side or the other in the hopes of securing rights after the war. Along the Mississippi, General Ulysses S. Grant remained one of the few Union generals scoring major victories. With his best pal, General Sherman, by his side, Grant led his armies down the Mississippi to the Confederate stronghold of Vicksburg. Both sides knew that if Vicksburg fell, the Confederacy would be split in two, and the Confederates prepared for an intense defense of the city. But back in the East, Lincoln still wanted somebody to march south and take Richmond. Having given General McClellan the boot, he needed a new man in charge. All right, Mr. President, option 1 is General Hooker. Bit of a nutcase, but a good general. Option 2, his qualifications are his name is Burnside, and he has freaking dope-ass sideburns. Say no more. So General Burnside was put in charge of the Army of the Potomac and sent south. Lincoln hoped he finally had a general who could succeed. Burnside met General Lee at the city of Fredericksburg, where he intended to rapidly cross the river and take the city. But the Union War Department was too slow in delivering the pontoon bridges, and the two sides were forced to camp across from each other, close enough to speak. Hey, Yankee, ready to get your butt kicked? Yeah, right, Rebel. God is on our side. No way, God's on our side. Oh, you think so? Well, why don't we ask him? Hey, God, whose side are you on? Ow. Dude, uncool. With over 100,000 men, the Union Army finally launched their massive attack on the 11th of December. But by now, the Confederates had amassed their forces. During the battle, wave after wave of brave Union men marched headlong into a brutal Confederate onslaught. Even the Confederates couldn't believe what they were seeing, and in one moment of camaraderie, a Confederate sergeant, unable to take it, reportedly came out into the field to tend to the Union wounded. Seeing this, the Union troops held their fire. Still, Burnside and his forces were soundly defeated at Fredericksburg and forced to retreat. Lincoln's popularity and Northern morale continued to plummet, especially as the winter heading into 1863 was bad. The winter camps were rife with disease. The food was less than appealing. On both sides, men began to leave. Hey, where do you think you're going? I'm deserting. What? Don't you love your country? Yes, I do. And I'm trying to get back to it as quick as I can. Lincoln, ever the kind and caring man he was, spent much of his time pardoning deserters' death sentences. Oh my. Here's a 17-year-old boy sentenced to be hanged. Well, I'd better suspend his sentence. Or he'll be suspended tomorrow. What? To try to keep the numbers up, both sides had introduced conscription. There was controversy in the North, however, since rich men could simply pay to have someone else fight on their behalf. Riots broke out in New York City, with enraged mobs furious at the idea of going to fight for slaves, an idea that many of them simply did not support. However, after so much pressure, the Union had finally begun allowing black men to enlist, and these men, knowing what they were fighting for, signed up. By the end of the war, nearly 200,000 troops, 10% of the Union Army, would be black. The valor and bravery they showed throughout, silencing critics. Okay, well that last guy was useless. Let's try this Hooker fella. General Joseph Hooker was put in charge of the Army of the Potomac, and once again, Lincoln ordered him to move south and take Richmond. Hooker met Lee at the Battle of Chancellorsville, where Hooker had over twice the men Lee did. Lee was forced to defy all military convention and split his smaller force into two. Lee had absolutely no chance of winning, and Lee won. It was his masterpiece. Lee did suffer one significant loss during the battle, though. As his right-hand man, Stonewall Jackson, was riding back to the Confederate lines at night, the nervous Confederate troops, unable to recognize him, opened fire. You boys done goofed up. Jackson died 8 days later. As for Lincoln, he couldn't believe it. It was yet another loss, and Northern support continued to waver. While the Union kept on struggling in the East, out west, unconditional surrender Grant was making moves as always. In an attempt to take Vicksburg on the Mississippi, he made a series of risky and bold movements. He sent a cavalry raid and feigned Sherman north to confuse the enemy. Then, aided by a fleet of ironclads on the river, he raced his army south to cross the Mississippi. Aware that the terrain to the north was restrictive, instead, he strategically moved northeast, hitting Vicksburg's supply line and defending his rear from Confederate armies in Jackson. Once he reached Vicksburg, the Confederate defense became hardened, and Grant was forced to settle in for a month-long siege, during which time he got rather bored. Despite not taking the city, Lincoln loved it and encouraged Grant to hold firm. It would only be a matter of time before the Mississippi was in Union hands. Around this time, the people in the west of Virginia, who had remained loyal to the Union throughout, finally broke away to form their own state. They could have named it anything in the world, but the creative minds at the time came up with the ingenious West Virginia. After Washington, Lincoln once again wanted a new general to take command. Oh my goodness, why do all these 19th century generals look so bust? Look, we got Sleepy Eyes Joe here. That's Princess Leia with a mustache. E.T. phoned the doctor. Fine, why don't we give Snapping Turtle McGee here a shot? So General Snapping Turtle McGee was put in charge of the Army of the Potomac, and it was a crucial time for the Union, because once again, the Confederates decided to go on the attack. So far, they had done exceedingly well militarily, but as the war kept going, the Confederate economy was crumbling. Riots broke out in the streets of Richmond as the price of bread skyrocketed. Supplies were dwindling. Jefferson Davis wanted to send men west to rescue Vicksburg, but General Lee knew the longer the war lasted, the worse their chances got, and he still hoped if he could just threaten D.C., the already demoralized North would surrender. So in June 1863, with the momentum behind him, General Lee once again entered the North. Fighting his way through Maryland, and into Pennsylvania. General Meade set out to meet him for what would be the most significant battle of the entire war. If the Confederates won, DC could fall. If the Union won, it would be a turning point, as the Confederates would run out of steam, and the small town that was to get caught up in the crossfire of the largest battle in American history was Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. On June 1st, units from each army encountered one another and skirmished through the town itself. The townspeople were forced to take refuge, except for one man, who reportedly ran outside for a strange reason.
Joseph, what are you doing? I'm not gonna let them take my beans. How many times do I have to tell you they're not here for your beans?
By the second day, over 100,000 men stretched for miles across the battlefield. Lee took the initiative, deciding to hit the enemy's flanks, and he came very close to breaking through the Union's disorganized left. But Union Colonel Joshua Chamberlain ordered a desperate bayonet charge, smashing into the Confederates and forcing them back. The Union forces held across the line. On the final day, Lee believed the Union Army had fortified its flanks, so he decided to finish them off with one massive central assault. The Confederates rushed at the Union lines during General Pickett's charge, and this time, it was the Union's turn to unleash hell. Meade had correctly guessed Lee's strategy, and the Confederates were decimated, forced to turn and flee. A devastated General Lee called out to his fleeing and wounded men, telling them it was his fault. And after holding for a counterattack that never came, he ordered a retreat back into Virginia. The North had just managed to score a massive victory, and one they desperately needed. And if that wasn't enough, in the West, after a month-long siege, Vicksburg finally fell. The North now held the Mississippi, and better yet, it was the 4th of July. With control of the Mississippi, Union forces moved into Arkansas and Tennessee. Tennessee in particular saw heavy fighting, with Union General Rosecrans masterfully pushing Braxton Bragg's Army of the Tennessee out of Tennessee. He suffered a major setback, however, at the bloody Battle of Chickamauga, and ended up under a Confederate siege at Chattanooga. At one point during the siege, a temporary truce was declared so that wounded men could be recovered. And often in the Civil War, during these small truces, men from both sides would meet in the middle to trade things like tobacco, coffee, and maybe even honey. Do you like honey? Me too. Bees are free. And you know what honey? You know honey can help you save money? Let me explain. It's a free browser extension that automatically finds you the best coupon codes when you buy stuff online for free. For example, here I am purchasing 100 pepperoni because what the heck, I do what I want. With a click of a button, I've saved $210. Nice. Honey works with over 30,000 websites, including eBay, Target, and Expedia, and it's already gotten Oversimplified subscribers over $46,000 in savings. It takes just 2 clicks to install. Better yet, it's absolutely, positively, 100% free. Get Honey now and start saving money by clicking on the link in the description below. Joinhoney.com/oversimplified. That's joinhoney.com/oversimplified. And as always, you'll be supporting my channel, so thank you. Now where was I? Oh yeah, Vicksburg, 4th of July, and the Siege of Chattanooga. Thankfully, General Grant, now in charge of all Western Union armies, showed up and karate-kicked Bragg right back into Georgia. Like this. With Sherman and Hooker, Grant took on Confederate positions in the mountains around the city, including the famous battle above the clouds and Mission Ridge. Grant continued to be Lincoln's #1 guy. With these victories, Lincoln hoped the war was finally turning. Back in Gettysburg, the entire town had been turned into a hospital to care for the scores of wounded men. Throughout the war, on both sides, women such as Clara Barton rose to the occasion, doing crucial work on the home front and volunteering as nurses for those who had given their lives. A new national cemetery was to be established at Gettysburg, and Abraham Lincoln traveled out to attend the opening ceremony. At the event, the main speaker spoke for 2 hours. Then, Abraham Lincoln was called forward to give some brief, appropriate remarks. In just 2 minutes, he masterfully and poignantly iterated America's national purpose and the need to continue the fight. The Gettysburg Address would become one of the most famous speeches in American history. While they were now making progress, the North still couldn't find a decisive victory in the East, and that was bad news for Lincoln, because his presidency was now in its 4th year. In 1864, there was an election coming. The Confederates knew this too, and with little hope left of being able to threaten the North militarily, they believed their last shot at victory may be in the election, since Lincoln, emancipation, and the war itself weren't exactly popular. People in the North were sick of war and wanted to put it behind them. Robert E. Lee hoped that if he could just hold out and continue to inflict more defeats, the people of the North would vote Lincoln out and replace him with a Southern sympathizer who may be willing to negotiate. Lincoln knew now he desperately needed a victory. Now, I know what you're thinking, but oversimplified. If Lincoln loves General Grant so much, then why doesn't he put him in charge of the campaign in the East? Well, guess what, loyal subscriber? You've hit the nail on the head. You're bold, Grant. I'll grant you that. I'm promoting you to General-in-Chief, and I ain't taking you for granted. Now I want you to go defeat Lee. Grant me my wish. Please stop. So Grant was put in charge, and he came up with a new plan. He wanted to press the Confederates on all fronts. With General Banks to
No
capture
need to
Mobile,
be
Alabama,
squeamish.
General
They're
Sherman
little
moved south to
more than
Atlanta, and
bones
Grant joined the
animated
Army of
as
the Potomac
all.
as they advanced through Virginia. In May 1864, that plan went into action. Sherman steadily advanced on Atlanta, facing off against a smaller Confederate army under General Joseph E. Johnston. In addition, a cruel yet highly skilled cavalry general and winner of the funniest Confederate statue award, Nathan Bedford Forrest, was also nearby, doing his best to threaten Sherman's advance. But in a series of battles, Sherman dominated and pushed Johnson back to the city. But he was held just outside of Atlanta itself and was forced to lay siege. Meanwhile, the main show was happening to the east in Virginia. The Union's top general was finally about to face off against the Confederacies. Lincoln hoped Grant would bring something new to the Eastern Theater, and bring something new he did. As Grant began moving south, Lee still regularly outmaneuvered him and inflicted heavy casualties, hoping to demoralize the North as much as he could. But here's what set Grant apart from others. He knew Lee was running out of men, and that the North by comparison had plenty. Grant would throw his forces at Lee, and even when Lee repelled them, Grant, rather than pulling back, would give the order to keep moving forward and flank Lee, again and again. In under 6 weeks, 80,000 men would be killed, wounded, or missing. In D.C., Grant was criticized for being a butcher. At the Battle of the Wilderness, the Union casualties were so heavy that Grant reportedly began to weep. But still, Grant could replace his losses. Lee couldn't, and he was being pushed all the way back to Richmond. Lee knew once he got there, he'd be under siege. Then, it would only be a matter of time. Close to Richmond, Grant again suffered horrific casualties in a miscalculated assault at Cold Harbor. Then, instead of moving to Richmond directly, Grant moved towards Petersburg to flank the Confederate capital and cut its supply line. But, just like Sherman, Grant was halted outside of the city, and he too was forced to settle in for a siege. 2 identical sieges would not be good enough for Lincoln's re-election. The people of the North saw the casualties Grant had been taking, and they weren't happy. To make matters worse, Lee had sent Jubal Early north to threaten D.C., with the hope of forcing Grant to withdraw troops from Richmond. Early was repelled on the outskirts of the city, with President Lincoln even attending as an observer, but the North had been given a fright. So with the war currently in a stalemate, who was to be Lincoln's opponent in the critical 1864 election? Who would the Democrats choose? Guess what, baby? I'm back. That's right. General George B. McClellan would run for president against Abraham Lincoln. My fellow countrymen, if you elect me, I, the great General George McClellan, will fearlessly and valiantly win the war. Unlike this douchebag, many Democrats, however, including McClellan's running mate, wanted to end the war, so it's possible McClellan may have ended up fearlessly and valiantly making peace with the Confederates, which is exactly what they were hoping for. With the war in a stalemate, and Lincoln still not popular, it looked like McClellan would win, and the Confederacy may have a chance at surviving, after all. Lincoln himself said that without some kind of major victory, it seemed exceedingly probable that this administration will not be re-elected. Well, fret not, Abe, because if it's a major victory you want, it's a major victory you'll get. Atlanta had been under siege by General Sherman for just over a month. After a number of battles around the city, Sherman sent a force south to sever the city's supply line, and Confederate General Hood was forced to abandon it. Atlanta, one of the Confederacy's most important cities, had fallen into Union hands. For many, it was clear that the Confederacy's defeat was now inevitable, and the war would soon be over. When the final results came in, Lincoln had won with an electoral college landslide, with the troops in particular voting overwhelmingly for Lincoln, which must have been touching for their commander-in-chief. Hey man, looks like you lost. No hard feelings.
I didn't lose. I merely failed to win.
In January, Lincoln involved himself heavily in ensuring the 13th Amendment made it through Congress. In a narrow and historic vote, the amendment passed. Slavery would now be...
Slavery is over!
Throughout the nation. Black
Thank
men
God.
watching the vote from the galleries knew the
Get your savage bullshit out of here.
A couple months later, at his second inauguration, with victory right around the corner, he didn't celebrate, he didn't gloat. Instead,
No.
he emphasized the need for reunification.
It just was like, that's right. We're not savages. That's all.
However, listening to people who had no interest in reunification, John Wilkes Booth, an actor living in D.C., was also a deep Southern sympathizer, and as the war turned against the Confederacy, depressed and full of hate, he was already plotting his revenge on the man he held responsible. With further Confederate losses, it was pretty clear at this point Booth would win. But still, Jefferson Davis showed no sign of giving in. The North were frustrated to see the conflict being dragged out. Why waste more lives? In Atlanta, General Sherman believed he had the key to forcing the Confederacy's hand. He had an unusually modern concept that an army could only survive with the support of the people. Strike at the people, and the army collapses. Sherman decided to do something unprecedented. He would remove his 62,000 men from their supply line and march through the heartland of the Confederacy, where they would live off the land. There, they would wreak havoc. As they marched, they tore up railroads, burned farms, and destroyed communications. They also liberated thousands of slaves. The damage done was estimated at $1.4 billion. The tactics were cruel, but to Sherman, it was better than losing yet more men in battle. In December, he reached Savannah, Georgia, but he wasn't done yet. He turned north to inflict his punishment on the first state to secede, South Carolina, as he moved ever closer to General Lee's army, still holding out at Petersburg. The siege of Petersburg had lasted for 292 days. 60,000 of Lee's men had deserted. Numerous Union attempts to break through had failed, but when the breakthrough finally came, it came quick. On April 2nd, a Union assault finally pushed the Confederates from their defenses. Hey man, there's no need to evacuate, right? You'll rescue us like last time, right?
Sorry, can't hear you.
Lee narrowly escaped the city, hoping he'd be able to meet up with General Grant. Fight. Grant chased him down. Richmond was evacuated, and Jefferson Davis went on the run. As they left, the Confederates set fire to military buildings, but the flames burned out of control, and as the Union troops arrived, they became firefighters. A couple of days later, Abraham Lincoln visited the
Dear
war
God, why?
Grant caught up to Lee at Appomattox Courthouse, where he
Why would you
trapped his
burn
forces.
our own
He was
city, you
here
fucking
on April 9th,
moron?
1865,
Savage
but Lee saw no
hypocrisies.
point in continuing.
You just want to see the
Sir,
world burn.
listen, bub, I drank a bit too much
You
last
want
night,
to see
and now I'm
slaves
like
and
a pretty
people
bad
in
on a hot day,
chains.
so whatever you have to say,
You just don't like
I wanna hear.
freedom.
General Lee says he wants to surrender.
Hot diggity dog.
Grant and Lee met in the home of a nearby farm family, owned by a man who had tried his best to escape the Civil War years earlier, Wilmer McLean. All right, can we all just hurry up and get this over with?
Martha, not now. I'm cleaning. Do you want us to get rats?
Grant and Lee, after years of war, now spoke respectfully to one another. When Lee left, his face filled with emotion, Grant's men began to cheer, but Grant ordered them to stop. He knew that now was the time to reconcile. Just over 2 weeks later, General Johnson would surrender to Sherman, ending the war for 89,000 Confederate soldiers in the largest surrender of the war. Not every Confederate state had surrendered, but the war was as good as over. Across the North, church bells rang out and celebrations erupted. In Washington, Lincoln gave a speech from the White House to a jubilant crowd, in which, among various things, he expressed his support for black voting rights. Lincoln had seen the nation through its deepest crisis. The presidency had visibly aged him. He had lost over 20 pounds. He said sometimes, "I think I am the tiredest man on earth." I'm not sure tiredest is a word, but geez, the man's exhausted. Cut him some slack. On a carriage ride with Mary, Lincoln clearly was looking forward to being president in a time of peace. He was apparently very cheerful, surprising his wife, and he told her that between the war and the loss of their son, they'd both been very miserable. Now, it was time to be happy. On the evening of April 14th, Lincoln attended a play with his wife and some friends at Ford's Theater. It was a comedy, and the president appeared to be enjoying it very much. In a nearby bar, John Wilkes Booth swallowed 2 glasses of brandy. He slipped quietly into the president's booth and awaited for the audience's laughter to rise. Shot in the back of the head, Booth fled the city. Soldiers carried Lincoln to a house across the street. There, doctors declared there was nothing they could do. Surrounded by his heartbroken wife and son, at 7:22 the next morning, President Lincoln passed away. Never before had a shocked nation mourned as a 12-day procession carried Lincoln back to his home in Springfield, Illinois. On April 26th, John Wilkes Booth in a Virginia. Not long after, Confederate President Jefferson Davis was also tracked down and arrested. Imprisoned for 2 years, he was eventually released. The North didn't want to put him on trial for fear the jury may rule that Southern secession had in fact been legal. To ensure reconciliation, other Confederate generals and politicians were allowed to re-enter life in the now restored Union. Scattered fighting continued into May, when the last Confederate forces in Texas disintegrated. The Southern states came under Northern military occupation to prevent any further rebellion, and a very difficult era of Reconstruction began. Over 3 million Americans had fought, brother against brother. The Civil War remains the bloodiest conflict in U.S. history, but the Union had been preserved. You could say the real winners were those who were to never again be slaves. Further amendments passed by Congress gave black individuals the right to citizenship and to vote. Significant progress had been made.
Significant good progress.
In the 20th century, it was clear the fight for equality would continue.
Yep.
In modern America,
But we weren't really free. Not even then. After all that death, we still had to put people in chains.
empathy, humility, perseverance, and courage.
I hate that side of mankind's
What
shitty
has forged
personality.
America and what it
Power
should
over
strive
everybody
to be.
else. I like the editorial at the end. It was beautiful and it was tasteful. So rarely would you get that. It would be some shot towards the other side, like, this is why we can't have nice things. I mean, it's true, but
This video was made possible by Honey. Click the link below to save money on your online shopping. And also, limited edition Al Capone
I should be
discs on
chopping
sale
trees
now.
because I'm not
Get
that
it
far
quick
from
before
blue.
they sell out. Link in the description down below. Good morning, honey.
But it's a
What's for
whole
breakfast?
session I'm
The
talking
usual.
about.
2 caskets of rum, a mug of hard cider, and a full bottle of wine. Oh boy. Oh, I'm running late. I'll have to take it with me. Don't forget your lunch. It's a 6-pack of beer, a flask of whiskey, 6 shots of tequila, and as a special treat, a banana. Ah, gee whiz. I'm gonna be smashed today. Enjoy your day of operating sharp, dangerous farm equipment. I can't believe this is an acceptable way to live. God bless America. Okay, gotta go. I love my life! America, the land of beautiful strip malls, top-class infrastructure, and wonderful urban sprawl. Ah, yes, beautiful America. But what's the most American thing you can think of? The Statue of Liberty? Mount Rushmore? A crazy lady in a mobility scooter yelling at a pigeon? Well, what if I told you the answer? It's alcohol. That's right. When the Puritans arrived on America's shores, they brought a ship packed with beer. George Washington provided his men with a daily
Beer's
supply of
what
whiskey.
separates
Andrew
us from the
Jackson
animals.
at the White House
My
so
great
trashed
aunt
that everybody
always
had to be ordered
snipers. You
outside.
wound
Frederick
me.
Douglass said whiskey made him feel like a president. Me too, Frederick. Me too. Americans drink a breakfast.
Me too,
Doctors
me
prescribe
too.
their patients hard liquor. In the 19th century, Americans drank 3
Have some whiskey.
of modern-day Canada. That's a lot of whiskey. Hey, Jerry, how's that report coming along? Already done, sir. I've also organized the paperwork, watered your flowers, and been a father figure to your children. Wait a minute. What's that smell? Have you been drinking at work? No, sir, I would never. Well, why not? Everyone else is doing it, but I got all my work done. You're fired! Americans drink at work. They drink at barn raisins, baptisms, and public hangings. Heavy drinking was so normal that it was as American as apple pie. Hi, everyone. My name's Ron, and I'm an alcoholic.
And I'm
Get over
wasted.
yourself, Ron.
We're all alcoholics.
But more and more
Yeah.
Americans began to wonder whether all of this
Get over
really
yourself,
was a normal
Ron.
way
We're all
to live. Were Americans
alcoholics.
drinking perhaps a little too much? Well, one group in particular thought the answer to that was yes. You know them? You love them. Woman. Oh, crap. Woman! Wrong! Hang on. We just want to talk. Woman? In public? That's outrageous. Come on, Fred. You've got 2 kids and a wife at home. Yet here you are spending your entire paycheck on booze. And you, Dr. Spanky, you were on the cusp of discovering time travel. But what did you discover instead? The sweet, sweet joys of whiskey. That's right. Alcohol. It's destroying our families, our jobs, and our homes.
Bullshit.
Right? Hang on, men. Don't let them get to you. This saloon is our safe space where our wives and children can't annoy us with reality, where we're free to be real men. Right. Right. I am a man. And what is it real men do? Take care of their families. I don't know what she's talking about. Do you take care of your family? No. We drink beer.
We drink beer.
Shoot guns, and we mud wrestle. As America's heavy drinking ruined more and more lives, moral resistance
Such
began to
lovely
arise, and
eye.
women
Finally,
were at
Bo
the
better
forefront,
than you.
taking matters into their own
You've
hands.
got the
At a time when
heroic
women doing
look,
just about
and you
anything was
radiate a
shocking.
certain
They'd had
aura
enough
of
being victim to their husband's
trustworthiness.
heavy drinking, and
It's
they
a
were gonna
gift
do
that not
something
all of us
unprecedented.
have.
You're going to
Especially
what?
not
I'm
me.
going to protest. Oh, sweetie. Women can't protest. Starting in Ohio, before spreading nationwide, women began a crusade against alcohol. They marched through towns and cities, singing hymns, gathering outside saloons, and praying on their knees. Women praying was so...
He doesn't know how to say women, which is so stupid. Every once in a while, you catch him saying or doing something dumb. You're like, oh no, wait, you are kind of an idiot though. And there it is. He doesn't know how to say women. He only knows how to say woman.
so terrifying that in some towns, schools were shut and business stagnated. On one occasion, firemen were called out to hose down women. On another, the owners of beer
A
gardens
woman.
reportedly hold the cannon outside.
Plural, you idiot. Plural would be women.
Nevertheless, they persisted,
Where?
and they formed the WCTU in 1874, and they organized. They set up homes for inebriate women. They installed water fountains in public parks. They wrote textbooks for school children that contained some interesting claims about drinking alcohol. Here's little Timmy. Uh-oh. Looks like Timmy's gonna have his first drink. He's taking a small sip of whiskey, and Timmy has spontaneously combusted. The end. The woman's efforts weren't in vain. In small towns across America, drugstores agreed to stop fulfilling prescriptions for alcohol. Men committed themselves to giving up drink. Inspired by the woman's moral fervor, some saloon owners closed their doors. The Women's Crusade and other temperance movements were forcing people to reconsider alcohol's role in society, and more people began to side with the growing temperance movement. Many states began enacting their own
Idiots.
bylaws that restricted the sale and use of alcohol. One of them was Kansas, where alcohol had been outlawed since 1881. Despite this, many illegal saloons remained open, and authorities had done just about nothing to stop them. One woman, disgusted by what she saw, decided she would take the law into her own hands. And not just any woman, a terrifying, hatchet-wielding, sweet old lady named Carrie Nation. Armed with her trusty hatchet and a bag of what she called smashers, she traveled from town to town visiting saloons. But she wasn't there to
Smashers.
get smashed. She was there to
Smash
She
games.
did nothing but cower as sweet little Carrie hulked out and tore the place to shreds. She went to Kiowa and smashy smashed. Wichita, smashy smashed.
Wichita.
She was arrested, but each time they were like, okay, Carrie, we're gonna let you go so long as you promise to be a good girl and not smash up any more saloons. Okay? Screw you, pig! Yeah, I think she's gonna be all right. Smash, smash, smash. Carrie's tactics
I love
shocked
this.
the other members of the Women's Christian Temperance Union, but she assured them, and this is a quote, "Ladies, you do not know how much joy you will have until you smash, smash, smash." Carrie became a household name, and she hoped her unusual tactics would spread across the country. But unfortunately, many of the women's movements eventually slowed down. Why? Well, because of this kind of thing. Thelma! My pencils. Well, you'll have to sew them yourself because I'm going out protesting. What? I don't know how to sew. What if I burn the house down and get eaten by alligators? What? Don't be stupid, Mitch. Look, I've gotta go. Me stupid? She's the one who's stupid. Hey, Thelma! Look who's stupid now! See, while the women were out protesting, there was nobody to do the cooking and cleaning and being seen and not heard, and they gradually had to return to their duties at home. But where the woman had got the ball rolling, a new movement was about to take that ball all the way
That
to
was very
Washington, D.C.
sexist.
I'm talking about the Anti-Saloon League. The Anti-Saloon League was a political pressure group run by a very sweet old man. Don't let that deceive you. This guy was an evil genius. While the women's movements were interested in a whole range of issues, Wayne Wheeler and the Anti-Saloon League only cared about enemy number one, Mr. Alcohol. And as a result, they were extremely effective. They were able to exploit the fears of the American people. And I mean everyone's fears. Here's how they did it. Hello, sir. Welcome to the Liberal Progressive Rally. Why don't you introduce yourself? Well, I'm Patty, and I'm an immigrant from Ireland. And tell me, Patty, do you drink? Oh, yes. I drink a lot. See, folks, people like Patty come here looking for a better life, only to end up drunk in the gutter. Don't worry, sir. We're gonna help you. Hey man, you're doing great. I just need you for one more thing. Hey, Christian conservatives. This is Patty. He's a dirty Catholic Irish immigrant who's come to destroy America with his alcohol-fueled debauchery! Workers were told alcohol was a capitalist ploy to keep them subjugated. Factory owners were told alcohol was making their irresponsible workers lazy. The black community was warned alcohol was hindering its progress, while racists were warned alcohol would turn black men into brutes. In one of the most confusing eras of American politics, totally opposing groups found themselves agreeing on at least one thing. Alcohol was bad. The Anti-Saloon League also made great use of propaganda, something prohibitionists have been doing for decades. This
Idiots.
specimen, for example, that warns what will happen to you if you start drinking. Let's see. First you take a drink, you get a little rowdy. Okay. You make some new friends. Nice. Then you become homeless. You turn to crime. And... But the most effective tactic Wheeler used to force prohibition on America was pressure politics. In any election he could, Wheeler very successfully rounded up support against any politician who was in favor of alcohol. In Ohio alone, he had 70 state representatives and the popular Republican governor ousted from office and replaced with prohibitionists. Suddenly, every politician in America was afraid of Wayne Wheeler. Even those who enjoyed alcohol in private began pretending to be against it in public. Alcohol is delicious. Malicious. Sorry, Wayne. I'm really drunk right now. Then it really hit the fan in 1917, when America found itself fighting in the First World War against Germany. Anti-German sentiment exploded. Sauerkraut became Liberty Cabbage. German measles became Liberty measles. And Dapper became the embodiment of evil. See, America? You've always been this way. The biggest brewers in America were German, and Wheeler saw to it that drinking alcohol became akin to pro-German treason. The German brewers desperately tried to fight back, creating their own propaganda, presenting beer as a healthy beverage, one that you could even give to your kids. As you can imagine, it didn't go down well. President Wilson instituted some temporary wartime prohibition measures to save private food, and with many in the country now in support of prohibition, all that was left was to make it law. One problem was that taxes on alcohol made up nearly 40% of the U.S. government's annual revenue, and the government wasn't just about to give that up. No problem. The Anti-Saloon League helped lobby for the creation of a new income tax for the American people, and just like that, the government was no longer reliant on alcohol. Prohibition was finally introduced to Congress in 1913, not just as a law, but a constitutional amendment. In 1917, as the House held their final vote on the Prohibition Amendment, Wheeler was watching from the gallery. You spineless cowards. I know half of you drink, yet here you are bowing down to Ned Flanders up there. Look at him, like he's some kind of Caesar. Ugh, don't be so dramatic. I obviously don't think I'm Caesar. Now release the lion. In the end, Prohibition passed the House easily, 282 votes to 128, and the states ratified the new amendment by 1919. America, a nation obsessed with liberty and freedom, had just voluntarily given up its private right to choose whether or not to drink alcohol. We did it, folks. We fixed everything. America will be perfect forever. You just dissolved America's 5th largest industry and lost tens of thousands of jobs for us immigrants. No, you idiot. You don't get it. We helped you, idiot. Ugh, I could really go for a beer. Oh, no. Immediately after Prohibition went into effect, alcohol consumption in America decreased as Americans followed the law and tried not drinking. Man, if we're gonna be law-abiding good boys, we need something else to fill the dark, lonely void that delicious beer once did. Well, how about we crack open a nice cold can? Oh, hell yeah. Toss it over. Nah, this isn't doing it for me. Let's try knitting. This isn't filling the dark void at all. Wanna play some kites? Ah, screw it. Let's go get some illegal beer. While it seemed like many Americans supported Prohibition, after the law went into effect, it seemed like just as many Americans intended to keep on drinking, and they would go on to find a variety of ways to break the new law. Here's a question for you. Do you like breaking the law? Well, shame on you. Or do you like saving money when you shop online? Of course not. Then you'd have to talk to real-life people. Yuck. You'd rather shop online in the comfort and darkness of your mom's basement. And better yet, you can save money when you shop online with Honey. Honey is a free browser extension that scours the internet for promo codes and automatically tests them when you're checking out. Look at me. I'm buying a Baby Yoda smartwatch to increase my chances of getting a girlfriend. And look, this magic dancing coin man is a promo. Holy heckin' balls! I I just saved $18.75. Watch out, ladies. And guess what? Those of you who've already installed Honey using my link have found over $247,000 in savings. So what are the rest of you waiting for, you big dumb stinky idiots? It's free and can be easily peasily installed in 2 clicks. So get Honey for free today by going to joinhoney.com/oversimplified. That's joinhoney.com/oversimplified. And as always, you'll be supporting my channel. So thank you. Now where were we? Oh yeah, Punching Patty, passing prohibition, and procuring pints. Pretty soon after the new law went into effect, the failures of Prohibition were already beginning to rear their ugly heads. For starters, the details of the new Prohibition law, written by none other than Wayne Wheeler himself, turned out to be more draconian than expected. Many Prohibition supporters only wanted to outlaw hard liquor and hoped beer would remain legal, but the Volstead Act outlawed anything over 0.5%. That would make Liberty Cabbage illegal. Secondly, the new law was full of loopholes that Americans very quickly began to exploit. For example, while the sale and manufacture of liquor was illegal, drinking it wasn't. And you could also keep any alcohol you had before the law went into effect. So many private clubs hoarded huge amounts of alcohol that saw them through the entire Prohibition period. Whiskey intended for medicinal purposes was also illegal, and doctors basically became bartenders. It looked as though a full-on epidemic had broken out, as there was a sudden surge in prescriptions for whiskey. Sacramental wines used by churches and synagogues were also permitted. Orders for communion wine suspiciously skyrocketed by millions of gallons. And as rabbis had access to religious wine, suddenly everyone was becoming a rabbi. You had Rabbi Pat O'Leary, Rabbi LL Cool J, Rabbi Fluffy. But don't worry, I'm sure all these definitely legitimate religious figures couldn't possibly be selling wine in the back alley after Mass. Yep, definitely nothing strange going on here. New products also hit the shelves in stores, such as Vine Glow, a brick of dehydrated grape juice, itself not alcoholic, and therefore perfectly legal. But the packaging did contain a strangely specific warning. After dissolving the brick in a gallon of water, do not place the liquid in a jug in the cupboard for 20 days, because then it would turn into wine. I'll take 1,000. Yes, sir. Now, at this point, I want you to think back for me, if you will, to the year 2005. You're the coolest kid around, and you convince your parents to rent the greatest movie of all time from your local Blockbuster. But the movie starts with a strange message, something about not downloading a car. You immediately disregard that and hop on Kazaa to download the greatest song of all time, and in the process, drain your dad's bank account with copious amounts of ransomware. You were breaking the law, you bad boy or girl, but did anyone come to arrest you? No. That's my point. If no one's enforcing a law, while everyone's breaking it, is it really a law? And so it was with Prohibition. See, the conservative-led governments of the decade were also the kind of people who believed in small government spending. So they passed a law that would be extremely difficult to enforce, but also didn't want to spend any of the money required to enforce it. The newly created Bureau of Prohibition only had 1,500 agents to cover the entire country. That's one agent for every 70,666 Americans in a massive country with 12,000 miles of coastline and one gigantic land border with Canada. Good luck, schmuckos. And all these clever little loopholes people were using to score illegal booze were only just the beginning. America was about to devolve into alcohol-fueled criminal chaos. By outlawing it, Prohibition had made alcohol a precious commodity. Millions of Americans would become outlaws as they found a variety of ways to score illegal booze. For example, many Americans began making their own liquor. Illegal stills from making moonshine were found by Prohibition agents from the hills of Kentucky and the caves of Arizona to parking lots in major cities, and even in the homes of Prohibition-supporting politicians. Oh, come on now, fellas. I voted for Prohibition. I'm not gonna have an illegal still. What's this? That's my son, Freddy. Say hi, Freddy. Sir, this is obviously an illegal still. How dare you? Hey, what's this in the bathtub? That's bath water. Why does it taste like alcohol? Here's a better question. Why are you tasting my bath water, weirdo? Come on, Freddy. Let's get away from these perverts. To discourage moonshining, the government began adding extra toxins to many of the products moonshiners were using, which resulted in many cases of severe illness and death. But alcohol wasn't just being made at home. Along America's vast coastline, rum runners smuggled alcohol to the country by sea. A floating supermarket known as Rum Row extended along the East Coast, just beyond America's maritime limit, and bootleggers frequently sailed out in small boats to pick up shipments of booze. These bootleggers could then be found selling their illegal products everywhere. Members of Congress. Wow, Pop. One day, I want to work here. Well, son, if you work hard and never give up, one day even you could be a massive hypocrite. Even President Harding was known to serve as cabinet bootlegged whiskey, and some bootleggers were so successful, they became bazillionaires, such as Roy Olmsted, an ex-cop who became one of the biggest employers in the Seattle area from smuggling booze. Unfortunately, all of his whiskey came from Canada. Yuck. All of this criminality was being made possible by copious amounts of corruption. Across the country, armies of government officials were persuaded to turn a blind eye. Bootleggers became so rich, it was no problem to stuff a couple $1,000s into the front pocket of the police chief, or the mayor, or their disapproving mother. And some cops were getting almost as rich as the bootleggers. All right, man, everyone gather in. I've received word that one of you has been taking bribes from bootleggers. Any ideas who? Kevin, perhaps. Got any thoughts? No, sir. Many police officers came from the same communities that drank a lot, and they weren't about to arrest their own granddads for knocking back some homemade gin. But all this isn't to say there was no enforcement. Plenty of government officials were doing their best to enforce the new laws, and some unlucky individuals received very harsh punishments, such as the Michigan mother, who was sentenced to life in prison for small-scale moonshining. Cases like these were widely reported in the media, and only served to make prohibition even more unpopular. But not just that. The media also loved to cover the exploits of the most famous bootleggers, turning them into national icons. One of the biggest bootleggers was a man named George Remus. Originally a lawyer, he wanted to test bootleggers like and proclaim bootlegging as the business formula. But unlike most bootleggers, Remus had big brain, and he came up with a pretty clever system. See, there were millions of gallons of liquor produced before Prohibition that were sitting in distillery warehouses, and it could only be sold with government permission to drug companies. So Remus set up his own drug company and bought all the liquor. Then he set up his own transport company to transport the liquor. And then he would send his own men out with guns to intercept his own transport vehicles. And this would happen. Hey man, this is a stick-up. Oh no, please don't hurt me. I won't hesitate to shoot. Please, I have a wife and kids. Hand over all the whiskey, Fatty. Hey! Fatty isn't in the script, you jerk! After stealing all the whiskey from himself, he could then sell it for big bucks. The perfect crime. Unfortunately, Remus was eventually caught by a goody-two-shoes prohibition director in Indiana who wouldn't take Remus's bribes, and the government found Remus guilty of violating the Volstead Act 3,000 times. For 2 years, as Remus sat in prison, his wife promised to take care of all of his money. And by take care of his money, she meant have an affair with a prohibition agent, sell off everything Remus owned, and file for divorce. When Remus finally got out and found his big fancy mansion empty with his wife gone, he reportedly broke down in tears. A few months later, during their divorce trial, he spotted his wife in a car in Cincinnati. Remus hopped in a cab and asked the driver to run her off the road. The driver was like, okay. Then Remus got out of the cab and shot his wife dead. He immediately handed himself into the police, and his next trial, for murder, became a national sensation. Himself claiming insanity, occasionally carrying out skillful questioning, occasionally crying in the corner. But the nation felt bad for him. His wife had screwed him over, and so when after just 19 minutes of deliberation, the jury returned and declared him not guilty, the court erupted into celebration. And just to remind you, this guy bluntly admitted to murdering his wife. The American justice system. Mwah. As alcohol poured into the nation, a lot of it was going to a new
That
type of
sounds like the
drinking
America I
establishment that
know.
had been booming in popularity. A secret drinking establishment. So secret that from the outside they often look like ordinary shops or homes. So secret that you usually needed a password to get in. So secret that everybody knew about them. Speakeasies. And once you were in, the party went all night long. Scantily clad flappers, snake ladies, jazz. It was a roaring time to be alive. Some publications even posted reviews of these illegal clubs, and bribes galore kept the party going. It seemed like half the police officers and federal agents in cities like New York were receiving kickbacks from speakeasy owners. Hey! What the Kevin Costner is going on here? Officer O'Hannity, taking bribes? Why am I not surprised? Prohibition Director Simmons? For shame. Mom? What would Dad say? Ask him yourself. Dad would say, quit being such a wet blanket and let Daddy earn his tips. Anytime a speakeasy was shut down by authorities, it seemed like 3 more would just pop up elsewhere. And some neighborhoods were so full of them that one resident began hanging a sign to try to keep partygoers from constantly knocking on her door. It really seemed like the new laws regarding alcohol, in some places, were simply being ignored. And one prohibition agent who traveled the country liked to see which city was the most defiant by timing how long it took for him to be offered
Baltimore.
after he arrived.
Just
His
kidding.
winner? New Orleans, where a cab driver offered him a drink after just 35 seconds. Bravo! Many voices in Congress were already speaking out against prohibition and its failures. To display how ridiculous the whole thing was, one Republican congressman gathered the media to all come and watch him drink a homemade beer. When he asked a passing police officer if he'd like to arrest him, the officer said no. Hey Wayne, is all this what you had in mind? I thought we were going to make the country better, but it almost seems like it's worse. What do you mean? Alcohol consumption is down. Well, that may be true in your small town world, But it says here drinking in some areas is up. After arrests for public intoxication, drunk driving, and incidents of liver cirrhosis, the general chaos has turned America into a nation of criminals with no respect for the law. And all these attempts at enforcement are just costing the economy valuable money and eating up judicial time and resources. Release the lines. The social change and corruption that Wheeler and the anti-Semites had been so eager to prevent in the city was surging. See, when something's legal, you can usually regulate and control it. But when something's illegal, and often anything, becomes fair game. Legal drinking age, gone. Mandatory closing hours for clubs and bars, gone. Other unspoken socio-cultural rules surrounding alcohol, gone, gone, gone. In speakeasies, different genders and ethnicities were beginning to mingle in a way they hadn't done before. The Roaring Twenties saw a monumental shift in culture. Not least of all, because now men and women could flirt in public without being damned for eternity. An outraged Wayne Wheeler did his best to make sure that anyone breaking the law was punished. He had even stricter legislation put in place in New York. But all this did was clog up the justice system with petty drinking violations, and judges began letting everyone off with light fines, so the judges could get back to dealing with things that actually mattered. You know, things like murder. And there was plenty of murder, because bootleggers and moonshiners were one thing, but Prohibition had given another kind of criminal an opportunity to make a fortune. Mobsters and gangsters. Hey, Fat Tony. Big news. Hey, Fat Joey. What's up? I just got word from Fat Louie here that the government's outlawed. You know what that means.
Splendid!
That means
You
we're gonna be
most
rich.
importantly
Quick,
agreed.
call Fat
Well,
Polly.
you
Let's
had
go
to
hijack a
serious,
liquor truck
I'll
now.
visit town
All right.
That'll
Hang
teach
on,
them.
Let me tell my wife first.
I can
Hey,
see
Fat
those
Susie!
explosions from
No
here.
pizza for Fat Joey
With any
tonight,
luck,
capiche?
we'll
Stop
witness a
calling
spell of
me
peace
Fat
from the
Susie.
pirates.
Come on. Come on. Rival gangs began to battle in America's cities, raiding each other's
That was
transports,
kind of
assassinating
racist
rivals,
and
trying to take control of their
sort of
cities.
stereotypical and shitty.
Every city had its top dog. Detroit had the Purple Gang. New England had Charles King Solomon. But no city was as infamous for gang violence and murder as Chicago. The city had multiple gang factions, and at first, they agreed to stay in their own neighborhoods. But the thing about criminals is that they're criminals, and the agreements inevitably broke down. One day, the leader of the Italian Southside gang was walking along the street when this happened. And he was like, you know, I think I'm done with this, and left for New York, leaving his crime empire to his chief enforcer, none other than Al Capone. Having been knifed in the face in his younger years, Capone earned himself the name Scarface. Although interestingly, he hated that nickname and preferred to be called Snorky. Snorky was ruthless, just like any other gang leader in America. But what set him apart from others, the reason he's become synonymous with 1920s gang warfare, is this. Most other gang leaders would try to keep a low profile because, you know, they're killing and murdering and stuff. But Capone lived for the fame and kept an extremely high public profile, frequently speaking with the media about his exploits and presenting himself as a gracious host, providing Chicago with good times. No need to thank me, fellas. I just provide the city with a valuable commodity while doing away with the competition. You mean you murder people? Whoa, who said anything about murder? I just, you know, force my rivals underground. When you do the thing with the hands, it seems like you're talking about murder. Whoa, look at you with the brains. No, I just help people retire from life. So murder. Whoa! Al Snorky Capone was somewhat of an enigma, brutal in how he dealt with enemies, but in front of the camera, he was all smiles. One day, he'd be ordering hit after hit. The next, he'd be signing autographs in Wrigley Field. One day, he'd be bludgeoning members of his own gang with a baseball bat for conspiring against him. The next, he'd be playing Santa at a nearby parochial school. And no murder could ever be traced back to him. Just like every other criminal, he stuffed the pockets of city officials with cold, hard cash. And any who did try to avoid him sometimes found themselves being thrown down the steps of City Hall in broad daylight. Problem solved. The public couldn't get enough of Capone. He quickly became a household name as people romanticized the gang life he lived. And this became a source of concern for the people at the very top. President Hoover? Ugh, what is it now, Miles? I'm busy. Well, it's just that there's a lot of crime, sir.
Oh.
Crime?
Oh, you
How long
are
has
a
that been
dear.
happening?
But
Since the dawn of man,
not
sir.
yet.
What? Would you
First, I
like me
need to
blame it
get
on the
these to the
Democrats
people
again?
of
No,
Congress.
Miles, I want you to blame it on squirrels. Yes, the Democrats. Now stop
perhaps
wasting my time. Since having a crime lord controlling public officials and winning the hearts of the people probably wasn't a good thing, Hoover personally ordered that something be done about this Capone fellow. But before he knew it, President Hoover was also dealing with another major problem. You know him, you love him, woman. The Prohibition era had been going on for nearly a decade, and anyone with a brain could see that it really wasn't going very well. One person with a brain was Pauline Sabin, an extremely influential and rich woman who served on the Republican National Committee, fundraised for Republican presidents, and had a secret wine room in her giant mansion. She initially supported Prohibition, but was now disgusted at the chaos it had created, and she began a new women's movement, this time not for Prohibition, but against it. Being the extremely influential woman she was, her new organization gained nearly 1.5 million members within 2 years, 5 times that of the Women's Christian Temperance Union. She hated that the WCTU claimed to speak for all women, and she began calling for the repeal of the 18th Amendment. President Hoover, I helped fund your campaign, and now I want you to end prohibition.
This
Miles, what
Azov
it
is
I say
only
when I'm not
slight
gonna do
now,
anything?
though
You'll
accurate,
look into
if
it, sir.
simple.
Oh yeah,
The
that's right.
ancients
Bullying?
employed them as well,
I'll look
though
into it.
then...
Sabin gave speeches on the steps of Congress and helped start a growing push among the American people against prohibition. But Hoover, a prohibitionist himself, wasn't budging. Then, on the 14th of February, 1929, something happened that shocked the nation. Men, thought to be working for Al Capone, tricked some Irish mobsters into meeting them at a garage in Chicago, thinking they were there to purchase hijacked whiskey. Instead, the mobsters were lined up against the wall by men dressed as police, and they were shot. The Valentine's Day Massacre had people outraged. It was cruel, and almost felt like American mobsters had finally crossed a line. People were sick of the violence, and in part, they blamed Prohibition for helping to create it. The pressure on Hoover to do something was steadily increasing. Fine. Miles, I want you to put a report...
We want
to see if
beer.
something's working. You mean the thing where
Here's
mobsters
simple
are becoming
words.
increasingly powerful and massacring each other in the streets, and everyone is disregarding the law, and half our public
You
officials...
see how a lot of people would be passionate
That thing?
about that.
Yeah, I want to know if it's working or not, Miles. Stop wasting my time. Hoover continued to drag his feet on Prohibition, but after the Valentine's Day Massacre, he was still determined to do one thing: Al Capone in prison. Since he was so careful, the FBI were having a hard time charging him with anything, but eventually, they got him. Capone, we know you're supplying Chicago with alcohol, and you've been involved in countless murders. Whoa, look at you with the crazy talk. I ain't done none of that stuff. But you're rich, right? You're damn right I am. And so where'd all the money come from, Capone? All right, I'll let you in on a little secret, but you gotta promise not to tell anyone, okay? I don't pay my taxes. Whoa! For all of his murdering, the IRS finally got Capone on tax evasion. At his trial, he didn't seem too concerned, though, and spent most of his time
I
having a
greet
laugh
you in
with his
reverence,
lawyer. Hey,
fellow
Capone, I
pursuer
gotta
of
know,
knowledge.
why are you so confident you're gonna win here? Well, Your Honor, because I'm an honest man with a big heart who's passionate about working for the good of the people. And also because I threatened the entire jury's families. Luckily, at the last minute, the judge replaced the entire jury pool with a new one that Capone's men hadn't yet got to, and Capone was
Let
found
me
guilty.
get. The
He was
nobles
sentenced to
are
11
loving
years in
those fur
federal prison,
coats.
the harshest penalty ever given to a tax evader. But even with Capone locked away, the violence in Chicago and other cities continued, and in response, the movement against Prohibition continued to grow. And the final nail in Prohibition's coffin came in
Welcome to the
1929.
Autumn Rest.
After
Always
decade
a
of booming
colourful
economic
place
growth
to
under
be.
3 Republican
You here to
presidents,
check?
Any
the stock
packages
market
meant for
plummeted,
the
and
label
America
says
was
it
thrown
cures
into the
all
grips of
aches,
the Great
illness.
Depression. It was an awful time. 1 out of every 5 workers, 15 million people, would lose their jobs. Half the nation's banks failed. Temporary shantytowns were built for the broken homeless in public parks. Suddenly, very few people had time to care about prohibition. Expensive enforcement of an unenforceable law didn't seem like that big of a priority when people were having their homes repossessed and losing their life savings. And many began to argue that repealing prohibition would create vital jobs and tax revenue for the government. Yet President Hoover doubled down. Here's that report you asked for, sir. Gimme. Prohibition is great. Fantastic news. Sir, it says here prohibition is great at undermining the rule of law in America. Miles, it says the word great. That means good. Now stop wasting my time! The public, increasingly shocked at the violence
As
they
of
saw in
today,
the streets,
of
the
course it
corruption they
is.
saw in the government, the general
Oh,
disregard for the
more
law,
potent
and now
than
an
any
economic
potion.
calamity had
Though we live
enough.
forever,
For his re-election, Hoover
ailment,
faced a
despair,
Democratic
and
candidate who
darkness.
promised to finally do something about prohibition. Franklin
Sometimes
D.
all we
Roosevelt.
need to step
Crowds
back
cheered
from the
as
brink
FDR made his campaign speeches
small
promising to
secret
modify
hope.
the poll system. And Pauline Sabin, a lifelong Republican, along with her 1.5 million supporters, endorsed Roosevelt. And on election day, it was a landslide. Before FDR had even taken office, Republicans in Congress began the process of passing the 21st Amendment to repeal prohibition. One of FDR's first acts as president was to pass the Beer Permit Act, which made beer legal while the new amendment was being ratified. In 1933, with the passage of the 21st Amendment, prohibition was finally over, and the people celebrated like they'd just won a world war. Bars and taverns were packed. The WCTU were inconsolable. Wayne Wheeler was dead, and the celebration, particularly in America's cities, was intense. Heading into the mid-1930s, the effects of prohibition were clear to see. From now on, culture around drinking had changed. with men and women drinking together, not in saloons, but in bars and taverns. The crime syndicates that had been given so much power through prohibition remained powerful as they moved on to other things. Some states opted to remain dry, with Oklahoma only repealing its prohibition laws in 1959. To this day, there are still counties in America with some form of prohibition. So what did we learn today, kids? What's the big lesson here? What's the moral of this story that we can all take away and apply to our day-to-day lives? Maybe that you...
Nice, I made 40. Thank you. Okay. I'll put this stuff away. I forgot about this. Yeah, just dump it for now. I'm not really too interested in any of it. Yeah, just run it. Run it for now. We'll repair and God, I will look into a great sword. Just, you know, cover the bases, weapons, two-handed. I could probably run him.
You shouldn't force your own morals on others who don't share them. Maybe that if you tell Americans not to do something, that's the one thing they'll definitely do. Or maybe there is no lesson. Maybe we're all just a bunch of dumb, stinky idiots, and we're all doomed. The end.
Significant upgrade. It's a red blade too. It's cool. $450 on that motherfucker, and it's not even that high. Probably take the strength 13 con 6. Yep. No. I already watched this. Yeah. Let's watch Henry VIII. That seems
This
good.
video was made possible by Honey. Keep watching
Get out
to
of
find
it.
out how you can save money when you shop online. Also, the reviews are in. That's some nice merch. Get your brand new character pin, limited time face mask, and more.
I mean, it's a different blade at least. At least it has a little bit of a different look.
I don't have much longer. Tell me, was I a good king? You were okay. Will I be remembered as the great warrior king who invaded France, revolutionized English healthcare, and developed great parklands? Probably not, because of the white killing. Because of the white killing. Sigmund, how did I get here? I still remember the good old days when I was a boy with a heart full of fire, and Mummy would teach me.
Okay, Henry, this is a horse. Can you say horse?
Oh, divorce. What? No. Okay, let's try this one. Can you say loaf of bread? Loaf with her head. No, Henry, that's wrong. You know what? Last one. Okay. Can you say soap? Soap. Yes, that's it. I'm the supreme head of the church. Screw the Pope. You know what? You're my son and I love you, but you're freaking weird, man. The year is 1491. England has just come out of 3 decades of civil war, in which a bunch of Henrys, Edwards, and one Richard had a little ding-dong over which royal house should rule the realm. Finally, a Henry won, Henry VII, and he had a son. What should we name him? My royal lineage is full of Henrys. A fine name, a vigorous name, a tenacious name, a muscular name. How about Arthur? And so Arthur, Prince of Wales and next in line to the throne, was born. 5 years later, Prince Henry was born, but nobody cares about him. He's not the heir, just a spare. The king wanted to make an alliance with Spain, so one day he said to his son Arthur, "Hey, baby, you see that lady baby? That's gonna be your wife. But father, I'm not even 3 years old yet. Listen, there's something you have to understand. You're my son. But more than that, you're a political bargaining. But you love me, right? Political bargaining. Yay. Hey, Pop, echo you. I've written you a book. Listen here, tiny man. Can't you see that I'm busy? But I'm your son. I have another son? As Arthur was in another palace, being prepped to become king, he lived with his mother, 2 sisters, and an uncle. He trained for a church career. And not only that, Henry learned languages. He played sports. He learned what a nerd. Am I right? Wrong. Henry was the coolest of the generation. So I told my Latin teacher he could kiss my buddies. Anyway, here's the great scholars and theologians from across Europe came to teach the young Prince Henry, who by all accounts was a very enlightened, bright, charming young boy. Everybody loved him. And out of everything Henry was taught, more than anything, he came to adore and respect theology and Catholicism. One of Henry's tutors was English poet laureate John Skelton, who wrote a textbook for him that we still have today. In it, he wrote a number of important lessons for the young prince, such as do not be mean, loathe gluttony, and do not violate widows. Important lessons for any 9-year-old boy. Around this time, his older brother Arthur, now 15 years old, was married to Catherine of Aragon, sealing in Spain. And then he died. Oh, my alliance with Spain, my poor alliance with Spain. Your son, sire? Oh, yeah, of course, my son. But mostly my alliance with Spain. Hey, Pop, who the heck are you? Oh, yeah. And just like that, the unprepared Prince Henry was now the new heir to the throne. How about that alliance with Spain? Well, the solution was simple. Hey, boy, see that full-grown woman over there? That's gonna be your wife. What, my brother's widow? Yes. You're a freaking weirdo, man. Now, in the Bible, there's a verse that says marrying your brother's widow, that's a big no. So the king needed to convince the Pope and get special permission to take. Can I please have my son married? Sure. And so it was. Henry's life was turned on his head as he was moved to the royal court, next in line to the throne. But tragedy struck when just a few months later, his mother, with whom he was very close, suddenly died in childbirth. The loss of his mother would almost certainly have a big effect on the young boy. In his older years, King Henry VII went on a bit of a paranoid trip. As was the king at the time, Henry VII had to quell a number of rebellions, and as he aged, he became ever more suspicious of the nobility around him. To keep them in check, he began levying huge, ruinous fines, left, right, and center. Dukes, bishops, barons, even his own mother. No one was safe from his tyranny, and the nobility of England began to suffer. So when Henry VII finally got sick and died just after Christmas 1508, there was a lot of celebration. Not only because the tyrannical Henry VII was gone, but because his replacement was the ever-popular, charming, and handsome 18-year-old King Henry VIII. Henry married Catherine of Aragon in June 1509. You may be wondering, if it's so weird to marry your brother's widow, and since he's now king, couldn't Henry just decide not to? Well, yes, he could. But by now, Henry wanted to. The thing about Henry that was unlike many kings of the time was he married for love, and he had grown quite fond of Catherine, very fond. Historians say their marriage was unusually good, and so he was coronated king.
And what a king. Compared to his tyrannical father, he was an absolute joy. Having the blood of 2 royal houses, he was widely supported. He was really, really ridiculously good looking, and those famous calves could achieve world peace. Hey Henry, now that you're king, you know what that means. Costume party! Henry pranced around the palace playing dress up with his friends. He wrote plays, he sang songs, he danced. A true Renaissance man, very different from the gluttonous wife killer we think of today. In his early reign, people from near and far would come to ask favors of the generous king. Hey man, could I gain ownership of some land near Upton Snodsbury? Sure thing, pal. Hey, could I be an earl or a baron or a viscount or something? Anything you want, man. Could I get, just a really cool pig that has, freaking metal wings and 8 legs and shoots flippin' lasers and it can grow more pigs out of it for extra pigs? Say no more. Hey, guys, I was just checking up on the financial report and what the hell? We can't afford this. Henry's council that he inherited from his father weren't happy with all the money he was just throwing around, and they worked hard to curb the king's spending. Since they controlled the royal seals needed to get stuff done, at first they were largely able to control the young king. And for Henry, the most infuriating things of all was they wouldn't let him joust with his friends because it was too dangerous, nor would they let him do the thing he wanted most, to go on a great, glorious, and expensive conquest against England's historical France. Please, guys, I'll keep it cheap. How? I'm glad you asked. I've got a promo code. The financial burden of war? Yeah. Honey is the free browser extension that automatically finds promo codes when you shop online. Imagine you're on one of your favorite websites. Not that one. If you want to reinvent yourself...
You are so annoying.
Got any sick promo codes for me? You do? Nice. You just saved $40 on your online shop. Honey supports over 30,000 online stores and has already helped over simplified viewers save over $87,000. That's a lot of moves. Not having Honey is literally saying no to free money like a crazy person. It's free. Find some coupons for it's Honey. Part of the Venmo PayPal family. So you know it. Get Honey for free at joinhoney.com/oversimplified. That's joinhoney.com/oversimplified. And you'll also be supporting my channel. So thank you. Where were we? Oh yeah. Sexy cat, excessive spending, with friends. Henry wanted glory. He wanted to go down in history. If he didn't go to war in France, was he even the king of England? Man, I want to go to war so bad, but the council won't let me. Maybe I should help him. Whoa, it's Cardinal Wolsey. My best friends, despite being an old-ass man, Cardinal Wolsey knew that if he helped King Henry, there'd likely be something in it for him. So what was his great, intricate plan to curb the council's power? You're the king, dum-dum. You can do whatever you want. What? Wolsey began writing bills that simply didn't require the seal, and thus Henry was back on top. For his efforts, Wolsey began to climb the ranks. He became something of a yes man, encouraging his slaves while Wolsey took care of business. Hey, kid, you want to go on an adventure? Do I ever? I hope with his royal friends, he needed support. He offered the young, impressionable King Henry 100 Jesus. Fine, he went the road. He came on the way, and Henry, all in. At this point in his life, he still respected the church and loved them. And here was a chance for war. He still didn't have an heir, a fairly big problem for a monarch at the time. But right now, the only kind of smashing he was interested in was smashing French guys in the face. And so off he went. The English already held the French city of Calais. From there, Henry made a glorious victory at the Battle of the Spur. He took the French cities of Terouanne and Tournai. The word of his victory spread. This was it. Here was the glory he had been waiting for. Back home, his beautiful wife also led armies to victory in Scotland. Soon, Henry was now the heir of the whole of Henry's wildest dreams were coming true. As the French prepared to invade Italy, all Henry could do was go. Well, at least now I have an inheritance for me. That's a funny name for a boy. Henry. It's a girl. This was Captain exquisite specimen of royal inbreed, an heir to a huge throne, and a chin that could hit up. Holy Roman Emperor Charles V. He was Henry's wife's
Thank you.
nephew. Henry had helped them out in the past to put down a Spanish rebellion, and now the two wanted to make an alliance, and so a marriage was arranged. Mary, I'd like to introduce you to your 22-year-old fully grown adult cousin, and now your future husband. Ew, he looks inbred. Mary! We're all inbred. With their new alliance,
We're all
Charles and Henry
inbred.
agreed to team up and relaunch a campaign against France. In 1522, the English landed and stormed as far south as Agincourt, but Charles didn't commit significant forces. Whoops, sorry man, not sure what happened. I'll join in next year. The next year, England swept northern France, almost taking Paris. But once again, where was Charles? Oh man, I'm so sorry. I promise, next year, I'll be there. The next year came, and a fed-up Henry decided he was going to sit this one out. And just as Charles ravaged the French at the Battle of Pavia and captured the French king, holy crap, dude. Yeah, I totally kicked France's butt. That's great. So, can I have the French throne like we agreed? No. What? And also, I don't want to marry your ugly daughter anymore. Ugly? Have you seen your chin? Mummy says it's a strong chin for a strong boy. As Henry's alliance with Charles fell apart, Henry knew his days as a warrior were over. This was a problem for him, but it was a bigger problem for his wife. Catherine of Aragon had two jobs. The first was to give Henry a male heir. The second was to maintain an alliance with her relatives in Spain, including her nephew. She had failed, and Henry's sexy eyes began to wander. Home from all his wars, Henry ate up his daily 5,000 calories of meat as an infatuation began to grow for one of his wife's ladies-in-waiting, Anne Boleyn. Beautiful, intelligent, cultured. She was exactly Henry's type. Now, Henry had had dozens of mistresses, including Anne's sister, but Anne didn't want to just be Henry's side chick. She wanted to be his queen. Henry sent dozens of letters, thirsty love poems. In one, he proclaimed that he would like to kiss her pretty duckies. Henry's loins were on fire, but Anne kept him at just the right distance to drive him crazy and push him to find a way to get rid of his current wife. Wolsey, I want a divorce. And as the representative of the Pope here in England, I expect you to sort it out quickly and quietly. I don't want this to turn into a Europe-wide scandal. You got it, Your Majesty.
Hey, Big Papa! My boy Henry says he wants to divorce his wife. Any chance?
To Henry's shock and horror, Wolsey deferred the case back to the Pope in Rome. To make matters worse, after all the wars in Europe, the Pope was currently under the thumb of Charles V. Now everybody
And
knew what
they
was going
shall
on.
revel in
Henry's
their
divorce trial had
false
become a pawn of
victories,
greater European
deluding
rule. For
themselves
Wolsey,
when the
decision was
true
a disaster.
test is
His
still
job was
to
keep
come.
Henry happy, and Henry was very, very unhappy. Nevertheless, the divorce trial began. Henry's case rested upon the Bible verse in Leviticus that claimed marrying your brother's widow would lead to childlessness, and Henry was certainly having a hard time getting a male heir. He argued that the Pope had got it wrong when he allowed Henry to marry his brother's widow, and that now divorce was the only solution. However, the Pope and Charles V acquired some interesting letters from an unknown source. He wants to kiss her pretty duckies? Man, this guy's loins are on fire. The Pope now knew the case for divorce may not actually be found in Henry's Bible, but in Henry's pants. After escaping Charles V, the Pope did send out one Cardinal Campeggio to oversee the trial. Campeggio was an old man racked with gout. It took him 6 painful months to travel from Rome to England, and when he finally got there, this kept happening. Hey, I need you to take a look at this evidence. I can't. My gout is acting up. Hey, are you ready to take my testimony? I can't. My gout is acting up. Hey, can you please make a decision? I can't. Your gout is acting up. My gout is acting up. Anne Boleyn, with her Protestant views in support of the Reformation, suspected the Pope was just delaying. For 2 whole years, the trial dragged on, and in the end, the Pope simply said, no divorce for you. Henry, the king that had previously defended the Pope militarily from France and intellectually from the reformist ideas of Martin Luther, who had once respected the Pope above all, now found the Pope standing between him and fourth base. Your Majesty, what will you do? I'm the king, dum-dum. I can do whatever I want. What? For his failure, Henry removed Wolsey from the court, a decision that was likely influenced by Anne Boleyn, who disliked the cardinal. Having fallen from grace and with potential charges of treason over his head, Wolsey died of illness a year later. Then, Henry set about removing England from the influence of the Pope. Hey, if you do that, I'll excommunicate you. Who cares, man? Oh no, apathy.
My weakness.
Henry gathered theologians and scholars together to help him make his case against the Pope. Together, they argued to the people of England that the Pope's rule over the Church was basically a takeover of what had once been a self-governing, national English Church. And if that sounds familiar, some historians do believe this moment may have laid the foundations for English Euroscepticism. That's right, Brexit may have been influenced by Henry's explosive loins. By and large, the people gave Henry their support, and those that didn't were going to be in for a rough time. But for now, Henry assumed the role of supreme head of the English Church, and his next divorce trial was a foregone conclusion. Catherine of Aragon was Aragon, and Anne Boleyn was in. Alright, I've upended the entire country to be with you, so you'd better give me a son, okay? Now, did you get my letter about the duckies? Having finally married the girl of his dreams, it was party time for him. And what a party. Life in the Tudor court was non-stop. Huge banquets, with each person eating on average 5,000 calories a day. And no vegetables. Those are for poor people. Rich people ate meat. And so you know what else is for rich people? Constipation. But don't let that stop the party. The toilets are communal. And Henry himself was the center of everything. He ate the best food. He had 1,200 pairs of shoes. He didn't even have to wipe his own bum-bum. Life was great. Everyone, I give you your majesty, King Henry VIII. But how did they pay for it all? Well, influenced by his fairly Protestant new wife, since Henry had overturned the organization of the church, this is how they paid for it. Oh my goodness, how awful. Selling fake fragments of the cross? Vials of Jesus' blood that you got from a duck? Using religion in this way? This is terrible. I must confiscate all this money at once. Yes, how awful. I must take all of this away immediately. Monasteries across the nation were dissolved and their riches placed in the royal coffers. Obviously, many people weren't too happy about this, but Henry had a plan for that as well. Henry's descent into tyranny had begun, as any who rejected his new claim as supreme head of the English Church found their heads on the chopping block. And so Henry partied. He danced. He sang. He ate. He jousted. Be me. Love gluttony. Violate widows. In 1536, Henry fell from his horse in a jousting accident. Not for the first time, but certainly the heaviest fall he had taken yet. Some historians believe the brain damage caused by the incident may have violently accelerated Henry's descent into tyranny. Executions in England ramped up. During his reign, it's estimated 57 to 72,000 people were put to death. Rich or poor, big or small, no one was safe. And the most prominent victim of all was to be Henry's own wife. It had been 3 years since their marriage. Anne had been pregnant 4 times, yet she had only been able to produce one healthy child, a girl. What's more, it's possible she had been going around insulting Henry's manhood. Henry's eyes, once again, began to wander. His new top man, Thomas Cromwell, didn't want to end up like Cardinal Wolsey, and so he came up with a plan. There was a court musician who had been quite flirtatious in public with the Queen. Well, Thomas Cromwell and his boys got a forced confession out of him, saying that it didn't stop at innocent flirtation, and the charges came rolling in. Listen, Anne, we need to talk. Oh no, you're gonna divorce me, aren't you? Just like your last wife. Aw, no, come here. Shh, no, I'm not gonna divorce you. It's much worse than that. Anne was charged with adultery, perversion, even incest, and plotting to kill the king himself. The jury found her guilty, including her own uncle and ex-fiancé, both fearing the wrath of the king. And on May 19, 1536, Anne Boleyn was Anne Boleyn. Literally the next day, Henry married one of Anne's ladies-in-waiting, Jane
Wow.
Seymour, his third wife. After Anne had smack-talked his manhood, and since he still had no male heir, Henry went on a campaign to ensure the public knew he was as virile as it gets. He had this famous portrait painted of the manliest man I've ever seen, and later, he would even have his physician make a declaration about his health. King Henry is a fine specimen of a man, and please don't make me say this. Say it. And every time I look at him, I wish I was a woman. The truth is, after his jousting accident, the king had badly injured his leg and was no longer very active.
Yet he was still eating his daily 5,000 calories. So by now, Henry was extremely unhealthy. For the remainder of his life, he would incur a number of illnesses, and his injured leg ulcers would ooze stinking pus. A fine
Did you
specimen
manage
of a
to
man,
restore the
indeed.
last
On the church
Vercorin?
front,
You
Henry's
definitely
new and
should.
now
But
pregnant
now
wife
that we've
was a
restored the
devout
third
Catholic, and she
gemstone,
pleaded with the
I
king
am
to
going to
reinstate
visit the
monastery.
Druidic Warren
Henry
of
was sick of
Thornhall.
wives
I'm
meddling in
hoping
his
by
business,
some
and he
miracle my
bluntly
fellow
warned her to
druids are
remember what
restored as
happened to
well.
Anne Boleyn.
I'll see you in
Since
town.
splitting with the Pope, Henry had been hard at work determining the theology of his new Church of England. It kept many Catholic traditions, while on the other hand embracing some reformist ideas, such as requiring the use of a new Bible not in Latin, but in English. The cover of Henry's new Bible depicted the people appearing to worship a giant King Henry. And in the corner, there's some people being put to death, just for good measure. For any who opposed Henry's ideas, whether Catholic or Protestant, for any who rebelled against it would be off with their heads. In October 1537, Henry finally got what he had been waiting for. His wife Jane gave birth to a healthy boy. However, the triumph soon turned to tragedy as Jane Seymour died days later from complications during the birth. Henry mourned Jane, the woman who had given him a son, for 2 years. Your Majesty, it's time to choose your next wife. Thomas! Not now! Can't you see I'm in mourning? That one. The woman Thomas Cromwell had lined up for Henry's next marriage was the sister of a powerful German duke. But all Henry cared about was that she was pretty as pie, and Thomas Cromwell promised that indeed she was. However, when she arrived in England,
Fortunately,
Henry was
there
less
are
than
new
pleased.
developments
Your
that may
Majesty,
plunge
let
us
me
back
introduce
into
you to your
chaos
fourth
just as
wife,
we were
Anne
starting
of
to have
Cleves.
hope.
What's that smell?
Just minutes
I
ago,
think it's your leg,
Captain
sire.
Liovik
No,
sent word
it's
that the
Anne of
tribute
Cleves.
encountered trouble
She's
on the road.
ugly. This is treason. What? Off
Sadly,
with his head.
no.
Henry found
He's
his new wife
overwhelmed
so
with the
repulsive
duties
that
of
he never
Down Guard
consummated
captain.
the marriage
He
and
sent
divorced
some
her
of his new
just 6
recruits.
months later. And for bringing
Captain
Henry an
Liovik
ugly,
should be
stinking
down
woman,
at the gate.
along with additional
Please
charges of
find
plot
out
and
if
treason,
anything can be
Thomas
done.
Cromwell lost his head. The very same day of Cromwell's execution, Henry married his fifth wife, the famed beauty Catherine Howard. She's believed to have only been 17 at the time. Henry was 49, and like Anne of Cleves, Catherine Howard didn't last long. You see, for some reason, she may not have been entirely satisfied with her 49-year-old fine specimen of a man, and it's possible she engaged in a number of extramarital affairs, including one with her cousin, Thomas Culpeper. When Henry found out, he was devastated. How could she do this to me? But, sire, don't you have hundreds of mistresses? Shut up, Barry. That's not the point. Your Majesty, you're crying. I'm not crying. It's just that sometimes, when I get sad, water comes out of my eyes! For her treason, Catherine Howard met the same fate as Anne Boleyn in 1542. So, we've had divorced, beheaded, died, divorced, beheaded. Look out, here comes survive. Henry married the daughter of a royal official, Catherine Parr, in 1543, and she appears to have been a good companion to Henry. She cared for the aging king, who by now was so heavy it took several men to winch him onto his horse. She acted as a mediator within the family and convinced the king to restore his two daughters to the line of succession. Their marriage did have one hiccup, however, when Catherine dared disagree with the king over the subject of theology. It's a miracle because when the priest says the words of institution, the bread turns into the body of Christ. Well, if you put the bread in a box for
Good
3
thing
months,
you're
is
here,
it a
comrade.
miracle that it turns
You
moldy?
won't believe it, but my
Treason!
recruits just returned with
Can't call
confirmation that the
everything
new
treason,
tribute has
Henry.
come
The
under
king
attack.
called for her arrest, as serious
I was about to
charges
go
were
myself.
placed
The
over her
caravan
head.
came under
However,
attack at
in
the
end,
Bulrush
she told
Wash
Henry
River
that she had
crossing.
not been disagreeing
I'm
with
told
him,
it's a
but
full
simply
onslaught
learning.
of lost.
And so when the guards came to arrest her, the king told
Recover
them to
what
make
you
like
can,
an Anne and
including the
Catherine
speaker's
Parr
letter to
stayed with
Medina.
Henry right until the end. As he aged into his later years, in increasing pain and ill health, he grew ever more suspicious and moody. The once generous, promising young king was now feared by all around him. Sigmund, I don't have much longer. Hold me. Of course, sire. Do you have any final wishes? How about one last conquest in France? And so in 1544, Henry made for Calais. The pesky French had been supporting the Scottish in their ongoing wars with England, and they also owed Henry some money. So the extremely unhealthy king personally led a siege against the French city of Boulogne. The English dug tunnels under the castle, and on the 13th of September, the French surrendered. A glorious victory for Henry. In actuality, the whole misadventure nearly bankrupted England, and they ended up getting the French a few years later. But shh, don't tell Henry. He's having his moment. Finally, in 1547, a 55-year-old Henry, lapsing in and out of consciousness, passed away. His son, Edward, succeeded him, but died just 5 years later. His daughter, Mary, briefly took the reins and steered the country back towards the Pope. But then his second daughter
embraced reformist ideas and gradually transformed England into a Protestant country. Henry's desperation to marry Anne Boleyn and his resulting feud with the Pope had changed the course of English history and religion forever. Unfortunately, none of Henry's children had heirs, and when Elizabeth I died, Henry's lineage ended, with the House of Stuart replacing the House of Tudor. So then you might think, all that effort, a life filled with so much frustration, yet he never conquered France, he barely had a male heir, and his lineage died out. The egotistical man Henry grew sick and cruel, and then died. So why are we all so fascinated with King Henry VIII? Why not Henry II or IV? Well, without mentioning the many important things his reign did achieve, one of his biggest goals was to go down in history, and you can put a big green check. This video was made possible by Total War 3 Kingdoms, the brand new strategy game from the multi-award winning Total War series. Support my channel by using the link in the description down below to buy the game on Steam. Also, new merch available now in the store, including a mystery new character pin. I wonder who it could be. Ancient China. The sun is shining, the birds are singing, the children are playing in the village square. What a wonderful time to be alive! Hey, the Yellow River flooded again and destroyed all your crops. And also we're being tribesmen. And also this period of Chinese history may be entirely mythical, meaning you may not even exist. Well, that would certainly explain the laser eyes. Chinese civilization began around the year 2000 BC, when the possibly mythical Xia dynasty was born. Throughout China's history, dynasties would usually rise up with a powerful leader who worked for the good of the people.
Yeah, humankind's only 4,000 years old, yeah.
Someone would inevitably build a lake of alcohol, and the angry populace would overthrow them, giving way for a new dynasty to rise. Following this pattern, the Xia dynasty was replaced by the Shang, who liked bronze and writing, but then the leaders got corrupt, and were replaced by the Zhou, who liked iron and philosophy. But that one sort of just fell apart, and was replaced by the Qin, who liked building walls and people made out of rock. But they were pretty tyrannical from the start, and were quickly replaced by the Han, who liked creating new trade routes and getting in touch with their emotions. In line with this pattern, the Han dynasty came about under the strong and popular leadership of Emperor Gaozu. The dynasty remained firmly in place for over 4 centuries and was considered a golden age in Chinese history, developing new forms of art, political thinking, technology. Oh, looks like all the leaders got corrupt. See, probably the biggest problem in ancient China's political system that allowed so much corruption to come about all the time was a little something called court culture. Let me explain. Imagine for me, if you will, that you are the son of the Chinese emperor. Hooray! Now, apart from how weird it is that you have a ton of stepmoms and many of them would like to kill you, and also all of your friends are middle-aged dudes with no dongs, life's pretty alright. One day, your father says, "Son, I know our relationship hasn't been the best, and I've never said this before, but I just want to let you know that I love you." Oh no, I'm having a heart attack! Look at you. Now you're the emperor. I'm so proud of you. But wait, you are but a child. No idea how
Eunuchs have dongs, it's the other thing.
Because just about everyone in your court wants to help you out with that. Hey man, remember me? I'm your mom's bro. Anyway, I heard you needed someone to rule over China for you. I mean, to help you rule China. So hey, here's a popsicle. I hope we can get along. No way, man. We've been your friends and your personal caretakers your whole life. And even though we may have no dongs, I think you should give us all the power to rule China. I mean, help you rule. So who will you be? Your scheming uncle or your loyal eunuchs? And towards the end of the Han Dynasty, a string of child emperors allowed more and more power to fall into the hands of the eunuchs. Oh no, now they're scheming too. They began handing out government jobs for bribes, heavily taxing the poor for their own wealth. And while you're sitting there eating your popsicle, everyone in your court is literally murdering each other to try and consolidate more power and riches for themselves. While all the peasants are outside like, hey, did you guys know there's been a drought out here for 2 years? Guys? Obviously the people weren't too happy that while they were struggling to survive, they were also being heavily taxed so that the eunuch faction could all have rockin' mansions, complete with swimming pools and Alexas. So finally, when a self-proclaimed Taoist wizard came along and was like, you know whose fault it is that we're all out here starving? It's the emperor and his posse. They've lost their mandate from heaven, and the imperial family must meet this.
They've lost their mandate from heaven.
Unrelenting, furious wrath. Also, check this out. Huh? Can you tell what it is yet? Ta-da! It's a little kitty cat. Look at her little ears. The people loved his political philosophy. He promised them land reforms, and his followers grew in number. They began arming themselves and wearing yellow turban. And they also developed a really catchy slogan. In the year 184, the Yellow Turban Rebellion broke out across China, with millions rising up against the Han Dynasty, and the imperial government in the capital city freaked out. With all their internal bickering, they were completely unprepared and unable to deal with such a huge rebellion. So they were forced to call on independent warlords from across the empire to help them deal with this situation. Some big names took part in the fighting. I'm talking the likes of the great Cao Cao, the tyrannical Dong Zhou, Liu Bei, Sun Jian, and many other Chinese names I am definitely not pronouncing correctly. These warlords crushed the rebellion in their own respective regions, and with casualties in the millions, the Han Dynasty breathed a huge sigh of relief. But what they didn't realize is that by relying on all the warlords and their armies, they had essentially diminished their own central control of the empire, and many of the warlords now held the power to act almost completely independently and rule over their own local regions themselves. Back in the capital, the emperor and his son were having a little chat. Listen, I know we've had our ups and downs, and I spend all of my time with your many smoking hot stepmoms instead of you. But what say you finally plan a little fishing trip together this weekend? Oh no, I'm having a stroke! And yet another child emperor was on the throne. This time, however, instead of the eunuch faction gaining even more power, this child emperor's uncle became his regent, who also just so happened to be the head of the imperial army, He Jin. Man, I hate those sneaky, lying, cheating eunuchs. Hey Warlord Yuan Shao, what should we do? Kill them all. Right on. You can't kill the eunuchs. They're a vital part of this empire's governance. And also, they paid me a lot of money to say that about them. Ah, come on! No. So He Jin and Yuan Shao decided the Empress may need more convincing. And so they called in an infamous, feared, tyrannical, overweight warlord from the northwest to help convince her. That man was Dong Zhou, and he set out for the capital city with his army. Hey guys, I heard a rumor that He Jin was planning on killing us. Then why don't we kill him first? And so it was. They lured him to the palace with a forged letter from his sister, and when he got there, they lobbed off his head. Kill them all. Imperial forces stormed the palace, and the eunuchs were all massacred. The peasants, who were still suffering from drought and starvation, saw what was going on and began to riot. The emperor and his brother were forced to flee the city, which was now in flames, and the feared, nasty, tyrannical, bloated Dong Zhou had just arrived. He found the emperor and his brother wandering the hills outside of the city and was understandably confused. So he scooped up the emperor, went to the capital and was like, "Hey guys, what's up? I see the capital is on fire. Also, I'm here with my army and I have the emperor with me." Wait a minute, the capital is on fire, I'm here with my army, and I have the emperor. Screw you guys, I'm in charge. So now Dong Zhou ruled over the Han Dynasty as the emperor's regent. His first act was to say to the emperor, "Hey man, no hard feelings, but I like your little brother better, so I'm actually making him emperor instead of you, so you're free to go do whatever you want." Actually, yeah, that feels better. Dong Zhou ruled with an iron fist, and he did whatever the flip he wanted. He made absolute decisions himself, showing no regard for the monarchy. He had his opponents or those who disagreed with him killed. He broke protocol, doing things like keeping his sword when approaching the emperor, wearing shoes in the court, sleeping in the emperor's bed, and worst of all, he would walk in the presence of the emperor. You were meant to trot. The other warlords around the empire hated him, and so they said, "Something needs to be done about this guy. What say we form a coalition and oust him?" And it was agreed. Warlords from across China, their armies amounting to 100,000 men, allied together against the tyranny of Dong Zhou. Yuan Shao's coalition consisted of some of the nation's most capable leaders, including his half-brother, Yuan Shu, the great Cao Cao, and Sun Jian. But Dong Zhou had an ace up his sleeve. His protege, an adopted son of one of the most skilled and feared warriors in all of China. It's Lu Bu. This guy was a beast of a man. He never lost a duel, and no other warlord dared challenge him to one. He was also famous for betraying just about every warlord he ever fought for, something that Dong Zhou didn't seem too concerned about. The coalition attacked Dong Zhou in Luoyang, and in particular, Sun Jian's forces inflicted a heavy defeat against him, and he was forced to flee to the city of Chang'an. After this initial success, however, the war entered into a stalemate. The warlords in the coalition realized it was going nowhere, and also they all secretly hated each other, so they all went home. Dong Zhou was safe, until legend has it that a government official in Chang'an had a daughter who was hot, super hot. He invited Lu Bu to his home and promised Lu Bu that someday he could marry his daughter. Then, he invited Dong Zhou to his house and did the exact same thing. Dong Zhou was so smitten that he insisted on taking her as his concubine immediately. And when Lu Bu heard the news, he was pretty unhappy. Hey man, aren't you worried that you stole Lu Bu's girl and betrayal is like his personal hobby? Lu Bu? Betray me? No way, man. Never gonna happen. Ah, crap. Lu Bu, along with other government officials, assassinated the tyrannical Dong Zhuo. Then they left his body burning in the streets. Some sources say he was so fat and oily, he kept on burning for days. Nice. So with Dong Zhuo dead, and the power of the Han government essentially decimated, China was left with a huge power gap, and a ton of warlords who all slept soundly at night dreaming of being the one to fill it. Here we enter into a crazy and chaotic period of civil war all across China, with so many people, so much betrayal, so much intricacy, it makes Game of Thrones look like a Dr. Seuss publication. But just to give you an idea of how crazy and chaotic it was, see if you're able to keep up with this. Are you ready? Here we go. Here's a rough map of the warlords throughout the Han Dynasty at the time. Half-brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu were both in power struggles for who had become the figurehead of their family. Yuan Shu made alliances with warlords in the north, along with Sun Jian, the guy who defeated Dong Zhuo. Yuan Shao also made alliances with Liu Biao in the south, and Cao Cao, who was an amazing strategist and general. All of these warlords began fighting each other. Cao Cao began building his own strength by subjugating nearby remnants of the Yellow Turban Rebellion into his own forces. Down south, things weren't going so well for Sun Jian, as he was killed in an ambush, so Sun 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 Ce took over. Then, Yuan Shu got pushed back to the river Huai, so he ordered Sun Ce to take the territory of warlord Lu Kang. Then Sun Ce went off to capture territories in the east for himself. Cao Cao's family lived in this province over here. One day, they were murdered. Oh no, Cao Cao held the province's governor responsible, and so he launched a cruel invasion in which he pillaged cities and murdered over 100,000 civilians. The governor sent out a call for help, and a very popular, likable warlord named Liu Bei came to his aid. However, while Cao Cao was away fighting, a rebellion was staged against him in his home province, by none other than, it's Lu Bu. Cao Cao rushed home and defeated Lu Bu, who fled to the east, which by now had been inherited by Liu Bei. Then Lu Bu, surprise surprise, launched a rebellion against Liu Bei, who fled to Cao Cao. Together, Cao Cao and Liu Bei would go on to invade and defeat Lu Bu. Lu Bu offered to join Cao Cao, and Cao Cao considered the offer. But his advisors were like, no way, man. This guy's betrayed literally everyone he ever worked for. And so boo-hoo, Lu Bu was executed. Next, Cao Cao convinced the emperor to move in with him. Now he's in control of the Han government, something that made his allies very jealous. Yuan Shu, out of nowhere, decides to declare himself emperor of the new Zhong dynasty. Nobody liked that. His allies cut ties with him. The imperial government ordered everyone to kill him. He tried to flee to his brother Yuan Shao, but died of illness on the way. Sun Ce took over his territory, and then got assassinated. So his brother, Sun Chen, took over. Liu Bei turned on Cao Cao, but got obliterated, and was forced to flee south. Yuan Shao finally defeated the warlord to his north, and could now focus south. He declared war on his ally Cao Cao, but was defeated at the Battle of Guandu. Cao Cao has now united the north, and he turned his attention to the south. In particular, Liu Biao's province was becoming a powerful threat, so Cao Cao attacked him. Liu Bei was now fighting for Liu Biao, and he held Cao Cao off for a while. But then Liu Biao died, and his son took over, and immediately surrendered to Cao Cao. Liu Bei was horrified, and he fled southward to try and maintain control of the province. Cao Cao was on an absolute roll, and it looked like he would be the one to take control of China. He began making plans to attack both Liu Bei and Sun Qian, and the two of them, seeing where things were headed, met up and decided to form an alliance. Now I know that was a lot to take in, but all you really need to know at this point is that this guy is on his way to taking over everything, and he's about to throw his full weight at the southern warlords. These two have one chance, one battle, to prevent him from invading the south. And that battle was the famous Battle of Red Cliffs. To take the south, Cao Cao would need to control and cross the mighty Yangtze River. He had over 200,000 men to face against Liu Bei and Sun Qian's combined force of 50,000. How would they stand a chance when they were so outnumbered? Legend says most of Sun Qian's advisors pleaded with him to surrender, but then he smashed up a table and they all backed down. Luckily, Cao Cao's forces were ravaged by disease and exhaustion, and his northern soldiers weren't too comfortable on ships. So when Cao Cao sailed down the river and the two sides met for an initial skirmish at Wulin, Cao Cao was unable to inflict a defeat against the allies. Then, one of Sun Qian's men came up with a very sneaky plan. He sent Cao Cao a letter, pretending that he and others wanted to defect to his side, and offered to bring him some of Liu Bei and Sun Qian's finest ships. Little did Cao Cao know, however, that those ships were full of flammable reeds. As they approached his fleet, they were set alight and destroyed his ships in camp.
Well
Seeing
then,
the situation
another
as
fox
hopeless,
finds
Cao
the
Cao
den.
ordered a difficult retreat
I
to the rain
expect
and
to see your
marshlands,
name on many
during which
papers.
more of his men fell to illness and disease. The underdogs had won, and Cao Cao would never again have another chance to take the south. Following that, the three warlords took some time to finish off some smaller competitors in their own regions, and by the year 214, China looked a little bit like this. Cao Cao continued to try to penetrate the southern regions, but had no success, and even lost the Hanzhong region to Liu Bei in 217. The former allies eventually fell out over who should own this territory here, with Sun Qian coming out on top. In 220, Cao Cao died of a head disease and was replaced by his son, Cao Pi. Cao Pi convinced the Emperor of Han to abdicate, and then proclaimed himself the Emperor of the new state of Wei. Liu Bei followed suit, declaring himself the true Emperor of Shu Han. And a few years later, Sun Qian joined in the fun and declared himself Emperor of Wu. And so now you have a number of kingdoms in China. How many? Count them. 1, 2, 3. 3 kingdoms. Except, actually, they weren't kingdoms, they were dynasties. And when the 3 kingdoms finally formed, not a whole lot happened. For the next 3 decades, they continued to engage in combat, but it almost always ended in stalemate, and nobody really got anywhere. So how did it all end? Did Cao Cao's descendants eventually realize his dream of unifying China? Not quite. Instead, the 3 kingdoms became victims of the usual problems that plagued Chinese dynasties. In Wu, Sun Qian's descendant became a tyrant who was more interested in spending time with his concubines than governing. In Shu Han, a powerful, corrupt, eunuch faction rose up, and by now we all know how that ends. And in Wei, a string of young emperors gave way for a powerful family, the Sima clan, to take control of the dynasty's government. This Sima clan recognized the weak state Shu and Wu had been reduced to, and so they began making plans. I've just received this letter that says Wei is planning to attack us. Should we make preparations for war? Nah, it's probably nothing to worry about. Let's do absolutely nothing. Sounds good to me. Wei launched a full-scale invasion into Shu, which fell within a year. Then Sima Yan forced the Wei emperor to abdicate and proclaimed himself emperor of the new Jin dynasty. In the year 279, Jin launched an invasion of Wu and finally unified China in the year 280. The pattern of rising and falling dynasties, division and reunification would continue in China for centuries to come. Right now you may be asking yourself, but wait a minute, what would have happened if Cao Cao had his way and unified China? Or what if Lu Bu never assassinated Dong Zhou and he continued to rule over the Han dynasty? What about if one of these smaller warlords had risen to the top? Dang it, what if
Then
I
China
was
wouldn't
the warlord
be-
during the downfall of the Han dynasty? Whoa, partner, calm down, because now you can. This video was brought to you by Total War 3 Kingdoms, a brand new strategy game that combines a gripping turn-based campaign of empire building, statecraft, and conquest with stunning real-time battles. Choose from a cast of legendary warlords and conquer the realm. Unite China under your rule. Forge the next great dynasty and build a legacy that will last through the ages. Recruit heroic characters to aid your cause and dominate your enemies on military, technological, political, and economic fronts. Will you build powerful friendships, form brotherly alliances, and earn the respect of your many foes? Or would you rather commit acts of treachery, inflict heart-wrenching betrayals, and become a master of grand political intrigue? I bet you would. Your legend is yet to be written, but one thing is certain. Glorious conquest awaits. Buy the game on Steam using my link in the description down below. It would also support my channel and my work massively. So thank you. Hey, you. Yeah, you. New merch available now, including a supremely uncool t-shirt and a glorious new character pin. Link in the description down below. Alright folks, gather round. I've got some good news and some bad news. Did you say good news and bad news? No, I said good news and bad news. Very bad news. Word on the street is there's going to be a horrible plague coming in from Central Asia in the next couple decades that'll wipe out half of Europe. What's the good news? Do you have a cure? Please say you have a cure. No. Even better. The good news is, we've got a new bucket for the city well. To understand the War of the Bucket, we first need to talk about this guy. He's the man with the plan, the host with the most. He's holy, lowly. He eats ravioli with the white cassock, matching Pellegrina, and the most tasteful of fringed fascias. Come on, y'all know who I'm talking about. It's the Pope, the head of the largest religious organization in the world. But what if I told you he wasn't always the big bad boy powerhouse he's often thought as today? That's right. Throughout history, the papacy often found itself forced to wrestle against adversity and opposition to retain its authority. The earliest popes, for example, suffered under the brutal persecution of the Roman Empire, and many ended up martyred, such as Pope Clement I, who was ostensibly
you'll have
thrown
a
into the sea
boiling
with an
bear
anchor
you
around
are.
his
I
neck.
don't mean-
On the
yes,
bright
well,
side, however,
this has
he's now the patron saint
now that
of
is
fishermen.
funny.
After persecution finally ended, the Pope still found himself being heavily controlled by secular kings and nobility. For over 2 centuries, the Byzantine emperor basically decided who could become Pope. Then came a real low point, during what has been called the Dark Age, a period where noblewomen controlled the Pope through, how should I put this, feminine charm. It was around here that one infamous Pope, John XII, took office. This bad boy would hold, how should I put this, naughty no-clothes parties in the Lateran Palace, and apparently this would even happen. Come on, Zeus, give me a 6. Did I say Zeus? I meant Thor. Ra, the Egyptian sun god? Dang it, who is it we worship? Perhaps you should read this, Your Holiness. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth? Wow, this is wild. Pope John XII eventually died
Very
exactly how he lived. Caught in
Sure.
the act by an
Easy
irate
enough.
husband who picked the Pope up
There's an old
and
recipe
started
that hunters here have used for ages.
the point I'm trying to make here
Here,
is that often the Pope
take it.
was a very weak and corruptible
syndicate
figure and
folk.
was regularly used
If
and
you ask
controlled
me,
by secular
they're so
leaders
concerned
as
with being
tools to
logical
increase
they
their
forget
own
to be
power
practical.
and influence. And there was certainly an element of that in the year 800, when the Pope and the Kingdom of the Franks were good BFFs, and King of the Franks, Charlemagne, was like, hey man, being King of the Franks is nice and all, but I want more legitimacy, and also to become the continuation of the Roman Empire. So what say in return for my protection, you crown me Emperor so everyone will respect me more? Sure thing, pal. We'll hold the ceremony tomorrow. Charlemagne, King of the Franks, I hereby crown you Emperor of the West. Oh my goodness. I was not expecting this at all. What a surprise. I simply cannot accept. Oh, okay then. I guess I'll just put this back over here. Give me that crown. Charlemagne's crowning as emperor was certainly an historic moment, but it also created a bit of an interesting problem. It set the precedent that from here on out, only the Pope could crown an emperor. But the Pope was also very much under the influence and control of Charlemagne. So who really held the power here? The Pope or the Emperor? I'm sure that this conflict won't cause anyone to die. Bishop of Freising, we want to thank you once again for visiting our wonderful city. It's been an honor. The pleasure is all mine, and what a wonderful tour it's been. I've seen the city walls, I've seen the towers, nothing could top that. Oh, couldn't it? Because we've saved the best for last. Ta-da! Yes, that's very interesting. Isn't it the greatest thing you've ever seen? Well, I mean, it is just a bucket. Get him out of here! Over time, Charlemagne's position as emperor and the kingdom of the Franks gradually evolved into the Holy Roman Empire. And by now, the Pope and the Emperor weren't such good friends anymore, since neither could agree on who was the boss of who. To make matters worse, the Emperor had taken to investing his own bishops and abbots. What does that mean? Well, allow me to explain. The problem for the Holy Roman Emperor was his empire wasn't really an empire, so much as a nightmarish federation made up of hundreds of counties, duchies, bishoprics, and more. The princes in charge of these local regions often didn't give the emperor their loyalty. The German nobility spent a lot of their time rebelling against the emperor, and the emperor spent a lot of his time trying to put down those rebellions. Can we get rid of them? Who? All the nobility. Get rid of them and pick new ones who
My
are
fellow
loyal to me.
researchers
You can't
are
just remove
also
noble families from
enough
this
to check.
territory. Aw, okay, how about this? Some of those territories are ruled by bishops and abbots, and as Holy Roman Emperor, considered by many to be the deputy of Jesus Christ himself, perhaps you can choose who gets to become bishop and abbot. Yay! Now it's time to turn out the lights and go to sleep. Okay,
Tío.
I love you.
That's
Uh,
pungent.
Okay, good night. Say it back. And so it was. The emperor invested his own family and loyal followers into powerful church positions, and thereby was able to increase his own power and authority. Not only that, but the emperor and other nobility were also engaging in something called simony. That's when someone
Some
would
of
come
this
along and say,
Lubin.
hey, I want to become a
She's
bishop
like to
and
get
get
herself
all the personal
mauled out
riches that
here.
come with the position. Perhaps we could come to some kind of arrangement. That's right. Church positions were actually being sold to the highest bidder. And let me tell you, they probably didn't come cheap. It's gonna cost you a lot more than this. I don't think so. I've got a promo code. And speaking of promo codes, do you like free money? I know I do. I really like it. And that's why I use Honey. Honey is a free browser extension that automatically finds the best promo codes whenever you shop online. For free. This means you always get the best deals without even trying on over 20,000 sites like Amazon,
It's
eBay,
almost- you're
ASOS,
probably right.
and more. For
All
example,
needs
here
way.
I am buying 7 pizzas after a long day of animating. It's currently costing me $130. Oh, hello, honey. You have a voucher for me, you say? All I have to do is click, you say? Nice. I saved $31.78, and all I did was click. There is absolutely no reason not to use Honey for everything you buy online. It's free and literally takes 2 clicks
Oh, you're
to
back.
install.
And
Get
it's
Honey
very
for free at
well,
joinhoney.com
I'm not exactly sure.
oversimplified.
Can't
That's
get close.
joinhoney.com
It's very volatile,
slash
even more so
oversimplified.
lately.
And as always, by using my links, you'll be supporting my
However,
channel. So thank you.
You can discover
Now where
the
were we?
source of this
Oh yeah.
mini
Investing
storm.
bishops and abbots,
That could
selling
change
church
everything.
positions, authority,
luck.
and power. Wait a minute. This is depravity. The purpose of the church isn't for him to increase his own authority and power. It's for me to increase my own authority and power. What about Jesus, Your Holiness? What? I thought the purpose of the church was to spread the good message of Jesus Christ. How drunk are you? Very. All right, the results for the election of Chief Magistrate are in. Giovanni Kablami, 1%. Spaghetti Jeff, 2%. And the bucket, 1 trillion%. Around the year 1050, a series of reformist popes came along, and they said enough was enough. They wanted to stop the emperor from abusing the church and investing his own church officials. How are you going to stop me so long as I have control over who becomes pope? Remember the circular power division? If you try to stop me, I'll just depose you and pick someone else. Oh no, I've contracted tuberculosis. And just like that, the emperor was dead. His 6-year-old son, Henry IV, took over. And as we all know, child emperors equal opportunity. The church had an opening to take back control of the papacy. Hey man, I hope you don't mind, but we're changing the rules so that only the church cardinals can elect the pope, and you no longer have any say in the matter. You know, if that's cool with you. I peed my pants. Okay, great talk. Then, with the position of the Pope a little more secure, we had a big meeting where we drew up a big list of all the reforms our new power committees gave to themselves, and it included some pretty gnarly stuff. Okay, first, I have the power to depose emperors. Everyone cool with that? Yeah? Let's see. Only I can depose or reinstate bishops. Yeah? Oh, judge me. Only shall kiss my feet. Only my name shall be spoken in the churches. My name is the only name in the world. Okay, I think you're done. These were all some pretty radical powers the Pope was giving himself. And with these reforms, the Pope was basically telling the Emperor, you no longer have the right to choose your own bishops and abbots. Only I can do that. When the Emperor, now a full-grown man, heard the news, he was furious. What? This is madness! Who does this guy think he is? I'm the Emperor, for goodness sake. He can't tell me what to do. I'll invest my own bishops and abbots if I want to, and this rapscallion can go right to heck! I peed my pants again! The whole conflict escalated when Henry IV went to the Pope and said, hey, guess what, sucker? You're deposed. Oh. Wait a minute. I'm the Pope. You can't depose me. You're deposed. Oh. Wait a minute. I'm the Emperor. You can't depose me. You're deposed. Oh. Wait a minute. Eventually, the German princes took advantage of the situation, and they all turned against Henry. Henry was forced to apologize to the Pope, and the whole thing ended there. Except it didn't. The whole conflict, known today as the investiture controversy, would continue on for centuries as popes and emperors engaged in a power struggle over the emperor choosing his own church officials. The overall result of this conflict is very intricate and full of complexities, but in general, the Pope was able to increase his authority. Great news, Your Holiness. Your influence is on the rise throughout civilized Europe, except for this one city in northern Italy. Really? What's going on there? As for the Emperor, he found his realm thrown into further chaos and civil war, as the local princes continued to increase their own power and independence.
you must be
This
the
was
heart
most
and
notably
soul.
the case in northern Italy. Separated from the
Excellent.
rest of the Holy Roman Empire by the Alps, the Emperor's influence and control over Italy had often been questionable. In the current chaos, these Italian city-states began operating almost entirely independently. Their practical independence was further solidified when Emperor Frederick Barbarossa came down in 1176 to try to reassert his control. The cities formed an alliance, and with the Pope's support, they kicked the Emperor right back to Germany. Hooray, said the Italian city-states. We did it. We're the best of friends. And then they immediately began attacking each other. Why? Well, this whole Pope versus Emperor thing, in Italy at least, had infiltrated society to its very core. Across Italy, families and cities were torn between two opposing sides. On one side, the Guelphs, who supported the Pope's
Anything
cause.
that- yes,
On the other, the
one
Ghibellines,
in
who supported
particular.
the Emperor. These two sides struggled for control as Guelph cities battled against Ghibelline ones. As usual, personal interest played a pretty big role, as pro-Pope Guelph cities tended to be rich mercantile ones who didn't like the Emperor's taxes. Emperors supporting Ghibellines, on the other hand, were often agricultural, where the expanding papal estates were a larger threat. These cities would sometimes even switch sides depending who is in charge and their ever-changing personal interests. In some cities, brutal fighting broke out in the streets as opposing families fought for control. At times, the conflict became so tribal that the differences between the two sides were just downright silly. My love, I can't bear it. We must be together. But how can we? My Ghibelline family wears feathers on the left side of their caps, and your Guelph family wears them on the right. My Ghibelline family cuts fruit straight down, and your Guelph family cuts fruit crosswise. These are arbitrary differences. We shouldn't let them tear us apart. We can be together no matter what our families think. Wonderful news. Let's make a toast to our love. I'll drink from my Ghibelline smooth goblet, and I shall drink from my Guelph chaste goblet. Get out of my sight, you dirty Pope-loving wench. Two city-states in particular that got caught in a long-standing rivalry was the Emperor supporting Modena and the Pope supporting bucket-loving Bologna. These two cities had bad blood between them, as they had already fought against each other on a number of occasions. In 1249, the two sides took part in the Battle of Fasolta, after which the victorious Bolognese launched a live donkey into Modena to humiliate them. For decades after that, the two sides would occasionally take little day trips into each other's territory and mess things about a bit. In the fateful year of 1325, the Bolognese went on one such trip and laid waste to some farmlands. The ruler of Modena, Passerino de Bonacolsi, was having none of it. The Bolognese had two major forts protecting their city in the southwest. The Passerino, in retaliation, decided to take an army down and lay siege to one of them. Hey, you dirty Bolognese jerks! You think you can raid our farmlands? Come out here and face me like a man. Hey man, what's up? I've just come out to let you know that there's no need to siege up because— Whoa, hey man, chill out. I'm trying to tell you— Whoa, stop doing that. I'm trying to tell you I'm actually secretly sympathetic to the Imperial cause and I want to willingly hand the fort over to you. Oh, cool, okay. Dude, what was that for? For betraying your people. And this is for joining mine. Mwah. The Bolognese were pretty unhappy to lose one of their main defensive forts, but to make matters worse, then this happened. Hey, wait a minute. Where's the bucket? Oh no, it's gone. Those Modenese must have taken it. We'll make them pay. This is unacceptable. They may take our lives. They may take our fort, but they will never take our bucket. Oh wait, here it is. I found it, guys. It's right here. Phew. Could you imagine if we started a war over that? That would have been really stupid, and there'd probably be a billion videos about it on YouTube one day. Thank goodness it never actually happened. That's right. The famous story you may know about the War of the Bucket, that the war started because Modena stole Bologna's bucket, doesn't actually seem to be quite right. I was surprised to find that the bucket was likely not actually stolen at the start of the war. And at this point, I want to thank and give a big shout out to fellow history YouTuber M. Laser. He's the one guy I found who actually translated us into the traditional Italian source, and then kindly allowed me to use his work in my own research. He does way more research and in-depth videos, and definitely deserves way more subscribers, so please head on over and check him out. The real reason Bologna seems to have declared war on Modena is simply that they both hated each other, supported each other's factions. The Pope had pulled on 12 cities to attack Passerino, and Bologna wanted its fort back. And they were gonna get it back. Bologna had a large force, much larger than what Modena could muster up, so they felt pretty confident. They sent half their force to lay siege and take back the fort, and the other half took defensive positions to prevent the Modenese from crossing the river. The smaller Modenese force were struggling to find a place to cross, so one night they were like, "Hey guys, look out, we're attacking way up here in the north. Better be careful." Would you look at that? That was easy. And just like that, the Modenese were across the river. The Bolognese were probably expecting the Modenese to come and break their siege, but instead, the Modenese went for the second fort at Zappolino. Bologna couldn't afford to lose both of its defensive forts, so the entire Bolognese force moved to take defensive positions at Zappolino. When the Modenese arrived, it was already late in the day, and there were about 2 hours of sunlight left. In most of the battle, at that point, both sides would set up a camp, rest for the night, and prepare for battle the next day. next day. But the outnumbered Modenese decided the only way to win was to deal a quick, decisive blow while the Bolognese were still unorganized and unprepared. And that's exactly what they did. They charged at the Bolognese line, and the two sides engaged in fierce combat. Then the sneaky Modenese pulled what must be the most predictable, yet somehow consistently surprising move in medieval warfare. They sent the cavalry around the side and hit them from behind. Bing bang bong, the Bolognese went on the run. With casualties in the thousands, Modena had won, and the Modenese cavalry chased the Bolognese cavalry all the way back to the city. After Modena's victory, they went on a tour of the Bolognese countryside, burning some stuff down along the way. When they reached the city itself, instead of laying siege, they set up a camp and basically held a massive party for 3 days. The defeated Bolognese could only sit back and watch. As the Modenese force began packing up and getting ready to leave, they noticed something. Oh my god. Hey, check this out. No way. Are you kidding me? They're still using traditional wells. Hey, you dumb Bolognese. Ever heard of an artesian well? You can't even get water out of the ground without using a stupid bucket. It's not a stupid bucket. It's a wonderful bucket. Yeah, whatever, bucket boy. We're taking this with us. So Modena stole Bologna's bucket and put it up on display in their cathedral, eventually moving it to the city hall, where it remains on display to this day. The two cities came to a peace settlement a few months later. Bologna would have to pay heavy war reparations, and in exchange, Modena would return all conquered territories. Modena kept the bucket. Despite being one of the bloodiest battles in medieval Italian history, it didn't really change anything, except now Modena had Bologna's bucket. As for the larger power struggle between the Pope and the Holy Roman Emperor, that would continue on for some time and played a part in many major events of medieval history, such as the Crusades, the Protestant Reformation, eventually leading to the general separation of church and state we see in Europe today. So there you have it. We learnt about the Pope and the Holy Roman Emperor, the investiture controversy, and finally, the war of the bucket. It's been a long day, and it's time to turn out the lights and go to sleep. Okay, I love you. Okay, good night.
Say it.
This video was made possible by NordVPN. Get protected by clicking the link below and get an amazing 75% off.
Holy smokes! Christopher Columbus, that is no way to address the King and Queen of Spain. What is wrong with you? Okay, so you know how we're looking for a new trade route to India, right?
Right.
And the Earth is round, right?
Right.
So I'm thinking we can just sail the other way around the planet, right?
Yeah.
So I set sail, right?
Mhm.
And I reach India, right?
Right.
Wrong. I did not reach India. I did not. All right. No, all right. Get to the point. Did you know there's a whole other freaking continent out there?
Okay, do you think I should care about this? Why?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention there's gold everywhere?
Gold?
Columbus landed in Central America in October 1492, and he had the time of his life. And by that I mean he went on a huge theft and murder spree. He stole gold, jewelry, people, and a hammock. And then he returned to show off all of his riches, including a few previously undiscovered items, such as tobacco, the pineapple, turkeys, and a hammock. Now I know what you're thinking, but oversimplified, Columbus didn't discover America, the Vikings did. And you'd be partially right. In the 11th century, Leif Erikson was the first European to land in America. But hey, if you love Vikings so much, then why don't you check out today's sponsor? Vikings War of Clans is a mobile game that was inspired by the famous strategy and RPG games of the 90s like Age of Empires and Civilization. Do you like building cities, collecting resources, training armies, joining a clan and going to war? Then my friends, Vikings War of Clans is for you. And what makes its world so addictive is that more than 20 million online players are constantly changing the way the game evolves by never-ending fighting over resources, forging new alliances, and competing in live events. Support my channel by downloading Vikings for free, only from my links in the description box below, and get the special bonus of 200 gold coins and a protective shield. Don't forget to look me up and join my Vikings clan under my nickname, Oversimplified. Now where was I? Oh yeah, Columbus, time of his life, hammock. And suddenly the race was on to explore and conquer the New World. After a couple centuries of warring with the natives and each other, the European powers had claimed quite a lot of land, including this area, which both the English and the French claimed as theirs. One day the French said, I'm gonna build some forts along here. And the English were like, could you not? And the French said, sorry, but no, I could not. And they went ahead and built their forts, which pissed off the English. So they sent an up-and-coming British lieutenant colonel by the name of George Washington with a combined force of British troops and Native Americans. After a short battle, the French commander said, all right, we surrender. Okay, boys, pack it up. There's surrender. Oh, sorry, was I not meant to split his head open with the tomahawk? Don't worry, it's not like this will start a 7-year-long major global conflict. And what happened next was a 7-year-long major global conflict, which Great Britain won. At the peace negotiations, Spain gave up Florida, while France gave up all of its territories in North America. But Britain's victory came at a cost, a £60 million cost. They were now broke, in a lot of debt, and had to come up with some way to repay it. So they went to the colonies and said, okay, listen up. So a huge part of the war was spent protecting you from the French, and now we have no money because of it. So... I'm not sure what you're saying here. Okay, so we spent a lot of money protecting you from the French, right? Right. And now we're broke. That certainly is a pickle. Listen to me. We spent all of our money protecting you, and now we need money. Can you please pay us back some money? No. Okay, we're just gonna go ahead and tax you. In 1764, Britain introduced the Sugar Act, forcing the colonists to import sugar and molasses exclusively from the British and to pay duties on them. Then a year later, they introduced the extremely controversial Stamp Act, and it worked a little something like this. Hello, shopkeep. Hello, Mr. Bungleberry. Here's the deed for your new shack. Stamp. That'll be 3 pence, please. Wait, what was that? It's the new tax. I get a stamp on any paper or documentation I make, and you have to pay for it. Would you like to see this pamphlet that explains everything? Yes, please. Okay. Stamp. 2 pence, please. This is awful. You know what? Just give me a deck of cards so I can go gamble my pain away. Okay. No. Don't do it. Stamp. Obviously, the colonists were like, hey, my dudes, this new tax legislation right here, this is BS. Until now, they had enjoyed relative freedom to rule themselves, and now suddenly Britain was asserting its control. They were especially unhappy because they didn't have any representatives in the parliament that was levying taxes on them. So they protested. Orators gave fiery speeches. British goods were boycotted, and anyone loyal to the British found themselves increasingly harassed. The whole thing actually began to take quite a toll on British business, and after just a couple years, the British were forced to repeal the Stamp Act. But we still desperately need money. What should we do? We could try taxing the colonies. Great idea. Wait, didn't we literally just try that and it failed miserably? Man, look at me. I look fabulous. Have you ever seen such a handsome boy? No siree, Georgie. No way. You're the handsomest, smartest, most popular king that ever lived, and everybody likes you. You're doing such a good job. Your Majesty? Oh, you're still here. Get the hell out. So in 1766, the British made a declaration saying, we can do what we want because we're in charge and you can all go suck it. Then they levied a whole bunch of new taxes on the Americans via import duties. Glass? There's a tax for that. Lead? There's a tax for that. Paper? Tea? Oil? There's a tax for that. And once again, the Americans boycotted British goods, British business felt the pinch, and the British had to back down. All right, this is ridiculous. They're my colonies and I have to be able to assert my control. Repeal all the new taxes except for the one on tea. Also send 1,000 troops to Boston to take control. Oh, and make the colonists pay for them. And as British troops arrived, the tension in Boston was palpable. You could cut it with a knife, and it was all about to come to a head. On March 5th, a band of local patriots began heckling a British guard at the customs house. More and more Americans joined in the heckling, while more British troops turned up in support of their comrade. Snowballs were thrown at the British. The snowballs turned to rocks, the rocks to oyster shells. The soldiers, outnumbered and panicked, one thing leads to another, and you can see where this is going. 5 civilians were killed. The
5 civilians were killed.
colonies declared the Boston Massacre an unwarranted crime
Boston
committed against the people
Massacre.
of Boston by the cruel British, and the anger
Damn
continued
British.
to grow.
Damn
A
lost
British
your
raiding
backs.
schooner that ran aground in Rhode Island was burned by the locals. When it came to light that the governor of Massachusetts supported the suppression of the colonists, his house was burned by the locals. And next, the colonists would set their sights on the remaining tax on tea. On December 16, 1773, a band of patriots known as the Sons of Liberty disguised themselves as Native Americans, marched down to Boston Harbor, boarded a British merchant ship loaded with tea, and in front of thousands of spectators, threw nearly 10,000 pounds worth of tea overboard. The British were disgusted, and they punished Massachusetts with a vengeance. They dissolved its General Assembly, revoked their charter, and sent 3,000 more troops to occupy the city, meaning Boston and Massachusetts were now essentially under the direct rule of Great Britain. And oh boy,
What's
were the
all
people
this
pissed.
now?
The other colonies
Jacob.
saw what was happening and worried they
Jacob,
might be
let's
next.
see
So
what
they
we
called a
have
brain trust to
here.
decide what to do. 56 delegates from 12 colonies gathered and met in Philadelphia at the First Continental Congress, and the roll call read like a who's who of America's finest thinkers. I'm talking lawyers extraordinaire Johnny A. and Johnny J., experienced military commander George Washington, businessman and future alcoholic beverage Samuel Adams, fiery orator Patty H., guy who married a rich lady, Big J. Dickinson. And while they weren't present at the first Congress, soon names like James Madison, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, and much later Alexander Hamilton would all serve time in the Continental Congress. The question now, though, was what to do about the British. After much bitter debate and disagreement, they eventually agreed on an amazing solution. They would simply ask the British to stop. Can you stop? No, it didn't work. Okay, then tell the local militias to start arming and be ready at a minute's notice. And across the colonies, these Minutemen stood ready for the beginning of the American Revolutionary War. Now, having your colonies in open rebellion is one thing. Once they start arming themselves, that's when it really hits the fan. So British General Thomas Gage ordered 700 troops from Boston out into the rebel-controlled Massachusetts countryside to destroy stores of arms and ammunition held by the rebels in Concord. The British set out in the middle of the night. Patriots including Paul Revere rode ahead to warn that the British were coming, giving the rebels time to prepare. The two sides met in Lexington as the sun began to rise. They faced off against each other, and in the confusion, somebody shot first. The shot heard around the world marked the beginning of the American War of Independence. The rebels were outnumbered and had to fall back to Concord as the British split up to search for rebel supplies. However, more and more Patriot rebels kept showing up, and this time it was the British who were outnumbered as more fighting kicked off in Concord. The most professional army in the world was forced to flee back to Boston at the hands of local, poorly trained militiamen. And all around Boston, Patriot rebels continued to gather and open fire on the retreating British. When the British reached Boston, the rebel militias surrounded them. Boston and the British were now under siege as small land and naval skirmishes continued around the city. And the British would suffer another embarrassing blow, this time in upstate New York. Colonel Benedict Arnold concocted a plan to take the British stronghold Fort Ticonderoga, which held a large amount of guns and ammunition. He set off towards the fort alone, hoping to recruit men along the way, when he came across the Green Mountain Boys, led by Ethan Allen, who, as it turned out, had the exact same plan he did. So they decided to work together. But I'm in charge. No, 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 I'm in charge. This went on for some time, until the Green Mountain Boys threatened to go home, and Arnold had to concede. The group raided the fort at night while the Redcoats were asleep, and they caught them completely by surprise, taking the fort and all of its munitions with almost no resistance. Wow, great job, Ethan. Very impressive. By the way, what happened to that other guy we sent to take the fort? Who? Benedict Arnold. Never heard of him. Ouch. What the fuck? Nobody knew what was going on. The colonies were in open rebellion, and for now, they even seemed to be winning. So King George fired General Gage, replaced him with General William Howe, and ordered the rebellion to be put down immediately. Okay, the British are definitely going to retaliate for all of this, so we should probably put together a proper army. First, we need to pick a commander-in-chief, and I think we can all agree that that job should go to the man, the myth, the legend, George Washington. My friends, I am humbled and honored that you would consider me for such an important role. I did not expect for this. All right, you've been showing up in a military uniform every day for the last 10 months. We all know you wanted this, so cut the crap, George. Dude. Uncool. So Washington began his journey up to Boston to take command of the newly established Continental Army, just as the British made their first major attempt to break the siege. They made plans to take the high ground on Bunker Hill, but spies warned the Continentals of the British plans, so they fortified Bunker Hill and set up defensive positions on nearby Breeds Hill. The day of the battle came, and as the British advanced, a barrage of Continental gunfire was opened up on them. Twice they tried to climb the hill, twice they were pushed back. The battle lasted 3 hours until the Continentals finally ran out of ammunition and had to retreat, allowing the British to take the hill. While technically a British victory, they suffered nearly 1,000 casualties to the Continentals' 400. The colonists showed the British that this wasn't just a rebellion, it was war, and they were ready for it. But one thing they weren't sure about was why they were fighting. While some radicals were starting to throw around the I word, most hoped to eventually repair their relationship with Great Britain. So they sent a letter to King George saying, "Hey man, looks like things aren't going your way. Remove the taxes and let's be friends." I'm gonna kick your ass. Send that to the colonies. Your Majesty, your handwriting is terrible. Are you sure? Just do it. What does it say? He's gonna lick my... Gross. So for the remainder of the year, small engagements continued to occur around the colonies. The British burned down the towns of Falmouth, Massachusetts and Norfolk, Virginia as revenge for earlier anti-British incidents. These actions played right into the hands of Patriot propaganda. Overseas, the British were seen as brutes, and the French and Spanish would soon begin sending supplies to the rebel cause. During this time, there was also minor fighting going on between Patriot and Loyalist militias in the southern colonies. Benedict Arnold was still on a mission to win some personal glory for himself, so he headed up an attempt to invade Canada in a two-pronged attack. The Continentals managed to capture some British forts, and the the city of Montreal, but a harsh snowstorm with some smallpox on the side saw them defeated and pushed back at Quebec City, and they were forced to retreat all the way to Fort Ticonderoga. Speaking of which, remember all those guns and ammunition? Well, this guy's got a plan for what to do with them. He uses oxen to drag 120,000 pounds of artillery for 2 months through the harsh winter, 300 miles all the way to Washington and his Continental Army surrounding Boston. Boom. Washington's got himself some big guns, which is fortunate because up until now his army had been suffering through the cold winter, not knowing when the siege would end. Now, they could make a move. Washington wanted to launch a full assault on the city, but his junior officers felt the British were too fortified, and to his credit, Washington was great at hearing and taking on board the ideas of others. Instead, the Continentals worked through the night, setting the guns up on Dorchester Heights, overlooking the city, and when dawn broke and the British saw the guns, they knew they were toast. Their positions were completely exposed. It was checkmate. They had no choice but to abandon the city. 120 ships carried 9,000 redcoats and 2,000 loyalists away to an unknown fate, and Washington had his first victory of the war. Washington then moved his army to New York, knowing that when the British returned, they would probably land there. In the meantime, a friendly-looking old man by the name of Thomas Paine had written and published a pamphlet called Common Sense, in which he advocated for total independence from Great Britain. It spread across the colonies like wildfire, and to this day remains the best-selling title in America. It was read aloud in taverns and meeting halls, and brought the idea of independence into the mainstream. Congress began to seriously consider the idea. Thomas Jefferson was selected to write up an official Declaration of Independence, and he went hard, writing that all men are created equal, with certain inalienable rights, including life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Of course, Jefferson had over 100 slaves, but we don't have to talk about that. On the 2nd of July, Congress voted unanimously in favor of independence, and John Adams declared that the 2nd of July would go down as the most remembered day in American history. Then a couple days later, independence actually came into effect. The United States of America was born. There was no turning back now. The Americans tore down a statue of King George in New York and melted him down into 42,000 musket balls. To the British, it was treason, and if the king had his way, Washington and all of Congress would be hung. Speaking of the British, guess who's back? The king sent an intimidating force of 130 warships and 25,000 men to New York. Washington knew that taking on the most powerful military in the world wouldn't be easy. The British set up camp on Staten Island as the Americans dug into defensive positions around Brooklyn Heights, waiting for an attack to come. But the British just waited, wearing down their opponent's nerve while building their own strength. At one point, they launched a big scary artillery barrage and then said, you know, if I was you right now, I'd probably sue for peace. But Washington told them to shove it. The Americans kept holding out for what was coming, and when they finally hit, they hit hard. 15,000 British troops approached the American position, and the two sides fired on each other in massive rows. But what the Americans didn't realize was they were only fighting a decoy. The main British force was going around to flank the Americans from behind, and when they arrived, they inflicted heavy casualties. The Americans panicked and retreated back to Brooklyn Heights, where they then found themselves trapped between the British army and the river. It looked as though the war was already lost, but luckily, instead of attacking, the British decided to dig in for a siege, and then a thick fog set in, allowing Washington's army to escape across the river unimpeded. The British continued to chase and engage the Americans up Manhattan, and the Americans suffered defeat after defeat after defeat. It was a disaster. Washington's leadership was called into question, as thousands of American POWs were left to rot as traitors. Washington's army fled through New Jersey all the way down to Pennsylvania. Rarely had an army been so badly beaten, yet survived to fight another day. This video was made possible by Brilliant. Math and science done right. Keep watching until the end of the video to learn how you can get something about premium subscription. Washington's butt was sufficiently kicked. Winter was here. His troops' morale was low. Some just up and left. Washington needed to do something, anything to restore faith in the revolution. The British had spread throughout New Jersey and settled in for a winter of drinking cider and partying hard. Nobody expected an attack in the winter, so Washington started making plans for an attack in the winter. The British had hired a large force of Hessian mercenaries from the German states of Hesse-Kassel and Hesse-Hanau to fight the rebels. It was these mercenaries that were stationed across the Delaware River from Washington and his army. And there were more Hessian reinforcements incoming, but they made an unscheduled stop because their commander got thirsty. No, not that kind of thirsty. That kind of thirsty. It was Christmas Eve with a blizzard outside when Washington heard the Hessian defenses were down, and he decided to attack. He made a perilous crossing of the icy Delaware River with 2,400 men and marched 9 miles to Trenton, where he caught the Hessian forces completely off guard. After a short but fierce battle, the Hessians surrendered in droves. It was a much-needed victory that sent a clear message, not only to the British, but to Americans across the colony. The war was far from lost. General Cornwallis led the British forces south to counterattack the Americans, but in a series of battles, Washington's defensive position positioning and flanking maneuvers defeated the British 3 times in 10 days, and the British decided to abandon southern New Jersey for the rest of the winter. Washington finally set up a winter camp in Morristown, but for the Americans, there was much less partying than the British. Elsewhere, the British had taken Newport, Rhode Island, because it was a good naval base. In the south, they failed to take Charleston, South Carolina, which left British loyalists unsupported and vulnerable to more harassment and even mass expulsion. Congress sent Benjamin Franklin to France on a mission to convince them to join the war, and while the French generally loved any opportunity to hoodwink the Brits, they didn't want to join unless it was a sure win. So for now, Franklin spent his days chilling out and chasing tails. The British Parliament couldn't believe the war wasn't over yet, and the pressure was on to end it. So the British came up with a plan. General Burgoyne in Montreal and General William Howe in New York would advance through the Hudson Valley and meet in the middle, splitting the colonies in two, and thus screwing over the American communication lines. Burgoyne began his movement south, and after taking Fort Ticonderoga quite easily, he then came across heavy American resistance. So he sent Howard Dingledonker, asking if he'd be showing up anytime soon. Meanwhile, Howard completely abandoned his plan for one personal glory of capturing the American forces in the Delta. He defeated Washington and his army at Brandywine Creek by using the old hit him with a decoy and flank him from behind tactic. And Philadelphia was now in British hands, forcing Congress to escape to York. But Burgoyne was left on his own to face the ever-increasing American force in Saratoga. American General Horatio Gates teamed up with our old friend Benedict Arnold to deal one final blow to Burgoyne's army. Arnold wanted to take the fight to the British, but Gates wanted to wait for the British to come to them. After a heated debate, Gates, the senior officer, told Arnold to go to his room. But Arnold defied his orders, and at the Battle of Bemis Heights, he charged at the British and obliterated them. Great job, Horatio. By the way, what happened to that other guy who was in Saratoga? Who? Benedict Arnold. Never heard of him. Ouch. Hey, George, didn't I do a great job? Taking Philadelphia and all? Didn't I? You're fired. Both Burgoyne and Howe returned to Great Britain, leaving British General Henry Clinton to take charge of the war. And the war was about to take a nasty turn, because with the victory at Saratoga, the French were finally ready to join the Americans. All right, Benny, we're in. Hey, isn't this kind of funny, you know? Because you're a republic trying to overthrow an absolute monarchy, and I'm an absolute monarchy helping you? Like, could you imagine if your revolution inspired my people to revolt against me, and then they imprisoned me and all my family, and they chopped all of our heads off? Could you imagine? That's called foreshadowing. For now in America, winter was here once again, which meant yet more disease, more starvation, and even a little mutiny. After losing Philadelphia,
And even a little
Washington's
mutiny.
job was again on the line. But suddenly, a Prussian guy with a very fancy name, hired by Benjamin Franklin, showed up out of nowhere and said, "Hey, I'm here to give your men a European military training." And train them he did. They learned how to shoot accurately, how to march in formation, where to poop and where not to, and strict punishments were handed out to any who didn't comply. Washington's army came out of the winter in 1778 a new and improved force, ready to take Philadelphia back from the British. In the end, though, they didn't have to. With the French entering into the war, the British ordered General Clinton to evacuate Philadelphia and consolidate all of the British forces in New York. So Washington sent Benedict Arnold to reoccupy and secure the city as he pursued the British through New Jersey on land, eventually finding a good opportunity to attack at Monmouth Courthouse. The battle took place on a sweltering hot summer's day, and as many soldiers died from heat stroke as they did from battle. In the end, after some incompetence/borderline treason from Washington's second-in-command, it was a draw. And in this war, a draw is kind of a victory for the Americans. Next up, let's talk about this guy. This is John Paul Jones. John Paul Jones is handsome, Scottish, and absolutely insane. When the war first broke out, everyone was like, how did the colonies expect to stand up to the might of the British Navy with their meager fleet of converted merchants? Yeah, try telling that to John Paul Jones. This guy sailed to the British Isles, somehow captured a British ship off the coast of Ireland, and brought it back to France. Then he returned, attacking more ships, raiding towns, and evading capture the entire time. These are basically pirate tactics. But hey, if it works, it worked. In one incident, he captured a British ship and returned to a Dutch port without an official ensign because his was lost during the battle. That's a big no-no and can have you arrested as a pirate. The Dutch helped him out by quickly creating a design based on Benjamin Franklin's description of what the American flag should look like, and they entered it into their records as an official U.S. flag. What they came up with looks pretty cool. The whole campaign probably played heavily on British morale and brought into question their ability to win the war. And fun fact, he was so cool that one of the towns he raided in 1778 gave him an official honorary pardon in 1999. Keep ripping in heaven, John Paul Jones.
John Paul Jones. Now that I had no idea. No idea. Let's look into the John Paul Jones. He was an American, was he? Yeah, let's watch the whole thing. Let's see what they say about him.
In the spring of 1775, a young man traveling incognito as John Jones appeared in Philadelphia and petitioned for a command in the Continental Navy. He claimed he wanted to fight for liberty as a citizen of the world. During the next few years, he would take on nearly single-handedly the most awesome war machine on Earth at that time, the Royal British Navy. And it would clear. The mere rumor that his ship might be in the vicinity would provoke panic in seaports throughout the British Isles. He was the flesh and blood model for an Errol Flynn character. At sea, he rivaled Blackbeard in notoriety. Ashore, he was the darling of Paris society. He showed us how, with sheer guts and refusing to consider the possibility of defeat, we can emerge victorious from the most desperate of circumstances. He is an inspiration for every step.
John Paul Jones. No idea. Had no idea.
He was born John Paul in Kirkbean, Scotland, the parish of the Lordship of Galloway, on July 6, 1747. He was the fourth child of John Paul Sr., gardener in the service of William Frank. His mother was Jean Macduff. The cottage where the Paul family lived is only a brisk walk from the Firth of Solway. England can be seen on the opposite shore. A freckled, sandy-haired little boy below average height with hazel eyes, John Paul grew up speaking the strong Scot dialect like everyone else in Galloway. He probably never traveled 20 miles from his birthplace until he went to sea. Daily, young John would go fishing in the Solway. Sloops, schooners, and brigs passed by bound for Belfast or Liverpool or the New World. By the time John Paul was 13, he knew what he wanted in life. He was already an admiral in his imagination.
Where Jones's home was right on the Solway Firth, and not only the town of Dumfries, but Whitehaven on the other side of the Solway Firth. It was not one of the large maritime ports, but certainly it was a busy one. And as a result, surely the young man was able to see the sea, see what was going on, and the lure of the sea, no doubt, was in his mind very early on.
John Paul's family lacked the social connections which could have secured him a commission as a midshipman in the Royal Navy. The Merchant Marine was the next best thing. Early in 1761, at the age of 13, John Paul received his parents' blessing and a handshake from Mr. White on board of a packet to Whitehaven. Here were the articles of apprenticeship, binding him for 7 years to a merchant ship owner, during which time he would learn the mariner's trade.
When John Paul Jones went to sea, he signed an apprenticeship. He agreed to serve under this captain for 7 years. In return, the captain was going to teach him the arts of seamanship, how to navigate, how to operate a ship in those days. It was not a complicated business, and being a sailing ship in and out of a harbor, for instance, was very, very tricky. So there was a lot to learn, and Jones was an apt, very eager pupil.
From Whitehaven, John Paul embarked as ship's boy in the brig Friendship bound for Barbados and Virginia. For the next 3 years, he learned to sail and navigate and bargain for goods in port. The Friendship plied the triangle trade, carrying English goods to the West Indies, exchanging for rum and sugar, then to the colonies where that cargo would be traded for tobacco, lumber, and pig iron for England. After 3 years, John Paul's merchant master went broke and released the young man from service.
Aww.
For the next 3 years, John Paul served aboard slave traders operating between Kingston and the windward coast of Africa. Not only did this business offend his sense of humanity, but the trips across the Atlantic were revolting in that the wretched slaves, literally jammed into the hold without sanitation, raised a stench that could be detected 20 miles downwind.
Not only was it morally offensive, and Jones was a very intelligent man, and he was aware that these people were human beings and they were being reduced to the lowest level, chained to the bottom of the hold of the ship, but also it was very dangerous. They lost in the slave trade as many as 1 out of every 3 seamen from the incredible diseases from the lack of sanitation on these ships.
At last, John Paul quit in disgust with what he termed the abominable trade. Now 21 years old, with 7 hard years of sea experience behind him, John Paul fell into a bit of luck. The same back to sea, the captain and mate of the brig John became ill with fever and died. Since no one in the small crew knew how to navigate, John Paul took command and brought the little vessel safely home. The owners were so pleased with his performance, they appointed John Paul master for the next voyage to America. He was now the master of his own ship.
When Jones became a captain, then his real personality became more visible. The inner toughness of the man, a very young man, was demonstrated repeatedly. On one of his voyages, he took a young man named Mungo Maxwell. I love his name. As I've seen him, he was the son of a fairly well-to-do man in the neighborhood, and Jones knew the family and so forth. Well, this guy thought he was out for a sea voyage, sort of a vacation, and didn't really do much work, or want to do much work. So Jones quickly informed him that he was going to work his way across, and when he didn't cooperate, he tied him to the mainmast and gave him a bit of the old lash.
When the ship arrived at Tobago, Maxwell charged John Paul with cruelty before the Vice Admiralty Court, exhibiting his scarred back as evidence. Captain Paul responded that Maxwell had been incompetent and disobedient. The court ruled that Mungo's injuries were neither mortal nor dangerous, and the case was dismissed. But on Maxwell's
then
return
Matheson
voyage
has
to
been dealt
Scotland
with?
on another ship, he became ill with fever and died. When John Paul docked in Scotland, he was met by the local sheriff and charged with murder.
What? What?
His father accused Jones of murdering his son. He claimed that the son was so sick from the beating he took that he died on this return voyage. He never recovered. And it was absolutely a bum rap. And Jones got all kinds of witnesses from the West Indies and on the ship, which said he even got a doctor's report. The marks of the lash had long since healed, and he seemed in perfect health when he left for the West Indies. So it was just bad luck, fate.
With affidavits from Tobago, John Paul was able to clear his record.
Shouldn't have lashed that man, though.
And he was released from bail.
Some men are
The
just
story
lazy.
that
You
flogged
can't
a
fucking
sailor to
fix
death
it.
Was to follow him the rest of his life.
Yeah.
John Paul Jones was impatient. He was a man
Yeah.
also with a temper. He had no patience whatsoever for people who he believed were incompetent, lazy, and as a result, I think he came across some troubles at times with crews who may have not behaved or operated a vessel to his standard.
Yeah, sometimes men are on their vacation. Like, you understand it when, like, you understand it when you're older, I guess. Something about young men, they don't really get this. Occasionally, men are on vacation and they won't do shit. They're just, like, they're tired of working in their every day, all day. And they'll just stop working. They'll stop working until they have a break. That's normal, and a ship actually might not be the worst place to do that, though I think it is sort of lazy in those days. But I would think like let him sail on a ship. Who cares? Let him sit back in the bunsen's mate or whatever, as long as he paid his passage and pay for his food or whatever. Just let him sit back there. Who the fuck cares? He's not your fucking servant. He's not your sailor. He doesn't work on your fucking ship. The lawyers were probably furious, and they probably won the lawsuit, because it is kind of fucked up. Like, the guy who just wanted a vacation, let him sail on a ship and have a fucking vacation if that's what he wants to fucking do. If that's not what if he didn't sign up on the ship saying, I'm gonna work all day every day, then don't make him work. Like, what the fuck is that? That's essentially slavery. I don't give a flying fuck what you think about, oh, it's my ship and I'm the captain and, you know, everybody here works and all this crap. Nah, man, that guy didn't sign up for that. Are you paying him? I doubt you were paying him. That's what it sounds like to me. Like, were you paying him? No, you weren't paying him. So essentially, he probably was paying you. So you basically robbed the customer because he wouldn't work as a slave on your ship all day every day. See, this is the sort of thing that I ran into in my life, where like you're making the differentiation in your head, but they're not making the differentiation in their head. And then they construe you or malign you as some kind of lazy person, as if you didn't work twice as hard as those motherfuckers your entire life. Like, you know, whatever, man. Like, if it kind of gets at me sometimes. Like, you know, people consider me lazy and shit. Fuck you, motherfuckers. I've been working a lot more than you. A lot more. Not just this year. I'm talking about my entire life. I worked a lot more than you. I started when I was like 14. I've done something my entire fucking life. Like, I almost, if I sat around, it was on video games. Look where it is now. Basically, professional video. Dude, I did not sit around my whole life. And so people like that, I always had no use for it. I noticed that they like to turn you into a fucking slave.
Yes.
My mother does it. She sees somebody who isn't basically in movement all the time, and she thinks, oh, that must be a slave who just hasn't been sent to work yet. That's like literally what her brain thinks. You can see it like on her face. She thinks, oh, you're idle. You must need to be put to work. And I've never understood that about people. Fuck you. Like, just because you're uptight like that, you think life should be like that, you think humans should be like that, doesn't mean that all of us are like that. That's that freedom and pursuit of happiness thing. You think everybody needs to be a fucking slave. And I'm on to your guys' bullshit. It's the start of fascism. It's the belief that everybody should fucking work. I don't have that at all. I don't think old people should fucking work. I don't really think people who don't want to work should work. I think like making them is one of the reasons why society's so crazy. We have all these mass shootings and shit like that. If they don't want to work, don't fucking make them work. Help them out. Let them get their life in order or whatever. It's just stupid. Like this whole thing about kicking people about and laying about with the whip, trying to get people to do whatever the fuck you want, cracking the whip like there's this guy buys passage on your ship and then suddenly he's your sailor slave. You can't stand the fact that he wants to idle by the fucking side of the rail and watch the water. But I mean, like, that's probably what he bought passage on the ship for. Are you hating on it? And I can see it. Just because it's old and there isn't tech to hold your hand and machines to run your ships and stuff, did you think all hands are on deck? And that guy's your hand, and he needs to work for you. Anyways. Hey, look, it got him in trouble his entire life. He caught a murder charge off that. Fuck that. He caught a murder charge off that because he beat the man. When obviously this man was not his fucking slave. And it probably did fucking affect his health for the rest of his life. And then he did die. It probably did do that. Or they probably wouldn't have filed the assault charge, or whatever, the murder charge. Because, they knew, the guy's father knew that whatever this guy did, I like this guy, John Paul Jones, but he was probably an asshole. And he couldn't handle people not working around him. But see, that's the state of the human race. About half of us can't work. We're either too fat, too dumb, too lazy, too this, too that, whatever, too shifty, too whatever the fuck. But trust me, if you can't handle humans not working around you, and I get it. When I'm working hard, I don't want people not working hard around me. Which is one of the reasons why I'm alone all the time, because nobody ever thought my work was work, Or this stuff isn't work. It's goddamn work. Pulling 60 levels in 6 days is a lot of work. It's kind of crazy. It's like a lot of work. It's you got to keep at it, keep going, keep grinding, keep on the grind and shit, and do whatever you can to make the grind go by easier. But I mean, I'm saying, you got to get used to every single type of human being out there, from disabled to crippled to racially diverse to fat, rich, poor, lesbian, gay, up, down, left, right, blue, purple, yellow, orange, silly, serious, fascist, liberal, whatever. It's kind of crazy. Whatever the fuck your labels are, they're still human beings and you have to respect them. It's fucking stupid. And the worst part is, a lot of the time these people, they think they're God's children, and that God speaks through their actions, and their actions are pious and righteous and all this shit. When you can't fool me. I went to Catholic school my whole childhood and shit, and I come from, that's kind of a little bit of my background. You can't fool me. Your judgment comes from the devil's fucking mouth, not God's. Hey, you roll with the devil when you judge people like that and you beat them for not being your slave and all this stupid ass shit that you get up to. That fascism, of their soul and all the stupid shit you guys get up to and think it's okay, right? And, and I will say, we can respect you and think you're cool and all this stuff, but you can't just beat like hardworking into everybody around you. You can't do that. It's just not. It's just not how that works. There's disabled. There's old. There's lazy. There's fat. There's everything. It doesn't matter what it is. You're gonna run into resistance while people in different like phases of their life are going to give you like that, but like their excuses for whatever their phase of life that they're in. Maybe they got a broken heart. Maybe they're too busy doing something else. Maybe they're really smart and they shouldn't be wasting their time doing construction work. They should be building nuclear bombs, right? Etc. It's always like that. There's always some other things. So like trying to, like, anyways, I'm gonna, I got off on a tangent. I apologize. I just
The encouraging word.
people like Ethan Allen, John Paul Jones, these American heroes and stuff. They like to say that they used to like to say that hardworking mentality is what made America great. That's the MAGA attitude. But you got to remember, it takes all kinds. What made America great was the melting pot. It wasn't. Trust me, it's not like the white forwards of the race or whatever the fuck you guys believe in and stuff. It wasn't like that. It's like literally the melting pot is what made us great. We had talent from every single crew. That's what America is. You want to say it's some kind of like privileged white wasp thing and that you're losing your power or whatever the fuck, or not you, but just the royal you. Like, you want to say that there's all this other stuff going on in the country. But in my experience, man, like what made this country great is we got to pick and choose from all the different crews. It's like a hip-hop lyric. We got to pick and choose from all the different crews, the best of the best, to make a country. That's what made us great. It had nothing to do with fucking white people or privileged shit or the church or all the stuff that all the Bible thumping craziness that a rich white entitled person or whatever, even poor white entitled person might get up to in terms of their judgment and the things that they say. But I will say this: being able to pick and choose from each and every different crew that came into this country to build our talent pools and build our efforts and build our art and our technology and our future and our finances and our money and our food and our shelter and our love and our culture and all these things. We got to pick and choose from all the best crews of every single race in every single country in every single fucking background in the world. We got to pick and choose from the best of it. That's the American experiment that you guys fucking forgot. Your xenophobia and your bullshit about China and Russia and all these other people that you want us to fucking fear. Gay people or communists or whatever the fuck. It takes all kinds, man. It takes all kinds. It takes cartels. It takes all of it. It takes all of it to make this fucking world. And like the hatred and the bigotry and the intolerance and stuff is so anti-American to me. Make America great again. Motherfucker, America was always great. And the fact that you say it isn't or that it needs to be again doesn't make the fact that it isn't anymore. It still is, motherfucker. The most unpatriotic bullshit I've ever heard. It's not like beating on Republicans at 7:10 in the fucking morning, you know what I'm saying? When nobody's listening and nobody cares. Because it's fun as hell. Like, like what is that? That's a it's like who used to rap with the Gorillas, like that one song, I forget the name. I'm quoting Del the Funky Homo Sapien, right? Deltron 3030 is the best ever, man. Quoting Deltron 30, quoting Del Funky Homo Sapien, like all these chicks and dudes hanging out with different crews and stuff. That's kind of like, we got to pick and choose from the best of the different crews. It's a hip-hop lyric, and it's the core of America, kind of. We got to pick and choose from the best of the different crews. And that's what made us great. It had nothing to do with some kind of white nationalism or some kind of privileged bullshit. You think that, with the fatherland or Britain or whatever the fuck white people made this country and stuff. Nah, white people brought their problems to it with their slavery and their goddamn moral debauchery and shit. And sure, other races did that too. But that's the reality. What made us great was that diversity. Had we not brought those people here, this country would not have been great. So I'm just saying, Otherwise, you've got New England. I don't know if you I grew up in New England. I know what they want New England to be. They want it to be this rustic, Dutch-esque sort of English slash Alp countryside experience of like rural simplicity and rich people and privilege this and that and Christian white culture. And that is so far from what New England actually fucking is that it's a joke. And they've always wanted this, and it's ridiculous. I'm not trying to speak out against it. I'm just saying that's the actual case. So like, it's sort of weird. And this whole thing about I'll kick your ass if you're lazy. This is what's wrong with America. That judgment, that puritanical fucking judgment about everybody else. The fuck else. You guys never learn. Just it goes to my gaming lectures and stuff. It reminds me of something I used to say a lot, and I still say at least once a month or something like that. Your win-loss ratio is directly proportional to how toxic you are to your team in the moment, in the combat, in the rub of things, right? You are, and I'll repeat it because it's hard to understand it when I say it, but it's really important. Your win-loss ratio is directly proportional to how toxic you are to your team in the eking out of that win-loss. You know, like why you are engaging in battle or whatever it is. When you are outperforming or outselling or whatever, when you're out doing whatever, doing and doing it or whatever your verb is. Like, you know, your win-loss ratio is directly proportional to how toxic you are to your team. This is why MAGA is so fucking bad for America. Do you have any idea how really toxic that shit is talking about our team? It's the most anti-American thing I've ever heard. Make America great again. It's actually, in its own subtle way, the most anti-American, like, anti-patriotic, like, fucking thing I've ever heard. So, like, you know, that's all I have to say about this. Like, that American ingenuity and hard working and stick-to-itiveness, yes, that is what built this country. We have it in spades. But you gotta stop beating your chests. And right along with that is all of these other people standing around, you know? Like Calvin and Hobbes did a good comic about this. The Spirit of the New Year was a really great one, right? About realities in American reality. So we'll look at Calvin and Hobbes, right? Spirit of the New Year, I think. Where he dummies up, right? So here's this one. I think I'll pull the whole this particular comic. I think this is the wrong place to look for it, but I wanna go look in the images, right? So like he's talking about like, you know, this one here. So we're gonna open image and new tab, right? This one's such a good one, right? It's a new year, a new beginning, new possibilities, and this is coming up here in like less than 8 weeks. We have a new year, and this is apropos to what's going on right now. This is what America wanted to be. This snowman represents the spirit of the new land, the spirit of the new year, the spirit of the new continent, the spirit of the new world, right? Looking ahead, he strides forward with confidence and determination. He challenges, he imagines, he invents, he calls forth the best qualities of the human drive and ingenuity. And, you know, and Calvin doesn't say it here because it gets cruder here at this point. He lays about with the whip anybody who doesn't live up to their perfect amount of potentiality that every single person has that they don't live up to. And he lays about with the whip, and he whips anybody who doesn't work as hard as he does to get this ship in shape. And that's the part that Calvin doesn't talk about. So Hobbes says, very inspiring, and Calvin says, thank you. And then we get to the point, which is, and over here is the real world, right? This is the real world, where a bunch of us want to stand around and laugh, right? A bunch of us want to stand around and fucking argue, and a bunch of us want to put our asses up against the back end of a tree and fucking sit there like a bump on a motherfucking log, because we did work our whole fucking lives, and we are fucking tired, and we did our due diligence, and we did save lives and try to protect our community and raise our children if we had any, or whatever the fuck. You know, like some of us, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm like the most like 9 to 5 work this whole life guy. I definitely didn't have, I had many years where I didn't do that, but there was many years where I did. You know, a lot more so than I think a lot of people. Let's put it that way. You'll understand when I'm older too, how much time it takes. Right, and this, you know, and over here, right, and over here is the real world, and this is that thing about this ship captain and this John Paul Jones story. You have to accept. You have to accept. I want this where I can get to it. This one I come back to all the time. You have to accept that this is the reality. I tell my mom all the time, you think that this is the oddity, but it's actually the commonality. This is the common denominator. This is what most people are like. Most men want to play with their dicks and eat chicken. Like, this is their thing. This is that thing. And if you can't understand this about humanity and not love them anyways, you are actually the problem. What it looks like in your brain, right, is like this. What it looks like in your brain, it looks like this, right? What it looks like to me is like some kind of Satanism symbolatry, right? Like that. What it looks like to me. Oh, come on. Symbols, right? Satanism symbols, right? It's not that hard. Like, what it looks like to me is a bunch of evil shit like this. This is like, to you, it looks like this. But you want to lay about with the whip and crack anybody over here who isn't exactly like you. But trust me, it's a martyr. It's a Jesus Christ pose. You know, to quote Chris Cornell, it's a Jesus Christ pose. It's like you're out here trying to save everybody. Trust me, we all want to be there. We all want to be this. But sometimes, I'm sorry, in every life, sometimes you're this, sometimes you're this, sometimes you're this, and sometimes you're this. And it doesn't matter. You're sometimes at some point in your life, you're playing all of these roles, and them, and this, and that, and all this. You know, human drive and ingenuity. Sometimes you challenge, you innovate, you imagine, you invent. You know, you represent one of that. And here is the reality, though. It overhears, and Hobbes is a good one to say it. It overhears the real world, though. This is the real world. If you can't accept that most humans are good and just do bad things, but they're good natured if given the chance, and they're not bad people, you probably shouldn't really like deal with a lot of humanity, because it's sort of like if you think you need to cast me out of your society for possession, or like being a drug dealer or one of these other things, like, you know, if you need to cast me out of your society for being a drug addict, something's really wrong with you. That sort of judgment would need to be that you pariah people that you love out of your own community. It's the same thing with all of it. It's the same. This is what Christians talk about with the golden rule: do unto others as you would want to do unto yourself. See, that's not like the literal idiots like literally take it literally what that statement means. But it's not saying, trust me, it's not saying do with the let me hit you with my interpretation of the golden rule. It's do unto others lest, you know, judge not lest ye be judged, or do unto others as you would do unto yourself, right? Or whatever. Maybe I'm misquoting, but it's close. Here's my interpretation of that: do unto others because you will be the other at some point, and you will have that rock chucked at you. So don't chuck rocks in glass houses, because you are the one that, you know, this is that judgment about, these layabout wastrels are too lazy to be on my ship. So I crack my whip and I damn near killed a man by beating him half to death because he wouldn't work. And when I got to shore, they were like, you have an assault charge. And when the assault charge wore off, the guy eventually died, and they hit you with murder because you did kind of cause all the problems in the guy's life. All he wanted to do was be this guy. At that period of his life, he just wanted to be this guy. But I guarantee it, at some time in his life, this guy that John Paul Jones fucking like tanned his leather on the ship and stuff for being lazy and stuff. At some point, John Paul Jones was this guy. At some point, John Paul Jones was this guy and this guy and this guy and that guy and this guy. All of them, right? And so was the man whose hide he tanned. At some point was this, and this, all of that in his lifetime. Every human, in my experience, has all of these things in them and has done these roles. Every human that I know of has. So, like, it's sort of weird. Like, for the judgment it comes out like this. It's evil. Comes out in evil symbology like this. Your judgment, it looks like this to me. It looks like pagan, fucking, like, weird Satanist symbolatry to me. That judgment that you want to pass on other people for being this or being that. You want to talk about true evil? That's the true evil. That judgment, that fucking that intolerance, that dislike, that fear, that xenophobia, whatever the fuck you want to call it, that's pure evil. That's the actual pure evil. It's not them being them or you being you. It's that judgment that actually does summon the goddamn demon. And that's all I have to say about this. It's a deep one, this. Shirking work, right? Jesus spoke about it. Some people are going to, at some point in their life, are going to shirk work. Do we execute them for this? I mean, like, come on now. Some people are just not going to be of the frame of mind to fucking do it at that. You know how this works as a human being. Sometimes it go, sometimes it doesn't. If it doesn't, you got a problem. If somebody else wants you to make it go, and you won't. You can't, and you won't. You know, so you can't make it go right then and there. Do we execute you? No. Do we judge you? No. But the society that we built does, and I really hate that. I hate that about this. It's like symbols from the deep. It's riddles in the dark. It's Satan's speech. It's the devil moving. It's the evil of your whatever. And I don't mean to like proselytize like some kind of fucking preacher, because I don't believe in this shit in the first fucking place. I'm trying to talk about it in like fucking terms that my public or my fucking people can actually understand. It's the terms that they do get: evil, Satanist, bullshit, evil, this and that, you know, Satan spawned this or that, profane, distasteful, degenerate, or whatever the fuck, like you know, those words and stuff. That's what the judgment is. It's the closest thing to evil in that conversation, is your own judgment, you know. Just saying. Once in a while I have to call them out on it. I hear about an otherwise really cool guy, John Paul Jones, damn near beating a man to death because he couldn't, you know, damn, man, you're really hurt. Maybe you should, like, chill a little bit. You want to chill a little bit? I'll pop a fucking heal for you. Yeah, fuck it. I'll shoot it at him. I don't care. Oh. I like John Paul Jones, but every once in a while you hear about, like, I'm sure Horatio Nelson was the exact same way, though. The big heroes, they tend to crack the whip of the other people around. I've never had the gall to tell another human being what to do, or even, like, act like I have the sort of authority to know what to do. Bis boots for me. Bis boots for me. Huge upgrade. Huge. New boots. Just right off the ground. That's rare. It's very good to see some loot that I don't have to buy, you know, have full strength and everything. Do some more damage. Yeah. It was a good, like, this is right where, I mean, it's still 10 levels lower than me. I don't know why I'm not at a higher place. I should be at a higher place. I should be way over Restless now. I pretty much need to keep moving. I got caught up here. It was good. It got me up some levels and stuff, but really, I'm actually pretty much due east from here. I need to finish this one on the way. But I mean, I got to cut all the way to Restless, to Restless Keys or whatever that fucking city is called. I really hate it when you guys walk back and forth like stalkers. It really creeps me out a little bit. They're like, walking really fast and aggro, you know? That kind of aggro. It's like the kind of way a cop would start to run at you. They're kind of aggro. They're like kind of walking back and forth, and then they come straight at you. That's how cops would be. It's a creepy walk. It's an authoritarian goose step, like jerk. You know, it's like left, right, run. You know, it's like
And make a commanding officer beloved. Samuel Eliot Morrison, Jones'
biographer.
By the time he was 26, John Paul had learned nearly everything there was to know about rigging, loading,
Ridiculous.
and
There's always more to learn.
He could navigate across the ocean by mid-reckoning and noon latitudes of the sun. He was an experienced supercargo, which meant trading agent for the ship owners. He was already half merchant ship owner and in a position to pyramid his profits every voyage.
Wow.
John Paul had toiled on the sea for 13
Pyramid
years
his
and was
profits
looking
is a
toward the
weird
day
way
when
to
he could
say
take
it.
his earnings and settle down on a farm in Virginia, the fascinating land he had seen between voyages. But his next voyage would dramatically change his luck. Destiny had a much bigger role in store for John Paul. It would begin
want
with
gators?
a shipboard brawl
Okay.
that became a mutiny. John Paul, in command of the merchant ship Betsy, arrived in Tobago in the fall of 1773. The voyage had been long and difficult. The young captain sold off his cargo and was in the process of buying another one for the return home when members of the crew revolted, demanding to be paid advance wages to spend in port. Paul refused. He wanted to use the cash to buy more goods to be sold back home. This was probably unwise on Paul's part, because many of the crew were natives of the island who wanted the money to spend with family and friends ashore. One seaman, whom Paul later described in a letter as the ringleader,
I got my point.
had
Yay.
been a troublemaker on the outward passage, now stirred up the crew to demand payment at once. When Paul refused, the ringleader and a party of men began to lower a boat to go ashore without leave. Paul tried to stop them, but the ringleader, a big man who towered over the Bantam captain, chased him into his cabin.
He wanted to keep as much money in his sea chest as possible to buy the best possible amount of cargo, and then he
Yeah, but
did
that's how
almost
you
more
lose
money at
it.
the end.
If,
But he was dealing
if that
with
ship
one
sinks, you're
war,
broke. You're
basically,
gone.
The average guy went to sea. He's not an intellectual, to put it mildly. And a lot of these fellows also were from the island, Tobago, where he was tied up. And they wanted to go ashore and have a good time, as every sailor has done since time immemorial. So they got into quite a quarrel with Jones. And one of them, who was a bruiser, and Jones, we should remember, was a very small man. He was only about 5'5".
Yeah, they're always small too. They're like, oh, I work so hard. Yeah, because you're wiry and it's easy for you to work.
He wasn't
You
about
know,
to slug it out with
you're
him.
short and you're
He had
wiry. It's
character.
easy to work as you know.
John Paul grabbed his sword and came back out on deck, just as the ringleader and his party of mutineers were climbing into the boat.
Try being
Far from
6
the
foot
ship,
fucking
the
four,
giant crewman grabbed a bludgeon
fucking
and
200
rushed Paul.
fucking 50,
The
350
captain
pounds
retreated
depending.
backward to the hatchway and,
And,
made a
like,
stand. His assailant was in the very
try doing
act
that kind of
striking
work,
Paul
you
with a
know,
lethal
it's just-
blow, and the captain ran him through the body with his sword. The ringleader fell dead upon the deck.
Wow.
Captain Paul immediately went ashore and turned himself in to the justice of the peace.
Yep. I just stabbed
Although
some
Jones
two
had
guys
perfect
because they
right to
mutinied.
kill him. He was captain, and there was
Yeah, but
obvious
she turned him
reason.
in, and you know. It's,
Yet it took place in the harbor, and this man had a lot of friends on the island.
Had there been an admiralty court available to try his case, John Paul would certainly have been found innocent, considering
they
his
got him
defense
for
of
this.
mutiny.
Look at all the bad shit that
It was a
happens to
civil
him because
trial.
he's got
The
to.
jury sympathetic
he's gotta
to the
punish
mutineers,
people.
and the real likelihood
He
of
wants to
hung
play
for his
cop.
actions, Jones fled.
Yeah, this sanctimonious bullshit. I'm not sure I like this guy as much as
For
I
the next
thought.
20 months, John Paul
But he did fuck the
disappeared from
British,
sight.
so you know.
His movements and whereabouts between October 1773 and the summer of 1775, when he surfaced in Virginia, are a complete mystery. Historians and fiction writers have
You know, he was
attempted
Jack
to fill in
Sparrow,
these
he
missing
just-
pages from his life with speculation, romantic yarns, and sundry adventures. Some claim John Paul was a pirate captain during this time. Others place him on a stage as an actor in Jamaica.
An actor in
We do know
Jamaica.
that
What kind of
some
money
volunteering
could he possibly make
expedition
doing that?
John
What?
Paul became
What?
John Jones.
Is that for all the tourist sailors or what? Is he dressed up like a madam? I mean, how's he supposed to make money doing that?
Chicago in the form
That's
of credits
ridiculous.
And in a London bank. Neither town would be safe for a man under indictment for murder. There was no
Oh,
way
he's
for
running
John
from a
to get to
murder
his life.
charge.
He fled the West Indies with 50 pounds that would have to last.
He
him
left all his
years.
money in his ship, and then his fucking his bosun's mate robbed him or whatever. That's so stupid. See, this is that thing. Never keep your entire life's worth in a fucking box under your bed. I don't care who you are. Don't do that. It's going to get stolen. It's fucking stupid. Like somebody around will have like like sticky fingers at some point. You better have that motherfucker counterweighted and magnets sunk with the backwards ass fucking key code operator thing with the key print and eye retina scanner and shit. If you're gonna do something like that, because like otherwise you're just gonna get jacked. You're gonna get fucking jacked. It happens eventually over a 30, 40, 50 year period. You get jacked. Like, fucking something happens. Like, fuck
Jones,
that.
with this new name now, surfaces at his brother's.
Never keep your money on the ship you're sailing on.
His older brother who had emigrated to colonies in King State.
That's why, you know,
Republican in spirit.
like, you wouldn't have to leave town with 50 fucking quid, like, you know, in a prayer or a dream. If you just put all that money in a fucking bank account, it wouldn't be that fucking hard, you know.
The colonies were compared to the old world of Europe. The colonies
You know,
were
a
still
landlubber
run by
bank account.
influence. And John Paul Jones needed some influence in order to achieve what he wanted, that is a commission in the new colony. And here is where he grew his ties as a Mason.
Boom.
Back in Scotland, he became a Mason, and one of the men who sponsored him as a Mason ended up to have a brother who was a partner to a North Carolina congressman.
And he was a
So,
Mason.
with this connection,
Jesus.
Jones wrote to the congressman from North
Yeah,
Carolina.
hey, man, I need a
his
ship.
influence to get a commission for him in the Continental Navy.
Yeah, let me get a commission. I want to go fucking sail a ship.
Arrived in Philadelphia.
I wonder if I could get a commission if I talk to the right person.
1775. The United States has not declared its independence, but it's acting more and more independent. There have been a clash of arms at Lexington and Concord. The United States is getting ready to invade Canada, attack Fort Ticonderoga, and talking about forming a navy. And Jones shows up and offers his services. There were very few people from the middle colonies or the South offering their services. Virtually the entire captain's list of the early...
Can't find any fucking alligators because everybody's farming them. It's so annoying. I better cut east. This guy might take too much time, this quest.
And I think
I'll
Jones
get him.
got the appointment in part because there were not many rival claimants from the South. And that provided the opening for Jones. Jones is a man without family contacts in America. He is a man without deep roots in America. He had merely his own abilities and his own record to go on.
Through an acquaintance, Jones met and courted Dorothea Danbridge, daughter of a prominent Virginia landowner. No matter how stricken the couple was with one another, marriage was out of the question.
Oh.
Her parents would never accept an out-of-work shipmaster, brother to the local tailor, into the family. Dorothea married Governor Patrick Henry of Virginia and bore him 9
That's a
children.
bitter pill. What the fuck?
Women would continue to find Jones fascinating, especially after he became a famous sea captain. Yet, he would never marry. When John Paul Jones accepted his commission on December 7, 1775,
Yeah, women don't marry poor
lieutenant in the
people.
Continental Navy, he believed he was fighting not for independence.
You could be a sailor your whole
but
life,
for
but
the
if you're
principle
not,
of liberty,
you know.
the right of a free people to determine their destiny without coercion by a misguided king and corrupt ministry. The Continental Navy, little more than a ragtag collection of merchant ships, could well use the talents and experience of the young lieutenant from Scotland by way of Virginia.
In fact, it was not easy in those days to put together good men for the Navy because you have the problem of privateers. When the Navy captured a ship, quite a bit of the proceeds from the sale of that ship, the goods it was carrying, went to the government. Whereas if you served aboard a privateer, you kept all the booty when the ship was sold and the goods were sold and so forth. And it was divided among the crew. Of course, the officers get a little more than the seamen, but it was certainly much more profitable to serve aboard a privateer than it was the Continental Navy.
Lieutenant Jones was given a choice of assignments: master of the sloop Providence or first mate on the Alfred, the flagship of the new Navy. Here he would serve under Commodore Essex Hopkins, the new commander-in-chief, and Captain Dudley Saltonstall. In perhaps an uncharacteristic move, Jones opted for the Alfred. Though a superb sailor by this time, he had no experience in combat as yet and hoped to learn from Hopkins and Saltonstall.
When I applied for a lieutenancy, I hoped in that rank to gain much useful knowledge from men of more experience than myself. I was, however, mistaken, for instead of gaining information, I was obliged to inform others. John Paul Jones.
On May 10, 1776, John Paul Jones was given his own command, the sloop Providence, with orders to proceed on a cruise against our enemies. For the first time since he had fled Tobago 3 years before, John Paul Jones had a ship to command. This time he would be sailing against his former homeland in the name of liberty. He was an American now. He turned the page on John Paul, merchant seaman. Unimaginable adventure and fame lay before him. In the spring and early summer of 1776, Captain Jones and his crew of the Providence forayed up and down the American coastline, playing havoc with the British fishing and merchant fleet. He took 16 ships as prizes. 8 of them he ordered burned because he didn't have enough men to get them into port. Within months, Jones was the most successful captain in the Continental Navy. Promoted to command of the Alfred, Jones put to sea and in a 6-week voyage captured 7 more prizes, including the most important capture in the war to date, the arms transport Mellish. The Mellish carried in its cargo 10,000 winter uniforms destined for the British Army. Now, instead, they would clothe George Washington's ragged Continental Army.
Oh my God.
From Captain John Paul Jones.
You can imagine what this did to Jones' reputation. One of the chief motivations for individuals to serve in the Navy at that time or to go to sea was to make profits. And captains had great difficulties in rolling crews and enlisting people. Jones had none of these difficulties. Captains were always complaining that privateersmen are getting all the good sailors. We can't get any. Jones didn't have any problem. I mean, Jones may not have been a popular captain, but if you signed on with Jones, you knew you were going to see action, and that meant you might make some money.
In October 1776, Congress drew up a list of captains in the Navy by order of seniority and assigned a ship to each. The first 13 captains were each to command one of the new frigate warships built that year in shipyards from Baltimore to Portsmouth.
Jones, by far the most successful officer in the Continental Navy, finds himself listed as 18th on the seniority list. He slipped down a dozen places. Not happy about this.
Jones traveled to Philadelphia to lobby for a higher place on the seniority list and assignment to a new frigate. But the Marine Committee would not budge. Jones would not get his frigate. Fate had other plans for them. One by one, the American frigates were bottled up in port or captured and destroyed by the blockading British Navy.
The British had spies all over the place. They just parked 2 of their frigates at the mouth of these ships, and these ships never got to sea. It was really kind of pathetic in a way. And Jones slowly realized that the British had really the upper hand. They had a huge navy, you know, and they could afford to keep a navy at home, and they could have this big navy in American waters, and they were just going to blockade the American navy to death. So Jones said, there's no point in trying to fight the English fleet in home waters. There's too many of them, and we'll just get bashed around. He proposed to raid the British in their home waters. He knew that this would really drive them wild, and this might force them to withdraw some of their ships from the American station.
In June 1777, Congress resolved that John Paul Jones be appointed to command the sloop Ranger. That November, he sailed off on a northwest wind bound for Europe. He was taking the war to the British.
There was no way possible that the American Navy could ever defeat the British Navy. But it could be embarrassing to the Royal Navy to have some rebel ships sailing around the British Isles, conducting some raids, taking innocent merchant vessels. So taking the war then to British waters was not going to win the war for the United States, but it was the best possible way, I think. And John Paul Jones was the most successful man in doing it.
Upon his arrival in Europe, Captain Jones was summoned to Paris for a meeting with America's brilliant diplomat, Benjamin Franklin. The two men found they shared philosophical and strategic views and immediately became fast friends.
Franklin was 100% in favor of Jones for two reasons. One was because he wanted to recapture merchant ships and take prisoners, because the British Navy was usually capturing these privateers. So they had hundreds of American sailors in British jails, and they were treating them horribly because they considered these privateers as pirates. Franklin wanted Jones to go out there and capture British seamen that he could exchange for these people. But another, even more important idea, and this is where I think Franklin and Jones really hit it off and were a brilliant pair. They decided they would raid British ports.
I think he hit it off with Benjamin Franklin immediately. And I think he and Franklin saw much of life in the same way. They both like parties. They're both very popular with women.
Welcome to Roulette with... Oh, don't worry, yes.
Work to learn to speak French, for example.
Franklin's issued instructions to Jones gave him wide latitude. He was ordered to distress the enemy as he felt best.
And so Jones took off on his first cruise in the Ranger, and it was really great. I mean, he started capturing ships right there off the British coast, and then finally he sailed into the harbor of Whitehaven, ironically the very port from which he'd left as a young ship's boy, and he leveled his guns and said, "I want money, I want this, I want that, I'm going to burn the town," and so forth. Oh, God, it was just incredible chaos. So he didn't really burn the town, although he threatened to. But it was almost as good as burning the town because the impact on the British ministry was absolutely horrendous. They went berserk. They dispatched every ship they could find into the North Sea, into the Irish Sea. They didn't know where Jones was, of course.
We made Barden.
While the British Navy hunted for the man they called the American pirate, John Paul Jones had a plan he hoped would free American sailors held in British prisons. Jones believed that if he captured a member of Parliament, the Earl of Selkirk, he could force the British to trade prisoners. But the Earl was not home when Jones and his boat party came to call.
The Countess of Selkirk delivered up the family silver to them. And they took this back as loot.
Before I go in here, I'm going to go to the restroom. I'll be right back.
France, this will be sold. Jones will buy it, and he'll send it back to the Countess of Selkirk. This way, the men got their money, the Countess got her silver back, and Jones felt that he had defended his honor. The day after missing the Earl of Selkirk, Jones crossed the Irish Sea, where he knew the British warship, the Drake, was stationed, and purposely challenged it to battle.
He goes out in the Ranger and takes on a 20-gun British ship and slugs it out and forces them to strike its colors, which was incredible. The British couldn't believe it. That an American, a Scotsman, with a crew that wasn't even English, a lot of them were French and God knows what, that he scraped them together, that he could beat a British ship. It was just incredible. They just weren't used to losing, the British weren't. And there was all kinds of explanations cooked up, how this could have happened. But in the short run, Jones became enormously popular in France and famous in England.
But along with the elation of victory came disappointment. His crew had by then been away from America months longer than they had signed on for. Reluctantly, Captain Jones had to allow the Ranger to sail back to America. Suddenly, America's most effective sea captain found himself in the frustrating position of being without a ship. He petitioned Franklin to procure one for him from their French allies.
Jones is very frustrated. He's not sure how hard people are looking. But this is a time when the French have just gone to war with the British. They're taking every action they can to build up the French fleet, and certainly finding a ship for Jones is not particularly high on their list of priorities. Luckily, a ship is found, an old East Indiaman, not very good condition.
Captain John Paul Jones would spend months arming and refitting the old merchant ship. He named it in honor of his dear friend and patron, Benjamin Franklin. whose collection of common wisdom, Poor Richard's Almanac, was popular in France, translated as Les Maximes du Bonhomme Richard. In command of the Bonhomme Richard, John Paul Jones would face his greatest challenge.
I wish to have no connection with any ship that does not sail fast, for I intend to go in harm's way. John Paul Jones.
The Bonhomme Richard was the largest ship Jones had commanded. She was getting old, and even with all her sails rigged, was still slow. But she would have to do. Jones had armed her heavily. She mounted 6 18-pound cannon, 28 12-pounders, and 6 9-pounders. On August 13, 1779, Jones sailed with a ragged fleet of 7 vessels, under orders to create as much havoc as possible in the British Isles. His immediate problem was that most of his ships were privateers who didn't recognize Jones' authority and soon sailed off to look for prizes on their own. One who stayed was Captain Pierre Landais of the Alliance, a Frenchman of erratic temperament who envied Jones's reputation.
Now, Jones is an old merchantman, and he knows that the Baltic convoy should be due sometime in mid-September to early October.
The Baltic Convoy, a group of merchant vessels laden with vital strategic goods for the British Navy, was bound for Scottish ports.
They will be protected by the Serapis, a brand new British frigate, copper-hulled, making its first voyage, and the Countess of Scarborough. Both of these ships would, by almost anyone's account, be superior in force to the Bonhomme Richard and the Alliance.
The Bonhomme Richard and the Alliance waited for the convoy off Flamborough Head on the central east coastline of England.
As the British ships arrive, they're in a rather strung-out condition. Richard Pearson, the captain of the Serapis, spotted Jones. He doesn't know who they are. He doesn't know if they're Americans. He doesn't know if they're French. He knows their danger. He orders the sailing ships to press on and get into harbor for protection, and stands to meet Jones.
Just as the moon was rising, the weather being clear, the surface of the great deep being perfectly smooth even as a mill pond, and the 2 ships lay within pistol shot, Captain Pearson called, "What ship is that?" Paul Jones, in order to get into close action, was flying British colors. Playing for time, he caused Master Stacy to reply, "The Princess Royal." "Where from?" asked Pearson. The answer was not heard aboard the Serapis. "Answer immediately," Pearson hailed again, "or I shall be under the necessity of firing into you." Midshipman Nathaniel Fanning, Continental Navy.
Jones struck his British colors, raised in their place the red, white, and blue American ensign, and ordered a starboard broadside. Serapis fired almost simultaneously. 2 of Jones's 18-pounders exploded, killing gunners and destroying part of the deck. The battle was on.
And there ensues then one of the hottest, if not the hottest, single-ship battles in the age of sail.
Jones very quickly realized that some of his cannons were not in the best order. They were malfunctioning, actually killing some of his own crew members. So he knew that the only way he could really take that battle was to grapple, to get side by side with the Serapis and try to board.
It was going to be a slugging match between Jones in the Bonhomme Richard and this man, Captain Pearson, in the Serapis. And Jones realized his one chance of winning this thing was he had to grapple the Serapis, and that's what he did. He crashed into it with his bow to their stern, until finally they were side by side, no more than about 5 feet apart, maybe 10, rocking back and forth in the sea. And they proceeded for the next 3.5 hours to blast round after round, volley after volley of cannon into each other's hulls. Unbelievable, the thought that there were living men behind these guns, just loading them up, blasting in these round shots, these 9 ram shots coming right through the hull, taking off people's arms and legs in all directions.
Meanwhile, while these two are locked in battle, the Countess of Scarborough was engaged by the Palais, a much smaller ship, and nobody knows where Pierre Landais was with the Alliance.
When Landais finally did show up, the battle had been raging for 2 hours. The Alliance maneuvered around the locked ships and then fired 3 broadsides, not at the enemy, but into the Bonhomme Richard.
At the height of this battle, and it looked like it could go either way, Hochschild fall up on the other side of Jones, but Landais, Captain Landais, in the Alliance, and he proceeds to fire a broadside into the Bonhomme Richard. It was absolutely unbelievable that he attacked Jones. He actually hoped that he could sink Jones, and then he was going to sink the Serapis or capture the Serapis, and he was going to take credit for winning the battle. This shows what an absolute skunk he was, but also nuts. But even with that act of treachery by one of his own captains, Jones just kept on fighting. There's one thing that everybody misunderstands about this famous battle, and that is that Jones cried, "I have not yet begun to fight." Now, when I was growing up as a boy, I read the legend of this, and so forth. I always assumed that this was said at the end of the battle, when the Bonhomme Richard was half on fire and was reeling, and the British captain said, "Are you prepared to strike your colors?" And Jones said, "I have not yet begun to fight." Well, it would be great if that was the way it happened. That's the way I'd write it as a novelist. But as a historian, I have to stick with the facts. And in fact, Jones said this at the very beginning of the battle, which makes it a logical remark.
As the battle passed the 3-hour mark, Jones's Marines stationed aloft in the rigging kept Pearson's men pinned below decks. An American crewman dropped a grenade into an open hatch on the Serapis, igniting some powder cartridges and killing at least 20 men. Even after this disaster, Pearson and his officers thought they could beat the Americans by simply holding out, as the Bonhomme Richard appeared ready to sink at any moment. But Jones refused to yield. He directed fire of his only remaining guns at the mainmast of the Serapis. A few minutes before 10:30, Pearson lost his nerve and tore down his colors with his own hands, as no man near him was capable of moving. Half the crews on both sides had been killed or wounded. The Bonhomme Richard could not be saved. For 2 nights and a day, the surviving crew had struggled to keep the gallant vessel afloat. But at last, Jones agreed to let her go and transferred his crew and colors to the Serapis. At 10 a.m. on the 25th of September, the last man left the Bonhomme Richard. At 11 a.m., Commodore Jones saw with inexpressible grief the last glimpse of his beloved ship as her hull disappeared bow first below the surface of the North Sea. The defeat of the British frigate Serapis at the hands of the American pirate Jones sent shockwaves throughout Europe.
Word of this battle has reached London. There's panic, virtual panic in the Admiralty as they send ships to sea to try to catch them.
Several months later, after forays down the coast of Spain, John Paul Jones returned to Paris.
He goes to Paris where he is just absolutely lionized by French society. He's presented a gold-hilted sword by the king, invited to go to the opera, share the box with Marie Antoinette. He's invited to all the best dinner parties. At one dinner, for example, a member of the dinner party told Jones that the British had just knighted Pearson. Jones kind of snorted and said, "Well, let me fight him again and I'll make him a lord."
The Battle off Flamborough Head marked the high point of John Paul Jones' career. It is ironic that America's greatest sea captain would spend the remainder of the war petitioning in futility for another ship worthy of his talents. Upon his return to America almost a year after his magnificent victory, Jones Jones was hailed as a hero, and a grateful Congress commissioned a new frigate, the America, to be built for him. Jones himself supervised the construction, but the war ended before it could be finished, and the young country, no longer interested in warships or a navy, made a gift of the America to her French allies. Captain John Paul Jones was a warrior without a war.
I think with the conclusion of the American Revolution, Jones's career was a slow slide and a sad one. He attempted to get diplomatic activities with the United States and he then became a rear admiral in Catherine of Russia's navy. The British, who of course were very much helping Catherine in the Baltic, refused to have anything to do with this American pirate, this traitor from Scotland fighting against his, quote, homeland. So he was dispatched down to the Black Sea, and they're engaged in activities with the Russian fleet against the Turkish fleet, two countries then being at war. It was not a happy time.
You're back!
Political rivalry and jealousy in Catherine the Great's regime led to Jones leaving Russia in 1789. By the time he reached Paris the following spring, he was depressed and in ill health. The Paris that Jones returned to was vastly changed from the one he had enjoyed in his glory days with Franklin during the war. It was now Paris of the French Revolution. The king and queen were virtual prisoners in the Tuileries. Gone were the court ceremonies and glittering evenings he had reveled in. The fading hero took an apartment near the Luxembourg Palace and waited, hoping for a new assignment from Catherine of Russia or George Washington, or anywhere. It never came. As the possibility of a naval assignment dimmed, he lobbied for a diplomatic post, but this too failed to materialize. Finally, in 1792, George
What an
Washington
odd
and
story.
Thomas Jefferson
Like, this is an American hero, and they wouldn't let him be a hero. They were like, no, we don't need this. We don't need true heroes. They wouldn't equip him. They wouldn't arm him. They wouldn't let him shine. They wouldn't let him take 30 ships. You know, he should have been like a one-man fucking like army and stuff. And they just, and we have this even in weird times, like the naval battles of you know, the Revolutionary War, where some crazy soldier or sailor or something, soldier, sailor, tinker, spy, turns out to be like this like Napoleon Bonaparte of tactics and, you know, fucking like, you know, really super good, Desert Fox, like Desert Fox, like, you know, era, like sort of like innovation and battle tactics and such that just can't be really defeated by anybody and pretty much like poops success and breeds winning. And, you know, and they can't equip him. They something about it. America can't handle that kind of throughput, apparently. And not just America, but I don't think the world can. The world won't equip you to be a hero. You have to go out and take that. You have to arm yourself. Like, look at what he did with just the Montrechar or whatever it was. Like, he was, he was an exemplary captain, but they couldn't equip him. It's weird how, you know, Donitz, the guy who ran the Wolf Pack, and, you know, Admiral Dönitz or whatever. Dönitz got everything he wanted from the Nazis, everything. But it's weird how Hitler would envisioned like empowering him, and he wreaked havoc, you know, later on. It's weird how George Washington couldn't empower our top naval fucking couldn't empower our best admiral to just start poning face and winning the naval war by himself, because at that point, shit, we might have been able to take Britain, you know? Ever thought about that? We could have maybe taken Britain, you know? Fucking crazy. I don't want Britain, but I mean, like, I'm just saying, like, you know, that's how crazy. You empower a guy like that, you could have some crazy victory there.
Decided something needed to be done to protect American merchant ships in the Mediterranean, and designated John Paul Jones as commissioner, with powers to negotiate with the Dey of Algiers. A messenger was sent to Paris with a letter of commission. But by the time it reached the
they
Paris
finally sent him to
apartment,
work. He
it
was
too late to assure a dying man he had not been forgotten by his country.
He was forgotten.
John Paul Jones had died of pneumonia a month before.
Oh.
He had been 45 years old.
45. Fuck that.
Jones has left the American Navy with a legacy of professionalism And he wasn't just out there trying to get ships and win battles. He was trying to fight his ships in the place where they would do the most harm to the enemy. He saw the
He's an
war
actual
as a
DPS,
struggle
you know,
between two
an
elements,
opportunity,
a
you know.
struggle for heart and mind. And he saw that the Navy, even though it was small, could make a really powerful contribution.
Jones was a stickler for detail in terms of fitting out his ships, in terms of training his crew. He becomes a real naval professional earlier than anybody else, certainly in the American Navy. He wrote letters about strategy. He wrote letters back to Congress advocating formal education for future naval officers. So he's a consummate naval professional, aside from being a fighting commander.
John Paul Jones is clearly the single most important naval officer in the Continental Navy. He is a symbol of determination. He's a symbol of such a
Yeah, but Kevin, occasionally you actually get a ship's captain who is like a fucking superstar, you know. You can't empower him, and he dies of old age and pneumonia, rather than being sent out on his like truly like deserved thing. But this is what we do. This is how we deal with our vets and our. As soon as you're out of the service, they just forget you were ever even there. They don't care about your service. They don't remember. They're not going to give you what you want. It's not in line with their corruption processes and things that they're after. You know, it sucks. Like, there's other reasons why I was always so like a little bit like nervous about a military man. The stories that I've always heard about the military and the power games that they play have always been crazy ass goddamn scandalous. Like always scandalous. Like the truly really great battles, like say the warriors of our age are always denied and left to rest on their laurels. You know. The true Vlad the Slayers of our armed forces are left to rest on their laurels rather than winning wars by themselves, because we can't have that kind of throughput. It doesn't. Our system isn't really built that way. You know, I should have picked all that hyssop I saw. Hyssop sucks. They need to do something about this. Like they need to be able to get like, oh man, I dinged again already. Jesus, man, like farming is paying out clean. Just gotta pump this strength now that, you know, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I see no reason not, why not. I see a lot of BOEs that are sort of pointless, like, you know, anything upgradey? No, I don't think so. 417, heavy chest, it's got 16 decks, it's an upgrade, yeah. I'll take the upgrades however they come, you know. I need, oh, that's a medium, no. I'm looking for heavy pants with strength on them. Sure, I'll take them, yep. Sounds good to me. Light headwear, medium. Oh, yeah, those mediums, right. Gotta lock that. That's a really valuable piece of armor. And, yeah, rare heavy footwear stuff. That's BOP, because it's my old boots. Those medium crappy BOEs, yeah. So we're doing okay. I feel like just dumping all this though and just getting right back to work. I think I will do so. This is one of my favorite places to farm. I think I probably will farm here to 100 logging. And just see what kind of like level XP I can get off just farming and stuff. Cause you know, it'd be nice, like it's only 8 in the morning and I'm already, I would say, like what, yeah, about, I would say 1/3, a little bit less than 1/3 of the way done with my daily goal. And it's going to take all day, but you know,
You've seen for yourself now, haven't you? The withered, yes.
Yeah, I don't care about that. Let's go, yeah. Yeah, so you want me to go all the way the fuck up there, which I get, but I mean, like, that's a fucking long walk with I don't know why they made all this land with nothing in it. You know, this zone's kind of sucks. There's a lot of stuff here, but it's not the most amazing zone. Like, I wouldn't even mind I would not mind going to Morningdale right now. I think I probably will. I'll just skip altogether. I mean, I don't like the MSQ is far behind me now, and I need to pick up on that. But I would prefer to be in Morningdale. But I think I'm actually kind of getting ahead of myself in terms of the MSQ is actually now a pretty big. Why is that so laggy? MSQ for Brightwood and Abdul-Malak for Windsor, which is sort of weird, but this is the one. This is the main story right here. That Brightwood one. I have a turn in. So this is in Brightwood, you say. So in Brightwood, we do have a turn in somewhere, but you don't seem to really indicate that. I don't see. Oh yeah, no, I do. I have a whole bunch of shit to do in Iron Bend. Okay. So we do need to travel, yeah. But actually, before I go anywhere, just take me back to Everfall for now.
Adventure wasn't always easy to find.
You let him fucking. He was such a sharp knife, and you let him dull in the drawer.
Sites in our country, the crypt of the Naval Academy Chapel, beautiful black and white marble sarcophagus, supported by bronze dolphins decorated with bronze seaweed.
Jesus Christ.
Still romanticized and glorified in the aspects of myth-making connected to Jones. And yet he also still remains a very, very viable figure, someone that personifies a fighting spirit. I will not give up. I will sail fast. I will fight hard. He had the qualities that I think institutions like the United States Naval Academy want to instill in naval leaders, in future naval and Marine Corps officers. The intelligent, learned individual who understands strategy but also is very, very willing to go in harm's way. That's the kind of leader that John Paul Jones was. That's the kind of leader the country still wants to.
Okay, so now you're getting kind of into the whole beat our chest thing that I wasn't really looking for from you. So we're going to go back at, now that we understand the John Paul Jones thing.
You're an angel now. What the Continental Navy was lacking in resources, though, the French entry into the war made up for. The French began with naval skirmishes in the English Channel, and they sent a large fleet to America, although it sustained a lot of damage in a storm off Rhode Island. The Americans were hoping for a bigger commitment from the French, so John Adams went to France to help Benjamin Franklin continue negotiations. Oh good, you're finally here. Check this out. Hey ladies, I'd like to fly you like a kite, because you're electrifying. Isn't this great? Is this what you've been doing? Yeah, why? We were sent here on a diplomatic mission to secure military support from France, not to philander with the locals. Wait, no, ladies, come back. Worst wingman ever. But the Americans would get some more help. The Dutch provided aid, although they never formed an official alliance. More significantly, though, the Spanish, who had already been providing aid, officially joined the war in June 1779. They would provide support in the Midwest and the Gulf Coast, campaigns that heavily impacted the Native American tribes in those areas. Both sides actually enlisted the help of Native American tribes throughout the war, sometimes even pitting those tribes against each other. In the summer of 1779, after a series of raids against the Americans by the Iroquois, Washington organized an expedition that burned down more than 40 villages, forcing the tribes to relocate to Canada for British protection. And another group that shouldn't go unmentioned were African Americans, both free and enslaved. They joined both sides of the war, hoping to gain their freedom. But afterwards, many were simply returned to slavery, particularly those who had fought for the Americans. Despite owning slaves himself, Jefferson had written a condemnation of slavery in the Declaration of Independence, but out of fear of offending the southern colonies, this was removed from the final draft. For the same reason, the American Army stopped enlisting African American men in 1775, a policy that Washington, a slave owner himself, supported, but they were forced to reverse the policy after the British promised freedom to any slaves who joined them. In general, you stood a better chance of gaining freedom if you fought for the British. However, even those that left with the British after the war suffered mistreatment and discrimination in their new lives outside of America. Our good friend Benedict Arnold is now in charge of Philadelphia, having a good time, partying down with and even marrying a member of the Philadelphia elite. The same elite that had partied down with the British when they controlled the city. And suddenly, the people of Philadelphia, including the state governor, started accusing Arnold of having pro-British sentiments. To keep the people happy, Washington wrote a letter rebuking Arnold, calling his conduct imprudent and improper, and that was too many ouchies for Benedict Arnold to handle. He asked Washington to put him in charge of the fort at West Point. Then he contacted the British, offering to hand the plans of the fort over to them and join their side. Our good friend Benedict Arnold is our good friend no more. Luckily, the treasonous plans were discovered on a captured British officer, but Arnold managed to escape before he was arrested. As a British brigadier general, he would go on to lead raids against American cities, most notably his raid of Richmond, Virginia in 1781. His betrayal shook George Washington, who had once again set up camp at Morristown. His leadership somehow held the Continental Army together through the harshest winter of the war. We're entering 1780, and Parliament was hopping mad that the war still wasn't over. The British debt was soaring, and despite taking parts of Massachusetts in late 1779, the North was in a stalemate, so the British decided to make a major shift in strategy to the south, an economically rich area with a higher level of support for the British, or so the British thought. A year earlier, they had captured the underdefended city of Savannah, Georgia easily, and a joint American-French counter-siege failed. Now, they laid siege to Charleston, South Carolina. It fell within months, with thousands of American troops surrendering to the British, a costly defeat. The British quickly moved to take control, and they sent stereotypical Hollywood villain with a British accent Bannister the Butcher Tarleton into the backcountry, where he hunted down rebels and destroyed them with ruthless brutality. The British presence also inspired local loyalist militias in the backcountry to rise up against their persecutors. The British really seemed to be onto something with their new strategy, and the ball was very much in Washington's court. I'm gonna send my most loyal general, Nathaniel Greene, to the south to stop the British. Gonna have to overrule you there, George. We're sending hero of Saratoga and your biggest rival, Horatio Gates. Watch this, George. I'm gonna save the day again, everybody will love me, and I'm gonna get your job. Here I go. And he got into one battle with Cornwallis, got annihilated, and ran away. Alrighty, let's go with your guy. Nathaniel Greene knew the British outnumbered his own forces and wouldn't be defeated with conventional tactics, so he had to think outside the box. He split his army into two, said, "Hey big boy, look at me," and then they went running in two different directions. Cornwallis sent Tarleton after Morgan, and he caught up with him at Cowpens, where Morgan proceeded to kick Tarleton's butt. Then the two led Cornwallis on a wild chase through North Carolina, his bigger and better equipped army much heavier and slower than Greene's quick and mobile troops. Greene led Cornwallis further and further from his supply line, then crossed the Dan River into Virginia, picked up some reinforcements, and turned back to face the now exhausted British. At the Battle of Guilford Courthouse, the two sides engaged in vicious close combat. Cornwallis, fearing loss, fired his big guns into the chaotic fighting, cutting down many of his own men. Greene retreated, giving Cornwallis the victory, but Cornwallis lost a
about 81 butter.
So it felt much more like a British defeat. At this point, both sides desperately needed something to happen soon to end the fighting. The British were running out of money, while the Americans were again facing mutinies as the men went without pay or even basic living needs. Fortunately, the French were now showing up in greater numbers and were ready to fight. After his encounter with Greene, Cornwallis decided the only way to win the South was to first prevent the Southern Continental Army from using Virginia as a supply base. So he abandoned the Carolinas, moving to Wilmington and on to Yorktown, a position the British believed would be easy to supply and support. On his march to Yorktown, he raided many farms, stealing horses and supplies from the locals, but also freeing thousands of slaves, many of whom joined him. The French saw Cornwallis's new position as an opportunity to land a decisive blow on the British. Washington wanted to attack Clinton in New York, but the French said it was a really dumb idea. And to be fair, it was. Instead, Washington sent out fake dispatches to make it look like they would attack Clinton, but secretly their combined force marched all the way down to Virginia. A large French fleet under the command of Comte de Grasse arrived and successfully cleared the British Navy out of the Chesapeake Bay. The combined land and naval forces then laid siege to Cornwallis's army in Yorktown. The American and French forces tightened in around the city, raining artillery down on Cornwallis, who desperately appealed to Clinton for aid, but Clinton was unusually chilled out about the whole thing. Cornwallis held out for nearly a month before he had no choice but to surrender. Over 7,000 British troops were captured, a crushing defeat, and with that, Parliament had reached the end of its rope. The war just wasn't worth it, and it needed to end now. The British still held New York, Charleston, and Savannah, but fighting between the two sides mostly ceased as peace negotiations opened up in Paris. The resulting treaty in 1783 saw Great Britain remove its troops from American soil, recognize U.S. independence, and cede territory up to the Mississippi River. In return, the Americans agreed to pay any debt still owed to Britain and gave fair treatment to any colonists who had remained loyal to the crown. The Spanish got Florida, while the French got an economic crisis that led to its own revolution a decade later. Washington retired to his home in Mount Vernon, wishing his men farewell by saying, "I most devoutly wish that your latter days may be as prosperous and happy as your former ones have been glorious and honorable." He hoped to live out the rest of his days in peace, but unfortunately for him, a number of people wanted him to be the first leader of the new country, and by a number of people, I mean literally everyone. The first election campaign in American history was basically a grassroots effort to convince Washington to accept the office. He was sworn in on April 30th, 1789, and he himself established many of the standards and limitations of what the American leader should be. First of all, there was debate on what he should be called. Is he a king? Is he our glorious leader? In the end, they went for a word that at the time was pretty modest. President, like the president of your local bowling club or office bake sale committee. He set up a cabinet of expert advisors, knowing that no president could know everything, no matter how much of a stable genius they claimed to be. He proposed major legislation to Congress and gave an annual State of the Union address to keep his own power in check. He stated that the U.S. should remain neutral in foreign conflicts, and in the end, he voluntarily gave up his power after just 2 terms. He could have made the presidency anything he wanted, but his careful and cautious actions helped set the precedent of an office that is powerful in its limitations, decisive through its diplomacy, and respected in its humility. And so the United States was born, and everything was perfect. It had no problems, not a single one. Certainly nothing that would, cause such an extreme divide that it would lead to a civil war. Anyway, moving on. Quick quiz. Name the most American thing you can think of. Baseball? Bald eagle?
The most American thing I can think of is freedom.
Calling the winner of an America-only sports tournament world champions? Or maybe math and science? Wait, math and science? That's right. If you didn't know, science is as American as combining chicken with waffles. And don't just take my word for it, ask Thomas Jefferson. Of course, to do that you would need a time machine, and that would take some math, and a lot of science. If you want to deeply understand math and science, say you want to calculate the age of the universe, take a crack at special relativity, or just train your critical thinking with some fun logic puzzles, then you've got to check out Brilliant. Brilliant guides you through a whole host of fascinating topics by breaking them down and getting you to actively solve problems in an experience that is interactive, addictive, and so easy to understand. This intuitive approach makes it appropriate for students, professionals, and enthusiasts all over the world. To support Oversimplified and learn more about Brilliant, go to brilliant.org/oversimplified and sign up for free. And the first 200 people to use our link, which can also be found in the description below, will get 20% off the annual premium subscription. So check it out now. Look at this baby. So gentle, so innocent. You'd think this child would grow up to become a good man, an honest man. Well, think again. Hitler was born Adolphus Hitler in 1889 in a small town in Austria-Hungary. His father, Alois Schicklgruber, was born out of wedlock, but eventually changed his name to that of his stepfather, becoming Alois Hitler. Alois was a mid-level Austrian customs officer, not really rolling in cash, but certainly rolling in women. He married a rich, older lady, but then immediately started having affairs, including one with a much younger house servant. A few years later, he left his sick wife to be with his mistress, but since the Catholic Church didn't allow divorce at the time, he couldn't marry her. So he waited for his old wife to die and had a child in the meantime. Then his wife died, so he married his mistress and had another child. But then his new wife got sick, so he employed his much younger cousin Clara to take care of her.
Oh, no, I
Then
didn't.
when his new wife died, he immediately got Clara, his cousin, pregnant, and then married her. In that order, you rock star. Clara and Alois had 3 children together, who all tragically died while in infancy. So when the 4th child, Adolf, came along, Clara spoiled him rotten. The Hitlers had 2 more kids, and the family moved around a few times, meaning Adolf had to attend 5 different elementary schools. Adolf's father was strict, quick to anger, and took most of it out on the eldest son, until he had enough and ran away at the age of 14, leaving 7-year-old Adolf to do most of the chores and get berated by his father. The result was a difficult relationship with his dad, while he was super attached to his mother, who worried over him and his health excessively. Hitler did well in school at first. His grades were good and his teachers praised him. He was popular with the other kids and enjoyed gathering them together to play war games. He also loved reading and particularly liked stories about cowboys and Indians. As he grew older though, he started to get into trouble. He was caught smoking once, organized a raid on a local orchard, tormented his pro-Austria religion teacher with symbolic gestures, displaying his allegiance to the idea of united Germanic people under a greater German state in defiance of Habsburg Austria. You know, the usual. All of this enraged Adolf's father, who punished him severely. The area of Austria-Hungary that Hitler lived in was once part of the German Confederation, and many of the people who lived there considered themselves to be German. Adolf tended to just go against whatever his father said, and since his father was an Austrian public official, Hitler got big into German nationalism. This enraged Adolf's father, who punished him severely. Around this time, a family tragedy struck. His 6-year-old brother, whom he loved a lot, died of measles when Adolf was 10, and was buried in the cemetery just across from their home. Around this time, neighbors reported a change in the young boy. Strange behaviors such as talking to trees and staying up late staring at the stars from the cemetery
Talking
walls.
to trees.
He lost interest in religion, and his school grades started to decline, which enraged his father, who punished him severely. It also didn't help that he had just entered high school, and the cool city boys treated him like a rural peasant. He had to repeat a grade and had little interest in most school subjects, instead spending his time reading and drawing, which he was quite good at. One day his father said, "Son, someday you'll be a big balls public official like me." And Adolf replied,
700
"No,
gold
father,
off just
I'm going to
that.
become
Watch
an artist
this.
and soar high above the clouds with the eagles." This enraged his father, but by this time he was an old-ass man, so he just sort of let it go, and then died of a lung hemorrhage. Hitler just about
Shit,
passed
I'll
his
buy
final
all of
semester
these,
and celebrated
yeah.
in the typical way by getting blackout
I'll
drunk
probably
and wiping
buy
his ass
all of
with a
these and
certificate.
reset the price.
However, he didn't take the overall final school exam, instead just dropping out. The now 16-year-old boy was unemployed, without much purpose in life, and for the next 3 years he stayed that way. He spent most of his time at the opera with his only friend, August Kubizek. Kubizek later wrote his memories of the young Hitler and said he was passionately interested in many things, felt he was in many ways better than others his age, was quick to anger just like his father, and an incredible speaker once he was ranting. When he was 18, he said a very sad goodbye to his mother and went to Vienna to take the entrance exam for art school. He failed. Soon after, he had to return home. His mother was sick, and her health was
I'll buy all of
rapidly
it and
deteriorating.
reprice.
Hitler stayed by her side.
I don't know,
and when
that's
she
a lot of
eventually
money
died, the
right
family
there,
doctor
though.
said he had never seen someone so overwhelmed with
Man,
grief
alright,
as Hitler was.
fine.
Then Hitler returned to Vienna, still hoping to
The
find
money
a career
wasn't
in the
that
arts,
good.
but he
It
never
was-
did.
it was
Instead,
alright.
without parental support, Hitler ended up on the streets. Now in his early 20s, he spent a few rough years living in and out of homeless shelters, making what little he could from selling postcards he painted. It's hard to pinpoint exactly when and how Hitler's extreme ideological beliefs formed, but his time in Vienna would have certainly played a role. Anti-Semitism was widespread in the city. The mayor, whom Hitler supported, was an outspoken anti-Semite. There were many right-wing anti-Semitic newsletters, which Hitler took a keen interest in. He bought into the conspiracy theories and became a firm believer in the idea that there are many races in constant struggle with one another, the purest of which were the German Aryan people, and the worst of which, he believed, were Jews. Since Austria-Hungary was a multi-ethnic empire full of lesser races, Hitler wasn't a fan. So when he was 24, he moved to Munich in Germany to avoid doing military service, and for one more year he was a drifter on the streets, until something huge happened. In 1914, long-standing tensions in Europe erupted into the First World War. Crowds across Europe celebrated the news. Within days, Hitler volunteered for the German army. The war gave him a purpose in life. His fellow soldiers gave him friendship and brotherhood. Despite the horrors of war, Hitler considered it to be the best time of his life. He was reportedly a brave soldier and was awarded the Iron Cross, first class. He was also very lucky and had many close encounters with death. His luck ran out in 1916, however, when an artillery shell injured his leg. He went back to Germany to recover and was outraged to find a general apathetic anti-war attitude among the exhausted and hungry German populace. With the war turning against Germany, he returned to the front lines, but was temporarily blinded by a British gas attack in 1918. A month later, still recovering in hospital, Hitler learned of Germany's defeat and surrender. The terms of the peace treaty were tough on Germany. It had to pay a lot of money and lose a lot of soldiers. These conditions weakened Germany and humiliated the German people. Europe's borders changed after the war too. New countries were formed out of Russia's lost territory, Austria-Hungary was dissolved, and there was one big new country splitting Germany into two. Hitler, seeing the country he loved humiliated like this, said that hatred grew in him for those responsible, by which he meant communists and Jews, who he believed had stabbed Germany in the back by spreading dissent and anti-war propaganda back home. Since Germany's military had to be reduced, Hitler could no longer remain a soldier after the war, but he kept working for the army as an informant. After the war, communists in Germany had attempted a revolution, and the government was worried about communism in general. So Hitler was tasked with infiltrating and reporting on any new political parties that could pose a communist threat. A new party called the German Workers' Party threw up a whole bunch of red flags, so Hitler went along to one of their meetings, but found that they weren't communist at all. They were extreme right and shared many of his extreme beliefs, so he left the army and signed up to join the party. His fantastic speaking abilities impressed the party's leadership and supporters, and he very quickly rose to the top. He decided the party needed a makeover, so he renamed it to the National Socialist German Workers' Party, or Nazi for short, and he gave it a new color scheme. The Nazis weren't very specific on policy, but Hitler made extravagant promises to return Germany to its former glory by undoing the Treaty of Versailles and reuniting all ethnic Germans into one nation. He also said that only pure Aryan people should be allowed to be citizens and that all Jews would lose their citizenship. These ideas were already common in extreme right politics, but what set the Nazis apart was Hitler himself, and they quickly became the leading party on the extreme right. Many of the political parties in Germany at the time had paramilitary wings, and the Nazis were no different. Hitler set up the very descriptive Whole Protection Detachment, later changed to the very delightful Gymnastic and Sports Division, and finally settling on the ominous Storm Detachment, or SA for short. Their job was to defend Nazi party meetings and intimidate political opponents, and they would frequently engage in battles with communists on the streets. Since the Allies had demanded a reduction in Germany's military size, many trained soldiers were left unemployed. They liked the Nazi ideology, and it was only natural for them to join the SA, which grew larger and larger over time. The new democratic government that formed after World War I was pretty weak and ineffective. In order to pay reparations to the Allies, it started printing more money. The problem is that printing money doesn't actually give a country more money, It just makes money less valuable. So as the country printed more and more money, it became worth less and less, and the currency crashed. In 1919, one US dollar was worth about 4 German marks. By December 1923, one US dollar was equal to 4.2 trillion marks. The price of bread rose to 200 billion marks. Banknotes became worthless. Unsurprisingly, in such an economic crisis, Germany struggled to pay the Allies. The French were pissed about this, so they occupied the Ruhr, an area full of factories, and took the economic output from the area as payment. They treated the German civilians badly, and in total, approximately 130 Germans were killed during the occupation. Germans were furious, and Hitler and the Nazis thought that now would be a great time to lead a revolution. In November 1923, inspired by something a certain bold Italian man did a year earlier, Hitler stormed a meeting at a beer hall and called for an uprising against the government. With his supporters, he marched on the streets of Munich, hoping the police would join his side. They did not. Hitler was put on trial for treason. He could have been sentenced to life, but the right-wing judges thought he was a pretty cool guy. Hitler knew the judges and knew that they would be lenient, so he took the opportunity to make impassioned speeches during the trial. And in the end, he was sentenced to just 5 years in prison, of which he only served 9 months. And when I say prison, it was more like a pleasant hotel stay where he had plenty of time to write a book. The whole affair was covered by the media nationwide, and it made Hitler famous. Hitler and his extreme message were now known throughout Germany, but the everyday German still didn't care much for him. In the 1928 election, the Nazis only won about 2% of the vote. Many were still intimidated by all the violence and the shouting and how unpolitician-like he was, but a new economic crisis would change all of that. To help Germany pay its reparations, America agreed to give it loans. In October 1929, the Wall Street crash happened, and America wanted its money back. The economic strain this put on an already struggling Germany was severe. Unemployment skyrocketed, poverty was widespread, and Germans were sick of it. It was clear that the newly formed democracy wasn't working. In the face of crisis, Germans began moving to the political extremes. If you were German and wanted change, your choices now were either the communists or the Nazis. Hitler claimed that he was the only one who could return Germany to its former glory. The Nazi Party used propaganda to make Hitler seem like a great and powerful man, and they gave the German people a scapegoat to blame for all their suffering. The promise of a single strong dictator was a breath of fresh air for Germans after years of failing democracy. Some bought into his extreme ideology. Some didn't agree with the racism, but were willing to vote for him anyway. Many didn't know much about politics at all, but just got caught up in the hype. Election after election, the Nazis became more and more popular, until in 1932, they became the biggest party in the German parliament. Hitler came to truly believe that he was some sort of great, destined savior of Germany. He turned megalomaniac. He decided to run for president, and did surprisingly well, but still lost to the extremely popular World War I general, Paul von Hindenburg. Since he was now the leader of the biggest party, though, he demanded President Hindenburg make him chancellor. But Hindenburg was reluctant, seeing that Hitler was clearly such a big racist. Industry leaders urged Hindenburg to give Hitler the chancellorship, fearing the rising support for communism. And leader of the Center Party, von Papen, who had been secretly negotiating with Hitler, said to Hindenburg, "How about we make Hitler chancellor on the condition that I get to be vice-chancellor, and most government jobs go to us moderate conservatives? That way, I'll get to keep my power. We'll get to keep our power, and we'll control Hitler like he's our angry little puppet." What could possibly go wrong? As it turned out, everything. Hitler became Chancellor of Germany in January 1933, but he was not yet a dictator. In February, the German Parliament building was set on fire. Historians still aren't sure who did it, and many suspect the Nazis did it themselves, but Hitler blamed the communists, and he convinced President Hindenburg to sign an emergency decree allowing him to imprison all communists and other political opponents. Communists and others were sent off to the first concentration camp in Dachau. At this time, the elderly President Hindenburg passed away, giving Hitler the perfect opportunity. He introduced a law to Parliament that would allow him to make all future laws and decisions entirely on his own. With his political opponents in prison and the SA intimidating others, Hitler's law passed. Just 2 months after becoming Chancellor, Hitler was now a dictator. He still had one problem. The leader of the SA wanted the SA to take over the job of the regular German army, and the German army didn't like that idea. Hitler needed to maintain the support of his professionally trained German army, more so than his rough and rowdy SA. So one night in June 1934, he had Röhm and many other of his own SA officers rounded up and murdered. While he was at it, he took the opportunity to brutally settle some personal scores as well. Politicians who had disagreed with him in the past, reporters who had printed negative articles about him, one guy who did absolutely nothing, but they thought he was someone else. In some cases, even their families were murdered. In total, up to 200 people were killed in what became known as the Night of the Long Knives. The army, now satisfied that they wouldn't be replaced, pledged total allegiance to their new Führer, and Hitler's control was now absolute. Life in Germany changed violently. Freedom of the press, expression, and public assembly were suspended. Jews were initially branded and their businesses boycotted. And eventually, Hitler would go on to have 6 million Jewish men, women, and children killed in concentration camps. Hundreds of thousands of people were forced into sterilization for physical and mental imperfections. The Hitler Youth became a way to brainwash the young. Boys were trained to fight and returned home from camp violent. Girls were told their purpose was to have many pure Aryan children, and they would sometimes return from camp pregnant. When their parents were understandably horrified, their children would threaten to turn them over to the Gestapo for standing in the way of Germany's greatness. The standard greeting changed, and you could be sent to a concentration camp for not using it. This way, it seemed like everyone was a Nazi supporter. If you dared oppose Hitler or speak out against him in any way, you also would be sent to a concentration camp. German nationalism captivated the young Adolf. Extreme ideology and anti-Semitism festered in him as a young man living a hard life on the streets. Germany's defeat in the First World War filled him with hatred and a thirst for vengeance. A political movement that treated him like a god, and hundreds of thousands looking up to him as their savior, made him a megalomaniac. And soon, his aggressive foreign policies would drag the world into a second tragic global conflict, otherwise known as
In the Middle Ages, Europe and the Middle East were divided between Christian states, Christendom, and Muslim states. They were uneasy neighbors and frequently at war.
How refreshing to see the factions put the Eastern inconceivable.
Welcome home. Bright skies and plaster up, yes. Just what I was thinking. I say give it a shot. As Sophocles said, fortune is not on the side of the faint-hearted. Word is, those combatants all together.
The Seljuk Turks, originally from Central Asia, migrated south, converted to Sunni Islam, and carved out a great empire for themselves. In 1071, at the Battle of Manzikert, the Seljuk Turks inflicted a crushing defeat on the Byzantine Empire. They went on to conquer most of Anatolia. Cities such as Nicaea and Antioch, rich in Christian history, fell to the Seljuk Turks. In 1092, the great Seljuk Sultan Malik Shah died, and his empire began to fragment. The Byzantine Empire came under renewed attack as local warlords sought territory and plunder. In 1095, Byzantine Emperor Alexius I Comnenus wrote to Pope Urban II, making a desperate appeal for military aid from his fellow Christians in the West. It wasn't the first such appeal by the emperor, but this time the results would be unlike anything ever seen before. Pope Urban saw the emperor's appeal as a golden opportunity, a chance to heal the rift that had emerged between Western and Eastern churches in the Great Schism, to assert his own papal authority over the unruly barons and bishops of Western Christendom, and to drive back the infidel and reclaim Christianity's most holy sites, most of all Jerusalem, lost to Muslim rule 400 years before. At Clermont, in France, Pope Urban preached a sermon to a gathering of clergy and nobles. He called on Christian knights and foot soldiers to go east, to aid their brother Christians and free Jerusalem from Muslim rule. And he offered a unique spiritual incentive. whoever, for devotion alone, not to gain honor or money, goes to Jerusalem to liberate the Church of God, can substitute this journey for all penance. He was offering Europe's knights, who lived in fear of damnation because of the violent lives they led, the chance to atone for their sins through holy war. What's more, their objective, Jerusalem, was a city that captivated the medieval imagination like no other. The most holy place on earth. The Pope's offer exhilarated his audience. His words were met with cries of Deus vult, Deus vult. God wills it. God wills it.
No, this wasn't God.
Across Europe, sparking a wave.
This was the other guy.
Thousands of lords, knights, and ordinary people vowed to travel to the Holy Land and fight for Christ. They identified themselves by wearing a cross, later becoming known as Cruce Signatus, Crusaders. A few of these men saw opportunity in the East for fame and fortune, but overwhelmingly they went in search of spiritual salvation, willing to undertake a long, expensive and perilous journey to save their souls from the fires of hell. Pope Urban had intended the crusade to be led by nobles and made up of knights and experienced soldiers. But the viral success of his appeal led thousands of ordinary townsfolk and peasants to take the cross, many inspired by a French priest known as Peter the Hermit, who became leader of this so-called People's Crusade. In the Rhineland, some of these crusaders, fired up by old prejudices and talk of holy war, attacked local Jewish communities, slaughtering around 5,000 men, women and children, and extorting money from those they spared. These massacres were condemned by the church, but to little effect. In the summer of 1096, the People's Crusade, 20 to 40,000 strong, made its way east. The main contingent, led by Peter the Hermit, travelled along the river Danube, but they were ill-disciplined and poorly prepared. When they ran out of food in Hungary, they attacked and looted Christian settlements. They continued to pillage the land of their supposed ally, the Byzantine Empire. When they reached Constantinople, the emperor quickly ferried them to Anatolia to be rid of them. In enemy territory, lacking discipline or leadership, their main force was soon ambushed and slaughtered by the Turks. Meanwhile, some of Europe's most powerful feudal lords were departing for the Holy Land, at the head of their own contingents. They were much better armed and organized than the disastrous People's Crusade. They included, from Lorraine, Godfrey of Bouillon.
Chatting with you is
his brothers,
filling
Eustace
the
and Baldwin
silence.
of Boulogne. Hugh of Vermandois, younger brother of the French king. Count Robert of Flanders, and Duke Robert of Normandy, son of William the Conqueror. The wealthy Stephen of Blois. From Provence, Count Raymond of Toulouse, accompanied by the Crusade's spiritual leader, Papal Legate Adhemar of Le Puy. And from southern Italy, Norman Lords Bohemond of Taranto and his nephew Tancred. The The various contingents converged for their agreed rendezvous at Constantinople. Together, they formed a huge army, perhaps 60,000 strong, probably the largest seen in Europe since the fall of the Western Roman Empire. The Byzantine Emperor Alexius had expected to welcome a small force of Western mercenaries who'd serve under Byzantine command. But the giant Crusader force that began arriving in December 1096 made him nervous and distrustful, particularly the presence of Bohemond of Taranto, who'd spent much of his life attacking the Byzantine Empire. Alexius gave the Crusaders money, supplies, and guides, but only after their leaders swore oaths of fealty and promised to return all Byzantine territory to the emperor, not keep it for themselves. Only then were they ferried across the Bosphorus into Anatolia.
Bosphorus.
The Crusaders were a mighty military force, particularly the armored knights, who made up about 1/6 of their strength. But
You
they
never
have
became
to adapt
corrupted and left
rapidly
me.
to the heat, terrain, and hit-and-run tactics of their Turkish enemy. In their favor, the Islamic world and the great Seljuk Empire itself was badly divided. Its Turkish governors, or atabegs, were busy fighting each other, as well as the Shia Fatimids of Egypt. None of them was prepared for the First Crusade, or had any real understanding of its strength or aims. The Crusaders' first success came at Nicaea, which fell after a 6-week siege. But the city surrendered to the Byzantine forces.
Have you noticed? I have.
cheating
Yes,
Crusaders
indeed. I would invite you to join me.
of their rightful plunder. It was a further strain on the delicate relations between Crusaders and Byzantines. They began marching inland through intense summer heat in 2 columns, a vanguard under Bohemond of Taranto and rear guard under Godfrey of Bouillon. Near Dorylaeum, Bohemond's vanguard was ambushed by the main Turkish army. Based on Crusader chronicles, this is our best understanding of how the confused
Hello
fighting
again.
unfolded.
Ah, it was brought here by the pirate Thomason the Tireless.
Bohemond,
He was fond
seeing
of
he was
taking
about to be attacked by a large force of enemy cavalry, sent an urgent message to the rear guard, asking for assistance. Then he formed up his knights and ordered his infantry into a defensive formation behind them, protecting the camp followers. The Crusaders came under attack from all sides, facing a hail of arrows from Turkish horse archers, as well as javelins and hit-and-run strikes from their faster light cavalry. The knights were driven back
really?
onto their own infantry.
Okay.
Over several hours, losses mounted. Meanwhile, Godfrey was racing up with the rear guard to join the battle. Troops were fed into the fighting as soon as they arrived. On the Turks' left flank, the Crusaders' advance was hidden by the terrain, so that they appeared suddenly, threatening the Turks within circles. When the Christian knights all charged together, the Turks panicked, turned, and fled. It was a major victory for the Crusaders, and allowed them to continue their advance across Anatolia without serious opposition. At Heraclea, they defeated a small Turkish force, then split up. The main force struggled through the mountains of Cappadocia, losing many of their baggage carriers, running dangerously low on supplies. Meanwhile, Baldwin of Boulogne and Tancred, probably out to seize land and plunder for themselves, travelled south into Cilicia, capturing the city of Tarsus and other settlements. Tancred later rejoined the main army. But Baldwin was invited by local Armenian Christians to visit Edessa, where he was soon installed as Count Baldwin of Edessa, ruler of the First Crusader state. In October 1097, the rest of the Crusaders reached Antioch, the next stepping stone on the road to Jerusalem. But outside its walls, the First Crusade would come to the brink of disaster, decimated by disease and starvation, and encircled by their enemies. It would take a miracle to save them from annihilation. October 1097. 2 years had passed since Pope Urban II preached a crusade to help the Byzantine Empire in its war against the Seljuk Turks. Now, the First Crusade had reached the great city of
A new
Antioch.
fate. It's possible. Oh, but
It was
you
the
seem too
last
clever to go
major
looking for
Turkish
death.
stronghold, standing between the crusade and its goal, the holy city of Jerusalem. But Antioch was virtually impregnable, with its citadel atop a 1,000-foot mountain and too large to encircle. The giant Crusader army could only camp outside its walls and pray for a miracle. But that winter, they ran out of food. Horses, men, and camp followers began to starve. But supplies continued to arrive by sea, mostly from the Byzantine-controlled island of Cyprus. They defeated an attempt by Radwan of Aleppo to break the siege at the Battle of Lake Antioch. But the Crusaders' situation seemed hopeless. Morale fell, as deaths and desertions rose steadily. In March, a Crusader
Well,
fleet arrived
someone has
with
proven
much-needed
themselves. As you've seen,
reinforcements and
she's
supplies.
a very kind offer.
Finally, one night, Bohemond of Taranto and 60 of his men scaled a tower on the southern wall, whose commander had been bribed. As dawn broke, Bohemond's men opened the city gates, and the Crusader army poured in. They massacred soldiers and civilians alike, while desperate Muslim survivors fled to the citadel, which continued to resist all attacks. Antioch had fallen, but now a giant Turkish army was assembled under the command of Kur Buga, governor of Mosul. First, he attacked Baldwin in Edessa, but abandoned his siege after 3 weeks and marched on Antioch. The Crusader army was exhausted, starving. They could expect no help from the Byzantines. Emperor Alexius, busy securing his own territory in Antioch, had received false reports that the crusade had already been destroyed. Fearing a Turkish counterattack, he withdrew to Constantinople. Inside Antioch, a relic was miraculously discovered. Supposedly the Holy Lance thrust into Christ's side at his crucifixion. Crusaders' faith in their holy mission was renewed. Although heavily outnumbered, the Crusaders decided to meet the Muslim army outside the city walls. With the zeal of religious fanatics, seeing visions of saints and angels, they charged the Muslim army, which turned poor Roga, accusing his commanders of treachery, possibly correctly, set fire to his camp and withdrew. The Muslim defenders in the citadel, witnessing this stunning victory, quickly surrendered. In summer 1098, Fatimid forces from Egypt captured Jerusalem from the Artukid
There you
Turks.
are. What? Let me read that. I am known for truth together. Very well. Between my thirst for vengeance and my respect for you, I will take part in this.
And even tried to
I will
make an
look for
alliance
other
with the
marauders to
Crusaders
join us as
against
well.
them.
Just tell me
But the
when and where.
Crusaders
I look
not
forward to
interested.
fighting at your side.
Instead, they spent 5 months around Antioch, foraging supplies and arguing among themselves. Stephen of Blois and Hugh of Vermandois had already given up and returned home. Now Bohemond of Taranto claimed the former Byzantine city of Antioch for himself, breaking his oath to Emperor Alexius to return such territories to him. Bohemond argued that the emperor had broken the oath first by failing to help the Crusaders during the siege. Divisions deepened after Bishop Adhemar of Le Puy died from illness. He'd been the Crusades' spiritual leader and a unifying presence on their council. Meanwhile, Crusaders carried out a brutal massacre of civilians at Ma'arat al-Numan. Pressure from the mass of ordinary Crusaders forced their leaders to put aside their differences and march south towards Jerusalem. Except for Bohemond, who remained in Antioch, where he declared himself prince. As the Crusaders entered Fatimid territory, many local rulers offered up money and supplies to avoid violence. Other villages had been abandoned. As the Crusaders neared Jerusalem, they found wells poisoned, trees cut down, and animals driven away. Anything that could help the Crusaders had been destroyed. On the 7th of June, 1099, the Crusaders got their first sight of Jerusalem. Many fell to their knees and wept with joy. But they faced a serious challenge. They were now reduced to about 12,000 fighting men, not enough to encircle the city, and they were running out of food and water. Jerusalem would have to be taken by storm.
Hello to all you Franco-Prussian War history buffs out there. I just
Why's
wanted
that
to let you know
sound being made?
Publishing a companion book based on our YouTube documentary.
Go
Glory
away,
Defeat,
what the
about
fuck?
Franco-Prussian War. It's going to include all of
Okay.
those content that was not in the YouTube series.
That's my
You can
Twitch.
order
Twitch
it
is
by
good,
clicking
good,
on the
good.
link below. It's
Okay.
July 1870, and in Europe, there's been no great power war since 1815. Now, the growing rivalry between the French Empire and the German Kingdom of Prussia is set to explode, and all it will take is one telegram. Hi, I'm Jesse Alexander, and welcome to Glory and Defeat, the story of the Franco-Prussian War of 1870-71. In July 1870, Prussian Prime Minister Otto von Bismarck has dreams of a united Germany under Prussian leadership. Prussia already dominates the northern German states in the North German Confederation. But to bind the southern states to Prussia, he needs another war. And he has the largest army in Europe to fight it with. French Emperor Napoleon III and Empress Eugénie also have dreams of a glorious French Empire. But the rise of Prussia in recent years is a threat to France's position. Continued French dominance in Europe and a Germany united under Prussia. To achieve these dreams of glory would also mean risking defeat. All the two sides need is an excuse to fight. And as strange as it may seem, the crisis that starts the Franco-Prussian War
begins in Spain. The Spanish throne has been unoccupied since the 1868 revolution deposed Queen Isabella II. After much debate, the new Spanish government chose Leopold von Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen to be their new king. Leopold belongs to a branch of the Prussian ruling house of Hohenzollern, but he isn't a Prussian, and he only accepts the Spanish throne after 3 separate offers. Bismarck is delighted, but when the news arrives in Paris on July 3rd, 1870, it's so explosive, it's dubbed the Spanish Bomb. For Empress Eugénie, Prime Minister Émile Ollivier, and Foreign Minister the Duc de Gramont, it's unacceptable that the Prussian royal house might also rule Spain. Gramont, though, senses a win-win opportunity. He reasons that Prussia can be humiliated and forced to back down, or there will be a war.
I'm too
which
old
France
now to
will
ring
win.
the bells.
Gramont makes his case in a fiery speech to the French Parliament. We do not believe that respect for a neighboring people's rights obliges us to suffer that a foreign power, by placing one of the princes on the Spanish throne, can disturb the current equilibrium of the forces in Europe to our detriment, and put in danger the interests and the honor of France. Gramont also sends Ambassador Count Vincent Benedetti to Bad Ems, where Prussian King Wilhelm I was spending his holiday. Benedetti demands that Prussia force Leopold to refuse the Spanish offer, which outrages Wilhelm. He doesn't recognize Gramont's ploy and blames Bismarck for the crisis. The king does ask Leopold's father, Karl Anton, to renounce his son's candidacy on his behalf, which he does. But Gramont is still not satisfied, and now insists on a declaration that no Hohenzollern will ever claim the Spanish throne again. On July 13th, in a serious breach of protocol, Count Benedetti approaches King Wilhelm on the Schwa Promenade and relays the new demand. Wilhelm refuses to make the declaration and asks his advisor to inform Bismarck about the events in Bad Ems by telegram. This message to Bismarck is the original Emser Depesche, the Ems Dispatch. Bismarck now sees his chance to provoke war with France. He modifies the dispatch's wording to make it seem as though King Wilhelm had disrespected the French ambassador and has it sent to all Prussian diplomats. His Majesty the King then refused to receive the French envoy again, and informed him through an adjutant that His Majesty had nothing further to say to the ambassador. The provocative Ems Dispatch, as manipulated by Bismarck, reaches French newspapers on July 15th, of all days, the French national holiday, and it works exactly as Bismarck intended. The Ems Dispatch shocked the French government of Emperor Napoleon III. The Council of Ministers meets on the 14th, and Gramont is forced to justify the demands that he made of the Prussians, since the Council had never approved them. The ministers are divided, but eventually accept the Emperor's proposal for an international conference to resolve the crisis and avoid a war. But Empress Eugénie and War Minister Edmond Leboeuf then pressure Napoleon III to scrap the conference and mobilize the army, and he gives in. This is an informal declaration of war against Prussia. The next day, the French Parliament meets. After fierce debate, members resolve that war will be declared and vote for war credits. The mood amongst many Frenchmen was heated, as Private Serpollet describes. Everyone here is fired up. All are shouting, "Prussia! Prussia!" Yesterday the band played La Marseillaise. Everyone was jumping in spite of the 60 pounds we had on our backs. I wish you could be here when a new dispatch arrives. We don't hear each other. We all run to the weapons rack. We overturn the beds. We fight. We roll. The sergeants want to intervene, but we slam the door in their faces. Discipline is relaxed. We no longer see so many punishments. When you talk to the French soldier about war, he wants to massacre everything. Le soldat français, quand on lui parle de guerre, veut tout massacrer. Prussian writer Theodor Fontana isn't in Paris, but he later records what he'd heard. Countless bands, some more than 1,000 strong, marched through the streets, often led by soldiers and preceded by the tricolor flag. They constantly shouted, "Long live the war! Down with Bismarck!" Thousands more joined them, applauded, or sang along to the Marseillaise. The police let everything go. Then torches appeared, and others lit street brooms on fire. The drunks swung and hurled them into the trees, so that some began to burn along the boulevard. Then they went home at dawn. France is about to declare war on Prussia, and the press and many Frenchmen are infected with war fever. These developments are also being reported in the German press, and Prussia and its allies are ready to react. On the 15th, King Wilhelm I leaves Bad Ems to deal with the crisis from Berlin. Crowds of Berliners cheer his carriage from the station to his palace, and in the streets, thousands more sing patriotic songs like the Wacht am Rhein and the Preußenlied. The night of July 16th, Prussia and Bavaria mobilized their armies.
Only a few. You've got a... It's I need you to
Munich,
check on Flatfish
30,000 people gather to cheer King Ludwig II, and the state parliament meets on the 18th. The debate is lively. Some members support going to war under the defensive alliance with Prussia, while others want Bavaria to only maintain armed neutrality. Some Bavarian lawmakers oppose joining the war because they're worried about the safety of the Palatinate.
We'll look at some settings right quick. I don't think I'll see a queue at 9 in the morning.
Westermeier shares those fears. Die spanische Thronfolge habe mit Deutschland nichts zu schaffen. The Spanish throne question has nothing to do with Germany. It's merely a question of dynastic interests. Both sides made mistakes, and now peoples must bleed for the sensitivities of their princes. I do not want the Palatines to suffer the horrors of war. But if a thief gets into the neighbor's house, I must lock up my own house and cannot bring help to the neighbor. When the dust settles, Bavaria has voted for war, and King Ludwig telegraphs the decision to the Prussian king in Berlin. The southern kingdom of Württemberg is also less than enthusiastic. Its leaders fear the Prussification of the kingdom and endangering their good relations with neighboring France, but they mobilize anyway. The Grand Duchy of Baden also borders France, but has good relations with Prussia. If there's war, only Prussia can protect Baden, so the Grand Duchy mobilizes. Once the Grand Duchy of Hesse mobilizes, Prussian King Wilhelm I is now in command of an entire German army, and there is still no official declaration of war. This week, the famous Ems dispatch has given those who wanted war in France and in Prussia the honorable excuse that they need. The French War Party rallies around Empress Eugénie, who also wants to preserve the throne of her ailing husband for her son. Bismarck plans to use the coming war to unite Germany under Prussia. And unlike the failed revolution of 1848, Germany is to be created not by the people, but by princes and generals. In his eyes, North and South Germans are now marching together against their old enemy to create a new Prussian empire. The fact that Napoleon III and King Wilhelm I hadn't actually wanted war was now irrelevant. And next week, the Franco-Prussian War will officially begin. meets in Berlin for an emergency session about the imminent war. King Wilhelm I opens the session with defiance. Following the example of our fathers, we will fight for our freedom and for our righteousness against the violence of foreign conquerors. And in this struggle, in which we pursue no other goal than to permanently secure the peace of Europe, God will be with us, as he was with our fathers. At 2 p.m., the French declaration of war arrives. The Imperial French government accuses Prussia of trying to upset the balance of power in Europe by putting one of its own on the Spanish throne, and of insulting its honor with the Ems dispatch. The result is war. Consequently, the French government considered itself obligated to provide, without delay, for the defense of its honor and its injured interests. Determined for this final purpose to take all the measures offered to it by the situation created, it considers itself from now on to be in a state of war with Prussia, en état de guerre avec la Prusse. The declaration of war is announced to Parliament after the king finishes speaking. Emotions are running high in Prussia, not least because July 19th is the 60th anniversary of the death of King Wilhelm's mother, Louise, who enjoys cult-like reverence in the kingdom. The next day, Parliament responds with an impassioned message to the king. We trust in God, who punishes bloody outrages. From the shores of the sea to the foot of the Alps, the people have risen up at the unanimous call of their princes. No sacrifice is too great for them. The public voice of the civilized world recognizes the justice of our cause. The German people will finally achieve the peaceful and free unification valued by all peoples at the place of its choosing. Your Majesty and the allied German governments may consider us and our brothers in the South ready. Our honor and our freedom are at stake. Es gilt unsere Ehre und unsere Freiheit. King Wilhelm I is less enthusiastic about war than his own parliament. Despite his age, he'd only ever fought 2 wars and did not want this one now. And he belatedly recognizes how Bismarck and the Duc de Gramont each had their own agendas for bringing it about. Prussian Karl Marx also takes a more sober view of events than many of his countrymen who are caught up in the war frenzy. He wants a Prussian victory, but for reasons different than those of many other Prussians. Die Franzosen brauchen Prügel. The French need a beating. If the Prussians win, the centralization of state power will be useful to the centralization of the German working class. The German preponderance will also shift the center of gravity of the West European working class movement from France to Germany. And the German working class is theoretically and organizationally superior to the French. The die has been cast, and the Franco-Prussian War has begun. The princes of the German states prepare to defend their national honor, and Emperor Napoleon III prepares to defend that of France. The French Empire is also preparing for the start of the fighting. On July 23rd, Napoleon III issues a dramatic proclamation to the nation. There are solemn moments in the life of a people when national honor, violently aroused, imposes itself as an irresistible force, dominates all interests, and takes in hand the direction of the destiny of la patrie. We are not making war on Germany, whose independence we respect. We wish that the peoples who make up the great Germanic nationality freely determine their destinies. As for us, we demand the establishment of a state of affairs which guarantees our security and assures the future. The French authorities see their cause as just and are trying to win over the other European powers. But public opinion has turned against France, which doesn't have any allies. In 1868 and 1869, there had been talks with Italy and Austria about potential alliances, but no treaty has been signed in 1870. Napoleon III does have letters from Austrian Emperor Franz Joseph and Italian King Vittorio Emanuele II in which they promised not to negotiate with third parties without French consent. The French Emperor sees these letters as an expression of moral obligation to help France in case of war. But the governments in Vienna and the Italian capital of Florence disagree. Serious talks do take place in July 1870 between France, Germany, and Austria-Hungary, and they don't go well. The Italians demand passage through Austria to attack Bavaria, but the Austrians refuse. If it enters the war, Italy also wants France to end its protection of independent Rome and the Pope, so that Italy can annex the city and make it into the country's capital. But the church is a pillar of support for the Second Empire, so the French aren't in a hurry to abandon the papacy. Plus, the French feel that Italy still owes them for French assistance in the Sardinian War of 1859, so they won't make the Rome deal the way that the Italians wanted. Austria-Hungary is hesitant about fighting on the French side for a few reasons. The government is worried about the many German speakers in the empire who are sympathetic to the so-called German cause against France. The Austro-Hungarians also fear that if they intervene, Russia might come in on the Prussian side. This is not actually so far-fetched, since King Wilhelm is the Tsar's uncle. Russia might also decide to join Prussia because the Prussians offered to help the Tsar against Polish rebels back in 1863. As for the United Kingdom, they stay out of the war as well. Relations with France have been strained since they fought together in the Crimean War, and Queen Victoria is the mother-in-law of the Prussian crown prince. France does make a very ambitious plan with Denmark, which lost the war to Prussia and its allies in 1864. The idea is for a French expeditionary force to land on the North German coast in Denmark, and the French the North German Confederation alongside the weaker Danish army. But this plan also falls through after Britain and Russia pressure the Danes to remain neutral. France is now fighting the largest army in Europe alone. While the French are canvassing Europe for allies but finding none, the mobilizations which started even before the declaration of war are bringing troops to the battle zones. Both the French and the German armies feel prepared for war, but one is much larger. The Germans are moving about 460,000 men to the front, while the French figure is about 300,000. For the main forces on the battlefield, skirmishes are already breaking out along the border. Mostly these are cavalry reconnaissance patrols, and they usually don't get far. On the 19th, French chasseurs d'Afrique cross the Prussian border at Saarbrücken and capture some customs officers. The same day, the Prussians also take their first prisoner, a Zouave who had allegedly fallen asleep over white wine in an inn on the German side. The first official deaths of the war come on the 24th. A squadron of Baden Dragoon officers led by Württemberg General Staff Officer and later airship inventor Count Ferdinand von Zeppelin runs into French troops at Schielenhof. Claude Ferréol-Pagny, quartermaster in the 12th Mounted Chasseurs, and William Herbert Winslow, a lieutenant in the 3rd Baden Dragoons, are both killed, the first men to die in this war, though it's possible that a few French soldiers have already been killed. 27-year-old Winslow is from Scotland, ironically making a British native the first fallen German. This week, the French declare war on Prussia, but fail to find any allies. There's nationalist rhetoric on both sides, and the Franco-Prussian War claims its first lives. Those two men have died because the diplomats, generals, and politicians have allowed themselves to rush into war. These elites have used emotional terms like nation and honor to stir the passions of the people and manipulate the press. At this point, the storm they've unleashed is beyond control of even Napoleon III and Wilhelm I. And next week, the storm will only grow stronger. On the German side, mobilization is going well. Thanks to precisely timed train schedules, the German armies reached their starting positions less than 2 weeks after mobilization began. A Russian observer views this German efficiency with a bit of sarcasm. Even the ox destined for slaughter seems to know in advance in which cooking vessel it will end up. Some men do in fact die of heat stroke on the march. Huge logistics centers supply the gathering German armies with the food, fodder, weapons, and other supplies that they need. 518,000 men and 2,000 guns assemble into 3 armies. General Steinmetz's First Army around Trier and Prince Friedrich Karl of Prussia's Second Army near Mainz are made up of troops from the North German Confederation. Third Army, called the German Army, concentrates around Speyer and includes units from Prussia, Bavaria, Württemberg, and Baden, all under the command of Prussian Crown Prince Friedrich Wilhelm. French mobilization is not going well. Some regular units have to travel from their garrison town to their bases at the other end of the country, or even Algeria, before heading to eastern France. Other units are rushed to the concentration areas before they've been brought up to strength and fully kitted out. The result is chaos, as General Alexandre Michel reports when he arrives in Belfort. Didn't find my brigade. Didn't find the divisional commander. What shall I do? The French plan is to supply their armies from prepared depots close to the expected combat zone. Minister of War Edmond Leboeuf has even stated, "The army is so ready that we don't even have to buy a single gaiter button." But now the chickens of the corrupt system of the Second Empire come home to roost. Incompetent and unscrupulous officials have lined their own pockets instead of filling the depots. And there are serious shortages of food, equipment, and even ammunition. French generals send desperate telegrams to Paris, but there's not much that can be done now. In the midst of this mess, the French Army of the Rhine, totaling some 300,000 men and 3,000 guns, takes shape. One wing in northern Alsace under Marshal François Achille Bazaine, and one along the border with the Bavarian Palatinate under Marshal Patrice de MacMahon. Both commanders are experienced and decorated veterans of the campaigns in Italy and North Africa. The armies of France and the German states now face each other in tense anticipation of the decisive confrontation. But before the main battles begin, let's take a look at how war is waged in 1870. The Franco-Prussian War is a conflict of the industrial age, the age of the first mass military forces. So let's talk about how those forces are organized. The largest formation is an army, which numbers up to about 150,000 men. These armies are further subdivided to allow commanders to move them and use them more efficiently in battle. The army consists of up to 4 corps. Corps are made up of divisions, and divisions are formed from brigades. Armies, corps, divisions, and brigades are commanded by generals. Brigades are then divided into regiments, each of which is commanded by a colonel. Russian regiments have about 2,900, and French Régiment de Ligne have about 2,500. A regiment has 3 or 4 battalions, and each battalion is commanded by a lieutenant colonel and has 3 or 4 companies under a captain. Each company is divided into platoons under a lieutenant. During the actual fighting, orders are usually given to the men at the regimental or at the battalion level. So these levels are quite important from a soldier's point of view. Below the regiment, subunits might be different amongst the different branches of the service. For example, the infantry have companies, but the cavalry have squadrons, and the artillery have batteries. On the German side, there are also infantry regiments of musketeers, grenadiers, and fusiliers, but these are just traditional designations. French Marines are an elite ground unit. Chasseurs are light infantrymen, and the Zouaves and Turcos are colonial troops, mostly from North Africa. Both sides also have elite guards units. One major difference is that the German army is made up of conscripts, led by professional officers, while the smaller French army is nearly all professional soldiers. Napoleon III had urged the creation of a mobile guard of conscripts since 1868, but the Loi Niel hasn't been passed by Parliament. The Germans, therefore, have a significantly larger pool of trained manpower than the French, now and for the foreseeable future. These massive armies that take to the battlefield in 1870 are also armed with the latest technical advances in weaponry, thanks to industrialization. Arms manufacturers like Schneider Creusot and the Krupp Works have equipped the French and German armies with mass-produced weapons of unprecedented killing power, especially needle guns and artillery. It's the infantry that will do the bulk of the fighting and the dying in this war, and they're particularly exposed to danger when fighting in the open or in urban areas. Their modern breech-loading needle guns have moved tactics away from the lines of the 18th century. The guns can be loaded lying down or kneeling rather than standing up, which allows troops to make better use of natural features or buildings. The Prussian Dreise rifle had helped win the war against Austria back in 1866, but in 1870, the French Chassepot outclasses it in range and accuracy.
Hello folks, this is Captain Wolf from Hungary, in beautiful bright Hunglish language, your favorite gun channel on YouTube. I have two interesting 19th century military rifles from you today from the beginning of the breech loading era. The one is a Prussian Dreise rifle, it's a needle fire rifle, and the other one is the French Chassepot rifle, which is also a needle fire rifle.
Nice, nice.
Let's talk about the development of the two rifles. Nikolaus Dreise started working on his breech-loading concept in the 1820s. He presented his first model to the Prussian Ministry of War in 1827, and after a long development and trial periods, in 1840 December, the ministry finally made the final decision and ordered 60,000 pieces, and they also offered Dreise some funds to establish a factory for producing the new rifle. But most of the new rifles were stored in the arsenals in Berlin and Magdeburg. They did not go to the units. And the debut of this rifle was actually against the German people. In 1849, May 6 to 9, it was used against the rebels protesting against the government. The father of the French needle rifle was Antoine Alphonse Chassepot. He was clearly inspired by the most modern army of its age, Moltke's Prussian army. He started working on the breech-loading concept in the 1850s. Seeing the benefits of the bolt-action breech of the Dreise, he copied perfectly the system. The Prussian performance in the War of 1864 and 66 proved the French that to counter the Prussian threat, the development of the infantry arm was inevitable. The breech-loader concept was on trial for a long time here as well, and finally in the August of 1866, the new rifle entered service. Although large production capacity supported the quick rearmament, it took nearly 3 years to change from muzzle loaders. Well, both rifles are needle-firing breech loaders. However, it is easy to see that the Dreiser is, let's say, a transition from muzzleloader to breech loader, while the Chassepot is rather a transition towards the modern military rifle. The needle rifle system is an early breech loading system. The heart of the rifle is the needle, an early version of the firing pin, that has to penetrate the cartridge case brought from paper to reach the priming compound, integrated into the cartridge itself. Its rate of fire was 2-3 times more than the rate of fire of the muzzle loaders, and it could be comfortably loaded in kneeling or prone position and behind the cover as well.
Prone position.
Here are some 50-meter range tests with the two cartridges made according to the original military specifications. I've been shooting these rifles for a long time now, and although I know that the Chassepot is superior, I also know that the Dreiser can also hit a man-sized target with the two 300 meters. The Prussian army had the advantage of the long service time behind their rifles, while the French were just getting used to the new system. The Dreiser is a bit clumsy, but it is not especially complicated to operate. In fact, it needs much less training than muzzleloader.
He's off center. I don't know, I would have pegged 9s on that one.
Action can be hard to close if some paper remains in the chamber, but it still works. I did not have any misfires with any of the rifles during my shooting tests. It was also interesting to see that nearly the entire paper casing of the cartridge left with the gases of the powder through the muzzle.
I will always think of New World as this, like, thank you for all the money we gave Amazon. This is a wonderful thing that they gave back. It's not the best MMO, and it'll never be, but it's like this wonderful thing for the money. I think it's a wonderful little gift for $40. I think anybody and their mother could play this if they wanted to. And I think it's very fun and very simple. I think it's like, you know, it's like 7 buttons and a D stick, or I'm sorry, you know, like a controller stick, and that's it. Like, you know, it's a simple game. I think it should be on consoles. I think it should be vastly popular like Skyrim. I think it's such a better game than Skyrim in many ways. And I don't know.
Snaggletooth Burrow.
It's.
Hunt him down and bring me back his.
I get this feeling like 5 years it's gonna have this stellar fucking reputation where it can do no wrong, and everybody's like, "Oh yeah, that's just a great game." Period. It just is. You know, it had its problems at launch, but it's, you know, still really great game now, and that's kind of how I figure where this is going. And it's a great little gift too, because once you buy it, you're done. I mean, they might charge you for expansions later, but it's about it. That's about it. Otherwise, you're just done. You can play it anytime you want. I've been playing it too much, and I'm beginning to understand that, like, you know, it's a game that you can't play too much, but it'll always fucking be there. I'll always want it on my drive. I'll always want to pop in and do something in it. But I mean, it's just there in the background. It'll always be there in the background. It doesn't matter if I see Brimstone while it's current or not, you know? I went all the way east, did I? What a interesting choice that was. Well, what am I doing here? Silver from chess. God damn it, chess, really? Alright, fine. We'll kill them all. Yeah, kill them all. God damn it, dude. Yeah, kill them all. It's funny how, like, heavy plate metals dodge, they go, it's kind of like they saunter, and shit goes right through you. It's kind of interesting. It's like this interesting... It's funny because, like, I don't know why, I don't really think it should be, like, the blocky. Yeah, well, why would I want a block key when I could just roll? Why wouldn't I just put roll on my right click, right? And just roll out whenever You know, because they're the same thing, really, but like, one doesn't do anything. One does, right? And, like, block, you know, block just, I don't know. I think this point in blocking, it doesn't do anything for me. I hold 2 seconds and nothing happens. Is it in combat? Like, let's see if it's in combat. Like, aggro this thing, yeah, and then block, right? 1, 2, and then you get defensive stance off that. But I mean, that's bad. It's a bad ability. It's a waste of a point. But I need to fix that. That's annoying. So, okay, I don't think that's a good point. It's not a good point, and now I have to rebuy everything, and that annoys me. I believe it's... Oh, God. And then one more. Well, no, I guess 3 more. 3 more? 3 more. What? 3 more. Alright, so it's not that one. Yeah, I want the fortified. The passive fortifies. The passive heals, right? And then, yeah, and then the 20% haste. And that's huge, yeah. Those are better passives. Like, I had a misspec there slightly. You know, what is it that I'm doing here? It's like, oh yeah, the fucking chests. I better go in there, because that's probably where the chests are. God damn it. Yeah, I get that nice haste like that. Yeah, it's just like every time you get a kill, it should give you haste too. See, look, there's the other chest, yeah. Oh, all my shit's all fucked up now. God damn it. Yep. I'll be back for you later again, but I want your chest now just for, you know, for counting purposes. I want to count your chest towards the ultimate chest goal. And get it out of the way. Yeah, like those silver doubloons, so I know that your chest is off my agenda. We come here. Gotta get on this great sword respecking. Crosscut. Relentless. Shield. Crosscut. Relentless. Shield. Right. There's a flow to it. You don't have to, like... You don't have to freak out. Like, the game kind of makes you feel like you're playing a super fast, like, twitchy game, but I'm beginning to understand that there's kind of a flow to it that you can't really rush. It's kind of annoying. It's like, very, very sequential, sort of. Yeah, if you need it. Yeah, but, oh, the chests. I don't know where they are. Maybe over here. Yeah, maybe over there. Where are the chests at? Oh, no, where are they? Where are you hiding them at? Oh, no. This fucking quest. This was not worth my time. Every once in a while, there's a quest that you're just like, why am I wasting my fucking time on this? It couldn't possibly pay well. It's a crappy side quest that doesn't do anything. And, like, I'm just like, man, it couldn't possibly pay well. This guy's stumbling around. He's like, where's the other chest? It's so annoying. And I'm like, yeah, no, me too. Where's the other chest? Here you are. Here you are. It's annoying because in the back of my mind, I keep thinking of sharing this experience over like running hardcore Rust with this at the same time and try to put a like take a real like hardcore look at Rust, like the hardcore side of it. I wonder if hardcore is where my future was in that whole deal. Why are you back awake again? Fucking die. So come on, chest. Oh wait, I'm done here. Huh? I'm done. Never mind. Tendrils fine. This would be fun to like, you know, do some work in hardcore, build my little 2x2, get all the stuff into it, power, and you know, and all this stuff, and like, you know, hunt a monument, and I think that'd be very fun. In a very low pop, fucking like, you know. But I mean, every time I get that in my system, I'm like, oh god, but there's so much other stuff to do. There's so much more to do. Like, I begin to realize, like, you can't play New World all day, every day. It's really fun, it is. But it's not this game you can just grind all day.
He was always admiring those.
But right now, I would like to see the content that the Brimstone Sand is, but I don't think it's going to appeal to me very much. I don't think this sort of expansion is going to jump out at me. I just would like to get to the Brimstone content. I don't know when it is, for one thing. When is the Brimstone content? It's out now, right? Brimstone Sands is... how is it? Oh, is it 60 plus only, really? Alright. Well, alright. You know, Brimstone might be really good. I'm not that far from fucking 60, you know, whatever. It's fine. I feel like kind of switching off like games kind of a little bit, but I don't know what else. I don't know what it would be. The combat's so good, though. It's like one of the few combat games I can stand to play right now.
To catch a lion, you need to emulate.
So, I mean, what are we doing here? Like, there's not much left here along this jaunt. The next bit is not that. It's, I don't know. Let's go see. The journal says, what, Restless Keys or something? No, it's Windsward. It's, oh no, it is travel to Fort Alazar, which is... Where do you want me to go? Oh, there, yeah. So we want the fast travel, but I'm not near a fast travel, so take me home. Take me home. Do a little bit of the RP. All those BOEs, they start stacking up. I'd like to really... I think I'm gonna start just disenchanting greens, because it's too much time to post it all, and it's not paying. I'll do the blues, but the greens are just too numerous now. Why do I keep seeing, like, Nugget names? Ketchup Nugget. Okay, okay. How much money is that? Just flat out right. That's 100 gold for just that rawhide, huh? I'll take it for right now, because I don't want to store it mainly. So, okay, I take the 100 gold. I'm up. You know, I'm always up. I'm always getting more. I'm just gonna take a look at what's going on here. Yeah, you're gonna read about like sell orders of See, those aren't really selling though. Quantity. They're not really selling. Why? They should sell. They will sell today. And I'll look up and I'll have like 10,000 gold and I'll be like, oh my god, it's sold. I was expecting it to sell faster though. But anyways, so I am 44 now. It behooves me to go and investigate great swords. Can equips of the highest GS I can get, which is 437. It's an upgrade of 17 with no strength bonus. That one's looking better at a 5 up with a 20 strength bonus at 400 gold. I don't want to spend that much. And there's better. There's better. But the strength sword that I'm looking for is not there. It's good to know. It's good to look, you know? So, I'm sure there's better armor, but I don't really care about that. I don't seem to be dying too much. And then, yes, I believe we're good here. We just go place what we have away. Oops, wait. What you aren't opening my thing. It's annoying to me. There we go. Alright, Arcana. No, wait, my attribute food. No. Come back, you. You, and you, and you. You. Okay. How are you today? Decidedly dexterous, huh? I'll pay him, I guess, if it's good. Yeah. Mono, sure, tip him. It's fine. Free buff, you know. Okay, so all of that can go away. The rest of it, right? Yeah, and I'm empty again. Repair up, and I can get out of town. They got a little bit better about getting me out of town now. I like it. Seems a little bit better somehow. It's like, man, sorting with all that fucking inventory bullshit is so annoying. So, Restless is where I want to be, but I want to be up north a little bit. But I gotta get to that. I gotta get north to Morningdale anyways, which is where I need to be, basically. I should be in Morningdale now. So, I'm like 2 zones behind here, and I just gotta do a lot of running. It's unfortunate, but I mean, it is true. Because, yeah, like, I mean... What do I do here? I go from here, I go the opposite way up the coast to those. Isn't that the Amrim one? Or that's like Stars or whatever it was. Yeah, that one's so annoying. I don't know. I have a long journey, yeah, so that's it though. That's I got my trip cut out for me. And you lost me. It's okay. Some of it's good, some of it's bad. Some of it's like a little bit hokey. It's okay. We get to like leave, huh? You getting that weird sun effect that you always do. So what's the fastest route? I guess it is due east. Due east, huh? Out the harbor. All right. And we go for a long fuck walk here. Something I noticed is you say sprint speed is while sprinting on roads. Sprint speed is in cruise, but like I'm not sprinting any faster. I don't think. Maybe 15% doesn't seem like it though. Doesn't really seem like it though. Whatever. Right? I mean, there's no sprint button in this? Yeah. Yeah, like also, yeah, like so. Why would I want my crappy block button that I barely use? Yeah, like why not make why not make the roll button like right click? Because it would like it'd be much easier to guide with. Yeah, and I wouldn't have to take my finger out the keys. Gotta go north, which is here. I'm not going east. Long walk. Why is this guy running faster than me? I'm just wondering. Oh, because he's got mobility stuff? Yeah. I mean, yeah. Good for him. I'm just gonna keep on running all the way to that fucking... I mean, it's not that bad. Like, this run is like 5 minutes. It's not that bad. It's not as bad as like, wow. It's not that bad. It's a bit it's kind of transit-y. It's slow, but it's not bad. You know, I don't feel like I need a mount that much. You know, I think a mount would be nice, but I don't think they should streamline this game any more than it already is. I think so. I'm sort of against the mount now. I don't know why my opinion fell that way, but it does. I want to be able to get where I want to go faster. Trust me. But like I don't, you know, I don't think the mount. I don't think this game's appropriate for mounts, and I hope they kind of put their foot down about that in the end. Ooh. Not bad. Sliver of niter. It's good. It's good. Those are always good. What else you got? I'm too low for this, huh? Yeah, Star Medal's 100, but I don't know. I'm working on it. I'm drinking my milk. Shorty's been looking at me after school. You know, I'll be getting stronger in these streets. Eventually, I'll be able to lift these trees and these rocks, and I'll be getting this 100 logging, 100 metal, or 100 mining, and yeah. See, look at this untouched fucking area on this like popular server. It's like all mined. The trees are totally untouched, and that's not too good for me. You know, that it's just sitting there. Jesus, why did I get all this? Take XP, restless. We'll take. Wait, I wanted standing, but okay, whatever. This is what is this? Restless Shores. I don't know. Station fee, I guess. Standing gain. Cutlass key would be standing gain. I don't know. Storage. Standing gain, I guess. Yeah. Fuck, you throw a lot of those at me. What am I at now? I'm at like 88. It's still quite a bit of work to get up, though. Another 10 is a lot of work. Like, I don't know. It could be here. I could do this here. And I could, like, you know, fill my inventory. But I'm out. I'm trying to get to zones. I'm trying to get to zones where I'm supposed to be. I'd rather farm out there in Morningdale. Like, around that whole area. Yeah, then down here, I mean, this is a good spot. This is where I'm supposed to be, I think. Yeah, like, even that mob is the same level as me. It's funny. Fucking elk. God damn it. Fucking so annoying to wing those guys. There's a hemp field over here. I'm sure somebody picked it up, though. Oh, wait, Prisma Bloom. Prisma Bloom's always good. Go get that Prisma Bloom. I think this added up quite a bit on one of my characters. Like, just picking this Prisma Bloom over and over and over again. Yeah, it's mine. It's mine. I got it. It's mine. It's first. Mine. It's my first. It's mine. So, like, this is a popular place, and people are starting to roll through here a lot. So this won't be that empty for very long. But like, oh, yep, see, I knew it. I was like, there's a hemp patch over here that I want. Look at all this competition coming. That's mine. That's mine. Just leave my weed patch alone. It's mine. There's also hyssop. Good hyssop patch over here somewhere. Just gotta find it. Hyssop, where are you, hyssop? Oh, I don't see my hyssop. Should have been here. It's been picked, I believe. You know, if I were to start this up, I wonder if people would come. Let's just see what kind of competition this stuff is, because it's going to be hard. This will be hard, but let's just see. Ouch. Oh, you fucking... Yep. Oh. Fucking annoying. You goddamn bastard. Oh, I can't. Ah. I don't think I can do this, not without help. I could do it with help, though, if I had any. I know, I lived through that. Maybe I'm okay. Might be able to flunk this one. I'm just curious to see if I can do it. Great Story with Heavy is like the best chance I've ever had of getting this close to it. Yeah, you. Come here. Fucking annoying. Ah. Oh, he's gonna kick my ass. Get out! Get out. Come on. Oh. Too much. Too much for me for right now. I don't want to die. No. You can just go on and leash. Go fuck yourself. That's too hard. Too much group content. Okay, herbs. Yeah. Keep on looking. I've been keeping such a weird schedule lately, like on, off. Like, you know, do 6 hours on, 2 hours off, 2, 4, 5 hours off, and then back on, 6 hours on, 6 hours off, 6 hours on, 6 hours off. It'd be a good way to do it, you know, 12-hour days. My schedule's like all over the place. I want a diverse crew every single day, like a different crew every day. A bunch of new people coming through all the time, you know. Let's do it. Let's do it. So, what are you? Are you like the Archimedes thing for this guy? Yeah, I don't like these like companion quests. That thing's been hit. So the only other thing is like Star Metal pops over there, but I can't pop that yet. So we got a good fast travel there, and then I got to go up the road to the next one. And all the way south through Morningdale, which is fine. And Morningdale is where I want to be right now, so that's good. Morningdale's fine. It's a good zone. It'll pay pretty good. It'll be like 2-3 levels, pretty clean, you know. I'm learning that if you spend 2-3 levels in a place, it's pretty good. You know, that's a pretty good amount of time to spend, and then you can just move on to the next zone. There's enough zones where, like, you know, 2-3 levels in a zone, and you're good. You can move on. So right now, that'd be Morningdale, like it pretty much would be. Those quests will pay good. And I already got, like there's a lot to do in this zone. I'll come back to this zone. But, prefer to fight something harder now. But I have all these points in my weapon. You know, these things right here would be hard. Like, doing this whole bit would be hard, but I'm not really interested in this. I don't really want to sit. I should have done. I didn't do all the settlement stuff I should have done in Restless Shores, the Hamlet. So I mean, like that's something I have to go do. I'm gonna have to go pop the town quests for that because I haven't yet, and that's annoying. Might even have some turn-ins there. Fucking doubt it, but you know, it's good to go flag those quests. It's stupid not to. So, gotta go do that. That's fucking annoying. And then I gotta come back here and run all the way north to Morningdale, but I got a whole nother step I gotta throw into my whole walk here. I realize that I have not been talking about this experience very much. I just wanted to illustrate it. But I mean, there is quite a lot of thinking that has to go into all of this stuff. I make it sound and look easy, like it's boring. But there is actually quite a lot of fucking thought and careful precision and stuff that you have to do in order to like kind of streamline this to at least make it seem like it ends sometime this century. You can fuck around with people like this. I might lose this fight and die and lose a lot of progress. We'll see. Oh. Come on, man. Get those heals up. Get them up. Get them up. Come on, man. Oh, the fucking archer is such a pain in the ass. Why do I have this many fucking mobs on me, man? Jesus Christ, man. Just die. Die. Fine. I'll fight you. Yeah, I'll fight you. Yeah, let's do it. Dick. Oh. Come on, man. Come on. Almost there, almost there. Alright, now, pull me some fucking archers. Oh! Fuck you. Ah. I won the fight, but boy, I had to, like, kind of think about it, you know? That's the kind of fights I want, a little bit. Not, like, 5 guys, but, you know, fun. Like, that was actually fun. These guys are fun. They're, like, higher level than me. I'm trying to find content that's, like, my level, you know? I still pwn them if it's 1v1, so it's funny. But anyways, we come down this road. This is a lucrative road. This whole thing up, Northwestern here. That's a lucrative road. Right up to all the way to Morningdale Settlement. This is a great little place, but I don't have to ride the bridge, I don't think. And I'm not gonna. It's Aggro City. I don't even think I'm comfortable in there. Even if I had a quest there, really. I don't think I would run the bridge if I couldn't avoid it, because it's like so much fucking aggro in one place. That you really gotta kill each mob as you encounter them, or you end up with like 12 of them on you. Life Jewel underneath the bridge was a good reward for going, like, you know, off the beaten path. It's actually fairly good. Gleaming Lowstone's good. You know, it's good stuff that... Oh, look, hey, like, see, this bridge was lucrative. Underneath it, like, going the whole Dark Souls underneath it route, you know? By the Dragon Tail. Reminds me of that a little bit. It's got a good RPG element. Let's see, what the fuck, I aggroed 2 archers, which is not good. Ah! You fucking... Where'd he go? Take him down here. Oh, take him down here. Oh, yep. Here we go. I can't wait till I can block arrows. Blocking arrows is fucking sweet. Yep. Uh-huh. Oop. Very good. Okay, so now... Whoopsie. I didn't run over this. There we go. So, there's an indication that someone's running that. If I get a party for that, run through all of those, yeah, there's no way. That guy just aggroed it. Yeah, he aggroed it, yeah. So, okay. Oh, and then I forgot. I have to go back and get the town boards before I do anything else, because that's stupid. If I'm sitting there, I could get, like, there could be, like, quarter of a level experience for the stuff just sitting there. I don't really think so, but, you know, it's stupid not to look. It's really stupid not to look. Plus, also, like, didn't I go to Restless Keys, too? I think Reekwater. Was it Reekwater? No, I haven't been to Reekwater. Reekwater's, man, I don't even remember. But, yeah, like, some of these, I have to go get the town boards at, like, 2 different towns, and I don't want to. I don't want to. Oh, well. Town board is all the way on the other side of town, I think. Yeah. Maybe it's right here. I don't know. I can't remember. Let's go see. Maybe it's right here. Maybe it might not be that bad. Let's see. No, it's not right here. It's like way over on the other fucking side. We're gonna have to go look. I know where it is. It's all the way on the other side. I mean, I know where it is. I just don't want to do it. You know? Don't want to do this run. At least I can warp out from where I land as opposed to having to come back anywhere. Honey's good. Honey is always good. Honey is a plus. Gotta get that money, man. That honey, man. Still the same. Oh. I miss being able to play music on my fucking channel. So here's the board, right? Should see the board here. Yeah, okay. Good. And here is a fuck ton, as I thought, a fuck ton of fucking, you know, potions that, or sorry, not potions, but quests that, see, yeah, big difference between not getting those and not. Because occasionally if you satisfy them, you have all these turn-ins that you incidentally have. So, right now my inventory, while not amazing, isn't good either, though. So it's like, eh. But anyways, we're going north, up the valley to the Rainlands. Take me back. Listen to a bit more of this. I didn't need the guys, I like what you're doing here, and I know why you're doing it, because you think that you're the constituencies of the people that are watching your history video, and they want to know about what guns were used in the war, in those wars. And I get that, and I understand that, and I'm with you on that like whole thing, and I get where you're coming from, and that's who you're trying to reach. But not all war historian people are into guns, and not all the people care about this. And I wouldn't say that the history needs to go hand in hand. Otherwise, there's more important histories, such as what bombs and guns and planes they used, as opposed to what the infantrymen used at that time. Now, I understand that sort of bent is what you want to do on your channel. I get it. I like the artistic license and all that. But I think you'd be surprised how often this kind of annoys your constituency, though. Because the guns aspect of it deserves its own video, right? I'm not saying that the content's not good, or that you didn't provide, because you did. I'm just saying that the content itself is worthy of its own video. So kind of it stands out in the video like it's unnecessary. So because they do this whole thing about like this Latino guy, the really strong accents, talking about the guns that these guys used, which is cool. I'm not a hater. I'm just saying, like, is it necessary in the history lesson to know exactly what, like, how the guns fired that we're talking about in the Franco-Prussian War? Like, I don't know. Historically, I don't know if how the gun fires has a lot to do with the history itself, and that's all I have to say.
Rifles is the caliber itself. When Dreiser designed his rifle, the caliber of a standard infantry arm was between 17 to 18 millimeters, and they fired heavy lead round balls.
Don't take my hand. Oh.
Caliber for his concept. The Chassepot has a clear advantage here.
Hey, what the fuck, man? All right.
While the bullet was also lighter, resulting in better ballistics performance and a flatter trajectory. Let's talk a bit about external ballistics. The result of the small caliber and the lighter bullet was the increased range. First, the trajectory of the Chassepot rifle is much flatter, meaning that the ballistic curve of the bullet will cover a much larger portion of the battlefield. But also the maximum range is increased dramatically. The good proof of this are the sights on both rifles. The Chassepot sights are much taller. But to tell you the truth, this range is over-optimistic. By the time both rifles were accepted, the close combat formations were still part of the manuals, so the military leaders were convinced that the rifles will be effective against columns, masses, squares, at larger distances as well. But they were wrong. As from the 1866 war, each army is understood that the closed formations have to be broken up on the battlefield to avoid losses.
The bayonet of the Chassepot rifle was also a quite modern design. The yataghan was attached to the muzzle with a rail and a bayonet lock. much more advanced than the socket bayonet of the Dreiser rifles.
This is entirely necessary for the
The
info at
solution
hand.
for gas sealing the action is also different. The original model 1841 Dreiser lacked any seals. The face of the bolt was cone-shaped that fitted to the breech and directed the gases away from the face of the shooter. This was later improved by rubber seals in later models, but it was never.
Maybe it is important to this particular conflict. Maybe I'm just a hater. I think I'm okay with it, actually. I do see how it is important to the subject matter at hand, actually. He's got a point. I get it now. I see what you guys are doing. It's good. Yeah, like back then, right at the cusp of good gun making.
The heart of the needle rifle is the firing pin or needle. The Dreiser rifle seems to be. It is really not how we imagine a firing pin of a modern military rifle to look like, and it is often repeated. This was the weak point of the Prussian rifle. I only partially agree with this. First, it takes much more to break this needle than what you think. The needle serving my rifle is now 5 or 6 years old, and it's okay, it did not break. Of course, it needs some proper care, because the needle penetrates the powder container of the cartridge to reach the priming compound, therefore it is stressed by the burning gases. This is true, but it is very easy to replace, and the soldiers always carried some spare needles in their backpacks. The needle of the chassepot is shorter and thicker. Well, this concept is much closer to the modern firing pin concept. And as the percussion cap is on the back of the chassepot cartridge, it is not penetrating into the burning chamber where the powder is exploding. So it will last much longer. Let's compare the two cartridges as well. Both cartridges are paper cartridges, and both hold all the components of the charge, like the black powder charge, the projectile, and the primer as well. This is why we can call them self-contained cartridges. However, there's a great difference in the bullets. The Dreiser bullet has 13.6 mm diameter, has a range of 4. It is called a Langley bullet, and its weight is 33.2 grams. This bullet was much smaller than the bore, so it was inserted in a carton bed called a Spiegel, creating a sabot. So the bullet itself did not engage the rifling directly. Understanding the benefits of the smaller caliber bullets, in the spring of 1870, the transition to a smaller 12mm 21-gram bullet started, but as large quantities of the old cartridges were on stock, both were actions in the wars of 1870 and 71. The carton bed or Spiegel was the main reason for the long-range inaccuracy of the Dreiser. The muzzle velocity of the Langley was around 300 meters per second, so it was very slow. The trajectory was highly curved. The bullet of the chassepot rifle was a much better design. It was longer, it had a better ballistic form, and engaged the rifling directly, resulting in increased accuracy. The muzzle velocity of the bullet was also higher. It was around 400 meters per second. However, the French cartridge itself is far more complicated than the Prussian. It needs nearly 3-4 times more to make one French cartridge compared to the Prussian cartridge, and it also needs much more components. There was a great difference in the terminal ballistics as well. In 1868, a French surgeon made experiments with exhumed human bodies to compare the wounds caused by the small caliber chassepot and the larger caliber Dreiser bullets. Caliber was under attack by many, as they believed that the stopping power of the larger caliber heavy lead slugs was much better. The tests, in fact, proved the opposite. In all distances, the high-velocity chassepot round inflicted much severe damage than the slow Langley bullets. This was the result of the larger impact velocity and the better energy transfer. The wounds caused by the chassepot rifle were in fact deadlier than ever in history.
He's making a point that, like, the true sharpshooters actually did get a lot of kills, which is, like, kind of scary for, like, the 1800s, I would say. That kind of battle was so tradey battle, where you, like, you get a shot off on somebody, but you probably die, you know? You might dodge some bullets, you live a bunch of times.
The entrance and exit ones are the same in size.
I'll tell you one thing. I never would have stood out in the open and fired in a squad in a row. I would have been like, nah, I'm in the trees, man. I'm in the trees, man. Let me go in the trees, please. Let me go in the trees. They're like, give me my freedom. Let me go in the trees. Let me hunt them. Yeah. I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna hunt them, but I don't. I want to do it on my terms. Yo, fuck that. I'm not playing a suckers game out in the open. No. You can come with me if you want, but we're not standing out in the fucking open and trading blows to people. No. That's fucking stupid. Fuck guns in the 1800s or whatever. Fuck that. 1700s. No, thank you. Fucking Terabad. Fuck gunfights today. I really don't think guns are how we should meet out our conflicts any longer. You know, fuck that.
This also proved the superiority of the French rifle. But seeing the outcome of the 1870-71 war, we can also understand that it's not enough to have a better rifle. You must have proper training and, more importantly, proper leadership behind it to seize the opportunities offered by the increased firepower. And even if the Chassepot was capable of remarkable long-range accuracy compared to the Dreiser, the firefights were still fought at a distance where the difference between the two rifles vanished. So dear all, thank you very much for watching. If you want more from the military rifles and tactics from the black powder era, please visit the Cat and Boy YouTube channel. Until next time, stay cool and keep your powder dry.
In addition to rifles, bayonets are also an important weapon for close combat. This places an incredible strain on the men involved, as one French soldier will report.
Made it so much worse because we're like,
mad. I was foaming at the mouth. Oh, how many a poor man and father of a family I might have run through.
Yeah, shuck.
It's the field artillery, though, that is the king of the battlefield. Modern field guns are the incarnation of the brutality of industrial weapons, as a single shell might kill or maim dozens of soldiers. One witness will soon describe their effect to Prussian Julius Pflug-Harttung. The most ghastly injuries are caused by shells. Half or completely torn off heads, open skulls showing bare brains. If a shell hits the chest or abdomen, stops there, it sometimes tears everything out so that one can see the spine open from the front. Artillery tactics and movement on a battlefield will be critical in battles, and here the Germans have the advantage. The Prussians have the excellent D-67 breech-loading cast steel guns and crew, while the French are still using bronze muzzle loaders. The bronze deforms quickly when in use, and the French cannon do not shoot as far or as accurately as those of their enemies. One weapon the French do have that the Germans don't is the mitrailleuse, an early machine gun. Its 25 barrels within the barrel are mounted on a wheel frame and operated by a rotary crank that allows rapid fire. But since it couldn't easily swing from side to side, its effect is somewhat limited. Psychologically, though,
fuck, the Great Sword's addictive.
Who will soon report their
you got back up again? Yeah, you did. Son of a bitch. All I did was knock you down. Is that it? You full healed, I guess?
Dragoons, hussars, lanciers, or uhlans no longer plays the decisive role that it once did. Horsemen can't charge infantry who are armed with modern needle guns, but they're still useful in pursuit, rearguard actions, reconnaissance, or escorting.
They can, but they shouldn't.
To be a cavalryman, though, still carries much prestige. In 1870, uniforms are colorful rather than camouflage, and designed as much for looks as functionality. The colors help soldiers.
Sometimes I think war is entirely about doing jobs with that you aren't equipped for. So you have some gun that isn't fit for the task that you're trying to do, but you make it work somehow anyways by pumping a lot of ammo out or whatever. You finally kill the guy. But I mean, like, without the proper sniper rifle, most of these engagements suck. I mean, it's kind of weird.
which were impractical in European conditions. The famous German Pickelhaube is already an anachronism in 1870, even though it will last until 1916. These then are the armies and weapons of France and the German alliance that are now ready to launch into modern war. On July 28th, Emperor Napoleon III boards a train for the fortified city of Metz in Lorraine to take command. He declares that French civilization will triumph and brings along his 14-year-old son Lulu to witness the coming victory. Meanwhile, German Commander-in-Chief and Prussian King Wilhelm I is also on a train. He's heading to the French-Bavarian border along with his son Crown Prince Friedrich Wilhelm and Chancellor Otto von Bismarck. This week, the French and German armies have reached the combat zone along with their imperial and royal commanders-in-chief. Next week, they fight.
My mind... Wait, no, child, no. It is not the future.
The first battle of the Franco-Prussian War begins on August 2nd. Napoleon III hopes that his armies can roll through
I can
the
hardly bring
Rhineland
myself
and
to say
on
it.
to Berlin and divide the North German Confederation from its South German allies. He orders Marshal Bazaine to advance on the Prussian town of Saarbrücken to start the offensive, but there's no real plan. Bazaine thinks the attack is useless since his army lacks supplies and thousands of soldiers still haven't located their units due to the chaotic mobilization. Some have even deserted. Extra French units are on the way from North Africa and Rome, where they've been protecting the Pope, but they haven't arrived yet.
The Pope?
The Emperor's illness and indecisiveness have undermined his authority. So Bazaine changes
so
his
old,
orders.
I cannot remember.
The Marshal only
or
sends 3 divisions under General Frossard across the Saar River. They attack a small German outpost west of Saarbrücken, defended by a Fusilier regiment and a squadron of Uhlan cavalry belonging to the 1st German Army. After a 3-hour firefight, the French are victorious, and the Germans leave behind 8 dead and 68 wounded. 23 French guns then bombard Saarbrücken, even though the Germans have already left and declared it an open city. The German press is outraged, but the French press couldn't be happier. The newspaper Le Gaulois reports breathlessly about 14-year-old Prince Lulu firing off one of the guns. Louis has just received his baptism of fire. He was admirably cool and was unimpressed by the danger, as befits his name. Son sang-froid devant le danger a été digne du nom qu'il porte.
How many languages does this guy? Wow.
1,000 French troops enter Saarbrücken, but they withdraw on August 5th. In his post-war memoirs, Bazaine is very critical of his orders. Operations are useless if one does not also seek to assert the captured points when hostilities begin. Especially
the capture points. You guys are so eager to run off, and I've always never understood that.
This insignificant battle at Saarbrücken will be the only engagement on German soil in the entire war. The same day that the French attack at Saarbrücken, King Wilhelm I takes supreme command of the 3 German armies. He also
I think
sums
I'd
up
probably
the
do
German
that
case
one.
for war.
That one would be good,
army,
but
all of Germany stands
it's a
united in
lot
arms
of running.
against a neighboring state that has declared war on us surprisingly and without reason.
I feel like it's always
It is
night.
a matter of defending the threatened fatherland, our honor, our own hearth and home. The Lord God will be with our just cause. Gott, der Herr, wird mit unserer gerechten Sache sein. Just as the French abandoned Saarbrücken in the north, the first major battle of the war begins in the south. The Germans realize that the big French offensive is not coming, so they go over to the
Be right
attack.
back, bye.
The town of Wissembourg, or Weissenburg, is a key railway hub at the junction between Bazaines' northern and MacMahon's southern French forces. The sous-préfet of the town has begged for protection, so MacMahon obliges. But now these units are without clear orders in a position where neighboring forces can't support them. If the German Third Army can take Wissembourg, they'll dominate the local railways and split the French army in two. 40,000 Prussians and Bavarians are ready to cross the border and attack the 5,000 French infantry and tirailleurs algériens defending the town. On a rainy and stormy August 4th, the German attack begins with a bombardment by Bavarian artillery. When German troops reach Wissembourg, they report that they surprised the French over their morning coffee. There's fierce hand-to-hand fighting as the Algerians defend the train station, and German troops capture the Geisberg Hill and take Wissembourg by storm. French General Abel Douai is killed when a nearby mitrailleuse explodes. His body is left behind by the fleeing French units, and the Battle of Wissembourg is over by 1:30 in the afternoon. German losses are 1,500 killed, wounded, and missing, while the French lose 2,300 men and 700 prisoners. The Germans have won the battle, but they've taken heavy losses at the Geisberg, a pattern that will repeat itself in the weeks to come. Time and again, the French entrench themselves on the high ground and wait for the Germans to come into the range of their chassepot rifles.
Jesus.
Although it should be noted that some French units were still using the tabatière. The chassepot is a problem for the Germans. Since their Dreiser rifles can't shoot as far, they're forced to attack just to get into range. The German commanders reckon with up to 50% losses before their men can come into direct contact with the enemy. Prussian officers, in particular, try to lead by example, and as a result, suffer extremely heavy casualties at the head of their units. Third Army Commander Crown Prince Friedrich Wilhelm writes of the problem in his diary. We lost a conspicuously large number of officers and enlisted men, whose impetuous desire to get at the enemy simply caused them to refrain from taking the necessary precautions. Bavarian infantryman Florian Kühnhauser's description is far more vivid. There were often whole rows of corpses already giving off an unbearable smell, and thousands of flies busied themselves with the blood, which had already turned black.
Hi everyone, Jonathan Ferguson here, Keeper of Firearms and Artillery for the Royal Armouries Museum here in the UK. Now, you'll be familiar by now with the French chassepot, or the celebrated early bolt-action rifle. Relatively small bore, high velocity, precise, powerful, relatively quick to load. It's a breech loader, which is critical at this period in history, certainly if you're a soldier using it. What you may well be less familiar with is the backup option, which is the tabatière system. I say system because this is a conversion system applied to muzzle loaders. So a whole family of weapons, primarily the Model 1853 infantry rifle, chasseur rifle, so light infantry, and various carbines as well. And even later on, 1822 model, formerly flintlock percussion musket, all of those converted using this system. Really quite clever. It's called tabatière, which is a reference to this door in the back of the barrel where the breech is, which is reminiscent of, or so they thought, of a snuff box, which is what tabatière means. Why is there a door in the back of your rifle? Well, if you are planning to equip as many troops as you can, not just your frontline troops, but those that might be fighting on your own ground, for example. You look at what you have in stock and how you can convert it. The British did this with the Snyder, the Americans did this with the trapdoor Springfields. And it's very simple. All you do is chop the back end off the barrel. You obviously have to rebuild the rifle, reshape or potentially restock it, but economically speaking, it's a lot cheaper than all new Chassepos. And you put a door in the back, which allows you to exploit the relatively new technology of the self-contained cartridge, with a primer in the base and a rim for yanking out the case. Essentially, in that respect, the Batier is more modern than the Chassepot. The Chassepot system was chosen for very specific reasons to that period and was great, but within a few years, really, it's clear that it's the self-contained cartridge system that's the way forward. Now, the French were quite happy with the Chassepot at that time. That's not why they went for this system. This was just the easiest way to convert muzzle loaders to breech loaders. So let me show you how it works. You put your hammer at half cock. Instead of a nipple, you have a piston, essentially. Plunger. You have a little hatched thumb platform here, and you flick that open. You load your cartridge from your pouch, close it up, full cock, present, and fire. Really pretty quick, pretty rapid to use. When you've fired, you put the weapon on half cock again, flick open your door again, and you give it a good old yank to the rear against spring tension, and a big extractor, similar to the extractor on a modern shotgun, pulls that rim to the rear and hopefully overcomes any black powder fouling and gets the case out of the breech. And if you're lucky and you do it hard enough, that empty case will come scooting out through this ramp that's been cut, and the barrel, the tang of the barrel has been lowered right down, which A, gives you better access to the breech for loading, and B, means, as I say, in theory, you can get some ejection going on. Move your head out of the way, and the case should at least trickle out of the back of the gun, if not shoot out of the back of the gun. In that respect, it's superior to the British Snyder, which is essentially an identical system other than that. If I show you the face of the breech, there's the firing pin hole, and if I hit that piston, that plunger, you see the firing pin stick out the back. That hits the back on the back of the cartridge. So, that is the Tabatier system. I hope you enjoyed that, everybody. We will be having a deeper dive into the Tabatier system, family of weapons.
It was good. I liked that it was thorough. You know,
converted.
They have an interest in guns. Let them have an interest in guns. None of it had any kind of editorial or anything. It was just about the science of the guns behind which these men fought for their lives, with their lives. And I thought it was tasteful enough. It was tasteful. It was a little leany, kind of leaned right, but it definitely, I think, had to do with the realities of what these men dealt with.
Thanks, guys.
Some of these guns weren't so good, you know. Worth the spaghetti. I like the main guy, though. He does seem a bit
victory at Wissembourg carries the war onto French
odd
soil
to me.
and splits the French army in two. Just 2 days later, the Germans attack again, twice. The next target of the German offensive is the town of Wörth. It's defended by MacMahon's army of 50,000 men, including the survivors from Wissembourg, who dig in on the hills against the town. After heavy rain on the first day, 88,000 men of the German Third Army attack on the 6th. French soldier Saint-Genet describes his experience under fire from German artillery. C'est une tempête de feu. Les douanières se remplissent de cadavres. It's a storm of fire. The hops fields fill with corpses. When I can at last see clearly, I settle down and look. Not an enemy on the horizon. It's just like before. tall, dark fir trees, and
That was a skill block? Wow, it did it again.
Prussians and Württembergers stormed the heights from three sides. Attacking uphill yet again, the Germans
God damn it.
suffered heavy losses, but
Fucking
successfully
annoying.
drive the French from the hilltop villages of Elsathausen and Frischweiler.
So annoying.
The Württembergische Feldbrigade has orders to cut off the French retreat, but Generalmajor Gustav Freiherr von Starkdorf decides instead to join the attack on Frischweiler, which is already won. His decision to ignore orders causes some of the general staff to question the reliability of the South Germans. And this was hotly debated after the war. Von Starkdorf's mistake and German exhaustion allowed the French cavalry to launch a desperate charge to cover the infantry's confused retreat. French officer Gustave de Boisseau from the Douai division describes the bleak mood. In our poor, twice mauled division, only our battalion, which escaped the demoralization of defeat, maintains sufficient order and poise. MacMahon telegraphs the news of the defeat to Paris from his headquarters in Reichshofen, which is why the battle is known as Wörth Reichshofen in French, but Wörth Frischweiler in German. German losses are about 10,500, while the French lose about 10,000 killed and wounded, and 6,000 prisoners from their much smaller force. To make matters even worse for the French, General Pierre de Failly's 5th Corps is stationed only 40 kilometers away at Beach, but for reasons that are still unclear, he fails to march on Wörth despite his orders. On the German side, the battle is celebrated since it marks the first time that Prussians, Bavarians, and Württembergers all fought side by side. This symbolism was not lost on local pro-German pastor Karl Klein. Wörth Frischweiler, where North and South German brotherhood of arms was cemented in blood. As the Germans charge up the heights west of Wörth, another bloody battle is raging further north at Speicher. 25,000 French troops under General Frossard are entrenched on the ridges north of the village following their retreat from the river. Roterberg Hill is a nearly impregnable fortress on high ground, and French troops there begin to fire down on the 20,000 advancing Prussians. Prussian General von Kameke mistakenly believes that the hill is weakly held, so he orders a direct attack, which turns out to be a near-suicide mission. The cliffs are so steep that German soldiers remove their boots so their feet can better grip the rock. Despite being a tactical mistake, the attack succeeds because German commanders don't hesitate to sacrifice their own men.
I mean, sure.
Because of the absence of De Failly's French 5th Corps, which is also within 40 kilometers of this battle, but does not intervene here either. The attack on the Roterberg will later be lionized in Germany, but many German officers are horrified by this week's tactical mistakes. 4,866 Germans are killed, wounded, or missing at Speichern, along with about 4,000 French. General Konstantin von Kreutz-Raetz describes Kamike's attack as, quote, unbelievable and appalling, and criticizes his fellow general for dispersing his men and needlessly widening the attack. French soldier and future historian Arthur Chuquet will also criticize German tactics after the war. Despite their contradictory efforts, and although the action was haphazardly carried out with no plan, the Germans had the advantage thanks to their audacity, martial confidence, and their selfless camaraderie. The Prussian dead covering the slopes of Speichern are buried in mass graves at the foot of the Roterberg to save time and effort. This now overgrown cemetery is still be visited today. Despite these problems, The German armies are victorious in every major battle this week. French General Trochu reports on the state of French troops. 4 days suffice to lower the morale of our troops, to proportionately increase the confidence of the enemy, and to unsettle the enemy. It's this week the French abort their offensive, and the Germans are victorious in 3 major battles. When the news reaches Paris on August 7th, writer Edmond de Goncourt notes in his diary, "There's a terrifying silence, and on the horizon, Paris, where noise seems to have died." The French armies are divided, demoralized, and in retreat, but they're not defeated yet, and the guns will break Gaunt's silence again next week.
Wow, is that still that same? No, this guy's chasing it, I guess.
The double German victory on August 5th had come at an incredibly heavy cost. Nearly 16,000 Germans and 20,000 French have been killed, wounded, or gone missing. German commanders recognize that the French are using the superior range of the Chassepot rifle, which forces the Germans to make risky attacks on fortified positions. But it's also clear to the General Staff that German discipline and morale are strong enough to achieve tactical victories in spite of the high cost, which will lead to more suicidal attacks. Commanders on both sides have also noticed that the German artillery is dramatically outperforming the French. The German High Command, though, is worried about decision-making. Chief of Staff of the Prussian Army, Heinrich Moltke, for example, was quite upset when General von Steinmetz didn't stick to the plan at Spuchen last week. On the French side, the defeat of August 6th and the ongoing retreat of the French army is having a serious effect on the morale not only of the soldiers, but also of the civilian population. After just a few days of fighting, there's already a crisis. Some soldiers deserted, and the remainders are exhausted from fighting and marching. There's also a change of government in Paris on the 9th, as Liberal Prime Minister Olivier is forced out, and the Bonapartiste Comte de Palicao takes over. The French plan to fight on and across the Rhine has failed, and it's now obvious that the war will be fought in France. The Army of the Rhine is also split in two. In the north, 4 corps are nominally under Napoleon III, but in practice are under Marshal Bazaine. In the south, Marshal MacMahon has parts of 2 corps plus a cavalry division. These 2 forces are now operating without any direct contact. MacMahon moves his forces southwest to Lunéville, which he reaches on the 9th. The Emperor and Bazaine move their army west towards the fortified city of Metz, and by August 11th are just east of it. 6th Corps leaves MacMahon to join up with Bazaine, and MacMahon now begins to organize his remaining units, plus a new corps of mobile guardsmen at Chalon-sur-Marne. As the French retreat, the 3rd German army shadows MacMahon to the north, and the 1st and 2nd German armies both follow Bazaine towards Metz. Friedrich Engels summarizes the disastrous situation of the French for his British readers in the Pall Mall Gazette on August 9th. The superiority of the Germans in numbers, morale, and strategic position must now be such that they can instantly do almost anything they want with impunity. Napoleon, however, has to all appearances almost hopelessly fragmented his troops after 2 days of fighting, and cannot allow himself to dare a main battle. The French army now stands outside of Metz, and Marshal Bazaine wants to continue the retreat to reunite French forces. But Napoleon III wants to protect Paris, and he isn't ready to abandon the East. On August 13th, the first German army arrives east of Metz, but the second army lags behind. Neither the Germans nor the French are quite sure where the other forces are, until a squadron of Prussian dragoons stumbles upon a French camp to the surprise of both sides. At the same time, Bazaine is worried about crossing the Moselle River, but the Emperor changes his mind and orders a dangerous retreat even though the enemy is close. The French withdrawal across the Moselle is made all the more difficult because of the recent heavy rains, and bridges put up by engineers are clogged with baggage trains. While the main French force is trying to get away, the rearguard clashes with the advancing Germans on the 14th in the Battle of Colombey-Neuilly. The French Third Corps under General Claude Théodore Decamps is between the villages of Colombey and Borny. They hold a strong defensive position on high ground, anchored on a stream, trench system, and some high buildings. Nearby is a division of 4th Corps between Ney and Neuilly. Opposing them is the Prussian 26th Brigade under Major General Claude von der Goltz. Even though he's badly outnumbered, that afternoon von der Goltz decides to attack without waiting for orders. Neighboring forces from both sides are drawn into the fighting, with 83,500 French troops and 67,500 Germans eventually involved. Again, the Germans attacked entrenched French defenders on the high ground, and as a result, they suffered heavy casualties in the back and forth fighting. But the French do not mount what might have been a decisive counterattack. General von Steinmetz orders some German regiments to pull back to their positions that night after they suffer 5,000 casualties and inflict just 3,400 on the French. There's no clear-cut victory for either side at Colombey-Neuilly, which is the first battle of the Metz trilogy. The French hold off the Germans and lose fewer men, but the Germans do delay the urgent French retreat across the Moselle. What is clear is that the Germans still hold the overall operational advantage. Marshal Bazaine does score a modest political victory, though. He takes advantage of the intense situation while the battle is raging, and he convinces Napoleon III to leave the area. The Emperor and his son flee towards Verdun and are nearly captured by Prussian cavalry patrols near Mars-la-Tour. Napoleon III is also suffering badly from kidney stones, and the journey on horseback and hard third-class train benches is a painful one. While the Germans are pushing the French back at Colombey-Neuilly, further south, the Baden Field Division is sent to besiege the imposing fortress city of Strasbourg. Strasbourg is considered one of the strongest fortresses and most well-defended cities in France, but it's not standing in the way of further German operations to the north. German leadership instead decides to attack Strasbourg to prevent unrest in the area and because of the city's symbolic importance. The city became a part of the Holy Roman Empire back in the 10th century, before King Louis XIV incorporated it into France in 1681. Now, the Germans want to reaffirm their claim to ownership. The fortress is under command of city governor General Jean-Jacques Ourich. On August 12th, lead elements of the Baden Field Division, supported by Württembergish fortress artillery, reach the outskirts of Strasbourg. The German troops cut off rail and telegraph lines, and the city is now isolated. Inside are 85,000 civilians and 15,000 French soldiers, of which 4,500 are stragglers from the defeat at Wörth, and 3,600 are inexperienced mobile National Guardsmen. The French also have 1,200 mostly obsolete guns and, for the time being, adequate supplies. At first, the French did not expect an attack, so they're not well prepared. They only start flooding the trenches and preparing the southern forward defenses after the arrival of the first German troops. The fortifications at Strasbourg are
Such
also
a cool little
outdated. Unlike
animated
newer
fucking
fortresses
screen.
like Metz or Paris, Strasbourg doesn't have detached outer forts to keep the attackers at a distance. Prussian General August von Werder is in command of the Baden Division, and he hopes to force Strasbourg to surrender with a few cannon shots. But the city is also symbolically important in France, and German emissaries looking to discuss surrender terms are turned away several times. General Ulrich informs city residents of the military's intention to resist. If Strasbourg is attacked, Strasbourg will defend itself to the last soldier, pistol, and cartridge. Good people can be reassured. As for the others, it is only to leave. Les bons peuvent se rassurer. Quant aux autres, ils n'ont qu'à s'éloigner. On August 15th, the Germans begin to bombard the city with heavy artillery. Buildings catch fire, and frightened residents get shelter in cellars. French artillery returns fire, and General Werder now realizes that capturing Strasbourg will take longer than expected. This week, German and French forces clash in the first battle of the Metz trilogy at Colombey-Neuilly, and the Germans besiege Strasbourg. Back in Berlin, some of the 8,000 French prisoners taken last week arrive in boxcars, and nearly 100,000 curious Berliners turn out to see them. At the front, the separation of the Army of the Rhine is a disaster for the French, since the Germans have already begun to attack its two parts separately. But Marshal Bazaine's retreat across the Moselle will not earn his troops much rest, as next week we'll see the bloodiest battles of the war. After the fighting of August 4th, the French complete their retreat to the left bank of the Moselle the next day. Bazaine has also convinced Napoleon III to join MacMahon at Châlons, which frees up Bazaine to command without the Emperor's constant and indecisive advice. But getting the Emperor out of his hair doesn't solve Bazaine's problems. He tries to withdraw his forces along the road to Chalon-sur-Marne, but French troops are exhausted from fighting and the river crossing, and they can't resist. This delay gives the Germans a crucial extra day to catch the French, who are encamped on a ridge west of Metz. The German Second Army takes up a position along the Metz-Verdun road. If the Prussians can take the road, they'll cut off the French line of retreat and trap them in Metz. There are about 90,000 German troops available to attack and 140,000 to defend the road. On August 16th at 9 a.m., the Battle of Yonville-Mars-la-Tour begins. The German Third Corps attacks towards the road between Mars-la-Tour and Gravelotte, where Bazaine has his headquarters. There, they crash into the French Second Corps and General Bazaine, which is blocking their path. The fighting takes place in a relatively small area of rolling fields of wood. The combat is brutal, and the losses are extremely heavy on both sides. At about 11 a.m., the Germans take Yonville and turn towards Raisonville, where they run into the French Sixth Corps under Marshal Victor. The fighting now centers on the Tonville Wood, and losses mount quickly. The 4th Brandenburg Infantry Regiment Corps, for example, loses a third of its men and half of its officers before the Germans decide to send in the cuirassiers and uhlans of the Bredow Cavalry Brigade. Commander Adalbert von Bredow knows that this is a suicide mission, and he only accepts to carry out his orders after repeated and furious instructions from the General Staff. The cavalrymen draw lots to decide which squadrons will join the charge. The unlucky squadrons fire pell-mell into the forest, and 2/3 are lost. The doomed attack will become known as the Death Ride of the Bredow Brigade, and later becomes a key part of the militaristic cultural deliverance of the Brigade. The battle drags on throughout the day and ebbs back and forth in the afternoon. General Bourbaki's French guards threatened to surround the Prussians at Mars-la-Tour, but another Prussian cavalry charge saved
Combat's so fun.
Bismarck's stunned are both part of this action. The decisive moment comes at 7 p.m. when the German 8th and 9th Corps attack Raisonville and break the French defenses with a final cavalry attack at dusk. After 12 hours of intense combat, the Battle of Mars-la-Tour is over. German forces are now in possession of the vital road and have cut off the French line of retreat. Bazaine's army is 30,000 French and Germans are dead or wounded, a very high total, which worries Chancellor Bismarck, who shares his concerns with his wife Johanna. The 3rd Hussars and 16th Uhlans lost a third of their men and more than half of the officers in senseless, impossible cavalry attacks. The leadership of the 1st and 2nd Armies is clumsily abusing the death-defying bravery of our people. It's all brawn and no brains, and yet we are victorious. For the French, Mars-la-Tour is another defeat, but one that will inspire pride in the months to come. Newspaper reports said all the Prussian officers, after paying homage to the brilliant courage of our soldiers, are unanimous in declaring that our army fought with a rage of which nothing can give an idea. Notre armée s'est battue avec une bataille dont rien ne peut donner une idée.
Fun as hell, dude. Fun as hell.
On the 14th and Yonville-Mars-la-Tour on the 16th, soldiers on both sides get only one day of rest before the final battle of the Metz trilogy begins. The German Army Command expects the French to attack right away on the 17th to reach the Étain-Verdun road. But by noon, it's clear that the French are pulling back along the line from Lot to the heights at Saint-Privat-la-Montagne. Bazaine decides not to attack because his men are exhausted and short on ammunition and food. The retreat is chaotic, but German troops are equally spent and can't really take advantage of the confusion. By the end of the 17th, the French have shifted to a strong defensive position along the road embankment, and there they wait for the Germans to attack. On the 18th, the Battle of Gravelotte-Saint-Hilaire begins, one of the few battles in the war that is planned by both sides. The German 1st and 2nd Armies, plus the Guards Corps, field 170,000 men and 740 guns, while the French defenders of the Army of Lorraine about 130,000 men and 520 guns. The Germans begin by attacking the French positions on the high ground. This is a costly tactical mistake. The fighting rages in woods, on hills, and around farms. In particular, around a farm known ominously as the Ferme de Moscou. In the evening, German 1st Army Metz decides to renew the attack in the north with the elite Prussian Guard. He and Guard Corps Commander Prince August of Württemberg are supposed to wait until Saxon reinforcements arrive, but thanks to a communication error, they start the assault an hour ahead of schedule without any detailed plans. The Germans don't have enough artillery support, and they need to cross open terrain to reach the village of Saint-Privat-la-Montagne, which sits on a fortified hill. The French troops up on top of the hill are protected by walls and bushes, and they use the longer range of their chassepot rifles to rain fire on the exposed Prussians. They also bring into action the mitrailleuse, a forerunner of the machine gun, with devastating effect, but for the only time in this war. The Prussians suffer 5,000 dead and wounded on the slopes beneath the village, and so many officers have fallen that some units are under the command of sergeants. These losses in such a short period of time are unprecedented in Prussian military history and make this assault the most controversial of the war for the Germans. One Prussian Guard sergeant describes the moments after. There I lay, one of the victims of this bloody day. My first feeling was indignation at being hit. My second, that I expected to explode. Because after the rumbling of the bullet, I was convinced I had an artillery shell. Then came the pain, and with it, helplessness as I fell down. I watched as the battalion left my sight and saw myself lying alone on the ground amidst the terrible howling and whistling of bullets constantly smashing into the earth all around. For the first time in the war, it looks like the French are about to stop a major German attack. Bazaine even reported to the Emperor that victory was at hand. But just half an hour later, Saxon reinforcements joined the Prussian Guards, and the German artillery opens up again. That evening, Saint-Privat falls to the Germans after bloody house-to-house combat. They've now outflanked the French right wing, which makes the French position untenable. Bazaine orders a retreat east to the fortress at Metz. On August 18, 1870, more than 20,000 Germans are killed or wounded, along with nearly 12,000 Frenchmen. The Metz trilogy has turned the fields around the city into a single, giant field of corpses, and both French and German newspapers publish long lists of obituaries. French troops are frustrated with repeated defeats and senseless sacrifice, as one officer makes clear in his report on morale. On nous mène à des boucheries inutiles. We are being led to needless butchery. A German officer expresses similar feelings to his wife about the mistakes of German commanders in the 3 Metz battles. Our beautiful, brave army. 4 such victories, and she is...
Live my thighs, yeah.
This week, the Germans win very costly victories at Vionville-Mars-la-Tour and Gravelotte-Saint-Privat. The Metz trilogy ends with more German success. And now, half of the French army is besieged in Metz. We'll find out more about their fate next week. Two clear defeats in the Metz trilogy have put the French in a catastrophic position. Marshal Bazaine's army is surrounded, and joining with Marshal Macron's forces seems impossible. As of August 20th, 170,000 combat-ready French troops are cut off in the Metz pocket, along with 18,000 wounded and sick, 700 German prisoners, 60,000 residents, and 20,000 refugees. More than 250,000 people who will have to be fed for an unknown period of time. The threat of starvation is real. But Bazaine is not ready to quit. Metz is a formidable defensive position. The city has lots of fortified 17th century buildings. It's surrounded by earthworks and trenches, and there are 5 new forts outside the city walls, even though they're only partly completed. Despite the marshal's resolve, the effects of the siege begin to make themselves felt in the coming weeks. Diseases like typhus and cholera start to spread, and hundreds of wounded die because of lack of medical care. Medicine and bandages are in short supply, but most importantly, so is food. French soldier Clovis Hardy of the 63e Régiment d'Infanterie describes the situation. We now had enough arms, but as far as food supplies were concerned, the situation was not the same. Rumors were going around that there were only 14 days worth of grain, flour, and sugar left. Coffee was only available for 3 weeks, meat for 6 days, not enough bacon, and hardly any liquor. Horses had to make do with only a small amount of oats, enough for 14 days. The French situation in the Metz pocket is serious, but the Germans besieging the city are facing difficulties of their own. They requisition what they can from surrounding villages, but the 200,000 besieging troops need more than they can take from the French peasants. German soldier Albert Böhme of the Infanterieregiment 92 has been camped outside of Metz for 5 days when he writes to his wife Friederike. There's little bread and little meat and bad water. Everywhere here, sutlers have nothing left to sell. They're partly sold out in France. If you happen to get anything, you have to pay more than you can afford. Wenn man was kriegen sollte, muss man mehr bezahlen, wie man könnte. Sutlers, by the way, are civilian merchants who follow the armies and sell the soldiers food and other goods. German supply difficulties are partly related to the rail system. They can run trains into France right up to Rémilly and Courcelles to unload supplies east of Metz, which horse-drawn vehicles then move up to the front line. This system allows food, weapons, horses, livestock for slaughter, ammunition, gifts from home, and fresh reinforcements to reach the German units. West of Metz, across the river Moselle, German logistics have a much tougher challenge. Prussian pioneers build a 37-kilometer rail link, including wooden viaducts, to get the trains over to the western bank. But the line is laid in a rush over fields and meadows. It's not properly shored up with ballast. That means that the heavy rains over the past few weeks have turned the earth soft, so the trains are reduced to a snail's pace. Once they reach Pont-à-Mousson, everything moves by horse cart. The siege of Metz puts enormous pressure on German logistics, and German supply officers requisition from French civilians to achieve their objectives. German High Command has issued orders that anything taken from civilians must be done legally and be paid for, but the reality of war is often different. German violations cause resentment amongst the French, and the Prussians gain a reputation as barbaric plunderers. From now on, French newspaper cartoons will often use the image of an unkempt and dirty German soldier stealing grandfather clocks. Bazaine and his exhausted army are now trapped in Metz by a larger and stronger German force. The last hope for the surrounded French army is Marshal MacMahon. From August 20th, about 200,000 German troops from the 1st and 2nd Armies are tied up besieging Metz. Their objective is to avoid costly attacks by bombarding or starving the city into surrender. They set up triple siege lines, artillery emplacements, fortifications, trenches, and ramparts. They lay telegraph lines and build bridges across the Moselle for resupply and badly needed fresh conscripts and reservists to top up depleted units. Along the 10-kilometer ring surrounding the city, there are also observation and alarm posts, who are to report any signs of a French breakout attempt. But the Germans can't be everywhere, and quite a few Frenchmen are able to smuggle messages in and out of Metz. Those the Germans catch are condemned as spies and shot on the spot. The German command now is able to withdraw 90,000 men for use elsewhere. These form the 4th Army, or Maas Army, under the command of Crown Prince Albert II, and it marches off to the Argonne to join the 3rd Army's advance. One of the 4th Army's soldiers is 22-year-old Prussian Guard Lieutenant Paul von Hindenburg. The 3rd Army is moving through the Orange Mountains in pursuit of Mao. On the way, the Germans capture some smaller fortresses, but the farther they get, the more the men suffer. Long columns of wet, exhausted, and hungry troops, along with weapons, horses, carts, and cannons, struggle ahead. Tensions and confrontations with the civilian population only add to the misery for both sides. There's not enough food, it's constantly raining, the nights are chilly, and many men get sick. The German command knows by mid-August that MacMahon's army is encamped at Chalon-sur-Marne. But on August 21st, French forces leave the camp and begin to move. Although at first, it's not clear to either side where they're headed. Back on the 17th, a French war council struggled to decide whether MacMahon should defend Paris or fight in the east. Now that Metz is surrounded, Empress Eugénie and the war party fear that leaving Bazaine to his fate will bring revolution. So Minister for War Count Palikao tells MacMahon to relieve Metz. And once again, confusion reigns in the French High Command. Finally, MacMahon begins to move north, but there are still debates about whether he should turn east to Metz or west to protect the capital. The German Third Army is only 90 kilometers away from his former camp when a cavalry patrol discovers that it's empty on August 24th. MacMahon, though, does not see much chance for success. His army is a slow-moving, demoralized mix of exhausted troops and inexperienced replacements. Upon leaving Chalon, MacMahon seems resigned to his fate. Well, then let us have our backs broken. Palikao and Eugénie are insistent,
I see it with my
and
eye.
they send him a message in the name of the Emperor.
lookouts.
Si vous abandonnez Bazaine, la révolution est dans Paris. If you abandon Bazaine, there will be revolution in Paris, and you yourself will be attacked by the full force of the enemy. I consider it urgent that you quickly reach Bazaine. On August 25th,
Oh, shit, I'm full.
Germans decide
Oops.
on a maneuver that has gone down in German military history as the Great Right Turn. Once the 3rd German Army reaches Chalon, they execute a difficult mass maneuver and turn north on the 26th. 250,000 men abruptly change direction to try to head off MacMahon's forces in case they turn east towards Metz. As the Germans pivot, MacMahon does turn east from just north of Reims. If the Germans are going to catch up and stop him before he can leave the Metz pocket, they're going to have to hurry. And their route along the Argonne Heights is a tough one. Meanwhile, at Strasbourg, the Baden Field Division begins a 4-day bombardment of the besieged city on the 23rd. Whole quarters go up in flames, civilians are killed, the cathedral is damaged, and some of the library's valuable historic manuscripts are destroyed. The Germans hope the shelling will shorten the siege, but the international press is quick to condemn it as a moral outrage. This week, the Germans besiege half the French army in Metz. Marshal MacMahon marches to relieve the city with a German army on his heels, and Strasbourg burns. Back on July 13th, Minister Ignace Pichon made a prediction to the Emperor. Sire, you and the King of Prussia are not on equal footing. The king can allow himself to lose several battles. For you, sire, defeat means revolution. Pour vous, sire, la défaite, c'est la révolution. Next week, the coming battles will indeed decide the future of the Second Empire. The German Third Army and MacMahon's army of Chalon have been marching parallel to each other for weeks. But that changes when the French turn east to relieve Metz. On August 29th, though, a German vanguard intercepts them at the Battle of Nouart. On the 30th, they clash again at Beaumont. French General Failly's 5th Corps is encamped after retreating from Nouart, but he fails to post troops around the camp to protect it. He's already shown his incompetence at Ruet and Spichen on the 6th, and now his negligence will cost the French again. The Prussian and Bavarian troops can hardly believe their eyes, and they take the French completely by surprise. Reportedly, fighting is still at the dinner table when the German attack begins. Artillery shells crash into the camp and throw it into chaos, and the French troops mount a stubborn defense for the whole day until the Germans finally prevail. About 5,000 French soldiers are killed or wounded, and 3,000 made prisoners. The Germans lose about 3,300 killed and wounded. Bavarian soldier Florian Kühnhauser takes in the carnage. Nearby, two dead fighters lay in a pool of their own blood in the gutter. One was a Turcot, the other was a younger, beardless man, his face distorted with pain and partly covered in blood. The fires cast an otherworldly, ghostly light on them that made the scene even more hideous. The look of this unlucky pair deeply impressed me. Years after, their gruesome figures still visited me in my dreams. MacMahon hopes to regroup his forces at the town of Sedan. The place is starting to crack. Lieutenant Jean Guillodeau of the 48e Régiment de Ligne struggles to control his men. With a few men, persuasion is enough. With many more, it is necessary to use threats, and more than once, we've been obliged to raise our canes or to show the muzzle of our revolvers to disobedient men. MacMahon's attempt to relieve Metz fails, and a belated breakout attempt from the pocket by Bazaine also fails at the Battle of Moisseville on August 31st and September 1st. MacMahon telegraphs Empress Eugénie that he has no choice but to fall back to Sedan. On August 31st, after the German victory at Beaumont, MacMahon's French army turns towards Sedan, still accompanied by Emperor Napoleon III. The German Third Army's pivot a few days before means it's not far behind, and the German Fourth Army is closing in as well. General von Moltke could not be more pleased. Now we have them in the mousetrap after all. Nun haben wir sie doch in der Mausefalle. The old fortress town of Sedan near the Belgian border is home to 15,000 residents. The Sioux battlefield is characterized by the Meuse River, which runs through the city, as well as several villages and streams around a triangular plateau. Most importantly, a series of wooded ridges allow any force on top of them to fire down on exposed positions below. General Ducrot reportedly sees the problem this way. Nous sommes dans un pot de chambre, et nous y serons emmerdés. We are in a chamber pot, and in it we shall be shit upon. On September 1st, some French units are in Sedan, but most are on the plateau and north of the town. The German 3rd and 4th Armies approach from the east and the southwest. Two corps march west of Sedan, bypassing the French positions and cutting them off. The Germans have moved far quicker than the French expected. And now, Napoleon III and his army of 120,000 men are trapped by a German force of 250,000. The Germans plan to fully encircle Sedan and smash the helpless French below with artillery fire. At 4 a.m., the 1st Bavarian Corps attacks French forces in the village of Bazaine.
Tell me.
The Bavarians attack ahead of
That's
schedule
disappointing.
before reinforcements arrive, and now they're locked in battle with elite French Marines. Extremely bitter house-to-house fighting goes on for hours. In one house, the French fight on until they run out of ammunition, an event which becomes the subject of the famous painting Les Dernières Cartouches. The last cartridges. Bazaine is in flames, and the Germans send in reinforcements. The fighting is so fierce that both sides commit war crimes. Non-uniformed French civilians fire from houses on German soldiers and wounded. French civilians and German soldiers even report after the battle that villagers throw wounded Germans into burning houses. Bavarian soldiers later say that they react by executing suspected francs-tireurs and setting fire to houses. 39 civilian men, women, and children are shot, killed in the crossfire, or die in the flames. By 10 a.m., Bazay is in Bavarian hands, and the Germans move on to Ballan. Almost as soon as the Battle of Sedan starts, the French command realizes they have no chance if they stay on the defensive. So MacMahon orders a breakout at Bazay in the hopes of then retreating to Metz. He refuses to withdraw towards Belgium since he sees it as dishonorable. But at 6:15 a.m., MacMahon is severely wounded by a shell splinter and hands over command to General Auguste Alexandre Ducrot. Ducrot realizes that a breakout via Bazay is impossible, so he orders a fighting retreat through the village of Illy, the last opening in the German ring. If his plan succeeds, the army can take shelter at the fortified town of Mézières, 20 kilometers away. But once again, the command system and the political culture of the Second Empire fail. Eugénie Protégé General Emmanuel Félix von Wimpfen insists that he should be in command based on seniority and starts issuing counter orders. In the middle of the battle that will decide the fate of the empire, with German artillery shells crashing down around them, the two generals argue, and the sick emperor does little. At 9 a.m., Wimpfen takes over. He thinks the situation can still be safe and orders withdrawing units to turn around. The emperor, who has predicted defeat since late July, resigns himself to his fate. 3 commanders and 3 battle plans on the same day simply hasten the French defeat. All around Sedan, German troops are on the attack. Saxon soldiers, along with the Prussian Guard, advance through the woods towards the Givonne Brook. The 11th and 5th Corps swing to the north to fully seal off the town and attack the French between Floin and Illy. Around noon, the Germans close the ring around Sedan. 500 German guns fire relentlessly on the completely defenseless French from all directions. Prussian Guard artillery officer Prinz Kraft zu Hohenlohe-Ingelfingen watches as French artillery attempts to respond. A battery horsed entirely with greys trotted up and tried to take up its position between Givonne and the Marais. As soon as it appeared on the hill, our 3 batteries opened fire on it. It fell to pieces, as it were, and its ruins remained where they fell. It did not fire a single shot. A second and a third battery met with the same fate. The outcome is no longer in doubt, but the French cavalry repeatedly charges the Germans near Floin. Journalist William Howard Russell watches the scene unfold. Never can I forget the sort of agony with which I witnessed the Prussians who first came out on the plateau, raising their heads and looking around for an enemy. Suddenly, the first block of French horse, in beautiful order, rushed up the slope. The Prussians were caught en flagrant délit and were swept away. But the impetuosity of the charge could not be stayed. Frenchmen and horses came tumbling.
Frenchmen and horses.
Where they were disposed of by the Prussian infantry hidden in the garden.
Oh, damn it. It's not funny.
Around 2 p.m., the French army starts to disintegrate.
Aww.
Some soldiers throw down their rifles and flee to the relative protection of the fortress, while others continue the unequal fight. In the late afternoon, Napoleon III orders the white flag to be raised to spare the lives of his men. Observing the battle from a nearby hill, King Wilhelm also decides to stop the bloodshed and orders a ceasefire at 6 p.m. He sends a messenger to Sedan, who returns with French General André Rey, who hands King Wilhelm the Emperor's handwritten note. Monsieur mon frère, not having been able to die in the midst of my troops, I have only to place my sword in your Majesty's hands. Il ne me reste qu'à remettre mon épée entre les mains de votre Majesté. Sedan is another costly battle. 3,000 French soldiers are killed and 14,000 are wounded. The Germans suffer about 1,600 killed, 6,500 wounded, and nearly 900 missing. Napoleon III and his army entered German captivity on September 2nd, 1870. Bismarck rides out to meet him, and the two chat in front of a cottage by the side of the road. King Wilhelm also meets with Napoleon and expresses his sympathy before the Emperor heads off for a comfortable captivity in a German chateau. The fate of the Emperor's 80,000 soldiers, though, is not as comfortable. Once their commanders accept the German terms, they spend days outdoors in terrible conditions before the Germans gradually transport them east. French Corporal Louis Oberhausen helps other starving soldiers to slaughter their horses. Killing them was doing the beasts a favor, since they were even hungrier than the men. The Battle of Sedan is a crushing victory for the Germans. King Wilhelm's officers are overcome with joy because they think the war is over, but they are mistaken. Peace negotiations begin right after Sedan, but they don't get far. The Germans demand Alsace and part of Lorraine, which the French generals refuse. So German troops begin to advance towards Paris on September 3rd, and there's precious little to stop them. Back in the French capital, news of the catastrophe at Sedan and the capture of the Emperor unleashes the political tensions of the Second Empire. Tens of thousands take to the streets in passionate and violent demonstrations in favor of a return to a republic, and the imperial regime collapses. Some opposition politicians set aside their differences and declare the Third Republic on September 4th, 1870. Citizens of Paris, the Republic is proclaimed. The government calls on citizens to remain calm. The people must remember that it is in the presence of the enemy. The government is above all a government of national defense. The government of national defense has three key members. Paris military governor and Orléanist General Jules Trochu is the president of the Council of Ministers. Moderate liberal Jules Favre is the foreign minister, and leftist lawyer Léon Gambetta is minister of the interior. Favre and Gambetta are political opposites, but they're also the driving force behind the creation of the new republic. If they want to consolidate the fragile young republic and silence its many critics, they'll have to end the war while avoiding a dishonorable peace. Since German demands are unacceptable to them and the old French army has been destroyed, this means carrying on the war
I'll start redistributing
in a
all the
new
stolen
way.
items soon.
Until now, the war has been more of a cabinet war between princes than a war of extermination between nations. That is about to change, because the nationalist government of the Third Republic is prepared to fight the hated German enemy by any means necessary. Gambetta announces la guerre à outrance, all-out war. This week, the Germans deal the French a catastrophic defeat at the Battle of Sedan, the Emperor is captured, and France becomes a republic. When Empress Eugénie learns that her husband has been captured, she faints. For her, the situation is hopeless. Most of the French army has been destroyed or captured, and the Republicans are now in control. Her only chance is to attempt a daring escape. The Third Republic that is desperately trying to defend itself is largely the creation of liberal and left-wing intellectuals who see the capture of Napoleon III at Sedan as a historic opportunity. After the revolutions of 1789, 1830, and 1848 all eventually resulted in monarchy, they're determined that this time France will remain a republic for good. Moderate liberal Foreign Minister Jules Favre and leftist lawyer and Interior Minister Léon Gambetta are the two most prominent figures in the new Government of National Defense. The first priority this week is indeed military necessity. On September 9th, preparations for the defense of Paris begin, and on the 11th, a delegation arrives in Tours to coordinate the war effort in the countryside. This week, the government also starts to raise a new citizen army on the model of the 1793 Levée en masse. Gambetta pushes verbally brutal anti-German propaganda that foreshadows the venomous language of the 20th century with slogans like this. We must kill everything. We must murder, strangle, shoot from windows and cellar holes. If we have no guns, we take pitchforks, sabers, and pikes. No matter how, it is only a matter of killing. Many Germans express their animosity privately and in milder terms, like General Staff Officer Julius Verdi du Vernois. The French must be made to feel what it means to challenge a peaceful neighbor to a struggle for life or death. The whole French nation must be made sick of fighting, no matter whether a Napoleon reigns, or an Orléans, or a Bourbon, or anything else. In September 1870, the Third Republic is the first state to attempt to activate all economic, industrial, and intellectual resources of society for the fight against an external and dehumanized enemy, a concept later known as total war. Not all French citizens support the Republic, though. Upper-class and conservative writer Edmond de Goncourt is bitterly against last week's Paris riots and the regime change that they helped bring about. His diary is full of insults directed at the revolutionaries. It seems to me that amongst this lewd rabble, the first good men of the old Marseillaise are not to be found. It seems to me there are only skeptical thugs whose politics is smashing things. They haven't got anything under their left nipple with which to make grand sacrifices for la patrie. Goncourt's criticism is not surprising given the social class difference between him and most of the revolutionaries. But Goncourt overlooks the fact that the Second Empire's crushing defeats in recent weeks laid bare the corruption and nepotism of a hollow system. The social problems that drove working-class people onto the streets last week are only hearsay to someone like Goncourt. While the Republic is being founded, the main figures of the imperial regime are either in German captivity, like the Emperor and Marshal MacMahon, or they flee abroad. And the most prominent fugitive is former Empress Eugénie.
Keep fucking with my settings again. I just wanted to re-examine, see what kind of frame rate I could get.
The Empress had gotten the war that she
gotta relog because it does something to the games. Like caching if you don't relog. It's fucking annoying.
When she
keep having to relog, but
capture on September 3rd, she is desperate.
It's good to get some content done. Definitely been at this a while. What have I been at this? Like 5 hours something? I think since like 6 in the morning or 4 in the morning. Yeah, I've been at it 7 hours. Damn, time flew by. It's fucking sweet. So, yeah, we'll go see how these settings feel. Because, like, man, I keep trying to optimize this experience to, like, the tip top of where I can get it without the frame rate loss, and it's a really difficult process. I can't seem to nail it down. Something about the combination of, like, shit that I've got going on in my NVIDIA GeForce. I don't know. Maybe I should run the NVIDIA optimization one, because one time I did that and it seemed like it really looked really good and the frame rate seemed fucking perfect, like better than I could get. But now I'm like, I don't know. We'll see. 62 seems alright. I don't know. See, it looks a little less good like this, but the frames are way better. The combat's more fluid. I'm looking for that nice, smooth, like, high FPS experience, but I don't think I'm going to get it. Not without some caching anyways. I better start seeing like 72s with these current settings. Yeah, like 40. See, it drops to 40. It doesn't like this scene for some reason. But it picks up. Here we go. You know, it's playing at 60 and it's also caching and stuff. Yeah, suddenly we were back up to like a 64. So, oh, am I up? I know that's upgrades. Upgrade points, yep. I would say standing gain. What was that sound? Standing gain. Whatever that was. Anyways, which one do I have? Yeah, I want a little bit more. So yeah, like here's the frame rate though that I am looking for. At least a solid 60. I mean, the V6 on, but it's not capping me on frames. It just doesn't seem to do that well. Got some hyssop. We could go see about making some potions. It'd be fun. I would like to get this helm off. This helm is starting to really annoy me. Those gold wings. Fucking stupid looking. Enough where I might just hide the fucking helm. Yeah, you got a better helm, man. Like, I don't know. This helm. Ugh. Head armor for plate. Toughen leather helm, 255 I'm looking for. Can equips of 444. Con dex, but I'm looking for strength. Strength somewhere. Strength con. Same ficus fucking helmet. I don't want a ficus helmet anymore. I want a plate helm. That thing looks cool. The fuck is that? You know, but I mean I want like the higher GS I can get. 444 is a significant upgrade past what I have right now, but I need strength on this motherfucker and I don't see it. Not for cheap anyways. 438, that's significantly less. So whatever, we just go with the highest piece of shit I guess. Which is fine. I mean it's still a better helm. I mean it's a significantly better helm. It's up like 40 eye level, so yeah, definitely replace. That's better than that piece of shit. I'd rather have this than that piece of shit. This piece of shit annoys me too, but it doesn't annoy me as much as that last piece of shit did. That fugly ass helm was so fugly. See if we can get something cool in terms of armor too. I guess we're buying a set of armor. I wasn't really planning on spending that kind of money, but oh well, and you know, whatever. I don't really care. Hey, an epic. Dexcon, I mean, you're selling this for a lot though. That's insane. 450. It is a significant eye level improvement though. A defiled chest plate, but I'm looking for like strength, man. I don't see any of it. Why is it always dex? I don't ever see strength. See, 438. It's a significant eye level bonus and it's got its price on it, but it's not amazing. Could go 12 higher, but I mean like, oh, that price, those price tags though. That's my guy, I guess. I mean, that's my guy, I guess, but it's... I don't know. It's alright. It's an upgrade. It's definitely an upgrade. But I would probably definitely buy it, I guess. It's not amazing, but it's cheap, you know? Fuck it. Corrupted Gauntlets for 50. Fuck, I'm looking for 17. Yeah, give me those 17. How much for this? Oh, 150. But I mean, yeah. 17 strength, though, is sexy. I'll take it. You got me with that. Yeah, it was good. It was good. Glad you had it for sale. You know, more power to you for knowing what you had and selling it. You know, this guy is 434. It's an upgrade and has strength on it, but it's not like too good. I'm looking. I mean, I don't know. What do I currently have? It's like this isn't much of an upgrade. It would have to have strength on it, which they just straight up don't have. They don't have a pure strength. Strength wasn't even remotely in this GS bracket, so guess I stay with what I have. And foot, 1,000 Ficus boots with focus on them. I'm not interested. Defile boots for 445. I'm looking for strength, man. Some kind of strength, and it's like it's going out of style. So hey, I got some pieces, you know, whatever. Got a little bit better, you know. Yeah, I look a little bit better now. That's cool. I look a little bit cooler now. She's starting to look kind of RP. It's sweet. But I think all the rest of that, yep, all the rest of that gets sold. What about that? Is that, oh, I already learned. Alright. Alright, so cool. Now she does look like a heavy-ass motherfucker, though. She does. And her armor's starting to look cooler. She does look cooler, you know, whatever. I'm gonna get to this and start making some... Strong Alkalest, I assume. Yeah, I believe so. That would be correct. So we're going to make like 90 of these. Yeah. We're going to come to Strong Regions, and we're going to fucking flip it to like Bull Rush Cobb and Life Modes. And we're going to pump out like 95 Strong Regions. Yeah. 121, bitch. Oh, yeah. Some good XP on it, too. Some good XP. So... Pumped out a whole bunch more fucking potions there. Yep, see if we can get some sales on that motherfucker, because that's like a whole thing. Gotta sell these strong regen pots, man. 2 gold, but see, I want that 595. Yep, all 100 of them at 25. Like, you know, 100 out of them at 595. What is that? That's 500. Fucking yeah, that's like 500 more than that. It's like 600. 600 gold for that stack or whatever. It's definitely worth it. I think it's definitely been some money. It's hard to stay on top of the hyssop. Like, it just doesn't, it isn't sold for cheap. But buying all the hyssop is part of it. But I mean, if you can liquefy like this, I don't know why more people aren't buying regen pots, but whatever, you know. So...
Yes,
oh
I'm
yeah,
Saikuman, the alchemist.
Yeah. Funny. Anyways, yeah, the Great Cleave is an option. Could go do a Great Cleave quest. It might be kind of fun to fight in the snow. Haven't done that in a while. But I think I still rather prefer to... Ooh, Eden Grove is an option. I mean, not yet, though. Great Cleave is an option, but I don't know. I would prefer... definitely... Go right back to Morningdale again, to that southern fucking camp. Oh wait, no, there was some other. Wait, no, I'm lightweight now. I'm kind of lightweight now. I want to sell those things. She looks a lot cooler now. I don't like her helm, but you know, all the rest of it looks. She looks really cool. Okay, so sell. What are we selling here? What are we buying? What are we selling? We're selling some. Yeah, we're selling some armor. I think. Yeah, some armor. How much? Like 20, I think. Yeah, we're running 20. A trap head for 20, and then this cloth robe for like 20. Take 20 for it. Yep. I don't care if it's not that much money. Like whatever. Like I mainly want the server to thrive and for people to have options. I don't really care about money. I can always go get that. So I post all my shit for like greens for 10, blues for 20, purples for 30, maybe higher depending on what it is, you know, maybe 100, 200 depending on what it is. I have, oh, there's another thing I have to buy. I need to buy an earring now. I don't think there is any for sale. Not for this level bracket, but I mean, definitely is something I need to go check. Did I bump back to Everfall? No, I bumped back to Morningdale. Oh, well, that's okay. Yeah, it's the right place to be. I just need to stop by the auction house, which is... Wait, I went to Morningdale? Yes, I went to Morningdale. So... somewhere here is an auction house. There we go. And, I like Morningdale. My favorite zone. Yeah, she's looking a lot cooler now. I suppose I should have definitely looked at fucking... I should always be looking at Great Swords, see if there's anything that hits the market, you know, at any given time. See, there's an upgrade with the strength and dex on it. 400 for this motherfucker, but I mean, it's an upgrade. It's definitely an upgrade. It's like 25 fucking eye level. So we're looking... I don't know, for that same price, though, that dex and strength, I'll take that for 50, though. It's not... So basically the same weapon for a lot less. I'll take that, yeah. I'll take that Defile Great. Yeah, take that Defile Great, right? Yeah, and, and we got a nice, I don't know, maybe we actually take a look at, I seem to be like 60 high, like I maybe might actually take a look at life staves now, because yeah, oh wow, that's serious. Okay, well, I'm not paying that much for it, I'll tell you that. So, I mean, that is a significant upgrade. That's 60 eye level higher or something like that. Focus 21, stood at shrinking lightning, dodge to the enemy closer next to it, but the deal with base damage is lightning. Gonna take the cheap life staff that's scaled up there, right? Now I should probably start thinking about actual DPS gems for this fucking, what are we looking for here? We're looking for resources of the refined cut gemstones. The highest we can go. We want price tier, right? So you're up at cuts still. Cuts should not be worth that much money. That's insane. So we come down to cut blah blah, and we come all the way down to cut flawed, and we keep going down. We keep looking all the way at the bottom of the list, right? Somewhere in here is going to be normal gems, right? Not just cut flawed, but I'm looking for like cut blah blah. Sooner or later we'll hit the page where you start seeing just cut gems, right? Yeah, cut flawed. All of these are right in my price range, but I'm looking for cut flawed. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Some of these, I mean, they're modestly priced. Here's our cut jaspers, right? Yeah, like I don't know. That seems pretty good to me, but oh yeah, cool. I'm looking for... What is it? It's like aquamarine, I believe. Aquamarine. Yeah, I believe so. So somewhere on this list to be like aquamarine, which is already getting price higher. It's not too good. Maybe I'll probably cut topaz, but I mean that's off the hook. I'm not paying that much. I'll tell you that. So we go down to where the flawed ends, and we come up on a Jasper, right? Jaspers are good, but see, like, I'm not looking for Jaspers. I'm looking for... There's, let's try a fire enchant on, but see, I'm looking for just, like, normal, cut normal motherfucker, right? Like, what else you got? You got an opal while your stamina's not full. Cut amber, converted to nature, huh? Nature damage, huh? What does it look like, however? So, like, this makes me unhappy a little bit. I guess now I have to make a trip back to fucking, gotta make a trip back to fucking Everfall, but that's okay. I've got to turn in apparently in Brightwood anyways that I missed, so we're gonna go take care of that. I'm excited for WoW. I keep thinking about it. I think there's fun to be had if you play it the right way. I want to play it exactly like this. I want to play WoW like this. I think it's got a little bit more accessibility and fun to it in terms of its flight and stuff. I don't know. I think it'll have flight like the first couple of months. Like, I don't know if WoW's going to suck me in that long, but I'm definitely going to give it like a college try and come back for retail and give it time, you know. I like retail. I think it's good. I like my fox. I think foxes are good. Might make a fox demon hunter. Fox DH would be really fun. Oh yeah, I might run Fox DH and just start from pure start, and just do what I need to do. You know, make it like a Skinner herbalist. I don't know. Yeah, Skinner herbalist probably. I don't know, herbs. Probably Skinner leatherworking, honestly, and make his own armor. That'd probably work. Excuse me. Okay, good. So I'm in Everfall. Let's switch out those. Yeah. Oh, I'm not in Everfall. I had to turn in, huh? So I turned in, but now I gotta go to Everfall. I'm a little bit tired. Maybe at about 3 o'clock I'll take a nap until 7 or something like that. I'm starting to see that breaks are good, but it took me a long time. It took me 8 months to where I was willing to break this schedule up. But I don't see why I wouldn't be more like, okay, why not run in the morning from 10 a.m. till like 3, and then take a break in the afternoon from 3 until, or whatever, like from 4 until 8. Something like that, from like 4 until 8 in the middle of the afternoon, just take a fucking break, you know? And then beyond, from past dinner, from 8 o'clock until, you know, fucking 4 in the morning, that'll be 8 hours, right? And get the other 6 in the morning, yeah, from like 4, and then sleep from 4 till, you know, and try to catch the daytime crew and the nighttime crew. It'd be fun. Like, I need to take a look at the day chart, the hours charts of a day, like an attack plan. Like, how can I hit the best of prime time and the best of midday without exhausting myself and still working 14 hours a day? I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't split up the schedule. It's kind of hard to guess it the best way to do that, but I shouldn't have brought this water here. That was fucking stupid. Whatever. I shouldn't have brought that water there. That was so dumb. Whatever. So you say that a lot of these are turn-ins that I kind of want to see if I have enough for. You say some of these are turn-ins, and like that kind of bothers me a bit. Like, yeah, like pull those, pull that. Yeah, like pull all this stuff. Do I have a lot of turn-ins? That seems maybe right. I don't really know, though. Yeah, like that. You know, stuff that's turn-ins, right? Yeah, like that. That's a turn-in. So, like, yeah, I have a lot of turn-ins here, I think, right? I would say, yeah. Yeah. So, if I look out and scan out, I should see a bunch of green arrows now. I do see more than I normally would, yeah. So, we go back to Brightwood, and, you know, let's just see what kind... Oh, yeah, I do have, like, 4 turn-ins now. So let's start south and just move our way northeast, I guess. So we'll start southwest at this one. Yeah. This would be a good time to run RP sound music stuff when I'm doing town surfing, you know. So cool, fucking ice, or fucking lightning spear. I wish the weapon effects were much stronger. They kind of fucked up on that. I mean, I guess they can't look to be ripping off WoW that bad, you know, or like ESO. Even ESO, I think, does it better. They didn't get the weapon effects where I wanted them. Fuck, I was hoping that was XP. So, gotta go to a board. Good, very good. 90 ingot. I mean, that was a high price, but you know, whatever. Yeah, and then we go to the next one. I'll take whatever free XP I can get, man. That wasn't much, but I mean, yeah. I think the Demon Hunter was the closest to my current playstyle now. I like melee on a like a non-committal level. It's really fun. Just keep it out of PvP maybe, because I don't seem to do so well in PvP with it. I'm a good melee person PvE. I'm just not good like PvP. Something about it. You know, I totally like stopped playing was Overwatch 2, which is unfortunate. I like that game a lot, but it just seems like, I don't know, it's just not, it doesn't seem like me anymore. I'm moving away from the shooters, I think, entirely. Good shit, man. Like, that wasn't the worst XP. I'm glad I did it, you know, yeah. So what else? We got Morningdale too. We got one down there in Restless. Yeah, we got like Restless and stuff. Alright, Festrel. You know, I should be right back on the MSQ again, because I'm already like another 2 levels fucking higher, and I don't know. But yeah. She looks way cooler, but I still don't like her helmet. Her chest piece is great, though. Yeah, it looks pretty good, you know? It's not bad. I like that the game's caching now, and I'm starting to feel like, you know, at these settings, I'm still getting really good frames. Look how pretty it is. Oh, shit. That was not what I wanted to do.
I'll start redistributing all the stolen items soon. Okay, Ode to Eternal. Let's go do that one, I guess. Man, it feels like night all the time. It's so annoying. This is a lot of space worth of stuff that I would just like to leave here, I think. So, just gonna dump this here. I don't know. 458 Greenwood. No. petrified wood with that. Yeah, there you go. All this inventory there. Now, I gotta go put this stuff away, I guess. That was good, you know. And all of that was good. It was good. Good free XP. Got another couple bars. Good, yeah, I'm good. So, I'll come back here. I have a bit of agenda when it comes to that one and that. So I think like blah from Weaver's Fen to blah to blah to blah to blah might be a more fitting gap than trying to run south. Because I need that OP and I need that western one. I like this one. Weaver's Fen is sweet. Dun, dun, fuck, go away, dude. I'm trying to fucking play song, dude. Oh man, come on, man. Come on, dude. Let me do this, dude. There we go. So, gonna do me an expert something. Let's see what we got. We got Pathless Traveled, Soup of the Day, the Butterfly, and Windward Inn. Let's do Pathless Traveled, I guess. Yeah, this one's long, but it's... This is the one that cuts off, I think, however. Or is it Soup of the Day? I think it's the... whatever. We'll just do that one. It's fine. Yeah, do that guy. Damn it! I was going perfect, fucking annoying. There, see, and now, like, all my songs are cutting out, like, halfway. What the fuck, man? It might be my setting interfering with theirs. I don't know. I fucked up quite a bit on this song. Aw. It's really hard without the music, and plus the song is really long too without it. It must be because I have the music turned off for this, that it's realizing like halfway through that I have it set off. I think, yeah. At least I finished it, you know, and I got my skill up, and that's what I wanted. Yep. Just yeah. And that was not the one I wanted. Close, and I would like to cancel this. And I'd like to come here to the audio that says musical instruments volume is good, but the yeah. Yeah, see, I think that's conflicting my choices here. Yeah. So I don't know. Like, let's do a different one. I like that one, but it ends all weird. I don't want. Yeah, I want that. Yeah, I mean, Woodsward Inn. Yeah, it's not my favorite, but whatever. Yeah, run that. Yeah, that's good. It's good. Okay, it's fine. Got that one right, but oh well. Alright. And now we're going to... Actually, I don't know. I like this song. Play in the background, do softer sounds. Yeah, see, that was the wrong thing to do. A little bit for, I don't know. Yes! Great sword mastery. I feel like, man, just getting my 3 skills pretty much, like, made the rest of this really boring. One more skill in this, okay, I'll do the next one. After dodging, gain in power. 10 stamina on hit, critical hit chance increased by 10 when attack with an active debuff. The active debuff, yeah, is crit from debuff, also by hitting with a charged heavy attack. Yeah, charged heavy attacks have 50% armor penetration. After getting onslaught, your next step plus has 100% increased critical. Oh, after gaining onslaught, your next step within. Oh, that keen posture is huge. Probably run that. Yeah. And then next one, I get that one. Light attack reduces greatsword cooldowns. That's huge. It's gonna be great. That'll be exciting. Getting towards the cap of the weapon though already. I'm what at 16 or something like that. Yes, 15. 5 more points to go. That's pretty good. Or whatever, 4 maybe. So gotta go north. Oh damn, what is that? That's a Fenton Ravager. Yeah. I remember this. Fenton. God damn it. Fucking fine. Ouch. You stunned me, did you? Yeah, this looks best. It's got that frame rate and the looks. What's this? Oh, you aggroed, huh? Alright. He was alright. Ass. $22.66. Next hit critical was huge. Yeah, huge. Next hit critical is fucking huge. Yeah. Just run the opening into that thing. Yeah. Fucking love that. Next it's gonna be a critical. I fucking love that, seeing that. It's like fucking prep all the time. It's like I'm in prep all the time. Let's see, like 957, 1161, Jesus, 1430, bitch. Yeah, you're already out of it. You're down and out. Carve through you bitches. No problem. This must have been what it was like to do Great Axe like day 1. Just stomp shit in. Cause like, yeah, isn't there like a Mallory quest and there is for wolves, but not the turkeys. I feel like I'm not caffeinating enough or something. Maybe I'm just not sleeping enough. I feel sort of tired, like I didn't sleep enough. I kind of got up and went back to work at like 4 in the morning. I just needed to sleep last night. I was tired. And I slept from, I don't know, like 12 till like 4. And I just went right back to work again from 4 till 12 again. And now I'm at like 8 hours on top of the 4 already clock. So I'm already at like a 12-hour day. And I can pretty much take this easy. I could sleep until dinner time. I don't really see why. I mean, Sunday midday might actually have quite a bit of people. But I don't know, man. Like... Oh yeah, and then I'm gonna do the Trek East. Right. I like this song for some reason. I don't know why. It's too negative. Kind of sounds like a death march. It's weird because I have the combat music turned off, so I don't know why you're like playing that. Don't I? I'm fairly sure. I have the combat music turned off to mute combat music on. Yeah, mute it all. Mute it entirely. See if I can actually nail this fucking stag. I doubt it. Actually, never mind. I got him. Next hit critical. Looks like a suitcase he's carrying. It's kind of weird. Warhammer. Lazy jail harmonica. Starts off like a fucking battle combat song out of something you would hear on like Resident Evil, and then it ends up being this like lazy. It's a diverse song, and then it ends up being this lazy harmonica to indicate like some kind of unhappy thing. The song's kind of unhappy. It sounds unhappy to me. Which is weird because it does sound good. It just sounds stressed out and sort of negative and unhappy to me a little bit. And it's weird because it's a very interesting song in terms of its execution, though. A lot of stone stuff here. I might actually do some mining, I guess. Every once in a while it pops up in my head that I probably should be doing some of this mining that I see, because it'll never get done otherwise, and I'll be like, oh, my mining is still so low level. The only way I'll fucking, like, is every once in a while on the way, just take the time that you're stuck doing anyways, like fucking at least letting it profit you by getting the rock while you're out there, because finding the rock can be annoying sometimes. Like a steady path like this with a lot of rock boulders. A lot of rock boulders can be hard to find. Come on, man, what the fuck was that? I like this helm, but you would never wear a helm like that. Maybe if you were Praetorian and you were, like, protecting the Emperor, maybe, but it's not a common helm that... Yeah, sure. Need to look in the star metal tools, but at that point I might as well start making them myself, you know? There, see? There's 300 gold. Hee hee. See, I'm up, I'm up. Fuck you, erase my message. I really carefully wrote that message and I really don't like that. You piece of shit. How did you get the text so bad? Whatever. I was gonna say something funny, god damn it. Oh, these are a lot of mobs and a lot of damage. Hehe. Gotta get that down. Gotta get that down. I'm gonna switch out. Go blah. Oh! Yeah, fuck him up. Fuck him up. Yep. Yep. Get him. Get out of it. Get out of it. Get out of it. Gotta keep running. 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 Gotta get cover. Gotta get cover. This worked out okay. There was only 7 mobs that were all higher level than me. I'm okay. I did okay. I got through them. You know, it was a little scary, but I got it. This is where you wanted me to go? Yeah, it is. Okay. Oh. I don't like how that attack sometimes doesn't do any damage at all. Killabetes. I want to be like, you can't hug the world with drunk Russian nuclear arms. That might actually be considered like hate speech, I think. I'm not sure. It's a joke. I don't like this music, it's too downbeat and negative. We're gonna kill you. Goodbye. Sorry. We're gonna learn about the Franco-Russian War. That's what we're gonna do. Yeah.
Non, un Napoléon ne capitule pas.
Napoleon.
No. A Napoleon does not surrender. Why didn't he get himself killed? Didn't he feel that he was dishonoring himself? Screaming, Eugenie regains her composure and summons her ministers to work out a plan to save the empire. But it's too late. The surrender at Sedan now puts her in grave danger. The Republic is proclaimed as crowds march to the imperial palace demanding the death of the Spaniard. And Eugenie de Montijo,
You shooting at me, you fucking dick. Oh, ouchies.
the crowds also destroy
Yeah.
symbols of empire like the large golden letter N, which was all over the city. And there are even a few red
Oh no, I fell through the world. Is he dead? I don't know.
Marie Antoinette, who was
You on me? I can't tell. No, no.
She flees the palace dressed in simple clothes and hidden in the carriage, without even packing a suitcase. Her priceless collection of clothes, jewelry, and ornaments remains in the palace. She manages to get through the crowds without being recognized and with a few close confidants in tow. The group's first stop is the home of Eugenie's longtime dentist, American Thomas W. Evans. On September 5th, Evans, the Empress, and a few others leave Paris in another carriage headed for the English Channel. The exhausted party changes horses and companions and end up in a foreign wagon on their way to the coast. They stay the night in a cheap flophouse, and miraculously, no one recognizes them. On September 6th, filthy and drenched from the constant rain, the ex-empress reaches Deauville, where she embarks for England the next day. She sails on a small yacht called the Gazelle, which is caught in a storm but manages to stay afloat. September 8th,
I blew away all of them. Fucking yeah, fuck yeah.
on the verge of a nervous breakdown, finally reaches the safety of English
That was
shores.
pretty fun.
The same day, she reunites
I do
with
like
her
this
son
spec.
Lou, who ironically has just landed at Hastings. While Eugenie flees France for England, the battlefields of the war that she helped to start are still covered in corpses, and her former subjects are the ones doing the cleaning up.
What are we doing here? It's like defeat
The fields
member.
around Sedan are strewn with dead Frenchmen, Germans, and horses. But so are the sites of the great battles
Frenchmen,
of August.
horses.
The princes may have started the war, but the people living near the battlefield are the ones who are doing the gruesome work of clearing away the
Damn it, man. Like, you're a little slow on that uptake. All the time now, I try to swing the blade and I get nothing on that.
next to his home. Broken wagons, rifles, bayonets, sabers, torn and bloody clothes, tents, shekels, knapsacks, prayer books, photographs, half-eaten animal carcasses, chickens,
I love the way it
cooking
looks.
utensils.
It actually is kind of fun to watch their pattern a bit and see it.
Everything in army dies and loots. The dead lie one by one, and the bodies, already bloated and swollen. The sons of both nations lie thick in some cases, mown down in the strength and flower of life. Dahingemäht, der Kraft und Blüte des Lebens. When the armies move on, the warriors, some help from the German army, have to bury the dead. Usually
Oh.
they place 60 to 80
I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
bodies
It's too much. It's too much.
in layers.
It's too much. Too much. Too many
Sometimes,
arrows.
Like at Sedan, the bodies of men and horses are also burned to prevent disease.
Fuck, man.
Russian Friedrich Nietzsche, who's a professor and a medic, helps out clearing the battlefield at Wörth at the end of August.
Get out. Get out. The arrows. The arrows. Oh. Oh. Please, 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 please. Please, please. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, oh.
Repatriating the fallen is not pretty,
Oh.
as Major Hans von Fetchmann describes.
Come on, man. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out.
For the body of her fallen husband. The bodies were only buried 2 or 3 feet deep and were badly decomposed because of the rain. All the
Fucking annoying. So many guys for some reason. Am I done with it at least? No. God damn it. Annoying. Why do you guys... hurts so much. I don't know why. It's because you're 3 levels higher, but still. Ah!
Of the worst kind. The veteran war correspondent
Annoying.
Howard Russell is shocked by the battlefield at Sedan. I do not remember ever.
It's because I don't have buffs on. I think so, yeah.
Place, having beheld so much that was disgusting and hideous. The stench was terrible.
Wait, did I drop it? Oh, that was an item that I passed? That'll fuck me if I don't find it. No, where was it? It was
the new French Republic prepares for total war. Empress Eugénie and the Prince Impérial flee to England, and the gruesome cleanup of the battlefield.
Where was this? Oh, yeah. So you really want me to find that, huh?
Committed
Alright.
to waging war with far greater tenacity and brutality than the colonial empire has replaced. But the task will not be easy. On September 12th, the last day of this week, the first German cavalry scouts are sighted near Paris.
Goddamn fucking... God damn it, you're so annoying. I can't wait to get the arrow block one.
By the middle of September 1870, German forces have been marching towards Paris for 2 weeks. Inside the city, President of the Government of National Defense, General Louis-Jules Trichet, organizes the city's defenses. As the 13th Corps, which escaped the disaster at Sedan, as well as General Auguste Alexandre Ducrot's new 14th Corps. Ducrot had been released by the Germans after Sedan and has now broken his word of honor not to fight them again. There's also a mixed force of mobile guards, elite marines, and unreliable National Guard. Meanwhile, starting on September 16th, the German 3rd and 4th Armies arrive and begin to stretch a 48-kilometer-long siege ring around the city. 300,000 troops are facing about 450,000 French soldiers. Many of the units are poorly trained and inexperienced, or regular armed civilian francs-tireurs. The French also have 2,000 guns to protect Paris and its 2 million civilians who are now at risk of being trapped in a siege. The Germans now have several options. They can try to take Paris by storm, but this would certainly be
iron, yeah.
the strength of French fortifications, and it might even fail. They could also bombard the city into submission, but this would cause heavy civilian casualties of the kind that previously earned international condemnation at Strasbourg. They might also starve the city into surrender, but the chief of the general staff, von Moltke, thinks that Paris will quickly give in. King Wilhelm is much more skeptical, and he tells that to von Moltke. Just wait. Now the war is just beginning. Whatever option the Germans choose to take Paris, they still need to wait for the heavy guns to arrive. The armies have moved faster than the siege artillery, and German troops only occupy one suitable hill at Châtillon. And even this position is 8 kilometers away from the city center. As the Germans surround Paris with superior forces, the French make a desperate attempt to stave off encirclement southwest of the city, at the Battle of Sceaux. On September 18th, the Germans have not yet completely surrounded Paris. To stop them from closing the ring, General Ducrot's corps launches an attack on Sceaux before the German Third Army can take up its positions. But Ducrot's 30,000 to 40,000 men are mostly mobile guardsmen, new drafts, and inadequately trained volunteers. Many of the soldiers were only conscripted earlier this week, and there's a shortage of weapons and uniforms. Despite these problems, the French assault begins at 5 a.m. the next day from Viry-Châtillon. Their artillery shells 2 Prussian regiments entrenched in the forest before the infantry engages in close combat. Losses are heavy on both sides, and the Prussians hold the line. Once the French retreat, several Bavarian regiments arrive, bringing the German numbers up to about 15,000. But they're still outnumbered by more than 2 to 1. The Germans move their artillery into position on the French left flank and opened fire with explosive shells. By 9 a.m., Ducrot's forces are in retreat or flight, and the Battle of Sceaux, also known as the Battle of Châtillon, is over. The German ring around Paris closes, and the siege of the City of Lights begins. The day after the battle, Irish war correspondent William Howard Russell visits the battlefield with Prussian Crown Prince Friedrich Wilhelm. His observations reflect his depressed mood after observing weeks of slaughter. To be obliged to direct my horse carefully through the turnip fields outside Paris, lest he should trample the dead Frenchman, causes me some natural dignity. Why will not people stay at home and not go out of their own country to kill each other? Because of that French mania for la gloire, that the sedate German is now on the road to Versailles, concocting noble vengeances for what the ancestor of his fallen foes was his grandfather, if not his grandmother. French writer Edmond de Goncourt is shocked to see the defeated French troops fleeing from Sceaux at the Point de Jour gate in Paris. Another in the Madeleine Church.
2184.
Told me that there was no battle, that it was immediately sauve qui peut, every man for himself. He did not fire a round. Goncourt also notices the mounting tension in a city that knows it's now under siege. Nervous crowds in the streets are quick to panic or violently turn on alleged thieves or spies based on nothing more than rumors. The people of Paris are afraid. The German victory at Sceaux marks the encirclement of Paris and allows the German army to occupy the French royal palace at Versailles. German wounded are treated in the famous Hall of Mirrors, while their leaders begin to discuss the future German Reich. Although Bavarians, Württembergers, Hessians, Badeners, and the members of the North German Confederation are fighting side by side in this war, German political unity is still far off. Otto von Bismarck wants to transform the Prussian-dominated North German Confederation into a Prussian-dominated German Empire by adding the South German states. Initial talks had taken place back in August and have started to gain momentum after the victory at Sedan 2 weeks ago. Bismarck has the complicated task of overseeing the war and trying to create a new empire. But he's helped by the president of the Chancellery of the North German Confederation, Rudolf von Denburg. Another difficulty is that many Prussians look down on their southern allies, including Bismarck, according to Saxon writer Moritz Busch. In German papers, one reads that boss Bismarck said that at the Battle of Sedan, Prussia's allies performed best. He actually said that they helped as best they could. The southern states are definitely the weaker partner in these fights. Baden is close to Prussia in 1949 and wants to join the Confederation. Hesse also agrees to join as it is too small and weak to resist the political pressure. In the larger kingdoms of Württemberg and Bavaria, the ruling groups realize that they cannot preserve their independence. German patriotism fired by wartime victories and common sacrifice is too strong to resist. And the two kingdoms now hope to get special rights in exchange for joining a new empire. On September 12th, Bavaria rejects a simple accession to the Confederation and asks to begin negotiations about rights, probably to avoid appearing pushed into things by Prussia. The next day, Denburg presents the southern states with a program approved by Bismarck. The proposal goes a long way towards meeting the demands of the Southerners, especially Bavaria. The new Reich would be a federal union based on the North German Constitution, which the Southern Germans would join while keeping their formal independence. The Emperor, however, would always be the King of Prussia. A conference on the future constitution is scheduled for next week in Munich. Bismarck also has his hands full on other diplomatic fronts this week. He's trying to stop his generals from deliberately humiliating the French, and he's also engaged in difficult negotiations with Foreign Minister Jules Favre. On September 19th, Bismarck informs Favre that Alsace and Lorraine must be given to Germany as part of a peace deal. Favre refuses and insists that the French Republic
Yeah, hunter
is
tracking,
not
hunter
responsible
skinning,
for the war
small
started by
predators.
the
Yeah.
former Empire. But Bismarck is unmoved. The French also suffer a diplomatic setback as newspapers
I
report
like
that British
Morningdale
attempts at
by far.
mediating
It's the
common
best
position for
song.
peace talks have failed.
The prettiest one. It's the
French
easiest
press
one to
also
navigate.
publishes
It's
German preconditions
oh,
for
fairly open, very pretty.
surrender of besieged fortresses,
A lot of stuff going on.
Strasbourg
A lot of
garrison
things
to be
here.
prisoner, and
A lot of
giving
good
up
farming.
the key fort outside Paris. The Journal Officiel is outraged.
If only Cloud or Noctis had been as good as this.
The enemy has revealed himself.
I don't know why an MMO would have better combat than Elden Ring. It's kind of sad. Like, why would an MMO have better combat than these single-player games? Sort of bad, man. You need to get on top of your Great Sword game now. Like, this game kicked your fucking ass. You gotta rethink Dark Souls now because your combat's like not so good anymore. Not after this game.
The battle itself is the dark side of the war by the young French Republic. Inexperienced amateur troops without properly trained officers have little chance against the battle-hardened and well-led Germans. The result is not a glorious liberation, but a brutal defeat and heavy casualties. Paris now awaits its fate, while German leaders forge a plan for a new empire outside its walls.
I love the combat. It's so good.
In September 1870, the German states fighting against France are only starting to discuss unifying into a single nation state. In Germany, the nickname the Belated Nation. Italy is another newcomer to the nation-state club. In the first half of the 19th century, the Italian peninsula was also divided into various kingdoms, duchies, and counties. By 1861, most of today's
I do get some
Italy
frame rate
was
spikes
united
here.
under the leadership of the Kingdom of Sardinia, Piedmont, and King Vittorio Emanuele II. This unification followed several wars.
You kind of have to like spin shop them
Also made a national hero,
with the first move.
Revolutionary Giuseppe Garibaldi.
What's my greatsword at? It's like halfway. I wish it was faster. Damn it.
In the Risorgimento served as an inspiration for Otto von Bismarck's hopes to unify Germany, which were now being put into practice. In the eyes of the Italian king and his prime minister, their nation-state is not complete in 1870. The papal states are still being controlled by Greece, and though Italian forces defeated much of its territory in the wars of unification, Rome and Lazio are still ruled by the Pope. In the years before 1870, Napoleon III provided military support to help in the unification of Italy, including in the Sardinian War against Austria in 1859. But he also protected the independence of the Papal States, which was guaranteed by French troops stationed in Rome. Napoleon III had helped Italy to become a nation-state, but the French garrison in the Papal States is a thorn in the side of Italian nationalist movements. But they see Rome as the true capital of Italy, and with cries of Rome or death...
So you have to do that. You have to like spin around the target. It's a cool little mouse movement. It's so fun. It's so much better than something like Elden Ring did. It's actually very fun. I don't know. Rivers of Blood did have a cool attack like this, but and I think that's kind of where they stole it from. But I don't know. Maybe this game came first.
When the Franco-Prussian War broke out back in July 1870, Emperor Napoleon III withdrew the French forces that had been protecting the Pope in Rome.
I wonder if From Software is scared of Amazon Game Studio.
Left with a small, fairly trained army, which includes about 3,000 soldiers as well. These fiercely Catholic volunteers...
They seem to be biting hardcore on that fucking Souls-like dick.
They're dick riding souls like real bad, almost to the point where I would consider maybe like being like this is kind of like our vibe they stole, you know, maybe a lawsuit, because it's basically like playing a really good version of Elden Ring. It's so much better than Elden Ring. It's like so much better than Elden Ring. It's not even funny. I enjoyed this game so much more thoroughly, so much better than Elden Ring. Like Elden Ring was too stressful all the time. The bosses were shitty. They were too annoying. This game's perfectly balanced and like smooth as buttery pussy silk. I swear to God, dude. Like it's so fucking fluid and good. Combat's amazing. It can be frustrating if you have the wrong weapon set for where you are or whatever, but it's not too bad.
Nationalists like Sony are enthusiastic. The ranks dance. The ranks form automatically. The weapons are seized in a flash. The cavalry leads the way. The artillery lines up in its place, and the infantry marches in unison. Viva Roma! Italian Commander-in-Chief General Raffaele Cadorna orders the attack to begin at 5:15 a.m. Artillery opens fire on the Eternal City, and
I'm full. I'm gonna have to go drop. Fucking move. Yeah, my fucking slaughtered kitty. This is the best I've ever done damage-wise, I think. It's weird because I basically spec like half tank.
And surrender negotiations are over by noon. The papal troops are dismissed, and the Zouaves return to their homes. The majority of Romans welcome their Italian conquerors, according to the envoy of the North German Confederation, Harry, Count of Ardea. The number of those who really regret the fall of the Pope's temporary power is vanishingly small. The hatred against the foreign regiments, against the police,
I don't have I didn't put a gem in my slot, and I really kind of wish I had.
And too deeply rooted.
What is it you want? Oh yeah, you want me to go over directly to this thing, but it's annoying. I keep missing it somehow. Now I'm like way northwest of the target. I've just been having fun, like grinding, fun as hell.
The morning of September 20th, 1870 marks.
He's like descended into quotes now, and he's not even really talking about this stuff anymore. He's just quoting guys over and over and over again. I wish I had got my gathering up to get this silkweed. Because it's good money, man.
And September 20th is still a national holiday in Italy.
Fucking
today.
100. What's my crafting at? Or my,
don't actually
my
go
fucking
home. Instead, they decide to head for France on
harvesting
September 25th
79.
and join the French Republic in its fight against the German
I'm not even close. I need more.
As staunch Catholics,
need more. Yeah, more hemp. A lot more hemp. This is a good place for that, though. You know, I would say.
The Zouaves renamed
Damn, this battery's on fire, man.
And joined the French forces on the Loire River. Events in the Franco-Prussian War lead to the fall of the Papal States to the Kingdom of Italy this week. But the battlefields in France are relatively calm.
It's such a beautiful
The siege
game.
of Paris began on September 19th.
I find myself just watching the grass sometimes, like watching it just like blow in the wind, you know? It's so good. It's such a beautiful fucking game. I really enjoy it, you know? I never turned on my,
Marshal Bazain's army of the Rhine has been trapped in Metz alongside the civilian population since August 19th. They're surrounded by the forces of the German Second Army, including Staff Officer Major Hans von Kretschmann. Kretschmann writes nearly daily to his wife Jen and reports on daily life.
So I do get some frame drops, but it's not like too bad.
But also about hygiene problems. On September 21st, he writes from the village.
The shadows are too high, maybe.
The place has been disinfected with chlorine and carbolic acid, and it's taken on a certain chic. But imagine a village of 750 inhabitants where about 12,000 men are quartered. Any soldier who relieves himself in a spot not meant for this purpose is arrested. But this is the only way to avoid epidemics. Doch nur so kann man Epidemien vermeiden. He also writes of the constant rain, the spread of dysentery, and that he considers himself to be in a Pestloch, a plague pit. Kretschmann experiences the siege from an officer's point of view. He also writes of a
Excuse me. Oh, excuse me.
The men have been away from their wives
know I
and
was gonna
fiancés
sneeze.
for 8 weeks, and Kretschmann is disgusted by what he sees. We are now beginning to get to know a part of the French population that I thought existed only in Paris. Elegantly made up French women, all pretending to be the wives of officers, prowl about everywhere. But the trappings of their social position are not to be overlooked. Naturally, precautions are taken to put an end to this business. The officers order constant drill and occasional gymnastics in the hopes of channeling the men's sexual energy elsewhere. This week, another task keeping the men outside Metz occupied is digging up dead officers for transport to their families in Germany. Inside Metz, more than 250,000 French soldiers
So much
and
soapweed
civilians
and shit
are
around
suffering
here.
from overcrowding, food shortages, and a lack of medical supplies for the 20,000 wounded and sick.
I should hook up my old controller program and play this game on controller. I think
Many
it'd be fun
wounded
as hell.
die of diarrhea and typhoid. Belgian Red Cross nurse Ida de Cronbude describes the stress experienced by a fellow nurse who accepted a child who stayed behind. She tells me that her only son, age 12, is currently trapped in Metz. Like many other mothers
not good.
anxious for their own children, she said the only thing that stilled her anguish was the relief she provided for the poor wounded soldiers. Some residents feel that Bazaine and the army should be doing more to break the siege. On the 27th, the mayor receives a call to action signed by 800 Messins. We believe the army gathered beneath our walls is capable of great things, but we also believe it's time it actually did such things. Nous croyons aussi qu'il est temps qu'elle les fasse.
It's like the best looking game I've ever seen.
This week, Rome falls to the
It's got
kingdom
its
of
moments,
Italy in the
especially
absence of French
Morningdale is
support,
so beautiful.
And the brutal siege of Metz continues.
Ooh,
The
silver.
French Empire's collapse earlier this month not only contributes to events in Italy. When news of the Third Republic reaches the French-held island of Martinique this week, black residents rise up against the French colonial system. But few in war-torn France pay them much attention. In Paris, in Metz, and other surrounded cities, the besieged and besiegers alike suffer, and there is no end in sight. Many cities in eastern France have been encircled by German forces since their advance in August. Toul surrendered last week on September 23rd, but
Wish you could
others are
track the
still
weapon.
holding out. These include Strasbourg and its garrison of about 18,000 troops alongside 80,000 civilians. The Germans have about 50,000 men and made preparations to take Strasbourg by storm earlier this month. They want to avoid a costly attack and hope to starve and
1385
shell
now.
the city into surrender. The French garrison tries several times to destroy the Germans' parallels, or jumping off trenches, outside of the city walls, but without success. The French do manage to flood the southern Austrian defenses and deny the Germans that central avenue of attack. German General von Werder stops the bombardment of the city itself with its historic buildings because he's keenly aware of its symbolic importance back home, and because of the international condemnation of the initial shelling. But Prussian siege mortar fire does gradually destroy parts of the fortress walls, bastions, and unit fortifications. The shelling and the starvation of French troops and civilians in Strasbourg is effective from the German point of view. On September 11th, Red Cross delegates from Switzerland evacuate the elderly, the sick, and the wounded from the city. Only now do the people in Strasbourg learn about the defeat at Sedan, the capture of the Emperor, and the Third Republic. French Commander General Jean-Jacques Ourich now knows that there's no hope for relief. 8,000 people have been made homeless by the shelling, which has destroyed 500 houses. The destitute live on the streets, in huts, in holes in the ground, or in schools or churches. But Ulrich does not want to surrender and refuses to negotiate with the Germans. On the 23rd, Grand Duke Friedrich I of Baden writes to Ulrich imploring him to surrender on humanitarian grounds.
So the world chains and
Mon
churches.
General, you no longer have a legal government to which you're responsible. You have only one responsibility, the one before God, celle devant vous. The Germans have resigned themselves to an eventual assault on the city when on September 27th, Strasbourg suddenly surrenders. The city walls are breached in numerous places from the shelling, and Ulrich decides, after all, that he wants to spare bloody street fighting the French are bound to lose. He informs Paris of his decision and then writes to General Werder. La résistance de Strasbourg est arrivée à son terme. The resistance of Strasbourg has come to an end. I will ask for the gentlest possible treatment for the city, which has already been so cruelly tested. The next day, Ulrich informs the city of his decision. Let us close our eyes, if we can, on the sad and painful present and turn them to the future. There we will find the support of the unfortunate, hope, l'espérance.
Yeah, give me about like what 20 of these or something, and I'll probably get a level.
To spare unnecessary death and suffering, a courageous act which will later cause him to be accused of treason by the Republic. On September 30th, the 189th anniversary of King Louis XIV's disputed incorporation of Strasbourg into France, and the birthday of Queen Augusta, the Germans enter the historic city. General von Werder and his staff enter the town on foot rather than on horseback to show their respect for Ulrich's determined defense. And Werder embraces his defeated enemy to console him. The siege of Strasbourg costs the French 562 dead and 17,000 prisoners, along with 1,277 artillery pieces, 140,000 rifles, and 50 locomotives. 341 civilians die, and up to 2,000 are wounded in the bombardment. The Germans lose 177 men killed, 753 wounded, 44 missing, and 78 horses.
God, the combat's so fun with the great sword, Jesus
take
Christ.
to the streets to celebrate and light bonfires.
I'm over encumbered. Oh, that's no good. Drop that. Like maybe. Oh no. I don't know.
I told everyone in the streets, the troops on drill, and everywhere else.
I don't know what else. Drop that water.
The surrender
Yeah, like
of Strasbourg
427.
is an extremely weighty success. In my opinion, we must immediately provide proof that we want to make up for the destruction that was unfortunately unavoidable during the war. In this way, one achieves moral conquests. Auf solche Weise erzielt man moralische Eroberungen. Strasbourg has fallen to the Germans, and General von Werder's troops now move on to reduce other French fortresses that are threatening the German communication lines in the east. Meanwhile, outside besieged Paris, French forces make another attempt to break the siege at Chevilly. Since September 20th, German headquarters are located at Louis XIV's palace at Versailles to direct the siege of the capital. The French desperately want to smash through the German ring around the city, but their weaker forces face long odds. During the night of September 29th to 30th, General Joseph Vinoy's French 13th Corps prepares for an assault south of Paris with about 20,000 men. They're up against the about 60,000 Germans of General Wilhelm von Tömpling's Silesian 6th Corps and parts of 5th Corps. The French attack
As mad as
begins
it may
at
seem
dawn,
to contemplate
and in the
such
center
things,
of the line, they run into Prussian troops entrenched in a walled farming area in the hamlet of Chevilly. The strong walls and the thick lime trees offer excellent protection for the Prussians, and they're able to hold their positions without significant losses. By the time the French withdraw, Chevilly is destroyed, and 2,120 French soldiers are killed, wounded, or captured, along with 441 Germans. For the Germans, the French sally out of Paris is a minor affair. Bismarck press chief and propagandist Maurice Busch's diary entry is simply matter of fact. Man will aus der Gegend von Paris her wieder Schüsse gehört haben.
I do want
Shots are said to have been heard again
go to
around
Everfall.
Paris. And in the evening, the chief has me telegraph this with the addition that a sortie has taken place, and that the French have been driven back into the city with heavy loss and in wild flight. As Strasbourg falls and the noose around Paris tightens, the German literary and artistic interpretation of the war has already begun.
Hi guys.
Painters,
I know I don't talk too much. I'm
journalists,
just
and
sort of
writers
focused,
are
you know,
already with
focusing
the
on this
Third
shit.
German army to sing its praises. But now a well-known Berlin author decides to join them. Theodor Fontane is a well-known Prussian theater critic and journalist. He hasn't written his most famous novels yet in 1870, but he is working on a history of the 1866 Austro-Prussian War, when the war with France begins in July. His publisher at the Königlich Geheime Oberhofdruckerei, which is also responsible for publishing Prussian casualty lists, asks him to switch his writing efforts to the current war. He somewhat reluctantly agrees, not knowing that this time his life would be in danger. On September 27th, he takes the train to France to see the battlefields for himself. On the 29th, he arrives in Wissembourg and visits the destroyed train station and Geisberg Hill. On the 30th, he stops in Würzburg-Steyler and stands on the hill from which the Crown Prince had directed German troops. A few days later, he shares his impressions with his wife Emilia. The whole trip is instructive, interesting, and downright uplifting to the highest degree. Everything is full of character. Our advance is an organized migration of peoples. Ever new masses flood the country, whose population is amazed and shakes its head, but is unbroken in its conceit and in its childish hope for victory. On October 3rd, Fontane visits the recently surrendered fortress of Toul, where his son George had been part of the besieging army. On the train to Toul, Fontane meets a hussar who knows George and tells him that his son is safe, even though Fontane himself won't be safe for long. This week, the Germans accept the surrender of Strasbourg, the French fail to crack the German lines at Chevilly, and Theodor Fontane arrives in France. With the fall of Strasbourg, the Germans have won a politically symbolic victory. Curious German tourists begin to arrive in the city, which is in German hands again after nearly 2 centuries. As for the citizens of Paris, the failure of their army at Chevilly is a sign to come for the hard months ahead. By this week, the beginning of October 1870, the Germans essentially see the war as having been decided. Paris and Metz are under siege, symbolically important Strasbourg has been captured, and the French Empire and its army no longer exist. The French Republic has barely any armies outside of Paris, but the days of traditional battles and clear-cut German victories
I mean, it's an upgrade.
over. The war is becoming a bitter series of
I'll take it for
partisan
that price, yeah.
revenge attacks fueled
It's
by
an upgrade.
chauvinistic hatred. The war
I shall
could be
take
ended,
it.
but the German demands for French territory mean that the Third Republic has to continue fighting if it wants to preserve its legitimacy. Outside of Paris, the French government is building up new armies to continue the struggle and clings to the hope that Marshal Bazaine's forces might somehow break out of Metz. But to most, the cause seems lost. both sides' decisions mean that this war won't be over anytime soon. On October 5th, the Germans established their grand headquarters at Versailles. The 3rd German Army Command is already there, but now they're joined by Moltke, King Wilhelm, Crown Prince Friedrich Wilhelm, and of course Bismarck. It's lesser-known Prussian politician Rudolf von Delburg, though, who's preparing the groundwork for the planned unification of the German Empire. The possibility of a single Kaiserreich is foreseen in the constitution of the North German Confederation. The relations of the Confederation with the South German states shall be regulated by special treaties to be submitted to the Reichstag for approval. The entry of all or any of the South German states into the Confederation shall be effected on the proposal of the Federal Presidium by way of federal legislation. Delegations from Württemberg, Baden, Bavaria, Hesse, and Saxony arrive at Versailles to discuss the terms and to extract concessions from the Northerners if they can. Bismarck rarely has time to write to his wife Johanna, but he does manage an apology this week. So don't be angry with me. The ink-stained
Isn't
world
that
of
essentially
business
free
has
money?
caught up with me on my journey, and
Buy it for
overwhelms
23,
me such
sell
that
it for
I hate the inkwell from which it flows.
Not really, no.
While the
It's unfortunate that that's not worth anything, because it is worth something. I have Civil War. What? Like,
Interior Minister Léon
I don't know why I didn't go.
was charged with organizing the military resistance in the provinces outside of Paris, and he promptly takes flight.
Okay, so gotta do silver ore.
Over the past few weeks, famous
Iron
photographer
ingots.
Nadar oversees the manufacture of hot air balloons in Paris that can be used to observe German positions or fly out carrier pigeons. Since the balloons fly out but not in, the pigeons' return trips are the only way that information can reach Paris from the outside world. The balloons also fly out more than 2 million letters during the siege, and they often have messages for the Germans too. French balloon operators drop tens of thousands of propaganda leaflets over German lines to remind them of their fatherly duties and encourage them to desert. In any case, the siege will last a long time, and already one sees Germany far from home for the entire winter. The flower of her people far from wife and child, wailing in misery for their breadwinners. Not all balloons reach their destinations, though. The Germans shoot down many of the male balloons, and letters from Paris were a coveted souvenir to send back home. The same day that the leftist and nationalist minister Gambetta becomes responsible for the war outside of Paris, he uses one of Nadar's balloons to make a spectacular escape from the blockaded capital. At 11
That's funny.
o'clock, he takes to the air in a balloon named
He had a balloon? Wow.
Saint-Pierre at the foot of Montmartre.
He made a balloon escape? Fucking retards in the 20s or whatever. 80s, the 1860s or whatever. Balloons. Their plan has to do with balloons. It's so bad.
First ever anti-aircraft guns.
Oh no, anti-aircraft guns and balloons.
Gambetta is likely wounded on the hand, though the French press
likely.
exaggerates with claims of 100,000
I need
bullets
a mandolin.
fired. Around 4 p.m., Gambetta's
Can you
balloon
sell me a
lands in
mandolin?
Toulouse, about 100
Tools of
kilometers north
instruments.
Paris.
No, tools of
The mayor
instruments
of
and
the
the
small
mandolin.
town
Give me like
guides
the cheapest
Gambetta
mandolin
through
you
the
got.
Prussian lines
Yeah, 83.
undetected, and he
290.
safely
What's the
reaches
highest G
French-held city
score?
of Tours.
400.
Tours is the center of
I
the
don't know.
government's plan to form new
Sure. I
armies
mean, what?
outside
I
of
don't
Paris.
care. I don't care.
Forces that are being armed,
Whatever.
mostly with weapons imported
Expensive.
from the United
Yeah,
States. On
just
October 9th,
sell me that one. I don't
Gambetta
care. Yeah,
issues
that's
a
good.
proclamation preparing the public for mass conscription.
Yes.
We
So
must finally put all
I should buy a
our
base
immense
too. I
resources
guess
to
I will
work,
buy a base
and
and
at last,
and
inaugurate national war. Let us
tools,
rise en masse and die
instruments,
rather
yeah,
than
upright
suffer
base.
shame and dismemberment.
Yeah, take no.
Levons-nous donc en masse
Take that one
et
and
mourons
then
plutôt que de subir la honte
What? Azov flute, right?
Gambetta
Yeah,
also
about that
meets
one.
with Italian nationalist hero of the Risorgimento, Giuseppe Garibaldi, who puts himself at the service of the French Republic along
oh,
with
I
his
have to
troops.
spend some money. I didn't realize.
The
So that's good though. I
180
get to spend some money
people's
on
lives
a
were fled
bag
Rome,
finally.
captured by Italy,
Apparel,
also arrive in Tunis
bags,
this week,
right?
under the command
Oh
of the
my God,
anti-Prussian
1300.
Arch-Catholic Comte Athanase Charles
13.
Marie
Oh
Charette
God, you're gonna get a lot of money from me. 222. Okay. Drops it at like 290 to around 290
What
to
this guerre à
238.
outrance actually means in practice is experienced firsthand by German
290.
soldiers and French civilians this week. at
298. Oh. How high will you go? Duh.
One element of
It's so
Gambata's
expensive.
national
307,
rarity stream
310.
are the irregular francs-tireurs,
Fuck,
or
man.
free
334. Are you
shooters, who only wear
serious?
partial uniforms and
Son of a
sometimes
bitch,
none
man.
at all.
Alright.
They operate in
Well,
small units to engage in
the best
partisan-style
one.
attacks and are able to melt into familiar terrain and civilian surroundings. The Germans don't recognize them as
yeah,
regular
I'm just gonna
combatants
buy
and
that one, I
execute
guess. If
any
I have to
of
blow the
the
money, I have to blow the money.
villages or
Yep.
towns where francs-tireurs attack German troops
So,
are forced to
enjoy,
pay large
you know.
fines, and if they refuse, the
Here we
Germans
go. We got some
set
more
them on
weight
fire.
now. Fucking.
From the German point of view, these are legitimate wartime measures.
Fuck, you gave me
but
one?
others
Oh,
consider
you
it
fucking. I
targeted
blew
terror.
money. I blew money.
The difficulty in
Can
identifying
I just sell it then? Oh, no, it's bound to
means
me
that
now.
German authorities
Fucking
also
stupid,
execute
man.
some innocent Frenchmen.
Well, cool. I got that,
Policies
huh? That might
lead
have.
to criticisms of
Oh.
Germany abroad
Oh,
and
really?
increasing
Oh, well,
hatred
that's
between
okay.
France.
Whatever.
Journalist Friedrich Engels paints a stark
So then I
picture
go
of the
back
British
finally
leaders in the Pall Mall
to
Gazette.
Everfall, and I get my gems out of my box, and then I can go back out to
5 villages in 12 days. It is no
Morningdale and
Wherever the
Farm
German
and
flying
Questmore.
columns march into the heart of France, their path
I've been
is
doing pretty
all
good about, like, I would say, pretty good, I would say. The first day I got 30 levels, I think, or something like that. It was so fast. It was like 26 or something like that. Second day I got, I don't know, like from 26 to like fucking 30 something, 36, something like that. Now I'm like 46 and I'm about to hit 50. I've been about, roughly it averaged out to about 10 levels a day. Hasn't been an average like that, but it's averaged out to that. I've done fairly well. I only have 14 levels to go till cap. And that's cool, because I am on a race to go see Brimstone Sands. I'm sure it's a cool zone, you know. Looking forward to it. Yeah. Oh, and I came back here to gem up my weapons and my body, I think. Right? Yeah, we'll just take the remaining gems that I have and yeah, it's a flawed malachite, but I want this cut flawed aquamarine. In my sword, yes. And then, I don't know. I've been using them for my weapons, so maybe we just keep those, actually. The rest of the gems, let's go see what the cheapest fucking consumable fucking, or not consumable, but, refined cut gemstone is. Yeah, 19 gold for cut flawed amethyst, right? For armor, that gives you void damage. I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for slash damage absorption. Yeah, for that price, that's cheap. Yep. And then nature damage absorption, but I wouldn't mind. Like, yeah, I'd probably take all 4 of these. You know, who cares? It's not the worst price to pay. It was just do. It's like, yeah, lightning damage. I don't care about that though. I want cut flawed aquamarine, ice damage, cut flawed emerald, which is thrust damage. Yeah. So yep, and yeah, and cut flawed. Health is below 30%. We're okay for now. We'll take these and we'll like just stick them across the board. Yes. 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 I invested 100 gold in myself, you know, try to have a little bit more fun than what I'm having, you know. A little tiny bit more fun. Yeah, whatever. And now I'm ready to leave. All I gotta do is repair all. We're going back out to Morningdale again, so here we go. It was all kind of on its path. It was good. It was a good little gap stop there. Could make my way to the other warp in the northeast of the zone.
with fire and blood.
Fire and blood.
Even if the Francs-Tireurs pose a serious threat to the German army, which is far from clear, there's a legitimate debate about whether German retaliatory acts can be considered war crimes. On the other hand, although the Hague land warfare regulations are not in force in 1870, Francs-Tireurs guerrilla warfare is also problematic. On the night of October 7th to 8th at Ablis, Francs-Tireurs ambush a unit of hussars from Schleswig-Holstein in their sleep. The French then execute at least one of the surviving prisoners. According to German reports, Prussian infantry swiftly takes revenge. The order was given to loot and demolish. All food and provisions were taken out, as well as livestock. And then the whole place was set on fire and turned into a pile of ashes. The women, children, and old people were given time to leave. Men were mercilessly shot or cut down. Männer wurden erbarmungslos erschossen oder gejagt. The German report gives the impression that all the men are killed, but the Ablis memorial plaque only lists 6 civilian men who were shot. It's not clear whether the Germans have evidence that these men are Francs-Tireurs. If they do, it would arguably be justifiable according to the thinking of the time. If they don't, it's pure terror. Burning villages was common in the American Civil War just a few years ago, but is no longer customary in Western Europe in 1870. One German hussar, at least, is uncomfortable with retribution. Although the population received this punishment for hostile attitude, the scene that met the eyes was cast in a ghastly light. The wailing of the women beside their men who'd been shot created such an embarrassing impression that one wished never again to be forced to order similar execution. This week, the German states continued discussions on forming a German empire. Léon Gambetta flew out of Paris to organize the People's War, and Francs-Tireurs ambushed the Germans at Ablis. The attack at Ablis and the resulting German retribution are the consequence of Gambetta's fanatical determination to exhaust all the intellectual, material, and propaganda resources of the nation to fight on. The Germans refuse to recognize this new kind of war and find no other response than brutal retaliation, a pattern that will continue next week and beyond. By the second week of October,
I can't get up that, can I? No.
It's clear that German hopes for an end to the war after Sedan are pipe dreams.
I guess I will
Paris
use...
is besieged, but resisting.
Oh wait, no, I guess I do have other objectives here. I do.
French armies in the
Go
provinces.
do that.
The Armée de la Loire in the west, the Armée du Nord in the north, and another force in the east. The French plan is for the fresh armies on the Loire and in the north to relieve Paris in conjunction with a breakout by the besieged garrison. But these are a far cry from the professional forces of the Second Empire. The new army's weapons are obsolete or British or American imports, the troops are raw, and many are teenagers. The Eastern Army also includes 4,000 international volunteers under Italian revolutionary Giuseppe Garibaldi. His optimistically named Armée des Vosges has fighters from France, the US, Italy, Hungary, Poland, and Spain, all united in their hatred for Protestant monarchical Prussia. The Armée de la Loire wastes no time in moving on Paris to break the narrow German siege ring surrounding the city. The Germans realize the danger, so they send a Bavarian corps under General Ludwig von der Tann, along with a North German division and some cavalry, towards the city of Orléans. On October 10th, the two forces clash at Artenay, and they do so again on the 11th at Ormes, where the former papal zouaves in French ranks receive their baptism of fire. the Bavarians get the better of the French, whose army was still in the process of organizing, and 3,000 French troops are made prisoners. Prussian Crown Prince Friedrich Wilhelm confides his impressions to his diary. Among the French prisoners are youths of 16 and 17 who sobbed when they were brought in. Such forced recruits are found among the line troops as well as the francs-tireurs. What a pity. Es ist zum Erbarmen. The Germans occupy Orléans and throw a bridgehead across the Loire River to spoil any further French plans. But the victorious German troops are by no means comfortable. Bavarian infantryman Florian Kühnhauser recalls his first thoughts when entering Orléans. Jetzt kam die Magenfrage. Now came the stomach question, because it had been neglected for 2 whole days. But where to find something edible when faced with empty streets and closed doors? Necessity and hunger make one resourceful. Everyone knew enough French to figure out which shop stocked food. So there we knocked and made a ruckus until the door was opened voluntarily. If it wasn't, the store was often broken into by force, followed by a fire sale at the expense of the owners. Prussian and Bavarian units that were not needed to hold Orléans now made their way back towards Paris, clearing the route of snipers and mobile guard stragglers who the German command sees to be threatening the rear of the armies besieging Paris. Meanwhile, the heavy guns in the many large forts surrounding Paris are firing on German positions. Fort Mont-Valérien has been shelling the Prussian and Bavarian troops stationed in Saint-Cloud since October 12th. And on October 13th, Napoleon III's private castle in the town burns to the ground. This shelling is in support of an attempted French breakout. The French at first push back the 2nd Bavarian Corps, but the Germans recover and hold the line.
Hi guys, Jonathan Ferguson, Keeper of Firearms and Artillery here at the Royal Armouries in the UK. Thanks very much for having us on again to explore another lesser-known small arm of the Franco-Prussian War. This time it's the Bavarian Werder, which I have an example of here. There are 3 main variants of this thing. This is the type that would have seen service in the war, hence showing it to you today. The best way to spot one is this traditional rifle musket style rear sight on the back, which tells you that this is still chambered in 11mm by 50 case length, which is the original chambering. That said, this is for 1868, when it started development, introduced in 1869. This is a very modern system. It's a cartridge breech loader, proper self-contained metallic cartridge. It's 11mm in caliber, so still quite chunky, not sort of proper high velocity yet, but this is the 1860s, of course. So we're getting there. Linear progression. Sighted up to 1,200 meters. Now, at that distance, you're lobbing shots in as you were with a rifle musket. So, not a in some ways, not a dramatic improvement, but it's 11mm, same as the Chassepot, so it's pretty analogous to the Chassepot. So on paper, Bavaria would have been going into Franco-Prussian War ahead of the game, but we're coming to that. Brief word on the mechanics of it first. What makes this special? And it's this humpback receiver. So it has this hammer arrangement, but it's sort of largely internal. What appears to be 2 triggers, which are not 2 triggers. So, rather than the Martini, which is derived from the same rifle, the Peabody, same system, rather than the Martini, where you drop the lever, cartridge in, close it up, which pops it as well, and you fire it. With this one, you start with the block drop. That's its rest state. That's
E-spring, as they say in the British Army, still do. So you insert the cartridge in that position. You then cock it, which also closes up the breech block. You then fire it, and we will dry fire just the once there. That's in the fired state. You don't then recock it to drop the block. In fact, we can show that does nothing to the block. Doesn't drop the block because you compress a second spring inside. Why, you might ask? Well, so that when you hit the front trigger, it's not really a trigger, the block drops under spring pressure and the case, the fired case, is chucked out of here with quite a bit of force. So it's a bit of a one-trick pony in that it's very positive extraction and ejection for a manually operated single-shot rifle. But it does that very well. And that will increase your effective rate of fire. Downside, mechanically complex, therefore expensive, and time-consuming to produce. And unfortunately for Bavaria, they did not manage to get enough of these produced to see service across the board in the Franco-Prussian War. I think only 4 battalions were equipped with these out of a pretty sizable army. The others would have been stuck with the 1858/67 Podevils, forgive my pronunciation, Lindner rifle, which was a capping breech loader conversion, not this high-tech shenanigans, but a simple percussion cap breech loading rifle that came into service in 1867. So they were effectively relying upon their stopgap rifle for the first phase of the war, at least. Perhaps we'll find out more about that as the guys here at Real Time History dig a little deeper into the military history. So that's the Werder, not to be confused with the Austrian Wendel, which is a very different rifle. Against this was actually trialed along with the Russian Berdan before this was selected for service in 1869. This is the Bavarian Werder. So thanks again for having us. Do head over to our own channel over at the Royal Armouries. We'll be doing our own deeper dive into this rifle, and we have other firearms.
Oh, look, there's like kind of a gun.
And you'll also find me over on
There's like a gun. He has gun friends that he took help from, so he has to pay homage to them, and I like that though. I don't mind that. That, in my experience, is kind of how manhood goes. It's kind of funny. Definitely got some friends who are exactly like that. I'm okay with it. It's just keep it clean, keep it about history and not about guns, and we're good. Yeah. Not that guns aren't clean, they're fine. It's just, you know.
As conditions in the French capital continue to deteriorate after 3 weeks of siege, foreign diplomats gradually leave the city. Though politics is still alive and well at German headquarters in Versailles. Former French Prime Minister Émile Ollivier writes to King Wilhelm asking him to renounce territorial claims in the event of a German victory. But the Prussian king refuses. Prussia's answers aren't so simple in the negotiations between Bismarck and the South German states on the unification of the empire. This week, Bavaria and Württemberg continue to try to get the best possible deal. But the Grand Duchy of Baden's pro-Prussian position prevents the Southerners from adopting a united front. In fact, the Badeners already asked to join the North German Confederation 2 weeks ago, so little progress is made. The Germans also can't agree on what to do about Paris. Bismarck wants the war to end as soon as possible, so he argues in favor of bombarding the city. He's worried that the longer the war goes on, the more likely other powers like Britain and Russia might get involved and disrupt his plans for German unification and territorial annexations from France. 2 of his key commanders, though, disagree. Moltke opposes bombardment on military grounds, and the Crown Prince rejects the idea for humanitarian reasons, and because he fears that shelling civilians and cultural monuments like Notre Dame Cathedral could damage German prestige. King Wilhelm, who is formerly the commander-in-chief, wavers between the 2 sides. The fact is, the Germans still don't have enough fortress artillery to carry out a decisive bombardment. But Bismarck, who is not a professional soldier, refuses to believe it. Instead, he gets his press agent, Moritz Busch, to stir up German newspapers in support of shelling Paris. Negotiations between the Germans and the French also continue this week, including through an American intermediary. Former U.S. Civil War General Ambrose Burnside is in talks with the French to sound out a possible peace between the warring parties. He makes the journey from Paris to Versailles in a rowboat, since the bridge at Sèvres has been destroyed. But his efforts bring no results. The Comte d'Hérisson also crosses the river as he accompanies French emissaries to Versailles. He records the procedure at the checkpoint, where signal horns announce the arrival of the negotiating parties. The two bells could be heard from a great distance in the pauses between the shooting, for there reigned in these parts an extraordinary,
down by the shore
solemn,
in Musselbeer
mournful silence. In some supernatural way, the silence
Mark
of
my
death.
words.
The silence that
buy
came
something.
I like the
before
quotes.
the
I think they're.
of life
It's
on
better
earth.
that it comes from their mouth.
Sentinels posted on the two banks, one could have heard of
All they drop is quotes, and I actually kind of like that. It's straight from the bird's mouth, you know.
Slowly through this desolate landscape, had smothered the murmur of these waters. La Seine elle-même, glissant lentement dans ce paysage désolé, avait assourdi le murmure de ses eaux. While the Germans negotiate their future empire and peace talks are going nowhere at Versailles, a Prussian writer and history buff accidentally gets himself into a world of trouble. Russian journalist Theodor Fontana arrived in German-occupied France last week on a fact-finding mission for his new book on the war. Since he's a keen student of history, he decides to travel from Toul to Domremy to visit the birthplace of Joan of Arc on October 5th. But he doesn't realize that Domremy is still in French hands. And as soon as he arrives, Franc-Tireur arrests him as a spy. This week, he's transferred to a prison at Besançon, and the French threaten to execute him. Fontana looks down on the Franc-Tireur, but unlike many other Germans, he also feels sympathy for them. Many had a sense of how pretty they looked and never walked past the large mirror in the waiting room without glancing at themselves with satisfaction. All ages were represented, and next to rosy-cheeked youths, there were white heads, old troupiers who were obviously glad for a break from routine daily life. There was no thought of hatred or scorn for the Prussians they saw in me. They were too good-natured for that, and perhaps too busy with themselves. These French captors allow Fontana to write to his wife Emilia, who he does on October 14th. I am hoping for the best. Soon my complete innocence will be proven. But for someone like me, who has so far been hampered by luck, it remains a very difficult situation. Oh, Joan of Arc, I must pay dearly for you. Ich muss teuer für dich zahlen. This week, the Germans defeat the French at the Battle of Orléans and maintain the ring around Paris, and peace negotiations remain deadlocked. The French Republic's plan to pursue all-out war has brought no results so far, and the Germans are secure enough to be able to spend their time haggling over the shape of their future empire. As Theodor Fontana awaits his fate in his prison cell, he is not the only one who will fear for his life in the coming weeks. After the Battle of Orléans last week, Prussian and Bavarian units moving towards Paris are mopping up resistance from French snipers and mobile guards. On October 18th, they encounter fierce resistance at the town of Châteaudun. About 1,200 irregular francs-tireurs and National Guardsmen are entrenched in the town, even though it's been officially declared an open city, which means that it shouldn't be defended or attacked. The two sides shell each other until nightfall, when the Germans storm Châteaudun. There's bitter house-to-house fighting in the darkness, and the Germans are furious at the civilians and francs-tireurs. As at Bazay in September, German troops take revenge by shooting residents and setting fire to 235 buildings. Thuringian soldier Karl Seitz struggles to understand the violence all around him. I don't know how it started. Our soldiers advanced one by one, rifle in one hand, burning brushwood in the other. They shouted at the French, "Do you want to defend house by house? Light them up, burn them out." Repeatedly, I tore the torches out of their hands and said, "Shoot, but don't burn." They answered, "The French would burn us if they could." Civilians, even women, took part in the battle. They were found dead with shots to the head. No one who fought in this battle will ever forget it. Wo jeder in diesem Kampf mitgekämpft hat, wird unvergesslich bleiben. Seitz is an educated man, and he recognizes these events as a break with the civilized values of the time, like reason, religious faith, and progress. He does feel that the civilians deserve their fate, but he also has a conscience, and he writes that every time his unit passes through the town later in the war, the men stop singing their cheerful marching songs and trudge along in silence. Seitz experiences a new kind of warfare at Châteaudun, one that will rear its head again in the 20th century. In fact, some Nazi war criminals on trial for executing hostages later used the precedent of Châteaudun in their defense. The French consider the burning of Châteaudun as German revenge for the spirited nighttime defense. Historian Arthur Chuquet writes later. To avenge the unexpected resistance, General von Wittich burned the town. Pour se venger de cette résistance imprévue, le général von Wittich brûla la ville. As late as the 1960s, French historians will praise the francs-tireurs' heroism, even though their resistance has no hope of succeeding and dooms the town to destruction.
Hello, this is Sur le Champ from France. The Battle of Châteaudun is an excellent opportunity to talk about the French troops at front. The francs-tireurs, which you could translate by free shooters, but I keep saying francs-tireurs since this term applies explicitly to these French troops during the Franco-Prussian War. These francs-tireurs are essentially volunteers organized in corps francs, that is to say they are irregular troops, in order to lead a war of partisans on the rears of the Prussian army. Nowadays we'd say guerrilla warfare. Simply said, the francs-tireurs must avoid open battles with well-organized troops, attack convoys or isolated forces, destroy infrastructures, etc. Anything to disturb the Prussian organization. But in Châteaudun, we see some francs-tireurs fighting directly against Prussian troops. So what happened? First, we need to understand how the francs-tireurs were created. Even if these irregular troops appear in a pretty chaotic situation in 1870, they do not come of nowhere. In 1867, Marshal Niel created the Cavalry to create a reserve of patriotic volunteers and so have more troops available for the incoming army. The idea was to fund them quickly in order to have some irregular troops more or less ready to support the professional army. But this reform was never really financed. It just gave the administrative context for departmental regiments. After the defeat at Sedan, the idea of corps of francs-tireurs reappeared, but with a new cultural reference, the levée en masse. it's a bit complicated, but in short, the Levée en masse was the response that the French Revolution to strike back against the coalition armies invading France in 1793. After the Battle of Sedan, this idea is imposed by Gambetta and the proclaimed French Republic in order to defend the nation. The idea is simple. Everything to defend the country. The German invasion, the end of the Second Empire, or the Young Republic threatened, all of this creates a clear reference to the revolutionary times, justifying a new levée en masse. If a part of the effort is put in raising new armies, the Frontier Corps appeal local fighters either to help the new government, in this case they are even organized and paid by the state, or to organize a local defense around the village, in which case it's almost purely a local initiative. In the end, the Francs-Tireurs may have numbered up to 70,000 combatants, mostly in the invaded north and east, with diverse social origins. Students, workers, aristocrats, bourgeois. Even so, women in combat and command the roles. In fact, the Francs-Tireurs essentially appealed to patriots. But were they effective? Well, the fact is that their effectiveness was pretty unpredictable. Yes, some corps have achieved their infamous exploits, like the regional viaduct, but in the end, their impact was pretty weak. In some regions, like in Paris, they threatened some railways and depots, forcing the Germans to adapt and to leave some troops for supply trains protection. In general, the Frontiers did nothing more than defend a few villages, or were just bandits. More dangerous for the locals than for the Germans. Since they lacked any weaponry, most of them using their rifle, the real consequence of their existence was repression by the Germans. Their retaliations were harsh, and the population wasn't keen on supporting some Francs-Tireurs who would never be able to stop the invading army. Guerrilla warfare in the long term may have brought some results, but the Francs-Tireurs quickly lost their independence and were merged to the regular army at the end of September. 1 month after Sedan. This decision by Gambetta, which effectively took away the Francs-Tireurs' only strength, has two interpretations, one military and one political. The defense of Paris quickly became a priority, and the government was looking for all available troops in order to oppose the siege or even break it. And this is more or less what we observe in the Battle of Châteaudun. During 1 week, 700 Francs-Tireurs harassed the German army between Paris and Châteaudun. The troops that were in the city fought in order to slow the enemy advance, showing their strength but also their weaknesses. They moved with heavy losses considering their numerical inferiority, but they proved absolutely unable to defend their ground against the German army and didn't modify the Russian power. So the military reason is weak. If we want to understand Gambetta's decision, we need to turn to political tension. After the Battle of Sedan, social tensions are pretty strong in France, leading to the end of the Second Empire. But at that time, the workers were organizing, and some revolutionary groups were getting more and more active, especially radical socialists, communists, and anarchists, which in the end would lead various cities to rise up and found commune like the Paris, but that's another story. So you can understand that letting the people arm itself in a revolutionary context may have worried the government, which was more conservative, which explained that Gambetta may have wanted to take back control of the Francs-Tireurs, unpredictable truth that may have other political agendas. Government stability would have been a priority over the efficiency of guerrilla warfare, which led to the Francs-Tireurs ending up in engagements they weren't fit for, like Châteaudun. These irregular troops had no major military impact, but they did traumatize the civilians, blurring the frontier between civilians and soldiers, creating a constant threat. The Francs-Tireurs forced the Germans to control the population with more and more force. This trauma outlasted the war, and the fear of the franc-tireur will be remembered by the German troops at the beginning of World War I. For more recent history, you can check my channel in French at Sur le Champ.
As Châteaudun burns near Paris, German and French forces in the east are also on the move. Along France's eastern border, both German and French troops have been maneuvering. The Germans occupy Schlettstadt, burn Breisach, and they capture Epinal. These advances forced the French to retreat to the fortress of Belfort and the town of Dijon, but not before several smaller battles like the one on the Ognon River on October 22nd take place. There, the Baden Field Division defeats newly raised French units, who are forced back to the town of Besançon. They're joined by Gatlin's Armée de Roche, part of the motley crew of French units operating in the area, which also include the Polish Legion stationed at Lyon. Prussian writer Theodor Fontana is also in Besançon, where he's being held in the citadel, awaiting trial on charges of spying. He and his fellow German prisoners fear Garibaldi's arrival, but they're also worried that they might be in danger if German artillery bombards the prison. Fontana shares his concerns with the fortress commander. The commander answered, "Yes, these upper vaults will be blown away in 5 minutes." The comfort that flowed to German prisoners in response was understandably small, given the prospect of being shot to death by their own countrymen's shells. The fighting in the east is small scale for now, and that will change in the months to come. The main French concern at the moment is Paris, and this week the French launch another attempt to break out of their besieged capital. Paris has been encircled for a month, and on October 21st, French troops tried to break through the German ring again. General Ducrot's 10,000 men advance under the covering fire of the Plains of Fort Mont-Valérien against General Hugo von Kirchbach's 5th Corps. This is one of the weaker spots in the German lines around the capital, so attacking here in conjunction with a relief assault from outside the city would make sense. Except that there is no help coming from the outside. The Armée de la Loire is still too far away. The French Republic does need to demonstrate its will to fight, but the attack at Malmaison doesn't make military sense. Major Eugène Le Safon is no reaction. Could we hope that the 10,000 men of General Ducrot, young soldiers for the most part, would be vigorous enough to break through the enemy lines and fall, like an avalanche, on the German headquarters at Versailles? The battle does, however, cost lives. At first, the fighting is primarily an artillery duel, which is followed by a French attack. As the Germans sense their advantage, they successfully storm the castles at Malmaison and Buzenval. The fighting is so fierce at Buzenval that the French and Germans fight each other through the iron bars of the Nontboyau Bridge. The French lose about 400 men, and the Germans about 300. The Germans also shoot 2 French civilians as francs-tireurs. Crown Prince Philippe Wilhelm writes of the futility of the French effort in his diary. Der Feind vermochte nicht einmal unsere Vorpostenlinie zum Wanken zu bringen. The enemy was not even able to move our outpost line. French efforts at Malmaison and Buzenval failed. Paris remains surrounded. Just a few kilometers away at Versailles, German leaders argue amongst themselves as to whether Paris should starve or burn. Since the siege is dragging on, so do German discussions about whether Paris should be bombarded. Bismarck sees that the French Republic is using events like the destruction of Château d'Œuvre for propaganda purposes, and international opinion is slowly turning against Prussia. He and Minister for War Albrecht von Roon argue for a massive bombardment to end the war. Bismarck's press secretary Moritz Busch succeeds in firing up German newspapers in support of a bombardment. He reasons that the French themselves are at fault. It was claimed that Paris, with its cultural collections, should not be bombarded. It was a crime against civilization. But why not? Paris is a fortress. If the French did not want their monuments and their collections of books and paintings to be endangered by war, they could not surround them with fortifications. But the Crown Prince and von Moltke are still against it. They think a quick peace will benefit France and that starving Paris is a better option, as the Crown Prince notes in his diary on the 22nd. Today, the first work for the construction of the siege batteries began. Although I have ordered that the preparations for the siege be carried out with the greatest diligence and all possible prudence, I still hope that through hunger alone, we will force Paris to open its gates to us, and that many lives will thus be spared. Journalist Friedrich Engels, who's writing in London, is also against the bombardment. He reasons that Paris is simply too large to be destroyed, since it would take 1.5 million shells fired from 2,000 guns every day to bring the city to its knees. He also argues that the Germans can't afford to fail if they do try. If the mere bombardment of Paris did not force the city to surrender, and such a bombardment took place nonetheless, it would be a military blunder of a kind that hardly anyone would blame on Moltke's staff. One would say that Paris had been bombarded not for military, but for political reasons. This week, the war is deadlocked. The fighting at Châteaudun brings only death and destruction, as does the latest attempt by the French to break the siege of Paris. Inflexible German territorial demands and the French Republic's unbroken will to gain political legitimacy through resistance seem to leave little chance for peace. And at Versailles, the idea of crushing Paris under a hail of German shells is becoming more and more appealing. By the last week of October 1870, the fortress city of Metz has been under siege by the Germans for more than 2 months. The only major French breakout attempt at Noiseville at the end of August failed. And since the defeat at Sedan, the 250,000 French troops and civilians trapped in Metz have no relief. Food is in extremely short supply. French troops do manage to capture a few cows from the surrounding towns, but the main supplies of food and salt are nearly gone. Despite the dire situation, Marshal Bazaine has not surrendered. He's still loyal to former Emperor Napoleon III. He doesn't want to sacrifice his army for a republic that he dislikes, and he even negotiates with the Prussians to restore the French monarchy. 2 weeks ago, he sends General Napoleon Boyer, with German permission, to Versailles with an offer. If Bazaine and his Armée du Rhin can leave Metz, they could fight alongside the Prussians to destroy the Third Republic. Once the Germans and Bazaine had won, Bazaine would then create a new French army from the prisoners of war released from the German lands and restore Emperor Napoleon to his throne. Bismarck but Bazaine and former Empress Eugénie refused
so annoying.
the annexation of Alsace and Lorraine. By this week, it's clear that surrender is the only option in the face of hunger, disease, lack of medical care, and political
Ooh,
inaction.
strength by 12.
The French tried to negotiate better terms for 2 days, but the Germans don't budge. And on October 27th, Bazaine surrenders Metz and the Armée unconditionally. The Marshal tries to save face with a proclamation to his men. Defeated by famine, we are forced to submit to the laws of war by becoming prisoners. At various times in our military history, brave troops have suffered the same fate, which in no way diminishes military honor when, thus, one has performed one's duty so gloriously to the utmost human limit. Everything that could be done in good faith to prevent this end has been tried and has failed. I part from everyone with a broken heart. C'est le cœur brisé que je me sépare de tous. German officer Hans von Kretschmann takes a harsher view of the situation. The French surpassed what could be expected even from the bravest troops. Had there only been a more intelligent leader in charge, the French would have broken out. Instead, they fired their cannons every day without achieving anything. They led their womenfolk up on the walls to show them a bit of the war, and nothing more. The French soldiers were ordered to hand over their weapons intact, an emotional act for men like Paul. Handing over everything without destroying it first was a complete humiliation. We refused. Whenever we could, we soaked the powder in water before delivering it to the arsenal so it could never be used against Frenchmen. I destroyed the brunt of my chassepot out of anger and despair, under the eyes of an indulgent sergeant. Others did likewise. I urinated in the powder kegs that I had broken open.
I love this fucking weapon. It's so, it actually can do, like, the fights. It can actually kill it. It's so cool.
But the Germans allow the French officers to keep their swords. Bazin is even allowed to choose where he will be held, so he joins his emperor at Kassel. After the war, Bazin will be convicted of treason and exiled to Spain. But already this week, many Frenchmen, including Claude Sardy, consider him a traitor. When he left, no, in truth, when he fled, the Germans had to protect the wagon of the coward, this Bazin, from the stone throwing of the people of Metz. He left us to our fate, to the humiliation of losing. The sufferings of Aki and others do not end in surrender. Many die of illness or weakness on their way first to collection camps and then to the German states. Since many are still wearing their summer uniforms, the journey in open railway wagons also causes deaths from exposure. Back in Metz, French medical personnel like Ida de Cronbrugge and her fellow nurses are able to enter the city and provide care for the sick and wounded. Those who can be moved leave on October 29th and 30th in the pouring rain, and Major Hans von Kretschmann shares his impressions with his wife. You have no idea what the French must have suffered. Masses of horses along the road, soldiers living in earth huts made of excrement. The animals had eaten the leaves off all the trees and all the vines. A horse stands with its legs drawn together, then it collapses and dies of hunger. The surrender of Metz means the end of the belief in a miraculous French breakout and the loss of the last imperial army. At the same time, it frees 2 German armies and siege guns for operations elsewhere, including Paris, where the fighting continues this week with the Battle of Le Bourget. The fighting around the siege ring that surrounds Paris flares up again on October 28th at the village of Le Bourget. That night, several battalions of mobile guards and francs-tireurs attacked the small Prussian garrison of the village. One of the francs-tireurs units, the francs-tireurs de la Presse, is made up of newspapermen and led by popular author Gustave Aimard. the French managed to drive the Prussian Guards Grenadier Regiment out of Le Bourget by wall. But this minor success is pointless, since the village has no strategic importance, and General de Bellemare ordered the attack without his superior's permission. The French victory also provokes a German response. They bombard the village at noon, and the 2nd Kaiser Franz Guard Grenadier Regiment launches a counterattack in the evening. The 3,000 French defenders shoot down the Prussians as they struggle across the muddy ground, and the French hold on to Le Bourget for now. This is the first success of French arms in the fighting around Paris, but the Prussians are not done. On the 29th, Prussian guns shell Le Bourget again, and on the 30th, 9 Guards battalions storm the village in the wet, cold, and mud. The Prussian soldiers throw themselves into the mud to avoid French rifle fire and to regain their strength to continue through the mud. After 11 hours of fierce fighting with heavy losses, the Prussians retake Le Bourget and capture 1,300 French prisoners. Frenchman Louis Jezerski is highly critical of the action. There were 3 paths to take, 2 good ones and 1 bad one. Naturally, we chose the latter. Instead of abandoning Le Bourget or making a defensive with artillery and massed infantry, we decided on an unfortunate middle course and tried it with a little infantry and less artillery. Thus came what had to come. And once again, we had only the satisfaction of having effected a skillful retreat. Only in retreats are we great. At German headquarters, the success barely registers, as Chancellor Wilhelm notes in his diary on October 31st. I'm not yet able to see the whole picture, but it seems to me possessing the village was not so important that it had to be retaken with such great sacrifices, especially as the Bourget lies within our outpost and has only ever been occupied by half a company. This week has been another disaster for the French. They lose their last proper army in Metz, and they lose what is supposed to be their first victory at Le Bourget. But surrenders and defeats are not the only problem for the Third Republic's government of national defense. Many Frenchmen in Paris and the cities of the
Fucking
South
great start point.
no longer stand the strain and are ready to rise against the government. The Commune
Range
is
attacks.
awakening.
Good same addition blocking any attack by 10%. Arrow deflection, but it's like blocking ranged attack any of them. Block is good. Oops, wait.
On October
what's
31st,
this?
1870, Paris and several cities in the south experience another outbreak of revolutionary fervor by frustrated citizens. Tens of thousands of Frenchmen have been killed, hundreds of thousands taken prisoner, and a French victory seems even more unlikely after the surrender of Metz
God damn it.
and the defeat last week at Le Bourget. These latest catastrophes are too much for many left-wing forces in the country who've had enough of the government of national defense. The so-called red quarters of Paris have been unhappy with the Third Republic, and leftists accuse Trochu's government of military incompetence, allying itself with French conservatives, allowing social injustice, and possibly surrendering to the Prussians. Charles-Louis Delecluse's socialist newspaper Le Réveil even calls for the overthrow of the system and the establishment of a commune based on socialism and direct democracy. But these political factors are just the triggers. The real problem
Oh, no, wait,
is
no,
the
I can't
shortage
do
of
that.
food
I have
and
to do
unequal
that.
access
Oh, yeah.
to it. Many Parisians are reduced to scavenging no man's land in front of the German seed ring for potatoes, an activity made possible because of sympathetic German troops often holding their fire. Wealthier Parisians, on the other hand, can still afford the high food prices. Citizens' anger about access to food is the main driver behind the uprising
damn it.
that breaks out on October 31st. A crowd of about 15,000 workers and National Guardsmen leave their working-class neighborhoods and Montmartre and push into the center of Paris. When they reach City Hall, they proclaim the Commune, The crowd shouts out its political goals. Guerre à outrance, pas d'armistice, à bas les traîtres. War to the fullest, no armistice, down with the traitors.
Fun as hell. So fun. Like the most fun I've ever had in an MMO, maybe. It's weird that it would be New World, but it is like the most fun I've ever had in an MMO, this combat.
Socialist Gustave Flourens jumps up on a table and announces the new revolutionary government members. But Flourens and the other radicals are not representative of most Parisians. Loyal mobile guards soon arrive, and their very appearance ends the would-be
Loyal mobile guards. Goons! Loyal mobile guards.
Promises to hold city council elections and a referendum on whether the government should be deposed.
They had goons.
Police arrest the
Loyal mobile guards.
By the evening of
Fucking
October
goons,
21st,
man. That's like the definition of goons.
uprising.
You guys had goons? Fucking dicks.
Conservative Frenchmen like the Comte d'Hérisson are appalled and don't understand the social causes of the uprising. They are 200,000 individuals equally devoid of originality and virtues, incapable of thinking, but quick to fall in love with any idea, provided that it is violent and subversive, both cowardly and ferocious. A ready-made army for the unconscious or thoughtful villains who know how to lead it. It is the dregs of Paris. C'est la Ligue de Paris. While internal French tensions are at boiling point, the situation on the front this week allows troops on both sides to dream of peace. In the first week of November, small-scale fighting and shelling continues across France. German batteries shell the besieged town of Neubreisach on the 2nd and surround Belfort on the 3rd. Francs-tireurs clash with German troops near besieged Mézières, and outside Paris, the French gain a rare success on the 7th when they defeat a Bavarian reconnaissance party and inflict 337 casualties. By this stage, war weariness is setting in on both sides. At one location on the front lines outside of Paris, French troops and their officers visit the German unit opposite them. A German soldier recalls that they drank cognac together and shared cigars and food.
Not right away.
We also let
there
them
was a
taste the
padre.
pea sausage we had just cooked, and it tasted excellent to them. They said they didn't see why we shouldn't correspond with each other and share news. They were tired of war and eagerly wanted peace. German soldier Albert Böhme of the 92nd Braunschweig Infanterie Regiment is also tired of the war. He's guarding French prisoners in the mud outside Metz, and he's short of food. On November 2nd, he writes one of his many letters to his wife Friederike.
Oh, the
20,000
humanitarian
Frenchmen
drama.
came to our barracks.
20,000 Frenchmen to the barracks.
It was a real shame to live in this filth.
Wow.
It lasted all day and night. During the day, there was also rain, and the night was very cold. It was impossible to sleep. We had to camp in the open. I wish everything would soon be at peace, and I would soon return to you. Ich wünsche mir, es wäre bald alles in Friede, und ich käme auch bald zu dir zurück. Thousands of soldiers on both sides want peace, but some of their leaders want to continue the war. Gambetta continues to gather fresh troops for his guerre à outrance, though these units cannot make up for the over 300,000 French troops captured so far by the Germans. He also accuses Marshal Bazaine of treason for surrendering Metz. So Bazaine defends himself from captivity in Germany by writing letters to French newspapers. French General Ulrich, who surrendered Strasbourg just over a month ago, accuses Gambetta and the Third Republic of treason. Reputation is also more prominent than peace for the German leaders. A November 4th dispatch from the theater of war proudly announces the spoils of war taken at Metz. 53 Eagles and Flags, 541 field guns, material for more than 85 batteries, about 800 fortress guns, 66 mitrailleuses, about 300,000 rifles, great numbers of cuirass and sabers, and about 2,000 military vehicles. The war cannot end until the leaders on both sides agree to an armistice. But even fresh talks in Paris are on shaky ground. The hopes of millions in France and the German states depend on ongoing peace negotiations in Versailles. French liberal conservative politician Adolphe Thiers has spent the last few weeks on a diplomatic mission abroad to get international support for a better peace agreement for France. But leaders in London, Vienna, and St. Petersburg are not interested, and France is still isolated. On November 1st, Thiers is in Versailles for talks with Bismarck. Thiers isn't part of the government of national defense, but he's acting on their behalf with permission. In theory, the talks are only about armistice terms, but in practice, they're a clash of irreconcilable political goals. The Germans insist on annexing territory, while the French still think that they can determine the conditions of a future peace. Both sides are so entrenched that agreeing on armistice terms is nearly impossible. Thiers asks for time to allow elections for a new National Assembly and food deliveries for Paris. Bismarck insists that German troops occupy key French forts during a ceasefire. For Thiers, the German demand to occupy the forts ends the talks. Bismarck sees things differently, as he writes to his wife Johanna on the 3rd. For 3 days now, 3 hours daily, tête-à-tête with Thiers, and yet no truce will come out of it. They want to have everything and grant nothing. Sie wollen alles haben und nichts gewähren. It's not only the chief negotiators who cannot compromise. Prussian Crown Prince Friedrich Wilhelm complains about French stubbornness to his diary on the 3rd. Thiers' demands for provisions show that the supplies must soon run out. And yet, according to the opponents, the French are to offer nothing in return. We all dread the moment of the outbreak of famine, and yet the Parisians' delusions must necessarily drive them to it. Thiers consults with Foreign Minister Jules Favre and General Ducrot on the 5th. Despite his misgivings, Thiers considers accepting German armistice terms, but General Ducrot will not hear of it. We must defend Paris as long as possible to give the country the chance to form new armies. The resistance of Paris will make up for the shame of Metz and Sedan. If the material ruin increases, the moral ruin will decrease. Si les ruines matérielles s'augmentent, les ruines morales diminueront. That very same day, German soldier Alfred Böhme writes to his wife Friederike and tells her how much he wants peace and to see her again. He doesn't know it, but his hopes will be dashed when talks once again collapse on November 7th. This week is a week of failure. The revolutionaries in Paris failed to topple the Third Republic and establish the Commune, and the diplomats failed to agree on armistice terms. Revolutionaries and desperate citizens in Marseille and other southern cities also attempted to rise up this week, a sign that the Third Republic was on the edge, and that the Commune would rise again. The second week of November 1870 sees renewed fighting in the area around the city of Orléans. After the Germans captured it on October 11th, they stationed about 26,000 men and 110 guns in the area, mostly Bavarian units under General von der Tann. French General Louis Dorel de Paladin's Armée de la Loire now advances on Orléans again. The French hope to defeat the isolated Bavarians recapture the city, and use it as a base to relieve Paris. Thanks to a steady stream of volunteers, the Loire army has grown to 200,000 men, but only 75,000 men and 160 guns are combat ready. The rest are still untrained, and there is a serious lack of officers and NCOs. But German cavalry noticed the French on November 7th and evacuate Orléans on the 8th. They deploy in a defensive stance on a road passing through the town of Coulmiers. The French attack begins early on November 9th. First contact is on the French right, but the fighting in the center of the line begins about 1:30 p.m. The French infantry nearly overruns the Bavarian lines until the German artillery moves up and stops the attack. The French attack again at 3 p.m., but they're uncoordinated, and the Germans are able to send in reinforcements at the decisive points in time to hold the line. The French mobile guards retreat in disorder, and their officers can only get them back under control with the help of regular army units. Eventually, French troops storm Coulmiers and force the Germans back. Pétain orders a retreat to avoid being surrounded, and the French enter Orléans. They take 800 to 1,000 wounded German prisoners and free 2,000 French prisoners. The Battle of Coulmiers is the first clear French victory of the war, and it cost 1,300 German and 1,500 French casualties. The French government portrays the victory at Coulmiers and the recapture of Orléans as a turning point in the war. Foreign Minister Favre issues an exuberant proclamation to Parisians on November 14th. Thanks to the valor of our soldiers, fortune has returned to us, and your courage will retain it. Soon we will join hands with our brothers from the provinces and, with them, deliver the soil of La Patrie. Vive la République! Vive la France! Interior Minister Gambetta has completely unrealistic expectations. He writes a letter to Aurèle de Paladine that reveals a less than competent assessment of the relatively minor success at Coulmiers. Paris is hungry and waiting for you. Paris a faim et vous attend. German High Command is not pleased with the defeat and hurries the westward march of the Second Army. Crown Prince Friedrich Wilhelm is irritated as he notes in his diary on November 10th. According to a telegram, yesterday Fondatan fought for 7 hours at Coulmiers, then deliberately broke off the battle. This sounds as if he's putting the best face on a disadvantageous skirmish. The very next day, though, the Crown Prince decides that Fondatan had actually done a good job, and he attaches little importance to the loss of Orléans and a few German guns. The French arms triumph at Coulmiers. 2 more French towns fall in the east. On November 10th, Neubreisach surrenders 2 days after the capitulation of the fortress city of Verdun. Verdun, which has been surrounded since August, is historically symbolic since it was there in the 9th century that the Frankish Empire was divided into 3 kingdoms, which became the basis for the German.
So fun. It's like so fun. It like it's kind of the rhythm I always kind of wanted from like say Overwatch.
Unlike in 1916, Verdun's historic symbolism has little political resonance in 1870. The German official dispatch this week is laconic. Verdun has surrendered. Verdun had capituliert. For the 8,000 civilians and troops on both sides, the siege and fall of Verdun is more than a one-liner. French and German artillery endured for weeks, and French sallies destroyed several German batteries on the hills around the town. As the Germans brought up more men and guns freed by the fall of Metz, the outcome is not in doubt. The Third Republic will later surrender and finds that General Guérin resisted bravely but surrendered too quickly. In his history of the siege, Verdun clergyman Abbé Gabriel reflects on the defeat. Today, we no longer besiege cities according to the rules of the ancient military art. We are satisfied with bombarding them from afar. Given that today the assault is no longer in style for our enemies, just as the arquebuses were passed out of style under François Ier, can we blame the commander of a besieged town for not having repelled an assault before surrendering? While there are French successes on the Loire and Verdun Falls, the war on the high seas reaches the Caribbean. The only naval battle of the Franco-Prussian War takes place this week on November 9th, of all places, off the coast of Cuba. The Prussian gunboat Meteor is in Havana harbor when the French Aviso Bouvet arrives on the 7th. The Prussian sailors are so happy for the break from their dull routine at port that they cheer the French vessel as it arrives. The Spanish make the rules clear. Combat must be in international waters, and the ships must leave port 24 hours apart. Captains Knorr and Franquet prepare for combat. The 700-ton Bouvet has one 16-centimeter and two 12-centimeter guns, while the 400-ton Meteor has one 15-centimeter gun and two 12-centimeter guns, which are far more powerful than the French ones. The Battle of Havana lasts for 2.5 hours and is largely a pro forma affair for the sake of honor. Two Spanish ships and Havana residents standing on the city walls observe the explosion of gunfire, turning maneuvers, and even rifle fire. The Bouvet eventually rams the Meteor, which damages two masts and gets Meteor's riggings caught in the ship's screw. But the Prussian gunners score a direct hit on the Bouvet's boiler. Bouvet hoists her sails and makes for neutral Spanish waters before the Meteor can finish her off. But it's the Spanish who end the battle. At the edge of the neutral waters, a signal shot of a Spanish warship put an end to the battle at about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. A handful of sailors are killed or wounded, and although the Meteor claims victory, the battle had no impact on the course of the war. But German businessmen in Havana do arrange a banquet for the Meteor's officers. The same day that the Meteor and Bouvet clash off in Havana, on the other side of the Atlantic, German writer Theodor Fontana also arrives at the coast. Following his imprisonment at Besançon on espionage charges, French authorities move Fontana to the island of Oléron. He arrives on November 9th, and the good news for Fontana is that the charges have been dropped and he's no longer in danger of being executed or caught up in the fighting around Besançon. Fontana's German and French friends and his wife Emilia have been lobbying Bismarck for weeks. The Chancellor puts a plan in motion to force the French to let the Reds go. Meanwhile, the French give Fontana the symbolic rank of officier supérieur in the hopes that they could exchange him for French officers held by the Germans. But that never happened. His new status as an officer on paper entitles Fontana to a private cell, he gets his own Batman, and he can enter and exit the Oléron fortress with relative freedom. On Oléron, Fontana has long chats with his fellow prisoners. He later publishes their stories in his 1871 book, Kriegsgefangen. These include the story of the capture of his Batman Razumovsky on the Loire. Razumovsky came under fire and shot the franc-tireur who was missing. As if from a beehive, the enemy rifleman swarmed. 100 bullets whistled around him. One tore off his boot heel and smashed the stirrup to pieces. But he was unscathed. And the next moment, he was surrounded and trapped. A young French officer who spoke German jumped on him. "Why did you shoot?" "What do I have my carbine for? We get the guns to use them." The officer laughed. "What will become of you now?" he asked. "Well, I'll be shot." "Don't be a fool. You are a good hussar, and not a hair on your head shall be harmed. This week, the French are victorious at Coulmiers, Verdun surrenders, the war at sea reaches its unimpressive climax, and
Unimpressive.
Odyssey takes him to Oléron Island. Coulmiers shows that the Germans are not unbeatable, though the French government and the German High Command draw very different conclusions that will play out in the weeks to come. In the third week of November 1870, negotiations between the North German Confederation and the Southern German states about a joint empire enter their 7th week. The Southerners all accept there will be a united empire, but with different degrees of enthusiasm. The Grand Duchy of Baden has wanted to join for years and is unreservedly in favor of union with the Northerners, since it wants permanent protection from neighboring France and its own revolutionaries. The Grand Duchy of Hesse is split. Part of it belongs to the North German Confederation and part of it does not. Hessian Prime Minister Reinhard von Dalwig prefers a greater German union including Austria, but Hessians in the northern part of the Grand Duchy oppose the Austrian option. In any case, Baden Prime Minister Julius Joly wrote to his wife with a satisfied view of Baden and Hesse. The Hessians must endure and sign quite contre cœur. On the whole, however, the matter seems to me to lie well, and it lies well for us in any case. In the Kingdom of Württemberg, the ruling elite also favors union with both the Northerners and Austria, partly because relations with France had been good before the war. King Karl I and his wife, Queen Olga, even shed tears when the French ambassador departed at the outbreak of hostilities. Despite the royal couple's Francophilia, the kingdom's National Liberal German Party and educated opinion caused the cabinet to send a delegation to negotiate terms of unification with the North. The Kingdom of Bavaria is by far the most hesitant about pan-German unity. King Ludwig II wants to keep Bavaria independent, but agrees to participate in negotiations anyway. Bismarck's diplomatic efforts weaken Bavarian resistance in October, and once Baden and Hesse submit applications to join the Union, the pressure on Bavaria and Württemberg increases even further. This week, on November 15, 1870, Baden and Hesse formally join with the North German Confederation, which changes its name to the German Confederation. They adopt a modified version of the old North German constitution, though their parliaments still have to ratify the deal. Baden Prime Minister Joly writes to his wife on the occasion. I had thought the moment in which this goal was achieved, which I'd striven for years to bring about with so much effort, would be more brilliant than it actually was. I always had only one wish in my mind. I wanted it to be over. And when, after 3 hours of tiring discussing all sorts of side issues, we finally got to Bismarck for his signature, he too complained of indisposition. His gallbladder was ruined, and so every nuisance hit him in the stomach. But Bavaria and Württemberg are still playing coy. As for Bismarck, he is actually sick, but he also fakes being sick as a negotiation tactic. He's also stressed about international questions, as he explains on November 16th in a letter to his wife, Johanna. The air is again so thick with attempts at mediation and dealings among the neutral powers that play into ours, and so many princely fantasies about Germany haunt the headquarters that I cannot part with His Majesty, as hard as it becomes for me to deny myself a break from my treadmill work. The German Confederation now includes Baden and Hesse, while Bismarck stresses in the comfort of Versailles. Just a stone's throw away, the soldiers and civilians in and around Paris are suffering far worse. The German troops besieging Paris since September 19th are feeling the strain of war. They're frustrated that the war is still going on, since they thought it was won about 2 months ago, but the French are still fighting. They've marched for days in the rain, fought numerous battles, and don't have adequate rations. Sometimes they go without food for 48 hours at a time. Albert Böhme of the Braunschweig Infanterie Regiment No. 92 writes to his wife Friederike on November 16th. She's supposed to send new boots to a relative, but Albert desperately wants them for himself.
I see that now.
He's awfully homesick. I wrote to Ernst that you could not give him the boots now. I had none and would have to have others when God grants that I come back. If only the time would come when I could see you again and take you in my arms. If only this misery would have an end. Wenn doch dies Elend erstmal ein Ende hätte. The troops are cold, hungry, frustrated, and desensitized to violence, including the hardships that they are inflicting on the civilian population. The Germans help themselves to the bread, geese, or wine of local peasants with complete impunity. The initial respect for private property and compensating civilians is a thing of the past by November. This low point in relations between the military and French civilians in the combat zone is made worse by the issue of irregular francs-tireurs. Prussian Major von Kretschmann bitterly writes of the violence to his wife Jen on November 19th. Yesterday, the francs-tireurs intercepted a dragoon officer whose horse they'd shot. We got the mayor and 6 notable inhabitants for it. The town has to pay a tribute of 10 francs per resident. What is the use? The inhabitants are mostly innocent. I have no mercy in our society. A peasant who shoots at a soldier is a murderer, and, if only for the sake of deterrence, must himself be cruelly punished. For civilians traveling in Paris, the danger of famine continues to grow. Crown Prince Friedrich Wilhelm notes this week that intercepted letters reveal the increasing food shortage. One letter that makes it through is an 83-year-old Adeline de Montgolfier, who writes to her friend Louise Swanton-Belloc in England. The wealthy Montgolfiers have stocked up on food, but are beginning to feel the squeeze. I learned with joy that one can extract from horses an excellent oil, which is a wonderful replacement for butter, which is 10 francs a pound. Yesterday's macaroni without butter, milk, or cheese, and badly cooked, did not amuse me. Today, the kitchen has been saved. Tomorrow, the country will be. In another letter, she adds that she's heard donkey meat is even tastier than veal. De Montgolfier also complains about the constant thunder of the guns, as does writer Edmond de Goncourt. He distracts himself by trying to identify the different French artillery positions by ear. Les canons ont chacun leur son, leur timbre, leur résonnement. The cannons each have their own sound, their own timbre, their own resonance, their own rumbling, shrill, crisp, or shattering boom. I was able to recognize with certainty the cannon of Mont-Valérien, of Issy, of the canonnière of the Pont du Jour, and the Montemar battery.
Thank you.
As Germans and French suffer in and around Paris, the problem of Spanish succession that helped start the war is solved.
Very nice of you.
Now. The Spanish throne has been vacant since a coup against Queen Isabella II back in 1868. After the controversy of Prince Leopold's Hohenzollern candidacy helped spark the
Oh, I
war
said
in
thank you.
1870, Spanish Prime Minister Juan Primi Prats looks to
Very
the
nice
second
of you.
son of Italian King Victor Emmanuel II, Amadeus of Savoy. Amadeus was a lieutenant general who'd been badly wounded fighting the Austrians at Custozza in 1866. And this week, on November 16, 1870, the Spanish Parliament elects him as the country's new king. The reign of Amadeus I, however, was tumultuous and short. He faces uprising from Carlists who plunged the country into civil war, and he survives an assassination attempt. Given these insurmountable domestic problems, and never really having established himself as king, Amadeus abdicates on February 10th, 1873. One of his 1890 obituaries takes a positive view of his decision. As a laudable example of a regent who threw away the crown rather than consolidate it by breaking his word and shedding blood, he will live on in history. Spain then becomes a republic, which sees 4 presidents and a dictator in less than 2 years. Finally, December 30th, 1874, Queen Isabella's son is crowned King Alfonso XII. The succession dispute that had set off the Franco-Prussian War ends with the same Bourbon royal house returning to Madrid. This week, Baden and Hesse join the German Confederation, the siege of Paris makes both soldiers and civilians miserable, and Amadeus I becomes the hapless king of Spain. Even an unhappy Spanish king, however, does not win the war, and the fighting continues next week. The last week of November 1870 is a bloody one on the battlefields of western and northern France. The German First Army is moving west after the fall of Metz, so the Armée du Nord prepares to block it and keep alive the hope of relieving Paris. About 25,000 French troops clash with 30,000 Germans at the Battle of Amiens on the 27th. The French put up fierce resistance, but the Germans forced them to retreat and abandon Amiens, which the Germans occupied.
That was very nice of that guy. Gave me an epic in a blue. Fucking tight, you know? First nice thing somebody's done for me in a while. I almost never get people being nice to me, you know? It's fucking sweet. It's good stuff. Made me feel good. I hope he felt good. It made me feel good. He handed me something I actually really wanted, which was an epic weapon. Yeah. I mean...
and take them for reality. In the end, the political imperative wins out, and Gambetta issues clear orders to the army. You are today on the road to Paris. Never forget that Paris is waiting for us, and honor demands that we should wrest it from the grasp of the barbarians who are threatening it with pillage and fire. So the Armée de la Loire attacked again on November 28th at the Battle of Toulon-la-Blanche. 200,000 French troops faced the 45,000 Germans of the 10th Corps, commanded by General Constantin von Volksrecht. Despite the advantage of numbers, inexperienced French forces committed to the battle failed to break through. German losses of 900 men, and the French lose 1,300 and 1,800 prisoners. German Major Hans von Kretschmann is very critical of the Mobile Guard in a letter to his wife Jen. The Mobiles were very mobile. They ran quite well. Now it will probably soon be over. I think Paris will now realize there's no help. The French failure has been described by one historian as a, quote, débacle des armées de province, a debacle of the provincial armies, a disaster that leaves Paris surrounded and the army demoralized. There's even more bad news for the French this week as well. The besieged fortresses at Thionville and La Fère surrender, which cuts the Reims-Paris railway, and Garibaldi's forces lose a skirmish near Dijon. The fighting along the Loire has been going on for weeks now and is putting catastrophic strain on civilians and soldiers from both sides. German troops plunder farms and brutally punish villagers for real or imaginary frontiers. Cold and wet are always a problem for German troops, especially the Bavarians, whose poor boots are often falling apart. Many German troops are barely recognizable as soldiers, since their tattered uniforms are now mixed with winter clothing from civilians. Bavarian Florian Kühnhauser admits that he's at the end of his rope this week. My strength also left me, and completely exhausted and worn out, I sank down unconscious. I was carried along on a 2-wheel cart for an hour on bumpy roads. He also describes the suffering of the French farmers whom he and his fellow soldiers brawled, and later reflects on his actions and criticism from home. Whoever did not take care of himself and his health by taking food during the grueling days of November was at the mercy of the rough weather. Of course, some readers will say to themselves, we were the purest gang of robbers. Yes, we were. He who has his coffee in the morning, a morning pint at 11, a decent table at noon, and coffee again in the afternoon, and is still impatient because the waitress is so bad, he has much to say. For such people, a campaign lasting only 1 month would be the most effective cure for fatness. While German armies win more victories on the cold and muddy battlefields of France, Bismarck is busy winning political battles inside. Discussions between the German states about a united empire have been dragging on since the summer, but in November, there's finally significant progress. Last week, the smaller Grand Duchies of Baden and Hesse agreed to join the Prussian-controlled North German Confederation, which is renamed the German Confederation. But the larger and more confident kingdoms of Bavaria and Württemberg have been holding out for special privileges called reserve rights. At one point, the Württemberg delegation theatrically leaves Versailles and returns to Stuttgart. And Bavaria's eccentric King Ludwig also drags his feet. Both sides use the contributions of their armies to the war as leverage. The talks are so difficult that Bismarck suffers nervous breakdowns and gallbladder problems. This week, however, the two hesitant royal governments give in to Prussian power and to pressure from their own educated publics in favor of union. On November 23rd and 25th, first Bavaria and then Württemberg sign accession agreements known as the November Treaties. Bavaria is allowed to retain its foreign embassies, its own postal system, and sovereignty over its army in peacetime. Württemberg's reserve rights are more modest. Its army will be absorbed into the United Armed Forces. Most of the educated classes in Baden, Hesse, and Württemberg react positively to the November Treaties. Some Württembergers are envious at Bavaria's extra rights, and some Prussians feel that Bismarck has conceded too much to Bavaria, but overall the tone in the press, the beer halls, and the parlors is one of joy and relief. Only socialists and Democrats who were involved in the failed revolutions of 1848-49 see this new form of German unity for what it is. A top-down monarchical construct that is achieved with the blood of regular people who have no say in shaping it. Bismarck's new Germany is made from above as a countermodel to the attempt to unite Germany from below in 1848-49. All German states except Austria have now accepted the constitution of the German Confederation, which is to come into effect on January 1st, 1871. Before it does, the parliaments of the southern states and the Northern Reichstag still have to approve it. Germany will be a federal state presided over by the King of Prussia, and it will be characterized by Prussian economic, political, and military dominance. The November Treaties have set the stage for a united Germany, but the question of whether it would remain a confederation or be a full-fledged empire is still not settled. This week, Bismarck achieved his main goal of German unity with the November Treaties. For the moment, the German states were a confederation and not a Kaiserreich, or empire. For Bismarck, only an empire can be the legitimate successor to the Holy Roman Empire, which was ended in 1806. And only an empire can ensure the character of the new state in opposition to the democratic spirit of 1848-49. Not all Germans agree, though. Democrats and leftists are opposed to empire, of course, But many conservatives and monarchists are skeptical as well. One of the skeptics is the German King Ludwig II. According to Bismarck's plan, Ludwig, on behalf of all the German princes, would ask the King of Prussia to become German emperor. Theoretically, the Prussian King Emperor would simply be the first among equals, but in practice, the empire would end centuries of South German independence. This would amount to a symbolic act of submission, something that Ludwig does not want to do. Allegedly, Bismarck now makes Ludwig an offer. Ludwig has been on an extravagant building spree and is badly in need of cash. Bismarck supposedly proposes to give Ludwig secret payments from money that Prussia had seized from Hanover after the 1866 war, and Ludwig changes his mind. Or
I really love this class. I think it's a beautiful work of art.
By historians. In any case,
I think they nailed it.
Bismarck drafts the Kaiserbrief, or imperial letter, for Ludwig to present to King Wilhelm I of Prussia. The letter is pure political theater, with Bismarck's words in Ludwig's mouth. I have therefore turned to the German princes with the proposal that they join me in suggesting to your majesty that the exercise of the presidential rights of the Federation be combined with the title of German Emperor. Prussia's leading role on the battlefield is also cemented in the structure of the new state. Southern resistance is finally broken, and Ludwig will soon be free to continue his vanity construction projects like the famous Neuschwanstein Castle. This week, the Germans defeat the French at Amiens and Bond-la-Rolande, and Germany is created on paper. For one man in France at least, there is good news. Imprisoned German writer Theodor Fontane swears that he will not say, write, or do anything against France. And in return, the French promise to release him. Though for millions in France, release from suffering is nowhere in sight. Time is running out on the French armies that have so far failed to free Paris. And so this week, the French launched their biggest sortie out of the city so far. They commit 80 to 150,000 men to the attack on the southeast of the German siege ring. Defending the line are just 15,000 Germans, mostly from the Kingdom of Britain. If the French can break through, they hope to reach the town of Meaux and link up with the Armée de la Loire advancing from the west. This would also allow them to cut off the railway that the Germans need to keep their besieging armies supplied, which would force the Germans to break off the siege. French General Auguste Alexandre Ducrot is blunt about his intentions. I shall either return dead or victorious. Je ne rentrerai que mort ou victorieux. The attack is delayed by flooding on the Marne River, but on November 30th, the inexperienced and badly led French troops attack in what becomes the Battle of Villers-Champigny. German command rushes in Saxon units to reinforce the outnumbered Württembergers. Losses are heavy on both sides, and the French capture the first line, but cannot break through the German second line. After a day of rest, both sides resume the offensive on December 2nd. The Germans partially retake Champigny and beat off a French counterattack. A Württemberg officer later describes his experience. My brother was killed right by my side, and nearly all my comrades fell. The slaughter below Villers Park and the losses were terrible. The commander of our brigade had 2 horses killed under him. I myself had 200 men under my command, of which only 30 still exist. Of 21 officers in my regiment, 15 are unfit for battle. A few days later, the French accept that the attack has failed and retreat back across the river. Combined losses for both sides are about 14,000 men. Württemberg will commemorate the battle every year until 1918 because of the heavy losses, but also to resist Prussian criticism that the southern kingdom was an unreliable ally in the field. Even today, there is a Champigny Street in Stuttgart and a memorial in the small town of Pleidelsheim commemorating 19 and 21-year-old brothers Erich and Axel von Tauben, who die in each other's arms at Champigny. The Grande Sortie of the Paris garrison turns out to be a grand désastre, and French morale takes another hit. Writer Émile Zola describes the consequences of the defeat in his later novel, La Débâcle, The Collapse. Ah, the dreary and sad days after the abortion of this immense effort. The Grande Sortie, prepared for so long, the irresistible thrust that was to deliver Paris, had just failed. The menace of famine had begun. Les menaces de famine commençaient. To add to the tragedy of Champigny, the French plan had no chance of success. French operational communications between Paris and the Loire are limited to carrier pigeons, which are slow and unreliable. So when the High Command in Paris launches its attack at Champigny, they don't yet know that the Loire army was beaten last week at Pau-la-Rolande, and it will not meet them at Meaux even if they do manage to take out. That said, there's still major fighting on the Loire this week. The French attacked on December 2nd and 4th at Poigny-Couvry, but the Germans hold them back despite being outnumbered 3-1. 22,000 men are killed or wounded on both sides. Further clashes lead to the Germans taking Orléans for the second time on the 5th. Bavarian soldier Florian Schönhauser is in continuous combat for 10 days in the ice and snow, grabbing what sleep he can on the frozen ground. We shivered so much from the frost, my whole body trembled. Our feet were quite rigid and numb. The whole body little more than a debilitated skeleton. And such soldiers were to go back into battle? Und solche Soldaten sollten wieder in den Kampf gehen? The largest French breakout attempt of the war fails this week, as do their attacks on the Loire. In Versailles, meanwhile, German unity talks are making painful progress for Otto von Bismarck. By the end of November, the southern German states signed treaties agreeing to join the North in a new German confederation. Bismarck wanted Prussian King Wilhelm I to become emperor of the future state, but they disagree about the title. Bismarck wants Deutscher Kaiser, German emperor, while Wilhelm prefers Kaiser von Deutschland, emperor of Germany. Bismarck makes light of the issue in a letter to his wife Emilia. I am plagued by the princes and their busyness, and also my most gracious king, with all the little differences that arise from his princely prejudices and trifles, is a very simple Kaiser question. On November 30th, King Ludwig II of Bavaria sends the Kaiser letter to Wilhelm, officially asking him to become Emperor of Germany. The fact that Bismarck has written the letter and may have bribed Ludwig to do it are not mentioned. Wilhelm receives the request on December 3rd, but in reality, the Kaiser question is by no means a trifle. The new empire is to be a confederation of princes under the Prussian king, and so a hereditary imperial throne belonging to the Hohenzollerns is a delicate issue. For one thing, the other kings and grand dukes are anxious to retain as much of their status as former sovereignty as possible. Wilhelm, unlike many other Germans, the problem is not that Germany might be Prussianized, but that the purity of Prussian identity and his kingship might be diluted. Wilhelm accepts that he will be emperor, but stubbornly insists on the title Emperor of Germany, which expresses his claim to exclusive leadership of the state. This is unacceptable to the other princes and to Bismarck. The Prussian chancellor and king argue bitterly. The king even compares the weaker title of German emperor to the symbolic rank of Charaktermajor given to retired Prussian captains. Bismarck responds with fits of rage or tears, or feigns illness to try to change the king's mind. But at the end of this week, the Kaiser question remains unanswered. While Bismarck and Wilhelm I are arguing over titles, writer Theodor Fontana's time as a prisoner of war comes to an end. German writer Theodore Fontana has been in French custody for nearly 2 months when he learns last week that he will soon be free. What he doesn't know is that Prussian Minister for War Albrecht von Roon is the one who arranged for an end to his captivity. Von Roon has 3 French civilians arrested, which the Germans then offered to set free in exchange for Fontana's release and safe passage back to Prussia. On November 29th, the French allow Fontana to leave the Atlantic fortress island of Oléron on account of the 3 hostages. He has spent the last weeks recording his conversations with fellow German prisoners, which he will soon turn into a book called Prisoner of War. Fontana is happy to be on his way home, but he also feels sentimental about meeting the other prisoners, his guards, and his Batman Razumovsky. Fontana is free, but since he doesn't know his safe passage has been guaranteed with the imprisonment of 3 Frenchmen, he's quite anxious about his trip. His route is a long detour along the Atlantic and Mediterranean coast to avoid the combat zone and reduce the chance of him running into trouble again. He later writes of his fears. I had no other protection besides a feuille de route in my pocket. In all the cities I had to pass through, public order was hanging by a thread. What could my passport, written indistinctly in a scribbled hand, mean to a red Republican workers' mob running the show in Bordeaux, Toulouse, or Lyon? À la lanterne. String him up from a lamppost. Fontana safely reaches Berlin on December 5th, and just days later starts talks with a publishing house for his book about his adventures in France. The War of 1870-71 deeply affected Fontana, and he makes it a constant theme of his famous social novels in later years. This week, a massive French offensive to free Paris fails, Bismarck and King Wilhelm argue over imperial protocol, and Theodore Fontana's odyssey is finally over. The odyssey of millions of others caught up in the war, on the other hand, continues next week. At the start of the 2nd week of December 1870, the German siege of Paris remains unbroken. After the French defeat at Loigny, the French High Command decides to divide the Armée de la Loire in 2. One part under General Alfred Chanzy, and one under General Charles de Gaulle. French morale is at an all-time low after recent failures, and they expect the Germans will try to march on Tours, which is one of the seats of the government of national defense. So their objective now is to simply hold on. The Germans are badly outnumbered, but pushed westwards on December 8th while reinforcements are set up. At first, the French are able to hold the line, but Bourbaki's disorganized and hesitant forces are not able to support Chanzy. Chanzy's army is barely holding together, so he orders a retreat towards Lyon on December 9th. The Germans lose 3,400 men, the French perhaps 10,000, including 5,000 prisoners. Although the French have abandoned the Loire position, Chanzy's determination does impress Interior Minister Gambetta. The general also tries to keep up the morale of his long-suffering men after the retreat.
Oh, I heard it. For but a moment it was clear as the dawn.
Whose prisoners admit to serious loss. Strategic considerations have led you to occupy your current position. Les considérations stratégiques vous ont ramené sur les positions que vous occupez actuellement. But Chanzy's grandiose words were cold comfort to French troops, as journalist Francisque Sarcy observes near Paris. C'était pitié de les voir. It was pitiful to see them. They wrapped their heads in scarves, folded and refolded their blankets around their bodies, covered their legs in any clothing they could find. And off they went, sordid, hideous, no longer appearing as soldiers, to do their duty. At this point, the Germans are also completely exhausted. Bavarian Florian Kuhnhauser fights non-stop for what he calls his 10 worst days. His uniform is in tatters, and he is short of food, and he's
oh, this epic looks even cooler.
abandoned to bleed to death on the cold battlefield. Who could help them? We could no longer help ourselves. And we have reached a point where we envy the fallen their fate. For the wounded, no amount of begging or pleading helped. Completely abandoned without any care, most of them gasped out their spirit in the cold winter night. Oh, war is terrible, merciless. Oh, ist der Krieg schrecklich, unwahrbar. Grünhauser's mood seems even further when he marches over a day-old battlefield. The sight of the field of corpses is not as gruesome as others, for nature herself was ashamed of the atrocities of mankind and spread a dusting of snow over this terrible day. Almost ghost-like, thousands of human corpses and horse carcasses lay under this light blanket of snow. Grünhauser's unit is so depleted it is declared incapable of further operations and sent to Orléans to rest. But he is still plagued by pneumonia. On the northern front, the French are also unsuccessful in this week. The Germans take Rouen on December 4th and the port of Dieppe on the 9th. These victories net the Germans supplies of men from Paris, including 1,000 hundredweight of coffee. The one minor French victory comes at the town of Ham, where French troops surprised the small German garrison at night and forced them to surrender. Fresh German units try to recapture the town, but they're forced to retreat. While fighting rages on the Loire and in the north, hunger intensifies in besieged Paris. With every passing day, regions increasingly feel the consequences of the blockade. Food and fuel are scarce, the city is in the grip of the winter cold, and the mood is also damaged by the failures to lift the siege on November 30th. Journalist Francisque Sarcy mocks wealthier Parisians who are reduced to eating whatever they can get. What is amusing is that it is the upper-class bourgeoisie that ate cats, dogs, and rats with the bravado of dilettantes. They ate with the tips of their teeth, half complaining, half joking, and not without some hesitation of the fork. Goncourt is depressed, and his spirits aren't raised on December 6th when he discovers buffalo, antelope, and kangaroo meat on restaurant menus, since the Paris zoo animals are now being slaughtered. The same day, he also reports what his fellow Parisians are talking about. We're not just talking about things that can be eaten, that could be eaten, or that can be found to eat. I've seen dog chops, someone said. They're really tasty. They look just like mutton chops. Famine is on the horizon. Famine est à l'horizon. Despite his depression and hatred of the Republican government, Goncourt still believes that somehow France will be saved in spite of the Republic. Goncourt and Sarcy, however,
somehow America will be saved despite the
in the
Republicans.
slums outside the Boulevard de Clichy, an English contemporary observes women and children sitting half-starved on doorsteps in freezing temperatures. They said that because they had neither wood nor coal, it was warmer outside than inside. Paris is starving, and the miserable German troops have defeated the miserable French troops on the Loire again, which puts them too close for comfort for the French government.
Sword's so fucking cool.
The German victory at Drancy places their forces closer to the French government in Tours. This week, French authorities decide to move to Bordeaux. Interior Minister Gambetta, a man known for his toughness and conviction, but also his stubbornness and tendency to deny reality, is the only minister in the He plans to continue to organize military resistance. Just as the rest of the government is leaving, Gambetta receives an unusual guest on December 6th. Wilhelm Denesen is a Danish officer and veteran of the German-Danish War of 1864. He's also an adventurer who hates everything German, and he places himself at the disposal of the Third Republic after a dangerous journey to Tours. Gambetta commissions him as a staff officer with the rank of captain, and he joins a French unit in Bourges despite barely speaking any French. Denesen gets caught up in the flight of the government officials, but manages to reach Bourges by train after several detours and a disturbing discussion. On the journey, Denesen meets a French general whose views are too much even for the anti-German Dane. All German men must be killed because they are Germans. All children because they will become Germans, and all women because they can give birth to Germans. This week, the Germans defeat the French at Beaugency, Paris zoo animals are being eaten, and the French government delegation escapes from Bordeaux. Soldiers on both sides and French civilians
train up and
hungry,
return to
cold,
liberate
and want the interminable suffering to end. But fanatical French
This sword
Republican
is so
leaders
fucking
are
cool.
not willing to give up.
I'm so glad he
German
gave it to me.
leaders continue to apply maximum pressure in the weeks to come. By mid-December, all German states have agreed to join a united Germany, and the North German legislature has decided the Prussian king who will preside over the new state will be called Deutscher Kaiser, or German Emperor. King Wilhelm is still unhappy with the title German Emperor, since he prefers Emperor of Germany. But before the title can legally be given to Wilhelm I, both houses of parliament still have to approve its bestowal, accept the southern German states into the Confederation, and approve the transformation of the Confederation into an empire. A clear majority of parliamentarians vote in favor of the empire, but Danish, Polish, and Hanoverian Welsh MPs vote against it, foreshadowing decades of difficult relations with minorities. Social Democratic MP Wilhelm Liebknecht points out another flaw of the coming empire by recalling the king's role in crushing the revolution of 1848-49. There are also a few Germans who oppose Wilhelm as emperor based on old feuds. On December 11th, an imperial delegation travels to Versailles to present Parliament's decision to the king in person. The group is led by German
I kinda
Jewish
went the wrong
MP
way, huh?
and accomplished
Oops.
lawyer Eduard von Simson, who in
Oh.
April 1849 led the delegation of the Frankfurt National Assembly that tried and failed to offer the
Ooh,
imperial
Lodestone,
crown
yeah.
to King Friedrich Wilhelm IV.
Nice. That's gonna be some
But the
upgrade.
king only receives the parliamentary delegation on the 18th, after the German princes have answered the Bavarian king's request to ask the Prussian king to become emperor. In fact, Wilhelm doesn't even want to deal with the elected representatives, but bows to pressure from Bismarck and promises to accept the title his brother rejected in 1848. It won't be official until a grand proclamation, which will take some time. Writer and painter Ludwig Pietsch is on hand for the imperial delegation, but he gets there late. He ends up stuck in the crowd of German soldiers and French civilians outside the palace and makes some irreverent observations. We Germans, however, deeply, honestly, and joyfully as we might feel the greatness of this moment, could not help but notice with a mixture of amusement and regret the unintentional humor added to the delegation's departure by the only carriages available to it. Most of them might have been standing at a post office yesterday. Some were equipped with gigantic parcel containers at the rear and on top. As for the horses, most of them had clearly seen several months of army transport service, so their present role as the Aurora steeds of Germany's new dawn, as a patriot poet friend described it, must have contrasted wondrously with their actual appearance. Some contemporaries see the plain stagecoaches provided to the deputation as an intentional humiliation of the parliamentarians and, unlike Pietsch, are by no means amused. The Prussian Crown Prince also reflects on the coming German Empire in his diary. My father will probably only enjoy the honor of it for his golden years. But to me and mine arises the task of providing a steady hand for the mighty expansion in a genuinely German sense, and to do so with contemporary, unprejudiced principles. From Bismarck's point of view, however, the question of peace is as important as the future of Germany. He and Chief of the General Staff, von Moltke, are still arguing about how to end the war as quickly as possible. So Bismarck turns to the king. He suggests cracking down on occupied France in violation of international law, hostage-taking, theft, and demanding money. He cynically presents these ideas to the king as an act of humanity to end the war sooner and ultimately reduce suffering. But in the end, these policies are not adopted. While German diplomatic pomp and circumstance fill the palace at Versailles, just a few kilometers away in Paris, the situation is desperate. December 19th marks 3 months of siege for the French capital, and soldiers and civilians are reaching breaking point. The commander of the Paris National Guard, General Jacques-Louis Clément Thomas, reports on discipline problems on the 16th. The 200th Battalion left Paris today to move into the outpost at Créteil. I received the following dispatch from the Commander-in-Chief of Vincennes. The chief of the 200th Battalion drunk. At least half the crew drunk. It is impossible to go on duty with them. They had to be relieved from their posts. Under the circumstances, the National Guard is a joke and a danger. As for the civilians, they're now reduced to eating whatever they can get, including zoo animals, dogs, cats, and even rats. Reserve Officer the Comte d'Hérisson reports. Dog and cat butchers have set up shop. Rat patties have also appeared. Young fat dog makes for tolerable eating. As for the rat, the big and fat sewer rat, except for a little musky smell, approximates with a lot of pepper and nutmeg, a not too inferior duck in a crust. Le rat double avec beaucoup de poivre et muscade, sans trop d'infériorité, le canard It is of course possible that Hérisson is being ironic in his claims about rats. His poorer compatriots, however, are not penning literary jokes about rats that taste like duck. They are starving and freezing to death from a lack of fuel. As the Germans talk in Versailles and Parisians starve in the capital, the fighting on the Loire and in the east continues. On December 15th, the Battle of Vendôme began on the Loire front near Le Mans. On the first day, fighting broke with no result and it broken off as darkness falls. But the day after, the troops of the 10th Corps prevailed and enter Vendôme. The French lose about 1,000 dead and some supply wagons, while the Germans record just 129 killed. German soldier Albert Böhme writes about his experience to his wife Friederike, who's just given birth to their son. The shells hit next to us and in front of us and behind us, and we went into this terrible mitrailleuse fire. God heard my plea and
gotta love the combat and the graphics and everything.
Many stayed behind. Here lay a
So
leg,
fun.
and there an arm.
You just grind it all day. I don't care. It's so fun.
So this misery and wretchedness.
The sword finally got where it's supposed to be, and it's
One
so
sergeant
fun.
had both legs taken off, and one was shot 3 times. One man had his head torn off by a shell, and couldn't be found again. Dear Friederike, that's how it is in France. Liebe Friederike, so geht es her. In the east, French forces are still resisting in besieged Belfort, while German troops have been in Dijon since the end of October. This week, on December 14th, French troops moved into the small town of Nuit-Saint-Georges and its important rail station. 4 days later, 10,500 Baden troops with 36 guns respawned under General Adolphe von Glümer. They attacked General Camille Crémer's 10,000 French, which include mobile guards and francs-tireurs with 20 guns. Around 2 in the afternoon, the fighting reaches its peak. The Badeners attack a railway embankment near the Metzenbach stream, and they suffer heavy losses from the Chassepot fire. Across the railway line at Nuit, the French and Badeners exchange fire at 800 paces. But the French start to retreat when reinforcements under Prince Wilhelm from Baden arrive. Both the Prince and General Glümer are wounded, but the Badeners prevail and take Nuit at 5 p.m. They capture weapons and ammunition, but the victory comes at a high cost. 950 Badeners are dead or wounded.
950.
The French lose 1,050 men and 650 prisoners. The battle at Nuit is
They always
small,
tell how
but
many
very
died. It's
important for
fucked
the
up.
Grand Duchy of Baden. After the war, it became the center of Baden's commemorations of 1870-71. And even today, a monument to the battle stands in the middle of Freiburg. Another interesting side note from the battle is that the French commander, General Crémer, was captured at Sedan, but like many French officers, breaks his word of honor that he would not fight again after his release. This week, diplomatic and legal maneuvers bring the German Empire close to completion. Starving Parisians dine on rat rather than dust, and the Grand Duchy of Baden receives its trial by fire near Dijon. The Prussian king allows Eduard von Simpson and the 1848 revolutionaries some measure of symbolic redemption, but it's still tinged with humiliation. Nationalism and power structures are far from the minds of most in France this week and next week. On December 23rd and 24th, the Battle of Halluz takes place in Saint-Cyr in northern France. 22,000 Germans, along with 108 guns and 2,300 horse, under General Edwin von Manteuffel, defeat the French Army of the North, which fielded twice as many men under General Louis Feder. The French lose 1,000 men.
Took me a bit to get the timing of it, but I think it finally clicked today. It's fucking beautiful. It took me a bit. I was like, where will this combat evolve for me? And it took a bit, but now it did.
Is a hard sell to the whole front of the Confederation. North of Paris, fighting rages on as well. The French had previously taken and then lost the village of Le Bourget, and now launch another senseless attack to recapture it. It would make sense if the army of the North were close to Paris. But once again, Parisian commanders don't know it's so far away. After an artillery bombardment from armored
God, I love the counter. It's so
French
fun.
volunteers and francs-tireurs
Yeah, it's such a beautiful little pony little game. I love this game. I really love this game. It's so fun.
Defenders are a sight to be seen. Their non-regulation winter clothing, like knit caps, sheepskin vests, and improvised overcoats, actually hinders the fighting. In the end, the Prussians hold on, but the village is destroyed, as a Prussian officer recalled. The whole long street was covered with stones and bricks. One could hardly get over the piles of rubble. There was not a window left whole, not a house with 1 or 2 shells in it. One literally waded up to one's ankles in debris and shell pieces. Fortunately for us, at least we did not have to celebrate Christmas Eve in it as well. As the fighting continued,
I love the little spinny blade. So fun. It's like, where'd you go? Where'd you go? It's actually so fun.
The Germans set about chopping down thousands of trees for Christmas, clearing many of the parks and forests near Paris of conifers. There are Christmas trees in the trenches, in the dugouts, in the hospitals, artillery positions, and on the earthworks. Relatives back home send candles and care packages, and on the 24th, the whole German sea dream of Paris glows with their light. German Catholics and Protestants hold services, sometimes in ruined churches, and the singing can be heard across the front. The field chaplains give mostly
wait,
patriotic
did I get it
sermons,
all? I think I
but most
did.
of the men are thinking about home and
Yeah,
love
yeah, I already did this, huh?
and perhaps
Alright.
about the things they have seen and done in this war that do not fit the Christmas message. One group of
Yeah,
German
war
soldiers
does not
standing
fit the Christmas
around a
message,
Christmas tree
no.
near Choisy-le-Roi is killed by French guns bombarding the siege ring. Assimilated German Jewish soldier Sigismund Samuel also celebrates Christmas with his comrades in the Westphalian Fusilier Regiment No. 37, as he writes to his sister. Each and every one of us, our minds were more inclined to homesickness than usual. Why? I don't know. Christmas as a family celebration has grown on all of us. The Christmas tree, in the richest palace, as in the poorest hut, is a symbol of a warm and safe home. And
God, I wish I could heal myself.
and we did not see it, not even at the outpost.
Wait, does that work?
It's almost touching to see how people picked small fir branches, lit them, and dreamed of home. Samuel also organizes a Christmas Eve celebration for his comrades, which they spend in a cramped, freezing room while dining on pea soup, goose, and omelets. The fact that a Jewish non-commissioned officer organizes Christmas celebrations for his Christian comrades recalls the peaceful celebration of Yom Kippur a few months ago at Metz. These moments show that mutual acceptance might be made possible only by the strains of war, but also that the catastrophes of the 20th century are by no means predetermined in 1870. Franz Plitt, a soldier
Fun as hell. It's such a pony little game. It just basically plays itself at this point.
in a French home where he's quartered.
Checking my phone, you know, making sure everything's all copacetic here. Believe it is. Believe it is. It is. Very
After
good.
the sermon, the organ
Okay.
struck up again.
Okay.
The choir began to sing our regimental music.
So, are we done here? No, I still have to get south, man. I have to get to go all the way south.
And like me,
Just
probably
aggro, I
all
don't
the
care.
officers and enlisted men had a moist eye, which had probably not known tears for a long time. French Captain Paul Joson feels equally introspective this Christmas as he writes to his wife Marie by balloon from Paris. We spent Christmas evening with the Lode family. We witnessed the joy of his son and two of the neighbors' children when they saw the Christmas tree shining with candles and baubles. These children were hardly thinking about Prussians, whom they nearly caused us to forget. Ces enfants ne pensaient guère aux Prussiens,
Damn it.
qui nous avaient presque fait oublier. Brunswick soldier Albert Burma is also thinking about a child at Christmas. It's his newborn son, whom he's never met. A letter from his wife Friederike reaches him on Christmas Day. We've never had such a sad Christmas as this year. We wish that next year may be better. Dear Albert, on Christmas Day, our little prince is to be christened. Albert replies the very same day. Dear Frédéric, I see my heart swimming in tears when I think of how you are now and how you
Oh, that hurt. That hurt. That hurt. God damn, man. The fuck was that? Get away from that.
which is my only longing and desire, and that I will also meet my little prince. I would like to know his name. Wissen möchte ich, wie heißt.
Oh god, get away from him.
For the Burma family,
Cut him around a little bit.
France
Cut him
and
around a
the
little bit.
German Federation,
Don't aggro. Oh! Don't aggro. Don't aggro. Don't aggro. Don't let that kill you. Oh my god. How far am I? Did I even put a thing down? Oh my god. I thought I did. I thought I put down one recently, but
Parisians
maybe
also
not.
celebrate Christmas as best they can.
Fuck, man. That guy's such a bitch. I wasn't really ready for it. Oh yeah, I did. I did. I put a camp down.
French
Yeah.
and German wounded sing hymns together.
Yeah, try again. This guy isn't that bad. I can kill him. There's no ads or anything. Fucking
Spends
annoying.
Christmas wandering the city searching for food.
Yeah, this
and
guy's like one of the harder guys in the
nation
game.
stalks the
Stupid.
people. On the 25th, he writes in his diary with sadness and with a keen eye for the almost comical details.
He's like
of
half
siege life
invincible.
in the formerly radiant city.
What the
It is Christmas.
fuck?
Waiting for a soldier to say, actually, Christmas Eve we have 5 men under the candles. What a singular transmutation of shops, and what a bizarre transfiguration of shops. A jeweler in the Rue de Clichy now displays in jewelry boxes fresh eggs wrapped in cotton wool. Famine in Paris has reached the point that zoo animals are being eaten. The zoo's 2 elephants, Castor and Polyps, are slaughtered and turned into sausage and soup. The exotic zoo creatures aren't used to feed the poor. Instead, they end up on the menus of the well-to-do. The Christmas Day menu of the Café Voisin includes consommé d'éléphant, civet de kangourou, chameau rôti à l'anglaise, côte d'ours rôti sauce poivrade, and terrine d'antilope aux truffes. The menu also flippantly notes for its wealthy patrons that the 25th of December marks 99 days of siege. Things are much different for the German notables and diplomats at Versailles. It's freezing cold.
Oh, what was that?
Like
Whatever, you like missed that so bad. The fuck, man.
at Versailles shops, and he records his experience in his diary on Christmas Eve. The French could not conceal their astonishment at the behavior of these Nordic barbarians. For even while shopping in the shops and meeting
It's actually
in the
kind of
streets,
cooler as a
they could see
spinny,
in our
like,
faces that all of us were filled with friendship and the desire to give pleasure to others.
pleasure to others.
The Crown Prince
Just
also
pleasure.
holds a raffle for his staff and servants. Over punch, gingerbread, and nuts and
You're all
apples,
hurt.
160 prizes are given out, and wounded soldiers are also invited.
This is
to the
such good
party.
XP, I want to...
But he is also in a somber mood.
Oh,
Next to my own at home, I am
Fuck.
thinking today especially of the unhappy widows and orphans. For thousands, this Christmas will be a true festival of joy. It sounds almost like irony to hear the salvation message of Christmas in the days that speak only of death and destruction of enemies. Peace on earth and goodwill to men. Christianity is truly still far from acting according to the meaning of those words. Irish journalist William Howard Russell also celebrates Christmas at Versailles with British journalists and diplomats. The celebration is interrupted by artillery fire, and a German surgeon is forced to leave the celebration and perform several amputations before returning to his Christmas. This week brings more major victories in the north and near Paris, and for Germans and French, civilians and soldiers, Christmas 1870 is a somber one. Writer Theodore Fontane, now far from the front in Berlin after his release from French captivity, is filled with sadness and writes of his despair to his sister Elise. When will this end? This afternoon, 10 train cars full of reservists passed us by. They sang. It's for the best that they can sing this indestructible frivolity. Have a happy holiday. Have a frohe Festtag. Christmas 1870 has come and gone, but the war has not. In the last days of 1870, the German leadership at Versailles is on edge, as they are still arguing about whether to bombard besieged Paris or to just let hunger do its work. The Prussian chief of the General Staff, Helmut von Moltke, is against the bombardment and reasons that shelling a city as large as Paris won't bring any military benefit. North German Prime Minister Otto von Bismarck worries that if the war doesn't end soon, neutral states might intervene and stop his plans for annexing Alsace and Lorraine and creating a German empire. He thinks the sooner the shelling begins, the sooner the war will end. And he's not worried about humanitarian concerns or Germany's image abroad. As usual, Bismarck gets his way. Although he is uniform and holds an honorary rank, he is not a soldier, and he does not accept his general's explanations that bombarding Paris effectively requires more guns and ammunition than the Germans have. He also ignores their warnings that the logistical situation and the weather won't allow for enough shelling to force a surrender. On December 26th, Bismarck writes to his wife Joanna. Here, I hope, we will celebrate his birthday with the first achievements of the artillery. It was not God's will that it went according to mine. On December 27th, Moltke gives in and agrees to begin bombarding the French fort on Mont-Avron, a 110-meter-high hill outside Paris. 76 guns begin to pour down shells, which forces the French to abandon the position on the 29th. Bismarck also wants to shell civilian quarters in Paris, but that is still opposed by the other German leaders, for now. While the German artillerymen serve their guns, French opposition to the government of national defense grows, and Parisians continue to starve. But they starve differently depending on their social class. As 1870 comes to an end, most of Paris is freezing and starving, and politicians are lost in conflict. Since the hasty revolution and formation of the government of national defense in September, there are some French Republicans who have grown frustrated. The government's incompetent handling of the military situation, culminating in this month's failure to break the Paris siege, now adds serious weight to the domestic opposition. More and more French politicians, like Adolphe Thiers or Jules Grévy, oppose Interior Minister Jean Lesage and the process of war, and they begin slowly to form a peace party. The French Peace Party is also suspicious of President Trochu's government's democratic principles, and some accuse it of sliding into dictatorial tendencies. Liberal Albert de Broglie expresses these fears. Might the government of national defense be primarily a method of keeping power in the hands of the madmen who seized it? While French leaders are divided, the people of Paris are united in their suffering. On December 29th, Prussian Crown Prince Wilhelm reports that he's heard that the cavalry horses are being eaten in the capital, but this is an understatement. For working-class Parisians, food and fuel are hardly to be found, and far too expensive for black market prices. Anglo-French diarist Henri Labouchere notes in his diary that table wine is running out, and the poor rely on it.
Oh, frame rate drops. Bad ones. God damn it, man. I don't know why.
Save them from the worst privations. For the right price, the zoo animals of the Jardin des Plantes can be eaten. The elephants, Castor and Pollux were slaughtered some time ago, but provide soup and blood sausage for weeks at the Café Voisin. Turns out, the prime cut is the trunk. According to the Constitution, the elephants fetched 27,000 francs. For food and profit, poor Castor suffers terribly, since no one knows how to kill an elephant humanely. Hérisson reports that the hungry Frenchman first shot the elephant in the body, but that was just the beginning.
The hungry Frenchman.
The animal, accustomed to continuous care, seemed to be convinced that the wound was due to an accident, and lent itself with the greatest facility to what its executioners demanded of him. A conical bullet with a steel point was then fired into his brain with a chassepot. Castor fell, but it took a third bullet to finish him off. When it comes time to slaughter Pollux, the butchers have learned their lesson and dispatch him quickly with a shot behind the ear. Henri Labouchere, however, did not find elephant meat in his life. Yesterday, I had a slice of Pollux for dinner. It was tough, coarse, and oily, and I don't recommend English families to eat elephant as long as they can get meat from live. Although French cooks can do wonders with very poor materials, when they're called upon because of a fuel shortage to cook an elephant with a spirit lamp, the thing is almost beyond their ingenuity. The grim realities of the siege and the unending war caused many French and Germans to reflect with melancholy and anger as the new year arrived. Crown Prince has a disappointing new year. He wants to proclaim the new empire on January 1st, but his father insists on waiting until the Bavarians formally agree. So the frustrated and angry Crown Prince instead suggests January 18th, which coincides with the Prussian coronation in 1701. Aside from his anger, the Crown Prince also reflects on the year that was, and shows a far-sightedness and empathy that few contemporaries share. He yearns for peace, but worries that it is still far off. Perhaps the governments of both countries are to blame for this. They have conjured up spirits which they are now unable to control. It is almost impossible for us today to renounce the possession of Alsace and Lorraine, even if we have to tell ourselves that the gain is a precarious one and hardly worth the rivers of blood that have flowed because of it. Bismarck made us great and powerful, but he robbed us of our friends, the sympathies of the world, and our good conscience. Bismarck hat uns groß und mächtig gemacht, aber raubte uns unsere Freunde, die Sympathien der Welt und unser gutes Gewissen. The German Empire officially comes into existence on January 1st, 1871, with the accession of the South German states into the North German Confederation, subject to Bavarian approval set for January 4th. This makes the empire's status somewhat unclear, and the Crown Prince reports with some irritation that many Germans at Versailles are asking themselves whether the emperor and the empire really are established today or not. It seems no one quite knows for sure. Friedrich Wilhelm also sees challenges ahead for the new Reich and hopes that German power should bring peace and culture. But he also worries that their triumph will lead to, quote, blind worship of brute force. Just as a new German empire is created, the ruler of a former empire rings in the new year as well. Napoleon III is still in German captivity in Kassel and provides a surreal scene at his New Year's reception. He presents himself as though he were still the great ruler of an empire, and receives military officers and former courtiers wearing a tailcoat and the Grand Order of the Légion d'honneur. His spirits are brightened by letters from the kings of Italy, Sweden, and the Netherlands, as well as a greeting signed by 1,500 of his former officers. But while the high and mighty make or mourn their empires, regular soldiers and their families spend a very uncertain New Year's. Paul Joson, a captain in the 3rd French Régiment de Génie, confides his sadness to his diary. I'm spending my New Year's Eve rather sadly among strangers in a hotel room. It's still cold and the snow is still covering the land. Il continue à faire froid et la neige couvre toujours la terre. Friederike Böhme, the wife of Albert Böhme of the 92nd Braunschweig Infantry Regiment, expresses the heartfelt longing of many wives in a letter to her husband. She's anxious for him to return and meet their son Karl, who was born after Albert left for the front. Dear Albert, I congratulate you warmly on the new year and wish that we will see each other again soon. I greet and kiss you many thousand times. Your wife Friederike and your little son Karl.
So cool looking.
This week, German guns begin their assault on the Paris forts. The German Empire waits on Bavaria to bring its constitution to life, and French and Germans find little cheer with the coming of the new year. The Prussian Crown Prince and millions of others wonder how long the hunger, suffering, and the death will go on before peace finally comes. The answer is no clearer next week.
No clearer.
The new year brings new attempts to gain success on the battlefield by both sides. The French High Command turns its attention to the besieged fortress of Belfort in the east, which has been holding out for 2 months.
Indeed, an
General
object
Bourbakie's
from
part
a
of the Loire
darkened
army is now reinforced with Francs-Tireurs, Garibaldians, and new recruits and rebaptized
Come
L'Armée
on,
de l'Est.
upgrade.
On
Oh.
January 9th, this motley crew runs into Prussian units of General von Werder's corps at the village of Villers-Excel.
Oh, yes.
Fighting
Why?
rages between
Do you
Beaupart's
take me
mixed
for some
units
type of
and von Werder's
charlatan?
mainly older reservists in minus 20 degrees Celsius.
Oh man, am I gonna ding off these? I
9 a.m.
might.
to 3 a.m. the next morning, they fight hand to hand in every house and cellar as the village changes hands several times. A furious 9-hour night battle for control of the castle sees the Germans set it on fire, a scene later described by Theodor Fontane. The castle blaze had raged on throughout the night battle. The collapsing rubble buried not only the bodies of the fallen, but also the wounded of both
Your
friends
best, so you
and
have.
foes.
C'est bon.
3K, not bad.
The French eventually forced the Prussians to evacuate the town and retreat, but they need to regroup before they can pursue the outnumbered Germans. Staff Officer Wilhelm Dinesen, a Dane serving with the French, witnesses the horrors of war. Someone was lying next to me, or rather, he was leaning on his arms with his hands in the snow, as if on a pair of stilts. Both his legs were shot to pieces. His head was mangled. His nose and cheeks were gone.
You've got
His
them
eyes
all
hung
done.
down to his
Finished.
chin.
But as
He sat still, motionless. Now and then he murmured, "Protégez-moi, mon Dieu." The next morning, he rides across the devastated battlefield. The splendid castle had been largely burnt down. The sooty ruins were still smoking. At the top of a few beams hung a few Prussians, black and half charred. Bodies rested in the pure snow 100-fold, singly or in
As mad
heaps.
as it may seem to
And
contemplate
between
such
them,
things,
rifles,
I've started to
knapsacks,
think
canteens,
differently
and
about the
cartridge
lost.
bags. The warm blood had bored dark holes into the snow, puddles and bright streaks in all directions, where the wounded had tried to get to safety. The icy cold had frozen limbs contorted in agony. Denizen also reports that the
Damn,
poorly
man.
equipped Frenchmen stripped the dead Prussians of their boots
Frenchmen?
to replace their own tattered footwear. Meanwhile, on the Loire, the Germans hoped to press their advantage following their recent victories with a final push. Crown Prince Friedrich Wilhelm expects another victory as he confides to his diary on January 5th. Prince Friedrich Karl will be able to thoroughly defeat the Western French army in the next few days near Le Mans, since it is still being formed there and has already been defeated. One of the men who is expected to contribute to the thorough victory is foot soldier Karl Zeitz of the 2nd Thuringian Infantry Regiment, number 32. He's long since run out of patience with the French peasants who don't want German troops to stay in their homes. But on January 5th, he empathizes. Zeitz and his men are soaked and freezing when they arrive at the village of Apponvilliers near Le Mans. But a French family does not want to let them in. The poor people could hardly answer because they were crying and sobbing. I could only roughly gather from their words that they could not leave the front room to us. But it had to be. We were soaked to the skin. We entered a parlor. With a cry, the family sank to their knees. I took off my helmet, deeply moved. I saw the picture of mourning. A bier surrounded by lights stood before us. A
Eating
young
group would be
girl,
good.
probably aged 17 or 18, lay
I don't
upon
know.
it, still in the most radiant colors.
I do
as if
have
she
some
were
more on
only
the east side, yeah. It's a lot of running, but... I
Zeitz
mean,
insists
yeah.
on
They want me to
healing
do
men
another
leaving
jaunt
for
into
the
the
night,
zone. I don't
but
know.
also promises to
Sure.
guard the young woman's sleep as if they are
Let's do
mourning
another
themselves.
jaunt to the zone. I'll do all that walking. I
As
don't
the
care.
war rages in the provinces and Belfort continues
It's worth
to
it.
hold out,
You know, get like
French
a level
soldiers
up that, I
and
bet.
civilians in besieged
Like
Paris
this half level, I need
now
another
face
half
the
level out of it.
wrath of the German guns.
Especially with those two, yeah. If I come back like 4 completes or whatever. Yeah. Man, everybody's faster than me. But I mean, I took a break. I had doctor appointment bullshit. I would have been up another 5 or 10 levels here.
On January
And almost to
5th,
the
1871,
M57, but...
at 8 o'clock in the morning, The German gunners start firing 15 to 20 shells into the city every minute. For Chancellor Otto von Bismarck, it's about time. He's full of malice towards the French and is prepared to accept civilian casualties if it means bringing the war to an end. But not all German leaders are in favor. Crown Prince Friedrich Wilhelm, who objects on political and humanitarian grounds, complains to his diary. Now the wise men in Berlin will probably triumph and expect that tonight the surrender will already take place. But what will they say if after a fortnight everything has still remained the same? The Crown Prince also notes more reports of French guns shelling German dressing stations.
Lacing.
There are too many such reports of these types of incidents in 1870-71 to
Turkey,
be dismissed
pig.
as
Oh.
pure propaganda.
Oh, cool. My sword looks way cooler.
To what extent these attacks were a deliberate breach of the First Geneva Convention of 1864, and what role might have been played by the fog of war. Ironically, at first the bombardment doesn't seem to bother most Parisians that much at all. The elderly Adélaïde de Montgolfier even writes to a friend that she heard a French soldier say that the shell's bark was worse than their bite. Plus de bruit que de besogne. Writer Edmond de Goncourt notes his surprise in his diary on the 6th. I constantly hear the whistling shadows, like the howling of a great autumn wind. Since yesterday, this seems so natural to the population that no one takes any notice of it. In the garden next to mine, 2 little children stop playing at each shell burst and shout, "It's exploded." Then they start to play again. Captain of the engineers, Paul Joson, writes nonchalantly to his wife. The bombardment is much less terrible up close than from afar. At night, the shells fall in greater numbers, and the
Cool. It makes my thing purple. That's so cool. I didn't know that. Fucking
5 or
sweet.
6 a day. Given the immensity of Paris, it would take a month of shelling to have any appreciable effect. Far worse than the giant shells is the lack of food. Even the basics are now gone, as Goncourt reports. In the absence of meat, it is not possible to fall back on vegetables. A small turnip sells for 8 sous, and one must give 7 francs for a liter of onions. But there is no more talk of butter, and even fat has disappeared. Cheese is a remedy, and potatoes need protection to be obtained at 20 francs a bushel. Coffee, wine, and bread. This is the food of most of Paris. The unequal suffering in Paris is increasing tensions and hatred between those who can afford to eat and heat and those who can't. A sign that violent social conflict might just be on the horizon. This week, German guns turned their fire on the starving Paris civilians, and the French Armée de l'Est moves to relieve Belfort. Millions in France and Germany are asking themselves why the war is still going on. Militarily, it is essentially decided, as all French attempts to conquer have failed, and only extremists like Gambetta still believe in a miraculous French victory. The war must end at some point. The question is, will it be next week? By the second week of January 1871, the French government is getting more and more desperate as every attempt to turn the tide in the war has failed. This week, the newly formed Army of the East continues its move towards the besieged fortress of Belfort, which is under constant bombardment by the Baden 14th Corps. If General Beauparty's 150,000 men can defeat General von Werder's 50,000 Germans, the siege might be lifted, and the French could then threaten German lines of communication with their armies outside Paris. The Germans are aware of the danger and rush a new southern army to the area, but the French get there first. German troops are defending a mountain
Good ride.
pass between the Vosges and
Works for
Jura
me.
mountains known as the Burgundian Gate, which gives access to Alsace and Baden. They moved siege artillery away from Belfort to the gate and smashed the ice on the Liseine stream to prevent the French from crossing. And they construct a labyrinth of defensive works. A worried von Werder sends an urgent telegram to the German High Command. I urgently ask if I must remain for long before Belfort, in the face of superior forces which seek to surround me. I think I can
As mad as it may
Alsace,
seem to contemplate
but
such
not
things.
Belfort as well, unless I am to put at risk the existence of my corps. The obligation to maintain the siege of Belfort deprives me of all freedom of movement. But before he receives the reply, which was to stay put and fight, the French attack on January 15th. In minus 14 degrees Celsius weather, the Battle of Belfort, also known as the Battle of Héricourt or the Battle of the Liseine, rages for 3 days while the garrison and civilians in the fortress listen anxiously to the cannon fire. The exhausted, demoralized, and freezing French force the Germans back, but are unable to press their advantage. Thanks to intense rifle and artillery fire from entrenched positions, the Germans hold the line. The French lose about 8,000 men, and the Germans about 2,000. King Wilhelm messages von Werder that his victory is, quote, one of the greatest feats of arms of all time. French medic Daniel Seigneur notes the extremely low morale in the Armée de l'Est after the defeat. There is great agitation in a nameless disorder. Many men were already thinking of deserting, and acts of indiscipline are legion. Uniforms are sometimes abandoned in favor of pilfered civilian clothes, and weapons are thrown on the ground. Bourbaki is forced to withdraw, the siege of Belfort continues, and the fortress will eventually hold out until after the armistice is signed. The post-war Third Republic then creates the Belfort myth to glorify its defenders as symbols of national resistance and to help stabilize the state after its eventual defeat. Fortress commander Aristide d'Enfer Rochereau is made into a war hero, partly because of his famous message to the German general who requested the city's surrender back in November 1870. Nous connaissons aussi l'étendue de nos devoirs envers la France et envers la République, et nous sommes décidés à les remplir. We know the extent of our duties to France and to the Republic, and we are decided to fulfill them. In 1880, sculptor Frédéric Auguste Bartholdi creates the Lion of Belfort, an 11-meter-high stone memorial to commemorate the rare military success. And Bartholdi is also the sculptor of the Statue of Liberty in New York. The Germans have stopped the demoralized army of the East, and this week, German commanders also sensed the chance to crush another demoralized French army in the West. The French Armée de la Loire is still reeling from its defeats in recent weeks as it struggles to take up a new defensive position in front of Le Mans. General Chanzy wants to fight on and even orders a counterattack, but his army is in such a bad state that one corps commander is at a total loss. I really don't know what I'm going to do to make them march. If it is possible, we'll do it. Everyone says it can't be done, but we'll see. Thousands of French troops are already deserting, and the defensive works are far from complete. Chanzy even posts cavalry units behind the front lines to encourage his own men to stay at their posts. German commanders know the time is ripe to crush the demoralized and disorganized French units once and for all, so they go over to the attack. From January 10th to 12th, 75,000 Germans of the Second Army crash into the 150,000 inexperienced and badly equipped French troops of the Armée de la Loire at the Battle of Le Mans. Some of the Frenchmen are equipped with muzzle loaders left over from the U.S. Civil War. After 3 days of fighting in harsh winter conditions and in dense forests, the French army is put to flight. 10,000 men are killed or wounded, and tens of thousands more French troops desert. French military power in the West is broken, and there is no hope of relieving Paris from the Loire. German soldier Karl Zeitz of the 2nd Thuringian Infantry Regiment number 32 later recalls a touching
Oh, it's a
moment
recalcum,
while
damn
searching
it.
for wounds. He finds
Well, if it wasn't the
three
same
French
color as Lodestone, I wouldn't know.
and learns their story. As night fell, one of them was hit by enemy fire. They feared that their friend might die in their arms, so they laid him in a hollow. Then the two good men crouched down to the left and right of the seriously wounded man, embraced him, and tried to protect him with their body heat. I could not find a more beautiful example of camaraderie and devotion than this.
Camaraderie.
Zeitz helps carry the wounded Frenchman towards German lines.
Wounded
But he dies
Frenchman.
on the way, and they bury him in the forest at midnight.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
3 soldiers, 2 French and 1 German, stood around the body of the man who had remained on the field of honor. Their prayers accompanied their departed comrade, and each placed a few branches on the fallen warrior. I have hardly ever been so moved by a funeral as I was by this one. Zeitz also reports on a strange incident during the battle. A German patrol sneaks up on 2 young and obviously inexperienced French soldiers. They would make an easy kill, but the veteran German soldiers do not want to take the lives of a few young boys. Then one of the Germans puts his rifle aside, makes a huge snowball, and throws it at the Frenchman's head. Astonished, the Frenchman turns around. Then he accepts the strange fight with the happy blood of his nation. A snowball fight. Laughing and joking loudly, Germans and Frenchmen throw snowballs at each other. The noise attracted attention, and other men from both sides rushed to join in the strange fight. The snowball fight at Le Mans seems to have been a draw, but the French plans have failed on all fronts, and civilians in Paris continue
The
to
snowball fight was a draw. But everything else suffered. Yeah. God.
This week brings more tragedy in the besieged and starving French capital. Parisian actress Sarah Bernard witnesses a tragedy of war. She sends a boy to fetch some medicine for some German wounded at her military hospital in the Odeon Theater. As Bernard recalls in her diary, the child has just left her when he's blown apart by a German shell. When we came near the child, his poor entrails were spilled out onto the ground. His whole chest, his poor red and doll-like face were stripped of their flesh. No more eyes, no more mouth, nothing. Nothing but hair at the end of a bloody long rag, a meter from his head.
Ugh.
The poor boy was a senseless victim.
I believe I'm gonna take a break here.
Holocaust bien inutile.
I thought I was gonna keep going, but I mean I'm 8/10 of the way to my goal, so I'm gonna come back tonight after like 8 p.m. I think. So I'm gonna pause it. They're gonna come back tonight after like 8 p.m. or so and do the evening shift, but I believe I am gonna take like a 3 or 4 hour break here and eat dinner and like, you know, pause in the middle of my day, kind of take a breather here and stretch and, you know, do real life stuff. I'm starting to try to give myself breaks here and there. I like the long sessions, and I mean, right now, currently, I'm at, what I'm at, like, here, at 11 hours and 30 minutes. I mean, I'm already on a long-ass session, like, pretty much with no interruptions, so... It'll be like an 18-hour day, but I'm gonna take little breaks, you know? Go until 12 or 2 this morning. After I take a break and eat dinner and be with my family and not feel rushed, you know? I mean, it's Saturday night. I shouldn't take a break on Saturday night, but I've already been at this all fucking day. Oh. Yes! Great sword point. That's huge. Yeah. Oh, I just get stronger. Oh my god. Let's go do that. That's gonna be amazing. Yeah, yeah. Like hunker down somewhere over here where I don't want to die. Yeah, like fucking like crouch out. Yeah, crouch down there, and, right, and like go in the corner and stuff and hide your helmet because it's stupid and it stands out. So then, what do we want here? We could do arrow deflection, which I've been thinking about a lot. This one actually seems pretty good to me. The hitting with the final attack, the great shade, the debuffs on me by 10%. Base damage is increased by 3% for each great sword buff on you. Buffs, right? So max of 4 buffs. I don't know, man. Like, you get the next damage taken 5% is reduced by 25%. Wow, that's actually fairly good. But I don't know. Charged heavy attacks have 50% armor penetration. Increase the base attack division when attacking foes above 90% health. Everybody by hitting with a charged heavy attack. Base damage is increased. Hitting with the final attack that changes reduces the durations of debuffs. Blocking for 2 seconds. Enables blocking ranged attacks with a great sword, but increases stamina damage from blocking any attack by 10%. So it's kind of like nerfs your overall blocking, but it is cool in the respect you can block fucking arrows as you like run. You like block them as you see them coming in. Arrow deflection. It's a specialty thing. It might be my last point that I spend is that one, but it won't be that now. Increasing by when attacking above 90% Hell Giant Slayer. So yeah, Crush the Weak is actually, I believe the CHC is maybe the after dodging gain a 10% for the next 3 hits within 10 seconds. It's only curse win in combat. After dodging gain a 10% in power. Step and strike, yeah. Yeah, I think so. That might be better than the whole 10% in power. 10 stamina. Attacks is power, but this is only stamina. Stamina is good. So you can kind of like actually like step and strike a lot. Yeah, I do see it. I see the style. All right, let's buy step and strike and see what kind of like interesting stuff I can do with block weaving and stuff. I want to do a few more bits of combat just to feel it, and I'm already at the objective. I'd like to warp out of here at the end. So what do they want me to do here? They want me to search chests. Okay. So we'll do chests on the bridge, and then I'm gonna quit for like 3 hours here, and take an evening break. And I know it's kind of shitty to do that, but like, you know, I don't mind. That was a chest, and I couldn't search it, huh? All right. Right, and then what did I just do? It's like step and yeah, so I can like move, right? Yeah. It should let your stamina fill up while you're doing that. I don't know what's gonna get the boss. It's so annoying. So annoying. Crunch. Just like and go down, bitch. I have a feeling your friend hit me with something really strong, or I wouldn't have died that fast. I maybe could have killed that guy. I don't know. I do like the blocking stuff. Oh god, what is he? He's an Eileen Gooby. I don't want any if you don't want any. I'm not going to hit you with all those mobs on you, no. I'm done here. I have no interest in you. He is like a free kill, I think. Yeah. Ugh. Wow. 54. I mean, yeah, I guess so. Like 7 levels would do it. Yeah. Good fight, good fight. 7 levels would do it, yeah. I gave him a chance. You know, I'm like, whatever. I'll take the free ride out, yeah. It's good. I mean, 7 levels, man. 7 levels. It's 7 levels. You're not really supposed to win. I mean, yeah, like, it's 7 levels is a lot. It's a lot. With mobs, that would just kill you. Straight up kill you. And, like, this isn't that much different. I actually got him down fairly low. It was 7 levels higher, man. Fucking annoying. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yep. How to kill Healy. GG, definitely. Good duel. Yeah. Please to, I don't know. Yeah. GG, GG. Definitely good duels. You know, like, whatever. Like, I don't care. I'm trying to be positive. Like, you know. He had 7 levels, man. 7 levels. And, like, I don't even feel that bad, you know? Whatever. I can't. He equalized 7 levels. Like, I don't know, man. I shouldn't have attacked somebody 7 levels higher than me. I just wanted to see if I could do it. Have an epic bridge duel. Not with somebody 7 levels higher. No. That'd have been equal. I would have stomped him. Oh, my God. I didn't think somebody 7 levels higher would be there, but I guess he was. Good on him, you know? And on that note, I'm obviously tilted, and I don't normally lose those, but I mean, 7 levels is 7 levels, you know. I mean, it is what it is. Every time I lose in this, it's like either like they're 7 levels higher, or they have a second person, one or the other. Fucking so annoying. Fair fights, I tend to win. Did it yesterday. Oh well, fun. You know, it was fun. You know, I like fighting that guy though. He was good. Damn. Almighty Chungi. Wow. Yeah, so, you know, pretty fun day. Got a lot done. I'm at 47, about to be 48. I'm gonna get another 2 levels at least tonight. Probably more. But I'd like to take a breather, come back to it, refresh, and, you know, eat a meal and, you know, chill out. So thanks for all the support, guys. I really love all the stuff I see from the community these days and all this. I'm really enjoying this, and yeah, it was a good little 12 hour push here. I'm at 11 hours and 42 minutes. I'm going to be